Check. Check. You hit the wrong button. Oh my gosh. That's a way to start off a stream. What's going on, everybody? Hello, everybody. Appreciate you being here. It is Daytona 500 day. I hope you guys are, I don't know. I can't do anything perfect. Hope everybody's ready to have a good time today with me. And we're hoping to have to get this whole thing in. Anchor down, baby, she says. But what's going on, everybody? How you doing? Thanks for hanging out in the chat early for you guys. Luis, what's going on? Kyle, Alfred, what's going on, man? Is this how we watch, or is this just some guy? Alfred says. Mad Steve, what's up? Cold Trickle, One World, Lloyd, what's going on? Who was here earlier? Scott, Darlene, Raymond, Sexy. Who else here? Greg was here, and Pamela became a member. That's awesome. Paula became a member. Thanks for that. Mark was here. Unskilled Scout earlier in the season. C. Brown was here as well. Bronny, as always, sir. What's going on? Hello. Dr. Dixon was here a little earlier. Lone Wolf. Yes, sir. Billy Voles, as always. Trenton. What's up? Rick. What's going on, everybody? Taj. Hello, everybody. The Shabby. What's up, too, as well. Hey, CeeLo, 4:48 a.m. in Sydney, and lots of coffee. All right, man. Greg, glad you're hanging out with us, buddy. I do appreciate you. Denise, good afternoon. Hello, Pastel, Mr. Magoo, Rick. What's going on? Is always lurking. What's going on? I have great mods, y'all. So thanks, Go Junior Motorsports. Vamos. What's up, One World? We'll see what he can do today. Could Dale Sr. be in that car with Justin Allgaier today? We'll see how he does. But it is Daytona 500 weekend. We are about to get ready for all the fun and driver introductions. And Air Force One is about to do a flyover over top of the Daytona International Speedway, which is crazy. Who are y'all picking to win? We'll all get into all of that here in just a second. But CeeLo rain around 3:30. Yep, that's what I was looking at as well. So 4:30 their time. So we got about 2 hours before the rain gets here, but we'll see how that happens. The 17's coming for that checkered flag today. Greg says, Mr. Busher, 70 likes. Let's get to 100, y'all. Hit that 100 like. Kyle, what's going on with the $5 super chat? Kyle Anderson, thank you so much for one being a member and a $5 super chat. Everybody tell Kyle, thank you so much for kicking off the stream with a $5 super chat. That is awesome. Yes, I brought the 11 back for good luck today. I know it's purple. It's not the right color, but I can't go through the Daytona 500 kicking off the season without supporting Denny somehow, some way. I'm not wearing any FedEx. I am wearing my Great American Race t-shirt, and we're going to have a good time with you guys today here on the Go with CeeLo. So hit that like for us, hit that subscribe. We're going to have a good time, and let's listen, see if they got anything going on here. Here's Chase Elliott, y'all. Let me see those 9s in the chat. 9s in the chat for Chase Elliott.
Great finish last year, the Clash. Does any of that momentum carry over into this race, as especially we see the president? And I know you said you were happy to see the president is flying over us and arriving here.
Yeah, you know, I think it's always a good way to start the season. I don't think it's one of those things that totally makes or breaks your year, but I think for us more than anything, I really was proud and excited about how our team finished the year last year. I thought we were in a really good place and finally kind of digging into the things we needed to be getting into. And it was just nice to see some of that stuff carry over and know that we were talking about the right things and doing the right things. So.
Yes, the cheer is not for just, that's for the president, just so you know.
Oh, is that live right now?
It is, yeah. A little pace buzzing on the backstretch.
Yeah, perfect. Well, that's great.
sorry to
No, totally good.
All right, Mr. Magoo.
Yeah, really cool to have him.
I want to feed off of what you just said.
Bronny, do you have a link for the live stream of the live leaderboard? Because I can't find it yet.
You look fit, happy, healthy. After all the things that you dealt with over the last couple of years, it seems like it's a little bit different. And then you go to the Clash and you win like
back
Chris
with the
said.
ugly hat. Yep.
How is this year different than the last couple getting started?
I think a little bit of what I was talking about. I just felt like our group was in a good spot at the end of last year, and I think the truth of the matter is we were just a little too late to the party. You know, really, I think we were just too late to being in that mix every week, and we were finally leading
number
some
6
laps
hat. Tim
and
Miller, hit that like
really
for y'all.
Let's
go. 200 likes. Let's go.
Get where we needed to be in those final few weeks, but running really well. And I think a lot of the confidence that our team has really started there. And you know, to go to the Clash, it wasn't just a good Sunday. It was a good preparation week. It was
3,000 subs. We'll see. I don't know about that.
It was a good Saturday. It was a good qualifying. Just the whole deal, and you got to have that. And these races have become so close, and everybody is so competitive that every detail matters so much more before you even get there now more than ever. And I just think our group's in a good spot, and I'm excited to go to work with them.
So I heard you reference that in the media center after the race. They were asking you about the race, and you kept referencing, look, we had a good Saturday. Is that something you felt like you maybe missed out on last year, or that was where you need to improve the most?
I think that's one of the areas for sure, because, you know, look, you get behind on Saturday, you get a bad pit pick, and guess what? I don't care how fast or how good your pit crew is. You put them in a bad spot on pit road, and they're going to have a hard time succeeding. So I think a lot of it's up to Alan and myself to keep putting our team in a good position to succeed, and that's on us to help do that, you know, before we even lead the shop.
Yeah, I'm sure.
We ran into each other in Bourbon Street at the Super Bowl. My day didn't go as good as yours.
Always comes back
But this is what I want to go to. He was a different Chase Elliott to me. He was fun. He was conversational. Like different confidence I felt.
Well, he might have had a beer in him at the Super Bowl.
And even in that environment than I've seen in a couple of years with you. Take me to the Daytona 500. Your dad, the old man's won it a couple times. You've won a championship. You've got all the things. How do you put a Harley J. Earl trophy on the mantle to match your dad's?
Yeah, no, it'd be amazing, right? I mean, and for us, we've come so close to winning some of these big races, and we just haven't got over the hurdle for any of the, you know, quote unquote majors, right? But man, we've had some good opportunities, and we've had fast cars. I think for us, we have another really fast Napa Chevy here this weekend, which is a big deal, as we all know. It's not everything, but it certainly helps. And I think for us, we just got to go and put together a solid race, execute all the things that we can control. There's going to be times in this race where things don't go our way. I totally get that. But just trying to make sure we take care of ourselves in the way we know how. And we've been, you know, this is my 10th try at this deal, which is kind of hard to believe. But Alan and I have been working together a long time. I think we know what we need to do. We just got to go make it happen.
Good. Well, we appreciate you coming by. Yep. The wind has kicked up a little. And I know you're a big baseball fan. This August, Major League Baseball coming to Bristol Motor Speedway. How cool is that? The Braves.
I'm going to that race, y'all. I'm there for that.
Celebrated short track. Fox Sports will televise. We'll bring you the game August 2nd. Baseball night in America.
I'm there for that one, y'all.
Fan, so I'm sure
love them. Yeah, go Braves. Should be a good night. I'm excited for them.
Cheering them on. Well, we wish you a lot of luck before you step away. Clint, I know you're a big fan.
Go get it, man.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me.
Good luck, Chase.
Have a good day.
Good luck.
Clint,
Thanks for what y'all do.
Big fan. Hang on just a second here. A big fan of Kyle Larson. So, and I know you had a chance to catch up with him. He's one of your teammates.
You know, the hardest thing in the world is to interview a friend. We went
Chop
on
them
vacation
chops,
together.
Brody.
Just got back from St.
Yeah,
Bart's.
if it's possible, Heather, for sure.
Interviewing Kyle, had a lot of fun. Got some perspective out of him. The kid's been everywhere. Australia, Chili Bowl, everywhere in between. Can't wait for you guys to see this.
All right, so what's up, everybody? Appreciate you being here. We're continuing our pre-race ceremonies here. Pre-race before pre-race ceremonies on the go at CeeLo as we are getting ready for a big. Let's get all the likes and everything ahead of us. Let's try to get to 200, 300 likes before the green flag. If you guys are just coming in, we're ready for have a big day. We've had a huge speed weeks. We've been here the whole entire time. We've not let you down. We're going to have a good time today and have some fun. And this is just the start of it, y'all, for the rest of the season. And we're going to have a good time on the go at CeeLo today. So appreciate everybody being here. And if you're new to this today, please say hi. We love new folks in our chat. We love to say hello. We'd love for you to become a member to enjoy those paint scheme, the little numbers, and cheer on your driver. If you can't afford any of that, that's fine. You can just hang out here and watch and hang out with us. So thank you guys so much. Hello, new here from Latvia. Awesome. Thank you so much. And Bronny is just letting me know that 9 cars are going to the back of the field today for the 500. Larson, Keselowski, Haley, Stenhouse, Bowman, Gibbs, SVG, Castroneves, and Suarez, probably because either they wrecked or they made adjustments to their car. So it's probably a good thing for them to be in the back of the pack. But thank you so much, Woody Rester, for subscribing. Ryan Smith for becoming a Facebook. We're on Facebook as well, guys, so make sure you check us on Facebook. We're on Instagram. We're on Twitter. We don't do too much on Twitter. We started up on TikTok, but then I got kind of busy and I stopped doing it. But hopefully, if we get a confirmation that TikTok is going to go on for an hour, we'll start getting it back on there and maybe stream on TikTok too. So, No Name says, I've been watching for months, subscribed and liked. Sorry it took so long. No Name, no, that's okay, man. Thanks so much for piping up and saying hello. We love to see new folks in the chat that have been watching for a long time and finally saying stuff. So that's cool. So thank you guys for being here. Ron says, we'll see the show today. You can't show the race. That's can't do that, unfortunately. That's against the law. You can't show the race. What you've seen in the past is on NASCAR.com. It was the cams. We don't have the aerial cam. We don't have the battle cam. And all the cams now are moved to HBO Max. So NASCAR took those cams away from us to watch for free and moved it to HBO Max. And I cannot show those because why? It's a paid subscription. And I don't think HBO Max would like me showing those cameras when they have people paying for those things. So maybe we'll get talking with HBO Max with BR Sports and see if we can come with a partnership or something like that. But right now we're going to do it the way we've been doing it all speed weeks. Yesterday was a little different because of the Xfinity the CW gave us free cameras to watch. Those are free on the website. So it's a little different. So hope you guys enjoyed that yesterday. It was a little test. It came out pretty good. So we'll see what we do on Saturday for the next race. But thank you guys so much for being here. Hit that like, hit this. I'm telling you, you guys are going to enjoy being here. We're going to have MRN. We're going to have this or that. We're going to have a great chat. We're going to enjoy it. And it's on free on Fox too, guys. So you can watch it free on Fox channel, free. So, but if you can't find it there and you can't, I'm sure you can find it somewhere else. So thank you guys so much. New here, One SEC Racing. Curious what your thoughts of Cletus at yesterday's race was. I'm a longtime NASCAR fan that was shocked by it. Hey, always great to see someone that's known by a lot of people get into a car and like take social media to it and let you see the behind the scenes and everything that was going on with that. And NASCAR.com even had his in-car camera yesterday so you could follow along with him until he wrecked. So good afternoon, Karen. Good to see you. BD Cooper, Byron for the win. Bronny, is SVG racing today? Yes, he is racing today. SVG will go to the back of the pack. Greg says, anyone else think that last 12 months went quicker than usual? We got to listen to this here. Here's Denny Hamlin, y'all. Denny.
I've got everything I need. It's up to me at this point. Chris and the whole team's just done a great job of preparing a great car for me. Great qualifying effort. The duels went pretty smooth for a while, so really feel pretty good about our chances. And obviously, it's just about being in the right place, right time. But if I get the opportunity at the end, I feel confident we win.
Good luck working with the new crew chief. Regan.
Eric Jones up here on the stage right now. Going to be up here for a little while. Eric, you start fourth today. Very good in the duels the other night. Almost got that win. Can we
I'll say that about that too. Here's Eric Jones, almost had it.
I think the Advent camera is pretty fast. So happy to just be having a strong run and a strong speed weeks. I feel like it's one of our better ones probably ever coming through here, just the way it's went. So been a good week, and today's kind of its own animal, but I feel like the Advent Health car is pretty good. So see what we can do, see if we can get up front, stay up front, and make it happen.
All right, make it happen. I like that. Have fun today. Josh?
All right, Regan over here with the 45 of Tyler Reddick. Tyler, I'm curious, before the greatest race that this sport has, what goes through your mind?
Ooh. Honestly, at this point, a whole lot nothing. Just kind of taking
Tyler Reddick, let me see those 45s.
Music and, yeah, just getting ready to settle in and hopefully get to work inside
Butterfly, what's up?
the 45 car and work our strategy out.
Good luck out there today. Chris?
Hey, thank you very much. Good checking in with the drivers. Earlier, we had the driver introductions from rows 21 to 11. Let's go back to Cedric the Entertainer for the first 10 rows.
They say the best place to pop bottles is in the club, but they're wrong. It's Daytona, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Let's set it up. Row 10, we got Justin Allgaier. And the ringer, Christopher Bell. Do people call him that? The ringer? Okay. Row 9, in the 9 car, Chase Elliott and John Hunter Nemechek. Row 8, former Daytona winner Austin Dillon and Ryan Blaney. Lucky number 7 belongs to A.J. Allmendinger and Todd Gilliland. Row 6 is can't miss Tyler Reddick and Corey LaJoy. Row 5, give me a high five. Ross Chastain.
You see those watermelons?
Reigning champ, Joey Logano. In row number 4, Ty Dillon. And 3-time Daytona 500 winner, Denny Hamlin. Row 3 is none other than last year's Daytona 500 winner, William Byron. And Chris, don't call him Christopher Buescher.
Mr. Buescher.
Starting in the second, in the number 23 car, Bubba Wallace. And in the 43 car, Eric Jones. Leading the pack, Chase Briscoe. And the 2022 Daytona 500 winner, Austin Cindric, the entertainer. So here we go, y'all. The Daytona 500. Let's pop off.
All right, thank you, Cedric. And you have a shot to win free money on the Fox Sports app playing
Keep hitting
Fox
that like
Super
for
6,
us.
sponsored
Trying to get to
by
200
DraftKings.
likes.
You'll
200.
still have a few moments. You actually have time here to enter your picks, so we hope you do. And there's the
I didn't
list
see
of
the
some.
ARCA highlights.
This is about the fastest lap. Some great names on
What's
that
up,
list.
JH?
We'll continue live from Daytona and the 67th running of the great American race, Adventures with Regan Smith, as he'll chat with some other Daytona 500 winners. And I'll talk with Denny Hamlin. Is he closer to a championship or wrapping up a career? A 3-time Daytona 500 winner. And Air Force One, President Trump has landed. That goes 630 miles per hour. The drivers will go 190 today.
All right, let's get those likes up. And also, we hit 29,000 last night, so we will get you some pie to the faces today, sometime today. We appreciate everybody. What's up? What's up, Mom? What's going on? Good to see you. Dismet says, Mike, accept Hill, RCR Garage, Karen, and gets all the best crew and help first, because of his whining, he says. Oh my gosh. Requested from, yes, Dallas, you're fine. NASCAR is still doing the DEI thing. It helps. It needs to stop. I don't know about that. I don't think so. What channel is the pre-race on? It is on Fox. Everything is on Fox. Modding by who do I got? We'll talk about that here in just a little bit. We won't do that yet, but we will get our picks in here in just a second. But let's go. You heard a little bit of Cedric the Entertainer doing the, but let's go through the lineup here. We don't really have the raw feed ready to go yet, but we will. So Chase Briscoe on the pole, Austin Cindric in P2, Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, William Byron, Chris Buescher, Ty Dillon, new face in the number 10 Chevrolet for Colleague Racing, Denny Hamlin in the 11th. No more FedEx, y'all. No more FedEx. No more Mavis Brakes. And he is there in that new sponsor, Debt Relief of America. And there's the Watermelon Man. And 9th, 10th is Joey Logano. Tyler Reddick in 11th. 12th is Corey LaJoie. AJ Allmendinger, full-time ride in the 16 this year for Allmendinger, for Colleague as well. Todd Gillen moves up to the 34 instead of the 38 with Michael McDowell gone. Austin Dillon in that 3 car. Ryan Blaney in the 12. Chase Elliott in the 9. And hey, he won the Clash, so he's trying to do back-to-back wins here. John Hunter Nemechek returns for Legacy Motor Club. Justin Allgaier in the Junior Motorsports number 40. I know there's a lot of fans out there. Christopher Bell in 20th. Kyle Busch, can he win one finally here? I know we'll all be rooting on old Rowdy today. 22nd will be Kyle Larson. He's going to go to the back of the pack, though. Ty Gibbs in 23rd. Riley Herbst, the rookie, for 23-11 in 24th. Michael McDowell, his new ride in the Spire Motorsports in 25th. SVG, he's going to go to the back of the pack, and his crew chief will not be with him today because they failed inspection twice this morning so far. So Ryan Preece, can he make a first Daytona 500 win for him in his new ride at RFK? We'll see. Cody Ware in that 51. I love the gold wheels. Josh Berry in his new ride in that 21 Wood Brothers for 75 years of Wood Brothers racing. He is in there. Cole Custard, Mr. Cole Custard. Get the ice cream cones out. I want to see that Andy's frozen custard car on this 41 this year. I can't wait. Ricky Stenhouse. Who is he going to spin today? Noah Gregson in his new ride at Front Row Motorsports. Number 4, Carson Hocevar, Rookie of the Year last year. Can he dominate this year? We'll see. Brad Keselowski, the senior for RFK Racing. Can he get his 500 win? We'll see what happens. He's going to go to the back of the pack. Justin Haley in 35th. Daniel Suarez, 36th. Zane Smith now with Front Row Motorsports in that 38, taking over where Todd Gillen was. Bowman the Showman in 38th, 39th. Martin Truex Jr., Jimmy Johnson in 40th, and Helio Castroneves in 41st. first place. So there is that. Here's the lineup here, guys. We'll get our picks here in just a second.
Times the one that you showed up with might not be the one you left with. That is just facts about being at Daytona with the big one.
That never happened at my dance. I'm positive.
So this, you probably didn't even go. This being said, teamwork. It takes teamwork. We saw it on high demand and first-class effort by the Penske guys in that second duel. Joey Logano never left the bumper of his teammate, Austin Cindric. Now, right off the end of the race, obviously, if you watch this long enough, Denny Hamlin gets underneath of him and ultimately almost costs him the win. But that teamwork and the willingness, the loyalty that those two showed, that's what it's going to take to win this Great American
Well, right there, you saw the two drivers talking after the race, and what it is going to take, and you don't know a lot about, are details.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think as you look at the details that go with this car, it's your teamwork, it's your pit crew, it's everything that goes with the day at the
Cracks
Daytona
me up
500.
that people have to go back to rabbit ears.
In order to
I know,
capitalize
right?
on winning this race, you have to detail everything that you do in order to be first.
Well,
and you
got to
have
yourself out of the
you got to have
Hit that like, try to get the 200 likes.
Are you two done?
Oh, now
I told you.
Finally, one detail.
They're going to be fun in the booth. I can't wait
You're
for
going to be
this.
the referee today.
I appreciate
At
that.
some point, we would fight.
I'm always Team
so
Kevin.
boring.
I can tell you right now. I would tell you to minimize your mistakes, and if you're going to have a mistake, have it early so you're not paying the price later on. We heard Bubba Wallace say earlier in the show, I'm like, what do you have to do to win? He's like, I need to be in the front 2 rows at the end of this race to have a shot because of how hard it is to pass. So put yourself in the right position at the right time.
I noticed that too.
Denny Hamlin said you have no friends.
Now you're on my side.
Right. And I heard Larson describe it as a crapshoot. I don't talk that way, but that's what he called it. It's that wide open. 43 different drivers have won the Daytona 500 over 66 races. This will be the 67th. Richard Petty, the king, 7. That's the most. Cale Yarborough next on the list with 4. And the only driver in the race today you'll see with 3 is Denny Hamlin, tied with a few others. So he has a chance to move up to second for a tie all time and make some history. Hamlin is in the unique role of being a part owner with Michael Jordan, owner of a race team, and then he races for another, as you know, with Joe Gibbs. And he says he can handle it all. He's the best when there's chaos and distraction around him because it forces him to focus in on the immediate task at hand, like driving. He compartmentalizes. But the driver of the 11 admits he's on the clock.
Dude, this is like ridiculously not predicted. You know what I'm saying?
Can Denny Hamlin win it finally, y'all? Can he finally win it? Can he do it? Can he finally win the championship this year? I hope so. But we'll see what happens. Denny Hamlin, they're talking to him. There's some music on that, so I'm not going to be able to play that. But hope you guys are ready to have some fun today. We're going to have a good blast today. We're ready to have some fun at the Daytona 500. And hopefully we get most of it in before the rain delay, and then we'll deal with it. My pick continues to be TJ Majors, the best drafting racer in the Cup. All right, Mosh. Knew I liked you, Lloyd. Yep, well, he's been saying that all weekend. Lloyd's been saying that. Denny's going to push Bubba to the win. But thank you guys for being here. Hit the like for us. And subscribe. Subscribe, y'all. Help us out. You're going to be... We have a great time every week. We cover Craftsman Truck Series, NASCAR Xfinity Series, and the Cup Series. We do practices. Now, next week will be interesting because practice and qualifying for the NASCAR Cup Series is not going to be on TV anymore. It's going to be on a streaming service, Amazon Prime. So that's going to be a little interesting to see how that works for everybody. So practice and qualifying every week will be on Amazon Prime. The cams that were on NASCAR.com last year are no longer. They're on HBO Max. Yes, I know. Lots more money to pay to watch your racing. But here we have you have us to hang out with us and enjoy the race together. So we'll see what happens. But next week we'll see how it works. Yeah, Amazon Prime. Normally it's either on FS1, the Fox Sports app. No, it's on Amazon Prime next week. So start streaming, Bobby says. But happy birthday, Suzanne. Everybody wish birthday Eve. So tomorrow is her birthday. Well, happy early birthday. You got to pay for it or not. Amazon Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, yeah, you have to pay for it. You have Amazon. Rain is in 60 miles west of Daytona Beach, moving north, so it may be a couple hours before it gets there. It says 3:30 for the rain 3:30 for the rain getting here. So that's Central Time, 3:30. So maybe if they get their boys together and can they do halfway and can they do 100 and some laps? Well, how many laps is it? 200? Can they do 100 laps in an hour and a half? Can they do it? If they get in single file and run, I know it'll be boring, but
have the skill set and the
cars are still covered.
That Denny Hamlin has. I really think
maybe
for
they're keeping
him,
it
it'll
cool.
just be a matter of managing his time and focus to put in the work that goes with being good. In today's day and age, whether it's in the simulator, meetings with your team, there are a lot of meetings, Clint. You would be really disappointed with how many meetings there are.
They're necessary.
It is necessary. It's very necessary in order to get all the
Who's
details
Darryl
out
Wall?
of
That's
everything
Bubba.
that you need. But I truly believe that it'll just be that determination to put in the time to stay good.
I think it's the time. I think, eventually 2311, the ownership side of that is probably going to take more precedent over than driving.
Where's
right? To
Juan
stay in the
Pablo?
business
He's
of
not in the
NASCAR.
race today.
But for me, as long as he's in those Gibbs Racing cars, the JGR cars, he's going to be competitive, and he could probably do it for a few more years if he wants to.
Yeah, the unfortunate part as a driver, though, is that you don't know when it's going away.
Somebody tells you.
It happens slowly, right? It's not one thing that just you wake up.
And everybody has the right to not like a driver.
It goes away slowly.
Just be
over
nice
time.
about
And
it.
When I look
You
at
can
Denny
trash
Hamlin
talk a
today,
driver as much as you can.
Best at
Just
this
don't
track
cuss in here.
for a while.
You can trash talk as much as you want. You have every right to not like a driver.
He's had is 17.
I have a lot of drivers I don't like.
Styles of drafting, it changes with all the different rules.
Y'all don't like him,
but he
I let y'all trash talk him all the time.
I mean, he still can put the whole race together. He's super sharp. Always has a game plan. We talked about that last year. I love it when drivers talk about their game plan going into a race.
Don't forget.
Oh, it's all right, Greg.
If you were going to rank drivers,
It's okay.
Denny Hamlin was ranked second until the playoffs.
Well,
second.
The other thing that makes it go away is everybody talking about it.
It does.
I'm being honest.
It starts to get in your head a
It
little
becomes
bit.
harder to get people. It becomes harder to get sponsors.
Yeah.
Everything becomes harder as you get closer to the end.
Well, speaking of hard, how about eyesight? Was it getting harder?
Oh,
yeah, come on. He admitted, though,
Get
that
outta here.
the Gen
That's what he
7
said.
car, that this race is more about the car than the driver. I mean, there's always the intangible. Let's check, since he's in a Toyota, our Toyota team update and their starting positions as you take a look. And again, on the pole for the first time ever, and the only Toyotas that have won, it's been Denny Hamlin in all three of those at the Daytona
60,
500.
60, and 70.
Let's check as we get closer to the start of the race what drivers are doing. And feel free to jump in. There's Chase Elliott, who left our stage to go back down and get ready to roll.
Well, I think at this particular point, you've put in all the work, you've put in all the time, and
You're ready to get going.
You're almost relieved that you're headed to driver introductions, and you just want to get to your car so that you can stop doing that.
Well, you're taking care of business
pictures.
right there. That's what you are. You're shaking hands of all the people that make it possible for you to get in that car. It's a lot. You're busy. There's excitement in the air. There's fans.
So
that are
I know there will be a flip,
Everybody's
but
breathing down
Kyle
your
Busch
neck.
finally
You
win. I
cannot
hope
wait
so,
to get in that
CJ.
car and put your helmet on.
And that's part of what makes
I hope
NASCAR
so.
different than anything else. Right before the race, you can see the fans are right there with the drivers. Joey Logano doing a little interview before the race.
Yeah, we're going to hear from him with Kevin in a moment. Kyle Busch at his 20th Daytona 500 and has yet to win, so that's something he would love to capture. Roger Penske sits down with Kevin and last year's champ. That's straight ahead live as we count you down.
All right, so we just got a little bit longer, 200 likes. Let's go to 300 likes now, y'all. Let's see if we can get 1K likes tonight. 1K likes today. We have a long day ahead of us, especially with the rain. We know there's going to be some rain delays. Mosh, if you're available today, we could probably do what we did last time during the rain delay. We can bring you in if you like. But let's see if we can get the whole race in. Maybe it doesn't rain. Maybe it just stops right before Daytona. I don't think that's going to happen. But Unskilled Scout says, I had a gut feeling he would win the 500 majority of the week, and I predicted some things this week, so hopefully he wins the 500. All right, we'll see what happens. T-Van says, what lap does Bubbles and Ty Dillon take out the field? We'll see. Mike D says, what's up, man? CeeLo and chat, what's going on, Mike D? Custer has no teammates, no help in the drafting race, so I just do not see anyone working with him. I mean, he's a Ford, right? I can't remember. Where's Custer? Oh my gosh, I'm going to blank here, guys. Custer, he is in a, oh my gosh, this is early morning for me. He's in a Ford. Yes, Ford, duh. Ford. So, I mean, he at least has Ford friends. He has Ford friends. So that Fords are strong, CeeLo. They are, Gary. The Penske cars are very strong. I look to see Cindric go to the front pretty quick. At least Briscoe's got some teammate help there with the Toyota, so he can at least have some there. But really one thing that's been quiet has been Hendrick. Other than Byron, it really hasn't been much going on with Hendrick. Hendrick has been very quiet this Speed Weeks, if you want to call it Speed Weeks. Are you in the West? I am not in the West. It's still early on a Sunday. We're not usually streaming until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. C, the Fords, I know. Let's see, what did Mark say? Mark says, I think Gibbs should have his Toyotas to Japan and race Hondas and Nissans. What's up? Adam says, hey, gang, thanks, CeeLo. I'm excited. I don't know if I'm more excited for the race or to see Trump start your engines. Oh, is he doing gentlemen start your engines? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you, Just a Nobody. Thanks so much for hitting that sub. Appreciate it. Trying to get there. Trying to get to 30,000. That's our new goal, 30,000, y'all. But we're ready for this race. We're ready for some fun. And here we go. We're getting there soon.
Expected to win, and the arrival of President Trump. We showed you Air Force
What's
One,
up, NBA player? Good to see you. Chris, what's up, brother? Good to see you as well.
Maybe hop in to take him around the Speedway 2.5 miles for just a few before we get started. If Jamie Little gets through security, she'll be able to talk with him coming up here in just a moment. All right, meanwhile, long shots, underdogs. This is an avenue of opportunity, this race. Michael Waltrip can relate to that.
February, Florida. Finally, we're back in business.
Real season starts today, man. It is Daytona and anything can happen.
This place means a lot
30K today, we'll see, bub.
But the world to me.
Come on, buddy.
That'll be a while.
Who'd have thought a kid from Owensboro, Kentucky would be a Daytona 500 champ? Not once, but twice.
Michael Waltrip is a two-time champion.
A wise man once said, Daytona is a wide open.
Anybody bid 11? Sorry, it's all right, Lone Wolf.
Remember 2011?
Happy birthday, Trevor Bay.
And don't forget about what happened here recently.
Austin Dillon, Michael McDowell. Here comes Stenhouse. Cindric.
It's truly anyone's chance to shock the world. Anybody's race to win.
They are just pushing
300 likes before the green flag, y'all. Pre-race ceremony's coming up.
Second, that Harley J. Earl trophy can be yours. Life's changed.
Maybe a little bit, Bright Wolf.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
And speaking of odds, this is what we have currently for this race. We look at long shots first. We've got a couple of former winners in Austin Dillon and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who are long shots in this race, but leading the long shots.
Thank you, Grant. Garrett. Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate you.
Starting up front. And for the favorites, wow, Kyle Busch, 0 for 19 in the Daytona 500, but he's a guy who people think can win. You see Bubba Wallace up there, Chase Elliott, who is with us, Brad Keselowski, the veteran, looking for his
I don't think so either, T-Van.
Daytona 500 win, although he has a championship in his name, and Byron on the list trying to go back-to-back. Time for our driver pick, sponsored by DraftKings. I want to know who you like and why. I'll start with you.
I'm going to change my pick a little bit from my pre-race favorite. I love the fact that Chase Elliott's car pushes so well, and I think that'll keep him in contention all day.
Well, I like what my man did in the duels. I'm going with Bubba Wallace. I think he's going to get it done.
Yeah, I'm going Ryan Blaney. He's been as close as anybody to winning this race multiple times.
All right, I'll take the driver of Air Force One. I think now DraftKings Sportsbook is an unauthorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Just
you're welcome, Greg. $2 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Everybody tell Greg thank you so much, Greg.
Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Talk about great drivers. Joey Logano, one who has a 500 and championships to go with it. You had a chance to check with him and his boss.
I did.
Not so sunny there anymore, y'all.
I wanted to learn about the evolution of Joey Logano while he was at Penske, because when I look at it, I look at it as a chance that they both took in order to start something new, and man, has it worked out.
For me, this.
All right, so let's do race predictions right now. We'll do our picks. We already know where everybody's starting. You know who's going to the back of the pack. You know who's won earlier this week. Let's do it right now. We're just doing picks, not dark horses. We're doing picks. I'm going right here. I cannot pick anybody else. I did that in our race weekend preview pick. Denny Hamlin, he shocks the world. No FedEx gets all mad because they brocked out of the NASCAR. I'm going Denny Hamlin. Here we go. Glenn, the 48. Ryan's got the 8. Luis has got the 5. Logano for Bright Wolf. Gary's got the 9. Bubba for Mike. Rowdy for the 500. Brownie says. Byron for Alexandria. Man, it's going so fast already. Darlene for Chase Elliott. Bright Wolf has the 12. Ryan Reed has the 8. IB4 has the 5. Bright Wolf 23. He's got 2 of them. Robert says the 9. Greg's got Elliott. Ryan's got 8. Bright Wolf again, the 22. Antonio, what's up? Good to see you. Kyle Busch for Shane. Kyle Busch for C. Brown. Ryan Reed's got Kyle Busch. Danny's got JRM. Man, that'll be shocking. Butterfly, let's see. Jim says the 48. Evelyn says the 9. Buckman says the 22. Gary says the 9. Butterfly says Denny. Chris says the 3. Going to start raining soon. It's scary looking. Storm Captain says Denny. Gregor says Hamlin. Algeier for the 40 for Ira, the Daytona 500 winner. That would be crazy. Alexander says Byron. Let's see who else we got here. They're coming in so fast. I can't keep track here. Let's see here. Ooh, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me. All right, where do we go? Rowdy for the 500 win. Okay. Missed my place here. I'm going to just pick right here. Deer Slayer says Team Ski. Ty Dillon for Rick. Wow, try Dillon. Wow. Chastain for Steven. Gas says the 22. Birdnet says Blaney. Mad Steve says Kyle Busch. Hit that like for us. Always hoping for Rowdy from Martha. Holston says, hi, what's going on? Thank you, Paula, for subscribing. Bubba for Lloyd. Holston says hi. V Cracker says 12. Kyle Lawson for X Beast. Bubba says Mr. 12, Mr. C, go Fords. Larson for Amateur Hour Fishing. Jason says Brad Kozlowski. Andrew says Rowdy. Coop Cooper says Kyle Busch. I'm going so slow. It's I can't keep up. It's going so fast. Let's see. We scroll back down here. Coop Cooper says Kyle Busch. Let's see. If number 9 can't get the win, let's go 8 for Greg. Little Jack picks Chase Elliott and Bubba Wallace. Holston says the 5. 6 says Negative Squirrel. Let's see. 5 again. And I think that's it. Rick, NASCAR fans going Eric Jones. That would be a huge win there for him. Cheryl's got the 9 and a whole bunch. Major upset. Surf Bum goes with his boy Truex, and he honors his dad in victory lane. And thank you guys for your picks. Coming up next commercial, we'll do the dark horses.
And really honing in your skills and giving you everything you ever needed to win championships provides you to have a 3-time champion under your belt.
Yeah, and when I look at Joey Logano,
Hit that like for us, y'all.
All you got to know is that he took not the fastest car this year and won the championship with it. Multiple times he didn't have the quickest car and he won the race. He is one of those guys that can put it on his back and carry it.
Love his smile and split personality when he's on the track. Roger Penske, birthday later this week. Happy birthday, success in NASCAR and in IndyCar, and we'll of course see him when Fox brings
James, what's going on? Good to see Jamie. What's going on? Good to see you.
With Mike Joy to call the 67th running of the Great American Race. So guys, have fun.
It's time.
Warmed up. I know. I can't wait. And Donald Trump taking some hot laps. We expect to talk to the president, and a little later, Morgan Freeman. We'll hear from him live on Fox.
All right, now it's time for the dark horse. Dark horse time. Let's get your dark horses in. We already got your picks. Now it's time for your dark horses. My dark horse, what did I say? I forget. I said, who did I say? Hold on. Does anyone remember what I said? I think I said Rowdy. Did I say Rowdy? I can't remember. Someone tell me what I said, but we'll just go with everybody else's. Algeier, Diehard's got Priest. Algeier's got Shane. Rick's got Eric Jones as my dark horse. 43 for Gary. SVG for Adam. Luis says Josh Berry. I think I said Josh Berry. I can't remember. John Hunter Nemechek says Philip. Suarez says Jeremy. Steven says Algeier. Jim says the 24. Brian says the 24 years, not a fan of the 3. I was there. Sad day indeed. Rick says the 91. C Brown's got Bubba. Surf Bum's got Ryan Blaney. Buck's got 43. And my upset's Ty Dillon for Taj. Virginia Crackers got 16. The Dinger. Let's go Dark Horses. Jesse Love for Butterfly. Chase Elliott wins today, says Michael. Eric Jones says Gary. Unskilled says Kyle Busch. Danny says Alex Bowman. Douglas got JJ Haley. Chris says Larson. Justin says Ricky Bobby. John says the 0, 1, the 18, or the 23 are your dark horses. Dark horse is Cindric for CJ. Jeremy's got Suarez. Dark horse 43 for L. Rachel's got the 8. Algire's got David. David's got Algire. Let's see. Taj or Allmendinger. Okay. Lloyd's got Busher. Alexander's got Tyler Reddick. Leanne's got SVG. Andrew's got Larson. Mark's got 43. Robert's got the 40. Bubba Wallace for War Machine. Michael says the 9. Georgia fans got Logano. Doogie's got Justin Haley. 43 for T-Van. Lots of 43. The 10 for Barry. Wade says Stenhouse. Chase Elliott for Hope. My heart's with Justin Algire. We'll see what happens. Dark Horse Bad Brad for Coop Cooper. I said Graxon. Okay, thank you. So Noah Graxon is my dark horse. Noah Graxon. Danny's got the 48. Justin's got the 43. Gregor's got the 40 and the 88. Susan's got the 56. Well, we have some deleted messages here. Michael McDowell for Randall. Mark says 40. Dark horse. Let's see what else we got. Denny win it all the way. Noah Gregson for the 4. Daryl says the 24. Ty Dillon for Barry. Cole Trickle for Gary. McDowell for Greg. And Martin Truex Jr. for Susan. And they keep on going here. Jones for Big Wade. Wade says Jones. I know Christopher Bell's his pick. Georgia fans got Logano. Cindric for Big Boy. And J64's got Cindric. McDowell for Greg. And Brian's got the 43. There we go. That's a lot, y'all. Wow.
These scenes that we see from pit road, look at those 2 legends.
Penske
Roger
and Richard
Penske
Childress,
yes. Childress sitting there. Love to know what they're talking about. Ryan Blaney, you see they're finally done signing autographs and taking pictures, doing the national anthem. And as Clint and Kevin and I talked about, she looks tired, by the way. It's just that moment that you can get in the car and relax and do what you're here to do.
A sold-out crowd. We mentioned fans from all 50 states.
It is crowded.
At least with this new configuration at Daytona International Speedway, the biggest crowd ever in this arrangement. And 44 countries have fans coming here as well. We're getting ready to roll. Let's check in on the grid to see how loose the vibe is.
Cooper says Keselowski knows how to win this race.
I feel good, and I'm with international rugby star Aaron Woods. You ever get in a scrum?
Yeah, you want to get in a scrum right now, brother? Come on.
I don't know about that. Tell me about NASCAR. What you're doing here? How's it going?
We've come down this remote. We've got the National Rugby League competition. It's coming out to Vegas March 1st at Allegiant Stadium, but come to watch our man Ryan Blaney. Look, he's killing it. He came out to one of our training sessions last year, and we want to get right behind him and support him today in the Daytona 500.
You're an athlete too, bro.
Well, you know, different kind of athlete, right? So I couldn't tackle him, but I don't think he could drive what I drive. But it was cool. It's like Daytona, the 500 is so cool to have all these different athletes around, right? Come out, see the sport. It was cool to go watch rugby league last year. Hopefully I can go support them in Vegas here on March 1st. And yeah, it's been fun.
Awesome. Good to see you. See what else we can find. Hey, Chase Elliott, just wanted to say good luck, buddy.
I appreciate it. What do you think about all this?
I'm having a good time. It's very crowded down here, and I'm doing the grid walk, and it's supposed to be spontaneous. Thanks for working with me.
No problem.
One other thing. I loved watching your dad win here. I know it'd mean the world for you to do the same.
It would, no doubt.
Okay, let's see what else we can find. Excuse me, I'm coming through. This is how you do television. Right here is Dale Jr. Dale, the smile on your face when this car raced in Thursday night. I know the feeling, you know, and how much it means to you. And can you describe it?
Man, no, you can't. I mean, this is the biggest race. I've been nervous in my driving
40
career.
Dark Horse, gotcha, Mark.
I've ever been in my life.
What's up, Peter? Good to see you.
But you know how that feels. It's great. Here we are. from here on out, man, it's just
He has been strong, Greg.
All the good stuff, man.
What if you pull into victory lane as an owner to celebrate this wonderful career you've had?
I might just retire from everything right there on the spot. That'll be it.
Oh, hey, Chris Stapleton, Michael Waltrip, Fox Sports. Good to see you. Just wanted to wish you luck. Appreciate you. Have a good race.
He said he's going to retire from everything.
C. Bell. Chris wasn't feeling like talking
300
to me.
likes. Let's go, y'all.
C. Bell,
300.
how's it going? You feel good?
M-Dub, I missed my neighbor this week. Where were you at?
I know I didn't bring my Airstream, darn it. I just couldn't afford to buy the gas and all that stuff. How you feeling about today, man? How's the car?
Oh, man, this is amazing. This is Daytona
Christopher
Day.
Bell,
Happy
we see
Daytona
those
Day out
20s,
there,
Big
everybody.
Wade.
I love it. Thank you. I'm going to go see who else I can find. Nobody's driving this truck.
Next commercial, Lloyd.
There's Kyle Busch. Hey, Kyle. You've won everything in America.
Thank you,
How would it
Red
feel to get a
Force
victory here today in
488.
Daytona?
Yeah, it'd be certainly special.
Hit that sub, y'all.
Another guy with a pretty big name that won it on his 20th try, so I'd love to be able to match that, especially in an RCR car, and get all these guys here to victory lane.
Rowdy.
Wouldn't that be special?
It would be something special.
Have fun today. Hey, Larson, you've won all over the world. How about this race? How would that feel? Remember, we talked about this.
Thank you, Teresa.
Honestly, it would be great, and to join you as a Daytona 500 winner would be very special.
It'd be nice to see your name on that Harley J. Earl Trophy where mine rests.
Larson.
Kyle Busch is going to try to do the same. It's getting ready to go down. The excitement is high here at Daytona. We're going to go trackside for ceremonies and get the party started in the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask you to join us as Chaplain Farzad Norian, representing Advent Health of Central Florida, offers today's invocation.
Father in heaven, we pause for a moment, Lord, to acknowledge you on this afternoon and ask for a sense of your presence to be with us. Please, Lord, protect our drivers in the race today, our crew members, our officials, our fans, and our families. And Lord, please protect and bless our president as he serves this nation. Bless our men and women in the military. Bless those in law enforcement and their families. And bless the United States of America. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now please rise. As you are able, remove your hats and veterans render a hand salute as the Military District of Washington Joint Armed Forces Color Guard presents our nation's colors.
Colors, present arms!
To honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome from the United States Air Force Band Singing Sergeants, Technical Sergeant Michael J. Aiello.
Yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And Doug.
You'll be back.
All right, y'all. It's pretty moving. How about y'all? All right. So It's almost time. What's up, Troy? Good to see you. It's almost time. We're almost to 300 likes. Let's see if we get to 400 likes before the green flag. You guys are amazing. Maybe 500 at this time. Thank you guys so much. Let's do cautions now. How many cautions are we going to have today? Cautions, including stage breaks. How many cautions are we going to have? Here's your chance. Rick says 7. Butterfly says 7. Lloyd says 7. Lloyd says 8. Trenton says 8. Louis says 6. What's up, Close Prophet? What's going on, man? Pastel says 12. Troy says 20. Oh my gosh. Chris says 10. Mad Steve says 12. IB4 says 12. 11 for Bronny. 10 for, I'm going 8, by the way. 8. 10 for Jaspy. 9 for Daryl. 9 for Georgia. 10 for Troy. 9 for Mark. Jermaine says 8. Ethan says 6. Evelyn says 11. Shannon says 9. Gregor, that was nice. It was very moving, y'all. Steven says 8. Adam says 9. Suarez 99 for Roman. 12 for Jim. 8 for Closed Profits. 11 for Butterfly. 5 for Jason. 9 for Denise. 10 for Steve. 15 for Peter. 11 for Justin. I think the 10 or 12 for CJ. Susan has 8. Georgia Fana says 1,000. Too many, says Ray. I'm with you. One World says 9. C Brown says 9. Troy says 10. Cheryl says 8. Misty says 4. Robert says 9. Tim says I'm back. Welcome back. Mad Steve says 12. Gregor says 9. What's up, Annie? Good to see you. Native Squirrel says 4. Darlene says 6. Rachel says 5. Speed says 10 plus. Dylan says 11. 10 for GW. 9 for Danny. 8 for Tim. 8 for Adam. Let's see. 8 for Jermaine. 8 for John. 9 for Dismillet. For Dis. 12 for X Beast. 10 for Kamari. What's up, Tim? 6 for Wayne. And 8 for Adam. 6 for the Bright Wolf, 4 for Glenn, Edward 6, Mike says 11, Kevin says 8, Thomas says 8, 6 says Butterfly, Wade says 9, Buckmate says 7, Georgia Fan says the Greatest Find says 11, and Bricky says 9, Philip says 8, and Alexander says 8. Woo! That's a lot, y'all. I try to read everybody's names. I know it's big for some of y'all. So there we go. So your cautions are great. There you go. Your cautions are done. All right, we got our picks. We got our dark horses and we got our cautions. So the only thing left, guys, here on this channel is to watch the race, listen to the race, and have a good time. If you're watching at home in our chat, we appreciate you being here. We appreciate everything that you've done so far in this Speed Weeks. We're ready for a great season with you guys. We had an amazing year last year. Let's double what we did last year and have fun. My only rules in this chat are no politics. 2, no cursing. 3, be nice to each other. And like I said before, it's okay to trash talk a driver. All of us don't like certain drivers. I have drivers I don't like. You don't like this guy. It's okay. That's what NASCAR is all about. That's what being freedom of speech, but on a certain spot. Okay? So just do that for me, and let's have some fun. So let's get to pre-race ceremonies. Almost ready for gentlemen. Start your engines, and we're going to have a good time. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us on the Go at CeeLo. 600 of us here. We already have 300 likes. Let's get that 400 like mark before the cars even hit the green flag. Thank you, mods, for hanging out. Mods, give you your discretion today. Hide whatever you want and do as you do. I appreciate you guys. Members, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving your hard-earned money back to the channel. Enjoy the emojis today, guys. Have fun. We have redeems as well for some drivers. I promise you, I'll finally eventually get all the drivers have redeems, but we're going to have a good time. So that's it. Let's get it going.
To the great American race.
Great American race.
And a big thank you to Academy Award winner Morgan Freeman, who you can see in My Dead Friend Zoe in theaters February 28th. 41 race cars and 1 presidential limousine are lined up on pit road, ready for the start of the 67th annual Daytona 500 on Fox. What a scene
It's all right, Greg.
for this, the biggest day of any stock car racing year, and even bigger, with a sitting president coming to the Daytona 500 for only the third time in history. 43 different men have won the 500. 8 are in today's race, and 1 is standing right alongside me. That's Kevin Harvick. Clint Boyer has finished 4th in the great race twice. What a day. How big can it get?
It doesn't get any bigger. This is the biggest race of their lives. The Daytona 500 is it for our sport. The buildup, the hype, everything, the energy is blowing through these guys' veins like fire, like wildfire. You got the president on the ground, the Thunderbirds flying overhead. Daytona has America on display.
Well, hold on, Clint, because all that hype is usually what causes one of those early cautions. As a driver, you have to take a deep breath. You have to focus on what you're supposed to be doing, because everything that's happening down there can be very overwhelming. So it's a big moment. Still makes the hair on my arm stand up, and I can't wait.
Well, the fear is the big one, and that is the big accident. We've had several all through the week, this week already in the qualifying races on Thursday. And our stat boys put together that the danger zone is from 5th to 30th. You need to be in front of that or behind that.
That's a pretty big zone.
I was going to say,
it is.
Typical stat guys there. Let's narrow it down a little bit. But I don't think there's a safe place, and I think that their stats are right. I think as you are leading this race, getting those pushes is super important. And with this car, those pushes have become more and more aggressive as we get towards the end of the race, and ultimately that's going to result in a wreck. There's just no way around it.
That's the inevitable. And the biggest thing is there's no way. Everybody thinks they can look into a crystal ball and this is the lap they're going to wreck, or this is the situation that's going to happen. You don't know. You have to go out there, put yourself in position, just like last year's William Byron, right? He was the one that got turned into the guy leading the race and wiped them all out, ultimately leading him to win the Great American Race. That can happen. It can happen to anybody in this race today.
Well, we saw the president there talking with the king, stock car racing's king, Richard Petty, and with Greg Biffle, who led a fleet of helicopters doing relief in western North Carolina after the hurricane.
Richard Petty.
Biff's going to get a selfie with the president. What a nice memento of that trip to Daytona. So, who will set the pace today, and how fast a pace will it be?
Well, I think in the beginning it's going to be a fast pace, and I think for the drivers, the big thing that you have to do starting this race is get used to the pace of the field with all the cars in it. That pace will be a lot different than what you practiced with. It'll be a lot different than what you had in the duels, and you have to be able to readjust yourself to the way that things are happening and still calm down.
Yeah, to your point, Kevin, you have to remember the duels half the field. None of these cars on the
Pat,
racetrack has had the speed, had the
thank you.
downforce, or lack of downforce under what they're going to feel for the whole field of 40 cars to be out there. The pace picks up, grip level goes down.
Toyota on the pole for the first time ever in the history of the 500. Chase Briscoe will lead them to green. Will he stay there, and for how long?
Well, that's a good question. I think as this thing starts to play out, all those circumstances start to change.
Thank you, Holly B.
Chase Briscoe is in the opportunity of his life in that 19 car. We saw that car have so much success through the years with Martin Truex Jr., but I believe that when you have a driver and a crew chief that are as motivated as Chase Briscoe and James Small, great things are going to happen for this 19 car. But today,
Big Dale's
you have
watching.
to be able to control the race as long as you can, and that is hard to do here.
Well, as we saw the Penske camp do it in the second duel, how do you do that? You do it with teammates like Denny Hamlin, 3-time champion of the Daytona 500. But you heard me talk about Logano. Him and Austin Cindric worked so well together in duel number 2. It was amazing, the whale of a job that they did to get Cindric the win.
Christopher Bell often flies under the radar, but boy, he and Kyle Larson competed all last season for the most wins.
Well, he's soon, over the next few years, will become the leader of Joe Gibbs Racing, so it'll be great to see him do what he does inside the car today.
Bubba Wallace, a winner on Thursday night. All right, let's go trackside with Jamie Little.
Well, I'm joined now by the President of the United States. Mr. President, 5 years ago, we were standing in this very spot. What brings you back to the Great American Race?
I think it's fantastic. It's great for the country. Our country is doing well again, and we have spirit all over the world. There's spirit again. We brought it back, and it's been less than 4 weeks. So you'll see what we do in a little period of time. It's going to only get better, but this is very exciting.
You brought your granddaughter. I know some of your other family members are here. You get to take a ride around in the Beast. What is that like?
I'll let you know in about 2 minutes because it's going to be, they're going to be going quite quickly, I understand.
And you just got to meet some of the drivers. Are you going to get on the radio again and talk to them before the start of this?
And I say they have a lot of courage doing this. It's I see it, and I've been here, and they have a lot of guts, as they would say.
Mr. President, enjoy your time.
Thank you very much.
Mike.
Thank you, Jamie. What a day in Daytona, the 67th annual Daytona 500 at the ready. Rain
what up, Alex? Good to see you.
Way, so we'll be racing to get past halfway just as quickly as possible here. 41 cars, drivers from 4 countries, most of them NASCAR Cup Series regulars, getting ready to flip the switch and race into history. Let's go trackside for the command. Daytona International Speedway. Here to give the command to fire engines from Marvel Studios' Captain America, Brave New World, now in theaters. Please welcome Captain America himself, Anthony Mackie.
Drivers! Start your engines!
Let's go.
Just remember,
200 laps, destiny awaits. Perhaps one of these drivers to hoist the Harley Earl Trophy in Daytona Victory Lane.
All right, we are gentlemen. Start your engines. We are ready to go. Let's go, baby. Ready to have some fun with you tonight on the Go at CeeLo right here on our channel. We hope to have a great time. We'll do MRN for the start of the race. We'll do this other stuff here, and then at 5 laps to go in the stage or 5 laps to go in the race or so, we will go back to MRN for every end of the stage or race. So that's how we'll do it. Your feed is almost 45 seconds behind, CeeLo. Well, I'm sorry, Rick. That's I'm on YouTube TV. That's all I got. So it's okay. It all depends. We don't do video here, man. It's against the rules. You can't show the race. So do apologize for that. And all the bots are here too. What's up, bots? Good to see you. I love the sound of that, CeeLo. That's right. Get the bot out of here. There you go. But thank you guys for hanging out with us. We appreciate you. If you're here to be mean about the president, we're no politics, y'all. He's just here for the race. He's not here for anything else. That's all it's here for. He's here for the race. So what's up? How long for the weather? It's going to be about an hour and a half, I would say. About an hour and a half. Then we'll go from there.
41 race car drivers in Nomex at the ready. Plus the presidential limousine is going to take a lap or two here before the start of this Daytona 500. Teddy Roosevelt may well have been the first American president to ride in an automobile.
Thank you, Evo, for subbing.
But the first to embrace auto racing was Richard Nixon, who was taking off from California and at a low level flew over Ontario Motor Speedway where there was a huge crowd. Nixon wanted to land the plane and see what was going on. The Secret Service said no, but
closer to 30 to 45 minutes. Oh, man.
For all of auto racing at the White House.
How long do you think it's going to last?
The president who most embraced stock car racing, though, was Jimmy Carter. The Georgia native was Grand Marshal at Atlanta when he was governor. Alf Knight, the track superintendent there, was one of his closest confidants. And Carter hosted a reception just for stock car racing at the White House. Of course, he was at Camp David conducting the peace accords. So Rosalind hosted the sports crates. You saw Ronald Reagan, who gave a command to start the Daytona 500 from Air Force One and was here for Richard Petty's 200th victory in July of 1984.
360 lights. Let's get to 400 before the green flag. Can you hit us to 400?
President. Bill Clinton campaigned at Darlington Raceway. George W. Bush attended several races, including this one in 2004. And this is President Trump's second trip to the Great American Race. The Thunderbirds with an encore flyover. And the procession of pre-race at the ready.
There's nothing like it, guys. Such a display. Power.
Let's go CeeLo, Bell, and Hamlin. Wait, big Wade. Yes, sir.
Chase Briscoe getting set to lead the field to green in the Daytona 500. Your first race for Joe Gibbs Racing. How do you control the adrenaline of the moment and focus on 500 miles?
Yeah, of all the races to qualify on the pole, this is definitely the one. So yeah, adrenaline's pumping. This is the biggest race of our year. So have a really fast Bass Pro Shops Toyota. We start up front, just got to try to finish up front now.
Thanks, Chase.
All right, drivers.
Uno Suno, Regine.
You're alone.
Finally.
The window net is up. No more meet and greets, no more handshakes, no more selfies. You are
40
in
for the win,
your
Robert. Good to see you.
Place. What's going through your mind right now?
Finally, like Clint said, finally you're in the car and you're able to focus on the
Chastain
things
sleeping.
that you need to focus on. It's quiet inside the car. You'll have the engine shut off right now as they try to decide when they're going to roll off a pit road here. We get
Yeah, it's awful quiet, isn't it?
So you're trying to watch the airplanes flying by, but it's the best time of the race because you're finally in the car and everything is peaceful.
I know you're not going to believe this, but this is the time I close my eyes and I think about the plan. I think about
Good
my teammates.
possibility
I
they
think
know
about
lightning's
the
coming.
situational awareness where I need to be. When my spotter's talking, when he says hi, when he says clear, that means now. Do not delay. Do not halter. If you do, you will be the wreck. You have to put all the pieces together. They have to be perfect to win this great American race.
Well, the presidential motorcade begins to roll out. They will do 2 laps. Then the fleet of dignitaries in the Chevy pace cars, and then our 41-car field, largest Daytona 500 starting field in several years because of the addition of a provisional spot reserved for a driver outside of NASCAR, but with world-class credentials. The team had to apply for that more than 90 days in advance. Team Trackhouse
What's
did.
the issue?
Castroneves, the 4-time Indy winner and 3-time Rolex 24-hour race winner, has that provisional start in 41st position.
Really? I think it's just pre-race. They're not showing the whole thing.
Rolling, guys.
Well, and this is where it all starts, Clint. I mean, right here. You got to make sure you start dotting the I's and crossing the T's to get your job done, prepping for pit road, making sure everything's functioning correctly. You've gone through your belts and everything as a driver.
It's all good.
You roll off through that checklist
All
and
good.
make sure that you're ready to go.
It's not every day you get a president to be the pace car and lead the field
Makes
to green.
sense.
That's pretty cool.
I always felt like when the president showed up at the race and was able to attend the Daytona 500, it just took things to another level. Everybody from the sponsorship side of things is already here, but when that president of the United States is leading you around on the pace laps, you know this means something.
That heavily armored limousine weighs approximately 22,000 pounds. No official figures are given. And its top speed is a well-kept secret.
Well, they're going to need it. They're going to need all they can get. If he gets up on the high banks, 31 degrees at Daytona, you heard him. The man said himself, they tell me it's going to be fast, so I better get in, buckle up.
I saw it. Butterfly,
now,
thank
in a
you.
regular street car, you need to drive 65 miles an hour or more just to stay up on the banking. Otherwise, its steepness will kind of spit you down and out.
Honestly, when I give rides around Daytona, places like here in Talladega, my favorite thing to do is actually slow them down. Let them feel that. They get really nervous thinking the car is going to flip over at slow speed. At high speed, when these guys get up upwards 200 mile an hour, believe it or not, you don't even feel the bank, do you, Kevin?
No, and when you're going slow like that, it feels like the car is actually going to spin out the wrong way.
Hit that like for us, trying to get to 400 likes. 30 to go. 30 likes to go to 400. Help us out, y'all.
Toyotas, Fords, and
30
Chevrolets
likes to go.
fill the field. As this lap is recorded for posterity. Into the back straightaway, nearly 3,000 feet of asphalt ribbon. And then they bank sharply up into the 31-degree banking of turn number 3, something the limousine will not attempt today.
Well, you know, we got to dissect. We're racers. I don't know about the air pressures. What do you think they're running in that thing? You think they're at minimums? You think they're down a little bit? I mean, we got to find an edge somewhere.
Well, the thing that they're going to find an edge at is what these 2 extra pace laps mean. And that'll immediately spin the crew chiefs and engineers out into a different cycle of strategy. So
Gosh, dang
I
it,
hate
Kevin.
to tell
I'm
you,
trying to have some fun here. Now you're going right down to the fun police has arrived. and we're down to the details already. He's worried about fuel mileage, already complaining about fuel mileage. I love it.
Well, we actually want to win the race, Clint, right?
Man,
we don't want to just be in it.
I want to be.
We want to win
the show and win the
Go,
race.
y'all.
That's a long ways from now.
All right, here comes the field off turn number 4.
Thank you, Jerry, for subbing. We
Behind the
appreciate you,
presidential
Jerry.
motorcade. Oftentimes, the series director for NASCAR will address the drivers, but the next voice you hear will be the President of the United States.
And Mr. President, thank you for joining us to get this year's Great American Race, the Daytona 500 started. The radio is yours, sir.
Okay. And it's not working. The radio's not working.
And Mr. President, the radio is yours.
This is your favorite president. I'm a big fan. I am a really big fan of you people that you do this. I don't know, but I just want you to be safe. You're talented people and you're great people and great Americans. Have a good day. Have a lot of fun, and I'll see you later.
What's up, William? Good to see you.
Once the ceremonial pace laps are finished, the president will retire to a VIP suite to watch at least the first stage of today's race.
You forgot Boogity. We haven't done Boogity Boogity yet. Not over yet. Not started yet. Awful quiet.
It was a great sight to see all the folks in the stands jumping up, grabbing phones, grabbing cameras as Air Force One did a flyby of the Speedway before landing.
You know, we're very fortunate, Kevin, you and I, this sport's given us everything in our lives. Very fortunate to have a sport that somebody as powerful as the President of the United States of America wants to come and be a part of it, be present. Means a lot to the sport of NASCAR and everybody involved.
It does mean a lot, and I've been fortunate to, go to the White House and meet with several presidents, and Donald Trump has been so good to the sport, being and attending events, the Daytona 500 twice now, so it's a great sight to see.
I'm about a minute behind my rabbit ear. Oh, man.
The motorcade heads for pit road. They will
Rabbit
not be
ears,
stopping
baby.
for tires and fuel.
No fuel.
He's getting there some
And away from
Sunoco. What's up,
Donald Trump,
T. Lee?
President of the United States, to send the field on its way.
Ricky
And with
CeeLo
that,
didn't mention your
let's
pick.
have a
What was
look
your
at
pick,
the
Regine?
starting
I know
lineup
I
for
said
the
it.
67th Daytona 500. Indiana's Chase Briscoe, first Toyota ever to win the pole for the 500, with Austin Cindric, the 2022 winner of this race. They have the front row. Row number 2, Bubba Wallace, a two-time runner-up who won his dual race Thursday night, and Eric Jones making his best Daytona 500 start.
Well, let's dial up Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace, Kevin,
See
and
those
the guys up in the
23s
Fox
from
booth.
Bubba.
A lot of hype here, buddy. How do you keep yourself calm, and what do you think we're in store for at the beginning of this race?
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, you've done it. It's the biggest race of the season, and this is the most relaxed I've been out of my 8th start here, so feel good about it. I feel like our McDonald's team and this whole Toyota Camry is really, really fast. Was able to show that on Thursday, but now it's time for the real test here. I think the start, it's the big fuel-saving game now. That's all we talk about in our meetings is how can we capitalize on fuel saving and keep the lead, which is damn near impossible. So we'll see what happens. It's all in all, let's have a good day and go get us one finally.
All right, well, I appreciate you talking about fuel already. My partner just left the booth because that's what I was talking about as well.
Tell him my
Good luck,
pick team.
man.
I appreciate it, brother. Have fun.
C. Brown dropped
All
those
right, row
23s.
three, we got William Byron, defending Daytona 500 champion. On his outside, Chris Buescher. Keep an eye on him. Daytona winner in August. Also, row 4, Ty Dillon.
I think
Proud to
maybe
welcome
Hamlin,
North
maybe
Carolina
Rowdy,
and
finally maybe
three-time
Ross won
Daytona
World
champion
says.
Denny Hamlin.
Row
Denny,
5, we've got
baby.
Ross Chastain, the only Florida driver in the field, and Joey Logano, 3-time champ.
Let's dial up, Joey Logano. How about you, Joey Logano? Boyer and the boys up in the booth.
Yeah, what's happening?
You're happening, buddy. Daytona 500. We've got the
So what's the
president
thoughts
here,
on
Thunderbirds
winners
in the air.
right now?
You gotta be,
There's
you gotta
lots
be
of them.
just jumping to get out
Let's
here
see
and get
those
started. Tell me about your
22s.
car. I loved what you guys had. It's teamwork in the Penske duel number 2 with you and Cindric.
Yeah, like what we got going on here. We got a really cool looking Shell Pencil Mustang with the
What's up,
collaboration with
Yippity?
IndyCar stuff with it. Joseph Dugard and the Indy 500 win. So we want to make this thing up front, end up there. I think we got a good piece. We got a great team and a great car. So we just got to go do our jobs now.
All right, man. Good luck out there. Do
I
your
hope
thing.
so, Trenton.
All right, row number 6, Tyler Reddick with 3 wins last year, and Corey LaJoie making one of his few starts this year.
All right, row number 7, you got A.J. Allmendinger, finished top 10 in his last 4 starts at Daytona 500. On his outside, Todd Gilliland, best Daytona 500 start to boot.
Row 8, we've got Austin Dillon from Welcome, North Carolina, and Ryan Blaney, our 2023 champ.
Row 9, 2020 Cup champ Chase Elliott and John Hunter Nemechek. Jamie?
Mike, 7-time most popular driver Chase Elliott is entering his 10th Daytona 500. This is the one. This is the trophy that has eluded him. Now he starts from impact
Pedal
today,
to the
but
metal.
he told me the plan is to get to the front as quickly as possible. He also said he was very comfortable being aggressive in practice. So watch for that 9 car to go to the front. They feel like they have a car capable of winning.
Row 10, Xfinity champ Justin Allgaier driving for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Christopher Bell, who's
Somebody
finished third
say
in
it.
this
Not
race
time
both
yet.
of the last 2 years. Regan?
Like Christopher Bell is a part of new generation Cup Series superstars, willing to drive anything, anytime, anywhere, and win while doing it. Last year, statistically speaking, a career year for Christopher Bell. 3 wins, and
Thank
as
you guys
just
for the
mentioned,
likes.
a third-place runner-up or third-place finish in the Daytona 500. That has him coming into today confident
they are.
that today is the day he puts his name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy.
Row 11, Kyle Busch, 2-time Cup champion. This is his 20th try at the Daytona 500. And Kyle Larson, who's won nearly everything in the Cup Series except this. Josh?
Well, there is no
Larson.
doubt Kyle Larson is one of the best drivers on the planet. He's won races in a number of different disciplines in motorsports, but the 2021 Cup champ has yet to win the Daytona 500. 0-11 in the Great American Race, 0-21 here at Daytona. But talking to Kyle,
Larson.
his confidence isn't shaken. He
Thank
said
you,
he's led late
Exedio
in this
friend.
race. He's put himself in position. It's just about
Jerry Collins,
executing
thank
when
you
he
as
gets
well.
that shot, so there's no need to change. His crew chief Cliff Daniels says, hey, it's not a matter of if, but when he wins this race.
Row 12, we've got making
Awesome,
his third
Craig.
start Ty Gibbs and Rookie of the Year contender Riley Herbst. Row 13, we've got 2021 Daytona 500 winner Michael McDowell, and making his first Daytona 500 start, Shane Van Gisbergen.
All right, row number 14, Ryan Priest, new RFK driver. Keep an eye on the number 60. On his outside, Cody Ware in a 51 car. Row 15, Pride of the Wood Brothers, that's right. Number 21, Josh Berry. On his outside, number 41, Cole Custer.
Ricky Stenhouse, Noah Gregson in row number 16. Row 17,
go,
Carson
30K. Hit
Hocevar
that
and
subscribe,
Brad
y'all.
Keselowski.
Row 18 is Justin Haley and Daniel Suarez.
Row 19, Zane Smith and Alex Bowman.
I think
Back
that's
in
why
the
they're just
20th
waiting.
row, a couple of Cup champs, Martin Truex and Jimmy Johnson, and Elio Castroneves with the provisional starting spot, 41st. Now let's take a closer look at the science of drafting with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, these drivers are going to be running over 180 miles per hour for 200 laps or 500 miles. But the way you can max out speed is the draft with cars lined up nose to tail. Let's
Luis
go to our
says
Toyota
Dart Josh
Cutaway car
Berry.
and show you about the draft. This is a single car in race mode running wide open. Notice how the airflow goes across the car.
Not
Max
right now,
downforce,
Brad.
But it hurts the speed of the car, 180 miles per hour. I want to bring in a second car that's going to line lined up behind it. Notice how the airflow changes. These two cars almost become like one unit, a gain of 3 to 4 miles per hour. I'm going to add one more car, a third car, and I want you to notice when it pulls up to the tail of the second car, how the airflow starts at the nose of the lead car, all the way to the back of the trail car, another 3 or 4 miles per hour, 186 miles per hour. Optimum is 7 cars lined up. That's about over 190 miles per hour. But if we can get the whole pack organized, guys, that's well over 190. But one factor today, wind gust up to 30 miles per hour. It'll be like an airplane, a tailwind down the backstretch.
Well, and Larry talked about 7 cars.
Yeah, I think Logano Penske's going to do well today. And yes, Jimmy Johnson is out there.
Pit stops, and that's what we're going to talk about all day. How do we get organized and how do we make our line run the fastest?
Busch Lights giving away one ultimate tailgating
Jimmy Johnson starting 40th.
And more big prizes throughout today's race. Follow at Busch Beer on X and comment using
Cattle Clerk, thanks for the sub.
#1fan hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 1 for your chance to win.
Look at these fans get on their feet, Kevin.
All right, we're going NMRN.
The Chevrolet Blazer EV SS.
Oval, the pace vehicle makes its way to the pit lane. They are in charge now, waiting for the legendary Wood Brothers, celebrating 75 years of racing, and the green flag goes in the air. The Daytona 500 is underway. Pole winner Chase Briscoe on the inside lane leads the field to turn 1.
He got a great start. He is away by a couple of car lengths by the time they hit the 31-degree banking in turn number 1, but that outside lane is beginning to regroup now. Being led by Austin Cindric, it's Chase Briscoe leading them to the back straightaway.
The 41 starters come to speed for the first time, led by Chase Briscoe. He'll lead on the bottom. Austin Cindric to the outside lane, side by side through the field as they hit turn 3 for the first time.
Into the banking in turn 3 for the first time at full speed. Chase Briscoe, the leader, side by side behind him, 20 rows deep. That's Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric.
Chase Briscoe has been able to break out into the clean air, but here comes the draft to his outside. Will Briscoe lead lap 1? Yes, he will, but perhaps not for long, because here comes that outside line, led by Austin Cindric, full steam ahead for them.
He's got a lot of drafting help on the back bumper, but Chase Briscoe is strong downstairs as well with drafting help from Bubba Wallace and William Byron. He continues to lead by a car length.
Eric Jones just behind the first driver in the outside lane of Austin Cindric. They try to pull back up alongside race leader Chase Briscoe, who continues to lead by a car length from a shot from Bubba Wallace.
Briscoe still has the advantage in the lead.
Lap
in
3, we're going to honor Dale
Sr.
Senior. Lap 3, y'all.
Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric continue to dance side by side for the runner-up spot off turn 4.
And the car on the outside, Austin Cindric, really impressed with that car, guys. That thing really was fast in the 250-mile qualifiers the other day.
Lap 3, we honor Dale Senior right here on our channel. Let me see those threes in the chat, y'all.
Always locked on the front row. They always take it easy. In some cases, they pull off the track during the 150s, but not Austin. Ran hard the whole time, run that car right to the front and won that race. Lap number 2 at full speed, 194 miles an hour as they hit the Daytona Superstretch.
No change at the front of the field. It is still the Toyota of Chase Briscoe leading the way all by himself out front. Everybody else stacked up in their rows of 2.
Bubba Wallace giving the leader Chase Briscoe a little bit of a bump draft going into turn 3. Now Wallace and Briscoe jump from the inside of the racetrack up to the top lane as they exit turn 4.
2-car breakaway. 2 of the fastest cars so far in Speed Weeks have been Chase Briscoe and Bubba Wallace. Wallace sitting right on the back bumper of Chase Briscoe as they race across the line. Austin Cindric is in third, but he can't break away from William Byron, who sits to his left elbow.
Byron sneaking up
Lap 3 complete.
on that
Chase Briscoe leads him into 1.
Side-by-side battle for third place. Now it's Byron by about a fender. Austin Cindric on the top side.
Briscoe and Wallace leading that inside lane a moment ago will swing to the outside in front of Austin Cindric, third car in line. That leaves the inside lane open for William Byron. He has help from Ty Dillon on the bottom.
Both those 2 cars of Byron and Ty Dillon, the first 2 on the inside of the racetrack. Third in line on the bottom lane is Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick, and A.J. Allmendinger, the top 5 on the bottom.
Neither lane right now has a distinct advantage. Both have similar numbers drafting-wise as they come back down to the tri-oval. This time,
second. Will he
The outside lane, or we should call it the middle of the racetrack. Chase Briscoe continues to be the choo-choo train pulling him.
The problem last time by for Carson Hocevar. He's lost the draft, fallen back. The engine did not sound good last time by. At the other end of the field, it continues side by side for the lead.
Let's see a new leader next time by. Here comes William Byron, full head of steam inside of the racetrack, and the inside lane getting an advantage now on Chase Briscoe, who leads the outside.
William Byron now to the lead here in the Daytona 500. He goes from the bottom of the racetrack and swings upstairs. That leaves the bottom open for Ty Dillon. Dillon wants to lead the 500.
Well, right now, guys, I don't see anybody out of shape. Everything looks real good. The cars look stable out there right now, and the track is actually pretty cool. So the cars are really hooked up, and they're handling really good right now. But they got to run about 46 laps on fuel, so expect them to go as far as they possibly can, I think, in this first run before they start making their pit stops.
Everybody is in the lead pack except for Carson Hocevar. Alan, come on, is there a problem on his car?
The initial report from Hocevar was that there was no fuel pressure. The team's not scrambling down here. I'm looking for more information right now, but the initial report, no fuel pressure initially for Carson Hocevar.
That's a bitter pill to swallow right now for that team. But, Rusty, if there's a good thing, it is only lap 5. It gives him plenty of time to get this diagnosed.
Yeah, you got that right. In fact, this morning I was coming up the elevator with Jimmy Johnson, and we noticed in the 150 he pitted really early, ended up going a lap down. He thought the car was running out of gas.
Was the first to jump out there and create a third lane, trying to get those cars to the front. Joey Logano on the outside in his Ford.
Well, here they come. There you see that teammate. There's the
trying to get to 500 likes.
Talking about the teamwork of Joey Logano and his teammate Austin Cindric. Lights out in that second duel Thursday night. You see him heading to the front, outside coming.
Yeah, and that'll put 3 Fords in a row in line on that top row, and you start to see some of that strategy with some of these team cars getting together.
6 laps complete in the Daytona 500. William Byron, your leader. As we take you, Fox, side by side.
All right. Let's do a little crank it up. I got HBO Max locked up here. Let's listen in to Chase Briscoe. Crank it up time.
Bumper here. Outside 2. Still open in front of the 24. Half by half to the 23 and the 43. Still open out front here. Still halves out back. Top side even. Still middle 3 here. Still middle 3. Still middle 3 here. Half by half out back.
Yeah, Byron trying to block 2 lanes.
Still open in front of the 24. Still half by half for help. Still open out front. Keep me updated if you see any raindrops here. I'm starting to get some light stuff on the
Right for the lead for a moment. Now they're 3 wide for second. Austin Cindric has the freight train rolling up top. You got Chase Briscoe in the middle. Ty Dillon at the bottom. William Byron right in the middle lane. Now will pull down to the inside to block that advance.
William Byron, the meat and the sandwich, but he will shoot that gap and pull forward into a side-by-side battle for the lead. Byron in the middle lane. Cindric up high. Ty Dillon trying to fill the bottom.
Austin Cindric to the extreme outside lane in that third row of traffic that forms up on the back straightaway. Nearly 3 wide for the race lead with Ty Dillon on the bottom, William Byron in the middle, and Austin Cindric topside.
They are 3 by 3, about 10 rows deep as William Byron now exits the middle lane and goes back down to the bottom. Austin Cindric still trying to move forward on the top side of the racetrack.
Aggressive racing early on. These drivers getting after it, and now the caution flag flies. Caution on the speedway for the first time. Rain in turns 1 and 2 here at the World Center of Racing as the fans now begin to scurry here on the tri-oval. It's starting to rain here at the front side of Daytona International Speedway as well, and we are going to slow the pace down. We expected it. We'll talk more about it in just a moment.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is in it.
All right, so let's see what Briscoe is talking about here. Fox is at a commercial. MRN's at a commercial as well. Like I said, 30 to 45 minutes. You were right.
You know what the order was. 10-19. 10-19-1.
You might call in sick tomorrow.
9, 41, 4, 40, 47, 5, 54, 88, 21, 99, 12, 51, 48, 38, 56, 35, 91, 7, 84, 60.
That's the officials there. There we go, back
Into
to
the
it.
top 20, Kyle Busch has driven from 21st to 13th. Michael McDowell from 23rd to 15th among the big movers in the first 10 laps. Now, earlier this morning, we were allowed to sit in on Chase Briscoe's pre-race team meeting.
Rain tires, get the rain tires, right?
It's a regular speedway strategy for us. It's going to be pretty simple. Just communication. So just make sure if Chase
50-minute delay. Hopefully it won't soak the track. I'm afraid it will.
That we all just talk about it. We just need to be careful because you started creeping. We just make sure we can't roll out of the box as well.
We can hold you. Do like if you want to be on the clutch and the gas, we can hold the car. Do that.
Do that. Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a good idea. We're just going to try and maintain the lead and save fuel at the same time. Stay out of trouble. So very excited for this year, and I know we can do good things. So good luck and have a good day. Thank you.
What's new about Team 19 is the driver, Chase Briscoe.
Chase Briscoe,
was with
baby.
Stuart Haas last year in a Ford. That team closed.
Any
sold
Briscoe
out
fans out there in the chat?
And kept one for Cole Custer. That brought Briscoe to the Toyota camp for the first time, and he's responded by winning the pole.
Mother Nature always ruins the 500.
Winner, and he did it in a backup car. Not the first time that's happened, but certainly was a bit of a surprise.
Benjamin.
Austin Cindric there in second. And here is Jimmy Johnson, 7-time NASCAR Cup champion who had to time or race his way into the field. He is not one of the 36 chartered cars guaranteed a spot. And you'll see Shaq on the hood.
What's up, Alex? Good to see you.
You can see Shaq and the Inside the NBA crew tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern on TNT, NBA All-Star 2025.
They've had a ton of fun. It's been fun, too, watching it and seeing the promotion they've done.
As long as no one hits the track dryer and pulls a Juan Pablo.
Shaq's always a ton of fun. And Jimmy, I think did you see him on the court? Didn't quite look as magnificent. You know,
Bringer.
Near as big as yeah, well, you know,
dunking is nothing. It's not even
a big
close to
difference.
his future. Yeah.
I tell you one thing.
We'll show the radar in a second.
From the driver's side of things, you get through all the work. You finally get in the zone. You sit in the seat of the car. You run a handful of laps, and it rains.
But we're not sure that this is going to be a long rainstorm. It's a narrow band of rain across the state of Florida, and it is expected to pass through pretty quickly if the prevailing direction holds. And then we'll get to track drying here in Daytona. We've completed 11 laps of the day.
All right, so it's rain delay time. Appreciate the ones coming in. Hey, thanks for being here, you guys. My name is CeeLo. If you're just joining us, we do our NASCAR racing on this channel. We do all 3 series, Truck Series, Xfinity Series, Cup Series, all that fun times. So I hope you guys are ready to have some fun here on the Go with CeeLo with us, as we're going to bring you the rest of this 500. We're going to hang out with you as long as it takes. Maybe we'll do some trivia. I don't know. But let me get the radar going. It don't look pretty. I'll tell you that right now. Let me get the radar going here. In-car camera, where you at? Let me see here. Car camera. Yeah, I need to fix it. There we go. I get rid of this. Yeah, there we go. Wrong one. Yeah. All right, let's put this in motion. The dot is, I guess I can zoom in even more. The dot is where we are. Rain, 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 rain. And where's that at? I don't know, y'all. That says 5 p.m. That says 5 p.m. that it's going to be done raining. I don't know what they're talking about, but that's the Weather Channel. I don't know. What do you got, Rick? What do you got? What do you got, Rick? Oh, no. But thanks for the ones that are just joining us. Dry it up and turn on the lights. Let's go, baby. Dry it up and turn it on. Oh, let the sun beat down upon the face and the stars and fill my dream. I'm a traveler of both time and space. Yippee. Holly, are you experiencing winds and storms? Ricky says. But thank you guys for being here on the Go at CeeLo. We appreciate you guys. We are hanging out here. Not 5 p.m. No, rain for like an hour. Okay, well, my radar Weather Channel, of course, is not like the high-tech ones you use, but I forget the name of that one that you have. What's the name of it? What happened to 24 to make him drop 1 to 25? I'm not sure. He was in first place. What happened? Last time I looked, he was out front, unless he got caught out.
All the details.
It depends on how late they go.
Well, we said it would be windy today. And that is the case as this front is blowing through Daytona Beach. This track is so big, 2.5 miles around. It can literally be pouring in turn 1 or 2 and completely dry over in turn number 4. And that is the case at the moment. Winds out of the southwest at 18. Thursday, we had a real frog swallower come through here Thursday afternoon.
A frog swallower.
Sent our catering tent away to the beach. And when it was done, the wind came from the beach side, and with the sun, dried this track in 90 minutes.
It did. It did indeed. Big time storm.
Thank you, JH.
Obviously, you're seeing it again all the way over from the Gulf of America. Now
no, I don't think so.
It'll be blowing right through here, and we'll be back to business. Seems like it always happens. It takes it from us, buddy.
It does. You know, you never know what the mess of the day is going to be, what you have to overcome, whether it's a rain shower or a mistake or whatever that is. And as a driver, the ones that are really calm about change makes it a lot easier to deal with.
We're going to try to dial up William Byron, last year's winner of the Daytona 500 for Hendrick Motorsports. And that car they won with, they just got it back from the attraction outside the Speedway. It goes on display there for a year. Rick Hendrick and William Byron got it back in a ceremony this morning just before race time, but obviously not the same car this year.
Well, let's dial him back up, see if they'll answer. Hey, Willie B, it's Boyer and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, man. I hear you.
Well, not ideal, but so far so good. Car looked pretty good. Take me back to the ceremony and seeing that hot rod from last year, the one you rolled into victory lane, got that trophy, seeing that car again for the first time.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. It's just been a really fun week down here, just reliving it and pulling back into the racetrack. So honestly, more than I expected, but just giving us some confidence and mojo for this weekend. So hopefully that continues once we keep going here.
William, how do you deal with the ups and downs of this day? I mean, all the excitement, the anxiety, getting into the car, finally getting your helmet on, only making
24 fans out there.
Rain delay. This is low. What do you do?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you just prepare like normal, and you just prepare for the race to happen and everything to go per usual. So the rain delay just kind of, it's just a brief pause, and you just try to take your mind somewhere else. But once we get back going, it's going to be the same pace and everything. So just got to kind of get through the rain delay, but prepare as normal.
So obviously, already saw fuel savings out there with everybody, the whole entire field. How do you find your teammates, all your allies, your manufacturer allies? How is this going to work? Obviously, this is probably going to work into a fuel window of some sort. That's obviously on your mind as well, huh?
It is, yeah. You just try to find comfort in, other Chevrolets, but honestly, it was a weird situation there because you want to kind of keep the track position because you don't know when the delay is going to happen, and So we wanted to keep some track position, but also save some fuel. And once that third lane got going, it was hard to save a bunch of fuel. So
yeah, look at that.
Just see how that plays out once we get back.
All right, buddy. Take care.
McDowell is at 8th place. He started 25th.
Byron finished third.
Custer as well.
Season last year, his second straight year, finishing a career best third in points. And there is the ceremony. Rick Hendrick in the gray cap and the black vest.
And Jeff
Gordon in the black cap. And there is.
It's been a while since he's seen it. Huh?
Right.
Check it out again.
William, you can get out. You can cover the car. Heavy rain up here, so this is it.
Here's a look at it. 1 year ago, in that backup car.
Yeah, so one cool thing about this new raw feed, it gives you a lot of other options the raw feed didn't let you sort. Like it gives you your best lap. It also shows you where they started and where they are right now. So Cole Custer, Michael McDowell started 25th, and he is now in 8th. And as you see right here, Cole Custer started 30th, and he is now in 11th. So a lot of cool things on this. There's so many stats on this raw feed that you can look at now. That they, remember how we asked for like a last pit? It tells you now, so we kind of know where that stuff is too as well. So interesting for raw feed. I mean, I don't like the setup, but lots of new information that we could have.
Be prepared in ways that you never have before. You're not behind on a chassis design or a body design or anything like that. So it puts us in a position to where it gives a lot more opportunity to people to come down here and win this race. And oh, by the way, you have the most amount of time to prepare for this race, and that's really why sometimes you see some of these upsets. But in the end, you're going to have to be able to survive.
Kyle Busch getting ready to climb out of his car. Talked to some folks at Richard Childress Racing, and they feel this is the year. That 20 years of trying that applied to Dale Earnhardt before he won his first 500. Then in the 3-car for Richard Childress, this is Kyle's 20th try to win this race. He finished second in 2019. Has led 342 laps, more than any other driver who's not won the race. And on the all-time win list, 63. That's more than anybody who's not won the 500.
Man, just like Dale Earnhardt, the stats don't lie. He has all the stats. He has everything except for that win. The runner-up, the laps led, all of it. He's got the car. He's got the equipment, RCR, 20 years. It's going to happen. I feel it.
And he's got the drive and determination.
They didn't check the weather. They knew it was coming.
I want to win so my kids can enjoy it and see me as a winner. He has a son, Brexton, who's racing, a young daughter, Lexi, and wants to win for his kids.
Well, there's nothing better than being able to win with your family there, and especially your young kids. And, I think for Kyle, and I think it's interesting. And I think when I went through the end of my career and you kind of go through that losing streak, and I think the fans actually start to get
Ty Dillon wins, I'll throw a pie in my face, Mark says.
Kyle Busch as well. I mean, there's still a lot of people that don't like Kyle Busch, but there's a lot of people in this sport, including us, that want to see him win.
And it's nice to hear that perspective.
Wait till hurricane season, yeah.
I went through it. I watched you go through it. We're very selfish as race car drivers. Everything is for you, right? And it's kind of handed to you. You get very selfish with the perk of the job. But then you start having a family and children and things like that. Your perspective, the want to win ends up being not necessarily for yourself anymore out of selfishness. It's for your family. You want to see those kids see it.
And some of our greatest champions.
No, I think it'll happen here in a little bit.
Allison Pearson took a long time to win the 500, as did Buddy Baker, Kurt Busch, Michael Waltrip.
Well, and some of our greatest champions, and Mark Martin, Tony Stewart. We've never won
Mike,
this
it's
race.
funny.
Terry Labonte, Ed Jarrett.
And we got 6 champions in the field, right? And by all 6 of them, there's only one of them that's won the Daytona 500. That shows you how hard it is. Everything has to be perfect.
Well, let's talk about what comes next. Back in the day, you'd just sit around and wait for the sun to come out, but fortunately, technology is going to help us here at Daytona. NASCAR has quite a number of jet dryers that they will employ to get the flat areas of this racetrack, and that includes the backstretch pit road and the short chutes from start-finish to turn 1 and from turn 4 coming back. There's one of the jet dryers. They also have the Air Tundras. This is a NASCAR patented track drying system that once the rain stops, those units mounted on pickup trucks, and they sing a one-note song, but that concentrated blast of air does a great job of drying the race surface, and then they'll finally put cars out on track. And
hopefully that heavy stuff stays away.
The tires will help to dry the racing surface. Not worried about the ball field grass, which is getting itself a nice winter rain. Well, let's take a look at speed weeks so far for this NASCAR Cup Series.
They'll run to midnight. They will.
And longtime race fans know what that means. First, Chase Briscoe wins the pole for the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric the outside pole. Bubba Wallace won the first Thursday night duo race. And in the second one, crashing calamity. But Austin Cindric, when the caution light came on just about 100 foot before the start-finish line, he was declared the winner, and not Eric Jones, who was first to the line, but under caution.
Well, you just never know how this is going to work out. And for me, I want to be the one leading the field no matter what time it is, because you just don't know when the caution is going to be flown for a wreck. They're going to wreck at some point. You have to push and shove and be more aggressive in this car than any other generation NASCAR car that we've had. So I want to be leading, Clint. And even there, I'm not safe.
Well, that's exactly right. We've seen it all the time that you get wiped out leading. But the thing is, we talk about the plan. You talk about details, the plan. My gosh, you go through so many meetings, whether the manufacturer, your organization, your teammates, everybody has a plan until they don't, right? Until the big crash happens, and all of a sudden that plan is deteriorated, and you're going, who do I got left for a friend around here? You got to find somebody that you can trust. You can't trust these guys out here, but you have to find somebody. You have to put them in a situation where they have nothing to do but to push you. They don't have a way on the outside. They don't have a way on the inside. To get the best finish for them is to push you. It's hard to do, but that's a chess match at Daytona.
We've got some interesting new tools this week for getting drivers in and out of the pit box on these timed stops for fuel. We'll get to show you some of those as the afternoon goes on. Right now, we are under the red flag in Daytona with 11 laps complete, all 41 starters on the lead lap. We're just waiting for Mother Nature here in Daytona.
All right, so we are waiting. You can see on the screen, the big rain has not made it to Daytona yet, so we're definitely hoping that maybe it skirts around, but as you can see on the radar there, right here, this big long line of storms right here, we'll have to go through before we can get this going. And then it takes about 2 hours or so, an hour and a half or whatever to drive this track. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, but actually, they've turned that off. Fox ended their coverage on YouTube, so that's over with. Pretty sure this rain is going to make our caution predictions moot. Yeah, exactly. Mike, Eminem's racing fan says, how bad is it raining in Daytona? Right now, it's not raining too bad, but it's coming. Gene says, Revelation looks book in the... Okay, there's that. Rachel says... That looks bad, yeah. So that's our radar right here. Khan says NASCAR knew the risk of this weather. Oh, did he delete it? Okay. But yeah, they knew it was coming. That's why they bumped it up. They should have started 92 minutes to dry, Rick says. Okay, so 92 minutes we'll have after it stops raining. So that's the problem. So we'll just hang out here and see what happens. We'll listen to MRN. If they stay on the air, we'll see what MRN's got to say. Oh, that's officials. Hold on a second. MRN.
Definitely you want to run the Daytona 500 on Sunday. You don't want to run on Monday. Just the history part of it. It's way cooler, if you race on Sundays. So, yeah, it'll be under the lights, which will add another element to it. The chaos seems to always kind of intensify when we race under the lights. And then just even the balance of the car is going to be different. So it'll change a lot of things for a lot of people. Hopefully we can, hit the Delta ride with our Bass Pro Shops Toyota and see if we can keep it up front, too.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go. Chase Briscoe here led us to green, and right now just kind of sitting here in position number 3 or 4, somewhere here.
Chase Briscoe right now is running in the 3rd position. He begins his 5th full-time season in the NASCAR Cup Series with this running of the Daytona 500. Let's catch up with his Toyota Racing teammate, Bubba Wallace, is with Chris Wilner.
Yeah, we're still up here atop his pit box as we seek shelter from the rain. Bubby just said it's time for a nap. What's it like as a driver when you get all psyched up to go racing and then have to pull back down?
I was actually okay. I was pretty calm. Maybe it's because I was a little tired. I don't know.
No, we don't need a Monday race. Don't want a Monday race.
I'm going to go back and try to capitalize with sleep. I got to go down when Bex is down. I'm sure Amanda is ready to hand him off to me. Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, it's not race season until it's Sunday and it's raining.
I hope so, Dakota.
So we're back. And it's unfortunate. I feel like our car is really good. We're just sitting up here talking about fuel mileage and how to capitalize on it, how to be better than everybody else. That's the game.
What was it like in the early part of that race? Were guys going hard? Were you just kind of figuring out where you needed to be lane-wise? What kind of goes through that early part of the race?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all playing the fuel game, and so we fought hard to get to the middle line just to try to ride, and then that creates the third lane, right? And so you don't want to be in the eye of the storm, and pun intended, but that's what we're sitting here talking. Like, how do we maintain top 5, but also save fuel like you're running last? Pretty hard to do. So
first race of the year is raining.
I know earlier this week you spent some time with the media talking about how you don't want to just run these races and survive.
Looks like you just fell back, got out of the way.
At the front. What have you learned over the last several years? Because your average finishes here are really good, but I know you're looking for that win column at Daytona.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it is just bringing a little bit more aggression, and you know, I would settle like, okay, the cars are passing us or whatever, and I had an opportunity to move up and block, whatever.
Thank you, John.
You start taking those risks. It's got to be calculated. And I feel like I've learned a lot over the 8 years that I've been doing this, of when to do it, when not to do it. And so it's just a tough gig. So got to make the most of it and see what we can do.
Finally, just talk to your crew chief, Charles and Ike. How's it been going so far with him? Obviously, you have to be nice because he's sitting right here.
Greg,
what's that transition like, and what do you think so far in his early tenure here?
Yeah, it was nice. The driver's stage for intros is right here in front of our box, and I could see him sitting up here, so I texted him. And I said, how cool is this? And he was like, it's pretty wild. So his first Daytona 500, I've told all the new crew chiefs that have been a part of my deal to just take 5 minutes, 10 minutes to enjoy it because it's a spectacle. And, yeah, we're here. Our season's off and underway and thriving. The sport is thriving. So just proud to be a part of and have a good group behind us.
It's my first Daytona 500, too, and I tell you what, I did the exact same thing.
There you go. Enjoy it.
Thanks, buddy. Bubba Wallace, guys, sitting.
Here's Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs, let me see those 54s.
You know, as Atlanta is kind of falling off, it's kind of silly not becoming one. But
legend in training.
That's a spot that we always needed.
What's up, Billy Bowl?
You know, it's been a long time for us to kind of get there, and I feel like, you know, we really set the tone this weekend on that, and, you know, showed the hard work that, you know, all our guys, you know, worked on in the off season, and we were really fast. Unfortunately, I wasn't as fast as those guys. I don't know why, but you know, we're working to get there, and unfortunately, we're in a backup car. But also, I think that we're going to be really good, and you know, I can't thank my guys enough. They spent hours on getting my car ready for this weekend, so we're really excited, and I'm, you know, hoping for a great race.
I mean, Denny Hamlin, the 3-time winner, who's the only winner of the Daytona 500 in a Toyota. I'm sure he shares notes, or at least you go to him and say, hey, what's worked, what hasn't. I know things have changed with the Gen 7 car, especially the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, usually he calls me out on all that stuff.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's like, you got to push harder. And I go try to push harder, and then we all wreck. So I don't really know. I'm trying to figure it out still, but I've got great teammates around me and good Speedway guys. So, you know, hopefully we can get better. And we're all trying to improve and trying to get this
there he is, legend in training, baby.
So you mentioned being in a backup car. Honestly, a break is great, right? You can literally get out and have some communication with your crew chief. What did you need? Like, what did you learn in those 11 laps? What are we working on?
Yeah, for me right now, currently, I'm a little bit too tight. My car is not turning as much as I need it to, and that's something that I told them. And you know, that's the other night, I feel like my car handled really well, you know, and I felt really comfortable in it. So we're trying to get it close, you know, and trying to get it a little bit better so I can kind of march my way up through the field. But I feel like we're going to get there, and hopefully my new crew chief, Tyler Allen, and my guys can make the right adjustments.
Yeah. Okay, real quick, we have our guys picking, so we had a few laps, Byron back out in front. Who's been fast all week? Who did you come into the race saying, that's a guy or a couple of guys, drivers we have to beat?
Yeah, you know, I think Briscoe's been really good. I think that showed his car's been really well. I know, of course, Denny will be there at the end. I feel like the other night, I really felt like my car was handling really well and the best I've had here at the Speedways. And, you know, I think that, you know, of course, depending Penske cars will be up there. But I feel like at these cars, with this type of racing and the style it is, I think if you're up at the front at the end of the race, I think you always have a shot. And we always see that. So hopefully I can make my way up there, and I'm the one that wins today.
All right. Well, good luck, and have a little Monster energy. You may need it. So
Thank you.
Set the.
We're all going to need some Monster
Ty,
energy.
Ty Gibbs with us. Let's check in with our team of pit reporters. Regan Smith standing by. Regan?
Well, Chris Shane Van Gisbergen getting ready to, or already started your first
SPG,
Daytona 500.
where's my SPG fans?
Got 8 laps underneath your belt. First, I got to ask you, I saw you before the race. What about the atmosphere at this place? You've raced a lot of big events. You ever seen anything like this?
Yeah, it's like a Le Mans or a Bathurst, but I guess a lot bigger scale, and the people and just the pre-race has done so well here. You know, it was not emotional, but you get caught up in the moment. It was pretty cool, and then when the boys are talking it up on the radio pre-race, it's pretty special to do my first one, and then we went 3 wide pretty early, and yeah, just hanging up by the fence. It was a pretty cool feeling.
So you've moved up through the field a little bit early on here, up to somewhere around 23rd position right now from where you started in 34th. Did you get a little bit of a read on your race car since, we haven't done a lot on track since the duels on Thursday night?
Yeah, the backup's pretty good, but it's very tight, especially down 3 and 4. The wind's going that way, and you feel the front take flight, and at that speed, the bottom lane comes up as well. They got the same problem with the wind, and it's pretty wild, but probably a bit early to be doing that, but we didn't really want to stay at the back too long. We wanted to push forward.
That game
So you're talking
around
about
here.
pushing forward
No,
as
he's
this
not.
race builds, as the night goes on,
No, he's
and we
not.
get back on the racetrack. What's your anticipation about how intense it's going to get, and what have maybe any of your teammates or anybody else told you to expect on that?
Yeah, it's going to be the normal fuel saving until we pit, and then it'll be flat out to the end of each stage and then the end of the race. So I kind of want to get track position to be further up in the pit stops, so we'll probably burn a bit more fuel, but at least we'll be in the mix, and I'm not going to learn anything just riding at the back. I want to be in the field and getting people to trust me as well. I want people to be confident so I can be there at the end and they can lean on me if they need to.
We want to see you guys out there battling. That's going to be a lot of fun, so good luck the rest of the night. Jamie?
And I'm with one of his teammates, Daniel Suarez. And Daniel, we just had this whole opening ceremonies, all the energy. You guys get out there, take the green flag, and just like that, the weather comes. How do you handle the emotions, the up and down here?
How many laps we got? 15 laps? 11 laps? That wasn't much. But, it looks like the weather is going to go by. So looking forward to that. At the same time, I try to take advantage of these breaks to talk to my guys, engineers, trying to give them as much detailed feedback as possible, because when I'm inside the car, I have to give feedback very quick, and I cannot be super detailed. Right here, we can sit down, I can think about it, I can tell them, hey, the car is doing X, it's hitting the racetrack, not, it feels a little dirty or whatever. The wind is super windy out there. It was a little bit tricky, but I can't wait to get back out there.
All right, so we had the dual races, so basically half the field. Then you had your practice
I don't think
sessions.
so, Jermaine.
Now you get out there with the entire pack. How was the race car? What was the feedback you were giving them?
That's exactly what we're talking about. I don't know if it was being a huge pack, because we haven't had 41
How do you get rid of the
packs
square
in
without
that
making
weekend.
a donation? I don't have a square.
Or how windy it is, but my car was very dirty, or
That's funny.
whatever they call it, Dari, I think. Dari, yeah, it was moving a lot. But also, I was in the mid-30s, so we moved forward a little bit, and the car didn't change much. So that's what I was talking to the guys.
Suarez.
To talk about, okay, do we blame the track position? Do we blame the wind? Do we blame the car? Maybe we have to do a small adjustment for that. That's kind of like what we were talking about. But overall, I think the car is going to be good. Once we make a couple small adjustments, we should be pretty good. I'm super excited to be here. We have a huge opportunity ahead of us. Trackhouse has worked very, very hard the last few days to prepare these race cars, and hopefully we can make all these sponsors very proud.
You're going to go back to your bus now, hang out with your little dog. You got your cat back there. Your wife's here.
Yeah, Julia's here. Pepper, the cat, is here. Emita is here. We have the whole family. I'm going to continue to work here for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to go
Wet tires on.
to
Acne.
watch the cat and the dog and the radar.
And the radar, but it's looking good. We're going to get back on track, Daniel. Always good to talk to you.
Hey, I love racing at night, so let's see.
Racing under the lights, it's always a good thing.
Jake?
Josh.
Well, over here with Austin Dillon, and I know you guys didn't get to get there too long, but what
Net
did you learn
spin?
about
I don't
the
know what
car
that
so
is.
far this early in the
Don't
race?
worry about it, Ricky.
Well,
It's all good,
our
bro.
Winchester Bass Pro Shop Chevy started off really
There's
good.
Austin Dillon.
We made an adjustment going into the race that I feel like made the car a little better right there. We're not running a lot of percentage of throttle, just kind of saving fuel, and rolling around the bottom. So looking forward to it when it tightens up and the speed starts to wick up, and it'll probably happen after we go back green here for a little while racing that stage. And long race, 500 miles, you got to be there at the end, but you want to know what you got.
Butterfly, go ahead.
And you're a guy
I
that's
can get
won
it.
this
It's
race
all good.
before, can you talk to the magnitude of what that did for you and your career?
Yeah, there's not many things you do in your life that when you get announced to do something, they say Daytona 500 champion in front of it always. And so I'd like to add 2-time in front of it. We'll get out there and see what we can do.
How about during this rain delay, as you get a chance to look back at this 500? Bring me through your thought process now, since we're watching it, about this big-time win for you.
Well, I just remember, going to victory lane, sliding through the grass. My grandfather told me the night before, if we win, let's put a 3 in the grass. I didn't mean to do that. It just kind of happened. But, all the chaos ensues after. It's getting to celebrate with your family and friends, and just the greatest day of your life, really. It's a blast. And outside of my wedding, of course, was second greatest day. So I'm having a blast.
And the birth of your kids?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of great days, for sure. But one in particular would be to go ahead and do it again, because all my kids are here. My wife's here.
Kiwis,
my family's here. So anytime you can go to victory lane, it's fun. But at Daytona, it's just that much more meaningful. When you pull through the tunnel here, you get the goosebumps. Everybody does. It's the history behind the place. And, man, I love it. So thankful for our partners, Bass Pro Shops, Tree, everybody that makes this thing go round. We've really had a good start to the season. We've gotten to this point. We got a clean race start.
That's what I'm thinking, Michael.
Take your 500 car into the 500. And hate that the rain came, because, man, the buildup was awesome. It was cool seeing Trump and him leading us around the track. And special start to the 500. Let's get this rain out of here and get racing.
I got to say, you're doing something right. You got 2 people over here holding the umbrella for you, so I got to be more like you, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty special for sure. Yeah, it's nice to have 2 umbrella holders. I don't want to see any of this. It's been sunny. I've been here all week in Florida, and we've had a lot of sun, so hopefully it'll pop back out, and we'll go racing pretty fast and see what we can do here in 2025.
All right, buddy. Good luck when you go back racing.
Yeah, they are.
Chris?
All right, thank you, Josh and Austin, joining Jamie and I here at our set. A couple of Ford drivers.
You got
Legato. Teaming up
Legato.
on the racetrack when it goes. Joey Legato.
Who's that? Ryan
and Brad
Priest?
Keselowski, RFK
Or
Racing,
Keselowski.
and of course Penske Racing. Nice to see you. I saw you twirling the cup. You were texting. I mean, is that what you guys do while we're waiting out the rain? Well, I thought you'd be focusing in on your.
We're ready to go. We've got like this nervous energy over here. Like, come on, let's make something happen.
Okay, so go ahead.
I had this big plan when this race started. I was just going to hang around where I was and just kind of ride it out for a minute. And I saw that third lane coming. I was like, oh, the heck with that. I'm going already.
Joey's mic's not working.
The microphone, we don't have yours turned on.
We're struggling a little bit
we
there,
will
yeah.
in just a moment.
So seatbelt, what's up, Ben?
No, I think Brad unplugged you.
Yeah, oh man.
He wanted a little more
What's up,
airtime
Octavia?
for RFK. We'll correct that issue. Owner driver, how much of a responsibility is that? And when you come to a race like this, does the owner? I don't know. How do you separate that? Because obviously, Daytona 500 on your hit list, a former champ, it's the one thing you haven't done.
Yeah, no, this is a big race for me. It's a big race for our sport, but for me, I've been so fortunate enough to win the ring races. What we're even calling the majors of NASCAR and the crown jewels. But this one has eluded me. I'll tell you, Chris, we have the car to win this race.
Oh, really?
We've had great cars here in Daytona. We just haven't been able to put it all together. Last year we were so close, got in a wreck towards the end, and leading a lot of laps. The last 3 races I've led the most laps. But we got to make it count at the end. And so, one of the things we did, we brought on a 3rd team this year with Ryan Priest, and that's because of races like this. We just feel like we didn't have enough cars to kind of control the race. So glad to be able to do that, have Ryan on board, have a brand like Kroger on board, and we're trying to use that to win the race. And that's part of that owner hat, right?
Thank you, Patrick.
You got to win the race off the track to win the race on the track.
All right, and now that we have your mic fixed, how's your car?
Oh, look at
okay, there we go.
I put this one up here.
Yeah, there we go. That works a little bit better. All right, so when you hear another guy say, hey, we have the car to win, do you feel that way? Do you have the car to win? We have the driver to win.
I do. We're going to have a little argument about who has the better car here. But
I'll settle it on the track.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's why everybody watches this. So, no, but I feel good. I feel like our Mustang's got some good speed in it. It looks cool. I don't know if you've seen our paint job out there.
Yes,
It's really cool. Let's Joseph Newgarden's Indy 500 winning paint scheme. This thing's never been beat, so I don't know what you got going for you. But this paint job's undefeated.
They do
NASCAR.
on shorter tracks,
pretty cool.
less than a mile.
He's ready. Go ahead, Jamie.
I think you guys would be you're the perfect 2 to ask.
Got the race on my projector projector screen and the driver cams on TV. Also, Matt,
working with your teammate or working with someone, and you two used to be teammates, and you worked really well together until usually turn 3, and then and then
I feel like somebody's about to play a video.
I would say I bet some B-roll might pop up a little bit, but no. In all seriousness, Joey, I'll start with you. In the duels, you worked really well with Austin Cindric, and in our pre-race, we heard Roger Penske talk about you, and I almost thought
What's up, Donna?
That I didn't believe what he said, because he's like, well, Joey's just a good team player, and he knew that if he had to push his teammates to win. But in all fairness, how do you balance
good
pushing
possibility
somebody to win and being selfish? I think to be a great driver, you have to be selfish.
Yeah, and this type of racing, you kind of got to do both.
One
and,
shot.
I've worked for Roger for a long time now, and I realize the impact that it is when anybody wins, right? Like, obviously, I want to be the front guy, right? I want to be the guy to win the race, don't get me wrong, but I also see the impact that is made throughout the whole team, the energy that is created, the momentum that's created inside our race shop. So, as somebody that's done this a long time, I've made some bad moves in the past. But I also understand now that it's a big deal for any of our cars to win the Daytona 500. So, like I said, we got a good piece, and you hope that it comes full circle, right? If you do the right thing a few times, maybe someday you're going to be on the good end of the deal, and you're able to cross the start-finish line first. But ultimately, we say it every time: make sure a Ford wins, make sure a Penske car wins, and I hope that to be me.
Let me change my question to you, Brad, because you guys have both said you think you have cars capable of winning. And I feel like normally throughout the year we talk about everybody saying how hard it is to pass, how close all the cars are. What makes both of you guys feel like this weekend you have a car that's different?
Right after this, I'll answer that, Matt.
Just really strong on this type of track. Doug Yates, who builds engines with Roush Yates Engines back in North Carolina, they do a really good job with giving us the power and everything it takes to be able to execute the whole race. And I think our cars push really well.
What's up?
When you push these cars, like we don't have a speedometer in our car, but we have the RPMs on there. Like, they'll gain almost 500 RPM and just launch. So you got to be able to push somebody and accept the push, give the push. Both of those have to go together, and the Fords just seem to do that really well.
Yeah, and for those tuning in for the Daytona 500, we did have a great opening ceremony, some laps in, and then the rain came. But it looks like on the radar, and you guys are always first to know, they're telling you how soon. It looks like it's clear within an hour or so. Is that what you're hearing? I mean, the wind is helping to push the rain through here.
Yeah, I like that.
Sure.
I like that.
Yeah, but I like how you give us so much credit. You think we know the weather better than anybody. As a driver, as you always are like, I bet the TV knows what the weather
is. Not even the weather guy really knows. But Will, and I heard
50-50 shot. Either will or won't.
Right, son, right. I heard Kevin Harvick mention, though, when you do get back to racing, the conditions are going to change, right? I mean, from what so it's going to be cooler. How does that affect what?
Thank you, Ryan, for subbing.
I don't think anyone really got a good read on their car yet either. Right?
Okay.
I think to start the field seemed like they were saving fuel a little bit. Patience were starting to wear out. The third lane popped up and started going. The pace started picking up a little bit to where at least you could feel your car a little bit. But I don't think until late in the run, especially when the sun was up, to be able to know exactly what your car had is from a balance perspective. So now, I think we're going to be racing. The sun's going to be going down. Lights will be on. The track will be quite a bit cooler, closer to what the duels were like.
Oh, okay.
So we'll deal with that.
Yeah, you can just push so much harder when the sun goes down. Okay. And like we talked about just a minute ago, when you can push harder, the dynamics of the race change dramatically.
And how about him? I know you've said this, the split personality. And Joey, we love you, smile. You're the nicest guy. But on the track, he admits he turns into a real maniac.
Horse, vegan, radish.
You know what? Here's the deal. Everybody does. I'm just the only one that admits it, okay? That's the difference.
Well, not everybody's as successful.
This guy's fairly similar in a lot of different ways.
If we behaved the way we behaved in the race car in the real world, we'd be in jail. Just call it what it is, right? That's what it takes to win, though.
How are you guys in traffic when you're driving around town and you're not racing? Do you guys handle that okay?
I haven't gotten a ticket in a long time.
Okay, good. Well, we need to
knock on wood, Brad.
Doesn't mean I haven't deserved one. But I haven't got one in a long time.
Hey, we got word you have a baby. For those that don't know, you and your wife on the way, right?
Number 4.
Yes,
oh my goodness.
Number 4. Yeah.
See, this is how competitive Brad is. He just wants to get ahead of me.
Yeah.
Right, 3. Brad's
you should let him win.
Add another one.
He's not going to let me. So another month or two, you'll hear the same thing from Joey.
There you go. That was really good.
Yeah, that's my oldest, Scarlett, and Autumn and Maze, and holding the ultrasound. So we're really pumped.
So do you know? Are you having a boy? Or
don't know yet. That'll be the gender reveal party.
Are you going to wait, Or like I feel like that's like the
Race car drivers,
the last secret life, right?
Yeah, race car drivers and patience maybe not that great.
Hey, this isn't the Masked Singer, but you guys passed the test. You're going to be calling the truck race in Atlanta next weekend on FS1. You'll be together?
We're ready. Yep.
Right?
It's always one of the best races of the year. Atlanta, the trucks and the Cup cars. Oh my gosh, phenomenal racing.
All right,
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Other than the Fords, who are you looking at here? I'd love to get a sense of what you heard coming in, what you saw in the Thursday dual races that were here that you think, all right, that's somebody we want to stay ahead of or look out for.
Well, I think, obviously we look at the Fords and how we want to work together.
Right.
You know, I think something we saw in qualifying is the Toyotas had a little bit more speed than they typically have on the super speedway. So that was a little bit surprising the other night. Interested to see how that changes their game plan and how they run this race, because, you know, the speed in your race car alters your strategy and how you want to play it out. So I think there's a bit of an unknown there to see how that goes. And obviously, like you said, when we have this weather and cautions in between and all that, it also changes the strategy. You don't see it kind of play out completely, but it'll be interesting to see how that works.
I'll be interested, Chris, to see, you know, the last two races here have been won by Chevys, and they weren't the fastest cars. They executed at the end, hit the strategy right, and made the right move. So, you know, you can never count anyone out.
All right, good. We got the little Ford-Chevy rivalry and Toyota going there. Thanks for coming by, and we look forward to seeing you the race and then the truck race on the broadcast. I appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Couple of champs of the sport, and let's check in right now.
All right, so someone asked me how I picked my favorite driver. So I was a DW fan, a long time Darrell Waltrip fan, back in the day. And then when he retired, I went to Sterling Marlin. And after Sterling Marlin retired, I went to Denny Hamlin. So that was my drivers. I've only had 3 favorite drivers all this time. Of course, I've liked other ones, you know, I've had other friends with that, but DW was my number 1 driver. And then I had Sterling Marlin and then Denny Hamlin. I've been Denny Hamlin fan for a long time. And shout out to Sterling Marlin. That's right. Gentlemen, start your... Oh my gosh. This is my first time watching NASCAR ever, and this is not the best first impression. Well, Qual, I'm sorry. That's how it goes. Blaney 17th for Blaney. But look at all these drivers that backed out. Like they all got out of there. So like Keselowski, well, that's not really one. Let's take a look here. I mean, a lot of them started in the top here and got out. Like Denny Hamlin, he went to the back. Byron went to the back. Christopher Bell went to the back. He started 20th, went all the way back to 34th. I mean, a bunch of these drivers here just staying in the back here. So, but that's how I picked my favorite driver. Darrell Waltrip, Denny Hamlin, or Sterling Marlin, Denny Hamlin.
I'm definitely getting more acclimated. Their starters on one
This
side
is
and the
Chase
issues on the
Briscoe.
other. That's the total opposite of how that SHR stuff was. So I'm
What
finally
spot is
getting to
Blaney
where I
in?
always
CeeLo,
reach for the right
17.
hand, but I'm sure that it'll get changed and then I'll be all screwed up again. But yeah, I feel way more comfortable now than I did, you know,
Right
when
here.
I went to Bowman Gray or even started this week. So it's becoming more and more normal. You know, even the meetings, like all the stuff that goes along with being a JGR is starting to feel more.
You don't
like
think
home.
this is
So it's gonna
accurate?
take a little bit of time, but so far it's been a super smooth transition. It's been busy, you know, just throughout the off season, doing all the little things you have to do.
Okay, let
But,
me reset this.
Yeah, so far so good, and try to see if we can keep it rolling on our Bass Pro Shops Toyota.
Well, you're getting fit, losing weight. It's always good to talk to you, Chase.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Regan?
Christopher Bell started 20th earlier this afternoon. And Christopher, I don't know exactly where you're running right now, but I know it's pretty close to 20th, somewhere in that spot right there. Had a lot of 3-wide racing early on there. What was the early thing about your car that you liked or didn't like, or did you learn anything?
Well, it's interesting listening to all the other drivers talk about how tight their car feels in 3 and 4. I really didn't feel exponentially tight, but I could feel the wind really moving us around. So it seems like a lot of us are really struggling with that feel, the wind being so gusty across 3 and 4. So yeah, I'm sure that it's going to change. I saw before the rain hit, it looked like the wind was going to die down later tonight. So yeah, just trying to execute the strategy and see what happens when we go back green.
All right, you mentioned that strategy, and I know that stuff's going to change up quite a bit. I want to ask you, though, about the weather, right? So with weather with the wind and everything like that, it dropped 15 degrees quick, and literally in a matter of minutes. You've been up there talking to Adam Stevens. What do you guys discuss in a situation like that?
Well, the big thing that we're discussing is the timing of this yellow flag. So everyone's going to be in a little bit of a pickle whenever we go back green, what we're going to do on fuel and how we're going to get to the end of the stage and what's going to provide the best track positions. So there's a lot to figure out. And I'm glad that I'm not the one that's running the fuel calculation going into this next green flag run.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys in the front of that hauler probably a little nervous right now trying to figure out what's going on. You're off season. You did nothing but race all off season long, some dirt racing, all kinds of different stuff, and won in many of those races. How nice is that as a driver to come into the season, the Cup season, and know that you have stayed fresh in a race car, keeping your talents right where they need to be?
Well, it feels good just being back behind the wheel. So, Coach, if you're watching, thank you. I appreciate that. But even like at the Clash and at the Duel, whenever I got back behind the wheel, normally you have like an acclimation period where you just get winded whenever you're driving or your body tenses up. And I didn't have that period this time after driving throughout the
I know,
off-season.
but everyone before that, Denny
yeah,
must have smiled at him.
All of our competitors are the best in the world
walking
at
through
what
the
they
lobby
do.
at
So
work.
the advantage doesn't last long, but it certainly helps out to just feel like you're back in the rhythm quicker.
I get winded running
Mr.
around the garage
Magoo,
area trying to find you guys, so I
$1.99.
understand
Thank you,
that in
sir.
A little bit of a different way. Josh, Christopher Bell's on.
Everybody tell Mr. Magoo, thank you.
Well, Josh Sims over here with Josh Berry, two Joshes hanging out,
Josh
A
Berry.
little rain kind of disrupted things, but what was it like to start the Daytona 500 with a legendary team like the Wood Brothers for you?
No, it's been awesome. They've just been such a great family to get to know, right? And Eddie dropped the green flag. He was worried to death about, everybody says dropping the green flag. He didn't want to drop it. He wanted to wave it. So I didn't see it laying on the racetrack, so I think he got the job done. But no, it's just been a pleasure to get to know these guys and race for them. Obviously, a tremendous legacy. We're kicking off their 75th season, and all 75 of those years with Ford Motor Company is pretty special.
So with this rain, right, temperature drop and what's going to be like going back racing, how does that impact how you handle the next part of this day?
I mean,
Yes,
you just gotta
Pablo,
stay patient,
rain delay
right?
now.
I think it's going to be a long day. Try not to eat too many snacks in the hauler, I guess. But yeah, it's a shame, right? Everybody gets excited for this, but we knew this was unfortunately kind of coming. So hopefully we can get the track dried up pretty quick and go back racing.
We just heard Joey and Brad talking about how strong the Fords are, and of course you got that alliance. How are you feeling about your car?
Yeah, I feel good about our car. Miles Stanley, this whole 21 team have done a great job, really. We've had good speed. Just trying to learn, really using the practices to, make some changes here or there, let me feel different things, see what I like, don't like. And so far, so good. I feel like the car feels comfortable. Obviously, it's going to change as the track cools off, but it's kind of weird point of the race right now, right? We're all kind of managing saving fuel versus track position. It's always a balance. So hopefully we can do that right and get up front.
I appreciate your time, Josh. Talk to you soon.
This is live and on the track at Daytona International Speedway opening ceremonies. We got some laps in earlier before the rain came, and President Trump in Air Force One arriving in time in his limo, the Beast, for opening ceremonies.
Matt, that's not really true at all. NASCAR has a deal for kids 10 and under. Their tickets are free. So, Matt, make sure you look into that. Going to the 500 can be expensive, lodging and all that stuff. But the tickets for kids, I'm sure still NASCAR has that. It's $10, I believe, a person. I think that's still. Take them to a NASCAR Xfinity Series race somewhere just first and test the waters. That's exactly, there you go. Mosh, I agree with Mosh completely. Do a truck race, do an Xfinity race first and see if they like that or not. But yeah, I mean, even the best seats, you can get the bleacher seats that are not too expensive either. So, but definitely take your kids. NASCAR has a good deal for those. So let's listen to MRN radio a little bit. I'm going to go downstairs and get some more to drink. And we're going to hang tight with you guys till the rain delay's over. We're going to hang right here and not go anywhere. So appreciate the ones hanging out. I guess MRN's I guess MRN went off the air. So I guess we'll hang out right here. They're not on right now. So, oh, no, it is. It's back on. Nope. is not on anymore. So is the race still going on? Hashtag. It is right now on a weather delay. That's right, weather delay. I'm not sure what's going to. Bleacher seats are usually better in my experience. You see more of the track than engine noise. Isn't as bad for kids' ears. True, exactly too, Rick. But yeah, so if you're gonna stay at like Daytona or something, it's a bigger track. You want to stay up higher so the kids can see it. The down low, all you can see is when they pass you, and then when they go down the track. But I don't know. We'll see how long this is gonna last. If they go to what do you think, Rick? Do you think 5 o'clock? That's another 3 hours. I mean, we could always reschedule and come back. No race in the rain delay. After last year's NASCAR needs to adjust. Wipers, rain tires, let's go, Matt. So that, remember the 600? We sat here all night. That was horrible. Remember New Hampshire? That was a bad one too. So looks like the 500 coverage has gone off the air. I'm not sure. We'll see. I got 2 commercials while in the chat here. Someone trying to tell me something. No, I don't think so. Thank you, M. Flea. Thank you for subscribing too. Rain tires and wipers, Carrie says. So here we go. Let's see what this is here. Oh, what this is.
Lights, cameras, and a ton of action. Truly a picturesque scene.
All right, so I don't know what they're going to be doing here. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what to do. Stay here? What do you think? Oh, that's good speed, almost at 223 miles an hour. 600 more subs. 600 more subs. Let's go. Get it going, man. See, did the MRN go off the air? Let's see. Yeah, they did. So MRN's off the air, so I must tell you something right now. This is going to be a bit. But I just want to see what Fox says first. If they say, do you have a Pilly handle? Yeah, we could probably do that as well. I mean, I can stay on for 12 hours. It's not going to, you're not going to worry about that. 12 hours is where you can't edit anymore. So we can watch you live power nap. There was Disney streamers that used to do that. They just they would film them sleeping, which is crazy. H&H Racing, Bad Back, and Knees Club. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the sub. So we're trying to get to 30,000, y'all. 30,000. 30,000, and there goes Air Force One. He's about to head on out.
William Byron, Chase Briscoe, Ty Dillon, Austin Cindric have all led. And the weather, if we look at the rain, it was clear and sunny for much of the morning, most of the week here at Daytona. You see at the start of the race, and now the temperature. Some of the drivers have talked about that. And the track temperature, obviously, the factor once they get going. And the rain has stopped behind us. Our stage is right at the finish line. You see the breeze kicking up. That wind may have helped move things through. And we welcome Chris Buescher from RFK Racing, his 10th Daytona 500. We just had your boss in here a moment ago, right? We had Brad Keselowski, who's focused on the Ford team. By the way, that hangar shoot, and that's a fun promotional thing. And our production crew works so hard every year on that to set up the entire year for you drivers, and try to coach you through that, right? To make sure. And have you've been through it a few times?
Oh yeah.
And how would you describe it?
I need a lot of coaching, so that was pretty accurate. There's I want you to look pumped up like you just won a race. It's like, yeah, I can't just pull that out of my back pocket here. I gotta live that moment a little bit more. But
your personality doesn't quite get that hype.
It just doesn't. It doesn't go that low or high. So yeah, it's they're like, oh, like something just happened. I was like,
nothing did.
But when it runs later in the year, you look like a star, and you're obviously pumped up for this. Now you have to kind of re-pump after a slight delay. Here you go.
Oh, there you are. Look at you.
You're doing all right.
I was told to do exactly that.
Yes. I mean, you just
stand there. I can do that.
Ron B, thanks so much for that sub.
The Zoolander thing with the Ben Stiller thing again. Do we have that?
Why do you ask that?
Because you look like like Ben Stiller.
I can see it.
I don't know if I consider that a compliment.
You've never.
I'm not. I don't know.
You've gotten that before. I know.
I'm sure you have. All right, so you got to get repumped now. Oh, there it is. Look, that is. I don't. That's not obviously.
That's not me.
On the other side.
Neither of those.
Yeah, you usually do. Your makeup it's less blue than that you use. Your eyeliner. So you got to. I kid. Because I care. You got to get repumped for the race now. This is kind of going to be a little. So how do you do that?
But the problem about that is there's another gap in there. I don't.
We've talked about it for
even if they started it, if the rain stops at 5, they got an hour at 6.
We might just skirt it, but
they can start the race at 7.
We had this cell come in a little early. Like I said, it's I don't know if it's even raining now, so I think we're hopefully in a good spot with this breeze. Hopefully it'll dry out
and
quick
also,
and we'll be able to
the track,
hit the ground
this
running
rain
again.
might not be
yeah,
falling.
I mean, just
just because it shows green on the radar doesn't mean it's falling.
Not a surprise for us.
Chris, you won here a couple years ago, but it was the August race, not the Daytona 500. My career went the same way. I actually won the July race, and I before winning the 500, and I remember being in Victory Lane in July, and there was an advertisement for the Daytona 500, and I had that moment of like, gosh, what if this would have been the Daytona 500?
Yeah.
Have you thought about that?
It crossed my mind at that point, and I wouldn't say I've come back to it, but I'm just hoping to parallel you once we win the 500. Right. I hope we can get all the crown jewels in the same year. So, man, wouldn't that be something?
It's Florida.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that's
you
why
win a race here, you go into Victory Lane at Daytona, and it's obviously truly special. And then the realization hits you like, man, this is a win at Daytona in a Cup Series. You can't take anything away from that, but then there's always that, like, man, that would have been an added bonus if this would have been the Daytona 500. So, yeah, it's on our minds. We know what we got to do. We've been really fast in here. I heard Brad talking about it. We're really, really excited with our Ford Mustangs, and the 3 RFK Fords are in a really good spot already.
And there is Air Force One heading back to get some work done after enjoying the ceremonies and at least the start of the Daytona 500. We appreciate President Trump stopping by.
What about that, Chris? That was a cool moment, right?
That was
pit
pretty
road.
neat.
I remember George Bush coming here back in like 2004, I think. Trump was here a few years ago. It's really cool to be down there and be a part of that whole ceremony.
Yeah, it was chaos, dude. But when Air Force One came by the first time, before he was on the ground, the flyby, yeah, he made a lap before any of us today. Man, I'm jealous now.
That's a good line. See, the coaching is settling in now. You're a TV star. Hey, what about the strategy? And I think help viewers understand the speeds you go and the risk reward of you. It's a long race, but you don't want to get too far behind. You want to stay near the front. But you got to be in the right place, right time.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategies at play nowadays when we come down here and
see what happens here.
Like I said, this is my 10th Daytona 500. Yep. I've been a part of a lot of different ones, whether that's get the start of the race in and say, all right, we got to ride around, we got to save this thing to the end, and if we finish 10th, we're pumped. And that's not really fun from a driver's standpoint, but I've been in those scenarios, and when I came back to RFK a couple of years ago, Jack's conversation was, we don't ride around, we race. And you have a tax to pay.
Right? I like that.
That's what you want to hear.
You know what your job is. You don't.
Right.
I feel like as a driver, sometimes you're like, should I ride around? It's like, should I just try to finish this thing? And it's just it's a terrible way to try to race.
It's just not. It's not fun.
Not at all.
It's and even all the fuel saving stuff now is frustrating at times. It is a part of it, and it's The problem come back to it in the evolution of NASCAR in our race cars and setups is you can't unlearn something that everybody's figured out is better. So when coil binding became a thing and we slammed these race cars to the earth, nobody's lifting them back up again. When we figure out, hey, if we save a bunch of fuel and we spend less time on pit road, you come out further ahead. Nobody's going to unlearn that. So it's here to stay. It's just a matter of how do we make it work.
Yeah, so what about Brad as an owner? Like, I think that's so interesting. Like, obviously, Denny's an owner and it's still a driver as well, but is it odd? Do you like that? Like, what's that dynamic like?
It was unique at first, but well, it's always unique with Brad, but it's been a lot of fun to have that. I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, aren't I?
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Go easy on him. He's a Lions fan. He's had a rough...
Well, we don't judge him for that part of it, but it's been fun to have somebody that is on the ownership side and the racer's side, right? Knows what it feels like being in that seat and is still there. And when we come to these races, and we have now 3 full-time RFK Fords out there, he wants all 3 cars to be competitive just as bad as myself or Ryan Priest do, because it's an upfitting for him, an uplift for him, right? So this is it's a different scenario than a typical owner. And, all of our, Jack is excited about racing all the time. He wants this thing to work great. And we're going to do our best. But it is different having Brad in both seats at different times.
Yep. Great. From Prosper, Texas. May you race long and prosper. I bet you never heard that. Thank you, Chris. All right, for stopping by. Let's check in with J.B. Little.
Well, AJ Allmendinger, he's been here quite a few times at Daytona 500. He's
We
also
see those
raced in the
16s for the
500. How do you
dinger.
describe being part
Thank you,
of those two
Zanke.
races, the biggest that we have in the United States?
Yeah, it's electric. The energy is super high. When you feel the grandstands like we do at both those races, it's for me at this stage of my career, it starts bringing a couple tears in my eyes, like just so proud and honored to be able to be a part of this race. And then you strap in and it all goes away and you're ready to go.
Like old times, you're right.
So
Rain
you
and
decided
CeeLo,
to come
don't
back
mix.
to Cup racing. You were over on the
Rain and
Xfinity
CeeLo.
side. Why come back?
Well, I don't know if I'm in the minority of it, but I do truly love driving the Cup car. But more than anything, I'm very fortunate
Won't
that
know an
Matt
announcement
Collard,
till about
Chris Rice, all the men and
6.
women at Collard Racing really believe in me and want me to
That
drive their
sucks.
race cars, whether it's Xfinity or Cup, to try to help the programs. Last year, Matt and Chris wanted me back in Xfinity to try to help that side of it. We got some great young drivers on that side now, and come back to the Cup program and just we're early in the Daytona 500, but so far in speed weeks, we've shown a lot of speed. Our Celsius Chevy, I thought we had a shot to win the duel. So all the work in the offseason so far has just been working well. Hopefully we can have a smooth race, put ourselves in position to try to win this thing at the end of it whenever we get back going. But, I just love being a part of the Cup Series, and hopefully we can get this
the
program where it needs to
world,
be. win some
according to
races, be in
Nate.
the playoffs.
Thank you, $5
welcome
super
back.
chat.
We're always
Thank you,
happy to have
Nate.
you.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
Josh.
We're here with Todd Gilliland, the new driver of the 34 car, but still with front row, and you got a couple new teammates in Zane and Noah. But what's it like being the elder statesman now, even though you're, in your early 20s?
Yeah, that's that's $1 million question, right? I don't know. It's just been really nice, right? Getting, the right people in the right places. I feel like this off season, it's been interesting adding another team, right? With Noah Grigson, the 4 car coming over. So, luckily, most of their team stayed together.
Like old times. That's right, man. Thank you, buddy.
Background. And then, most of my team stayed on the 38. So, just nice to kind of build a team from scratch. And, I feel like we're ended in a really good place.
No Family Guy
like you said,
Fox.
right? We're first day on track with the Loves colors in actual race.
I don't
wish
know.
we could have kept going there and get going, but I feel really good about our car and the speed that we have. So long race ahead of us, and just really thankful for all the hard work from Front Row Motorsports over the off season. We're just saying we're hungry.
Daytona's
Maybe we
right
could
here.
go to Loves, get some snacks, but overall, I'm really excited for the rest of this race, whenever that is.
Well played with a sponsor there. So, we were talking earlier about the fact that, at these super speedways, obviously earlier last year, you qualified on the front row. And when you come here and you walk away without
I think
winning,
this right here is
you're
not
disappointed about
falling.
it. There was a time
But-
where you're just trying to finish the race. What's it like to be
I
at a
don't
place
know.
where you feel confident coming here that you can win these?
You
it
see
feels
those
really good. As
34s.
a driver, I think that's really all you want, right? Is when you go to the race.
Moderate rain at the moment. Back porch
I guess
driver.
selfishly,
Thanks, buddy.
right, want the fastest car there, whether it's getting the pole or anything. And for us last year, that was majority of the time at the super speedways. We're still working on the rest of it, but
This race is going to get rammed ran right into prime time, probably.
The Ford Dark Horse Mustangs are fast, and I felt we had a few missed
Matter of
opportunities
fact, I'll
last
probably
year,
just-
whether it was
just in
Michael on the
case, get
34,
another stream
leading
going.
a lot of those races coming to the end, and then for us, we were kind of in contention for a few of them. So all you can do is learn from those. Not mistakes, but just situations, right? Everything seems to happen differently every single time, and just have to be prepared for whatever. So, overall, our speed is still there this year, and I feel
I guess we could do that. We could play some video games. I could hook up the video game
Appreciate your time.
PS5.
Go get yourself something to eat now. Regan?
Well, Josh, I don't know of anybody that's happy about the rain right now.
We can get some NASCAR 21 going on. We could do that if you like. That's what Keegan does all the time. He plays NASCAR all the time. We could do that. Don't, Mr. Lowe. I mean, I wouldn't try it. Oh my gosh, Greg, wonder if the Toyotas will try running together today after they wrecked. Oh, remember that, right? All the Toyotas wrecked each other. That was crazy. You gotta check out my man Mosh. He does a lot of iRacing. He got turned on the last lap of his race the other day. I own NASCAR Heat 5. Bought it on PC before it got delisted on stream. I have NASCAR Heat 5. Yeah, I got that. We have no issues here in Australia racing in the rain. Our cars are very similar, Hackney says. I want to see CeeLo play Gran Turismo. The only thing is I don't have a capture card, so the delay would not be good. I would not do well. Stream game CeeLo until race restarts, boy says. How's that most Daytona 500 wins trivia? Yeah, we could do that. Run it, Mr. Lowe. Let me try to find it. Oh, let's see. What's Justin Haley do there in the background of Carson Hocevar?
Right there. And when I came to find you a little while ago, your team told me Carson's busy right now, and I said, well, that's okay. We're live TV. He needs to just come out here and take a break from what you're doing. Help me understand what you were doing in the middle of the afternoon. You are in your hauler iRacing. You were just on the real track racing, and now you're iRacing in your hauler?
Yeah, I have a hauler in my rig, or a sim rig in my hauler. I'm literally, the second I'm done, I'm going to go play iRacing and live stream it. C-Fix, Talladega, because I wreck too much stuff. I don't even have an A license to run the Cup car, so I'm going to run trucks and go have fun with that. And we have it set up that all my guys in the lounge can watch it. So
that's
throughout
funny.
The duels and everything, and throughout the week, they've been yelling and screaming, high, low, block. And then when I wreck or we win,
89 laps, just got 11 laps
in. That's
in.
what we're going to do. And then I have this specimen to my right that we were playing World Outlaws last night. And my race is about to start. All right, I got to get going here in a minute. Priorities, right?
All right. Well, Carson's got a race getting ready to start, but Justin Haley's out here right now. So Justin,
that's hilarious.
You've been lurking over here the whole time. So now it's our turn. To
show me a real race, not animated.
Teammate lurk.
There's no real race on, Mark.
Along well to start the new year.
Yeah, we're great. Everything's good.
Tell me about this. Tell me about this get-up that you've got right here. It is quite the outfit, and I can tell you, I've never seen a driving uniform quite like this before.
I mean, I look great. It's hard to make me look bad, but I look pretty good this week. So big shout out to Chili's Red Dente. Had a fast car all weekend. I wrecked the primary. Got wrecked. I want to say I wrecked, but I definitely did wreck. The crew, everyone at Spire Motorsports did a great job getting the backup car ready. Got a fresh one in. It's actually my Clash car. Felt good.
Justin
out there,
Haley.
So, yeah, been having fun.
Hey, do me a favor. Your other teammate, Michael McDowell, he's in there still right now. Oh, let's open this. Let's open this door up real quick, and we'll see. Now Michael's not lurking now. He's up in here he's in the refrigerator.
Michael
food.
McDowell.
Every time, Michael, that I am around you, food seems to be involved this week down here in Daytona. We've got a little. Well,
get to this size by not eating.
That's a valid point, and I'm doing the same thing. I'm not growing as tall as you are, though. I'm growing out right now.
I was actually grabbing a Celsius because, as you know, we got
4:30 Eastern. Okay, but another hour.
Ready to go later on, so this is going to be that last little pep that I
6
need to
or
get
7.
to Bill Bowling Chevrolet to the front.
I might need to borrow one of those to get that last little pep, but right now I want to direct our eyes over here. We got a little camera on the side here, and we're talking about you and I eating, and I think we might have gone and found some burgers.
We ate.
Tour of Daytona continues at the Daytona Tap Room with 2021 Daytona 500 winner Michael McDowell. Does it seem like it's been that long ago?
Yes and no. Like, it doesn't really.
Well, that worked out pretty good for them. Let's see. Hold on a second here. Let me get back out here. I was trying to reschedule another start there, but they're doing a whole Michael McDowell going at a tap room or something. I don't know about that, but I really don't know what to do, y'all. I don't know. Just leave it running and just be off the camera for a while, or turn it off and start it up again. I don't know what you guys want to do. But rain delay, but the way it looks, I mean, just look at it. Just when you look at it, I mean, it looks like it's kind of breaking up as it goes south. I mean, video game time. I'll have to go figure that, see if I can get that on here. I don't know. Hamlin has 3 500s. Yes, and I was at one of them. iRacing got Larson suspended. Yes, it did. Yep. It's up to you, CeeLo. 580 subs. Yep. Hit that sub, hit that like. See if we can get to 1,000 likes on this stream. 588. See if we get to 600. If you haven't hit the like yet for us, please do. Trying to get that going, but we might just stay live. You can be on for 12 hours, and I don't think it'll go to midnight. So you can react to the ARCA race you missed. Yeah, I could do that. I can watch that. CeeLo, did you see the Thunderbirds fly over? It was amazing, but it wasn't perfect. They were still singing as they went over it. It wasn't, you know, Home of the Brave and then. But speaking of, I mean, look at, I got this, my Great American Race shirt on, and then on the back, it has all the champions of the Daytona 500. Oh, it felt good to set up for a little bit. Daytona race should be relocated to Vegas or California. You see how many track positions that Bowman had made up from 38th to 18th? Yeah. Yeah, he got banned for saying some no-no words on TV. You even see my post, brother Shane. Let me see. Sorry, buddy. You know, it goes by pretty quick sometimes. Shane, let me see what you said, bub. Shane says, that was Big Burger. What else did you say? Oh, that was Big Burger. That's the place they were at. Okay, thank you, Shane. Is that in Daytona? Big Burger? And he has Lawson.
Down with Clint Boyer. All right, so I think you called this, I used your quote, Daytona 500 a crapshoot. So you're coming into this. How do you how do you give it your best shot?
Well, we are also in a backup car, so we had to start in the back. And I think for us, and really no matter where you kind of start, I think fuel saving is very important to try and have a good, execution.
I was eating not much.
So it's really hard to pass. As it gets three lanes, you can't really pass. So you got to do what you can strategy-wise to get up there. And, hopefully we can do that today. And then once you get up to the front, you got to be great to be leading a lane. But if not, cross your fingers and hope you don't crash.
We talk every time.
There you go. Just do 500 miles on the rain course.
Trying to get a win here. And I
think road course. I like that idea, Cole.
Like, I'm just not very good at that.
I like that.
You play that down a little bit. But I feel like in the races, you run really well. And you were leading the Daytona 500 on the white flag lap and ran out of gas a few years ago. So you run well at all these. You finished 4th at Talladega. What's your mindset? I said on Thursday when I talked about you at these tracks is that we hold you in general, like everyone, to such a high standard when we go to every other racetrack that when we come here, and you kind of downplay that. I mean, what do you think when you get to these places?
I would say back in like my Ganassi days, I really hated it, and
I know you did.
Yeah, I really
Ganassi
hated it,
days.
and I wouldn't say I like it now, but I don't hate it. And back then I just didn't think that I was good. I think because you could move around more, you could do different things, and I just felt like I was always making the wrong moves. When I have you as a teammate and you're just way up in front of me, I'm like, well, I do
only
suck.
there, I can tell you that.
But then I feel like since I've gotten to Hendrick Motorsports and the next-gen stuff, I feel like we have a good understanding of the style of racing that it takes, the style of strategy that it takes. So I do feel like we are well capable of finishing up front or running up front and potentially winning. So I am more confident when we come to these places now. And I would say our average running position in the Cup Series would have to be somewhere in the top 5 group of guys. So just don't have all the finishes to show for it. But I am confident. I'm confident every track we go to. But
EBJ on a burger? Sounds weird, but it looks funny. It looks yummy.
Last year. I know that. And this kid, your teammate won the Daytona 500 last year, William Myron. Jeff Gordon, of course, has had great success here.
Dale Sr. was great, but he was also known for dirty racing.
I mean, you go over advice. Do they tell you things, tips, or is it all up to you when you get in that car?
Well, for Jeff, it's been a long time since he's raced.
Ooh, a little stinger right there.
Long time. He's old. But no, so I mean, the style when he was racing, it's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing like that anymore. And then
is the car is it more about, because Danny Hamlin said it's more about the car in this race than the driver, for being honest.
I mean, I still feel like you can win with any car.
Same people run up front.
Yeah, so it's just to me, it's more of a team. Like your team or your organization, your manufacturer group matters maybe more than it used to. I think, yeah, I agree with Denny. I think, he did find a lot of success because
Bowman the showman.
he's very smart.
All right, Shane, we'll see you, buddy.
And he did a really good job. And two, I would say his car also stood out, back then.
Probably got out of the way, Justin.
Where we're all pretty equal on speed and handling and all of that. So, I don't know, it's just different, but it's still, like you said, it comes down to the same group of guys and same, cross your fingers and hope you don't get caught up in anything.
Well, we've had some of the Ford drivers who they say they're fast. They got a lot of speed. And
they feel really confident.
Yeah, so where are the Chevys and where are you guys in relation to that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Fords have been great. It's speedway racing for a long time. Yeah, so, I mean, just like looking at data, I mean, you watch the 2 and the 22s throttle as they're in the third lane driving by everybody. They're 60% throttle. Everybody else is 100%, wide open.
Hard to beat that.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess, their cars probably stand out. But still, it doesn't always matter that you have the fastest car at these places because a lot of stuff can happen, So you just got to be in the picture at the end and be in the hunt, and you've got a shot.
What about for your fans watching right now, wondering how your car is? You're in a backup car. You mentioned that you got 11 laps. What'd you feel?
Yeah, so I'm in a backup car, and on Friday we were not very fast with it. I felt very draggy, and my balance was kind of tight in the small group that I was in.
Trucker Dude 499.
So
Thank you, Trucker Dude, for the super chat. Thank you, sir.
Yesterday in practice, I felt way more normal.
Everybody tell Trucker Dude thank you.
I could hang on to a draft if I was in the tail of it. My balance was normal, just only tied off at turn 4, so I felt ready after that. So, and then there in the short laps that we got, it was, you're just saving fuel and riding.
It's early. And, I know that Daytona 500 is your focus right now, but we, of course, at Fox will have the Indy 500 coming up in May. And I know you ran in that last year. It was the weather, there were all kinds of issues, but you're going to do that again, right? And,
yes.
And how would you describe the experience and how much do you look forward to that? And some guys have done it before, but for you, I know it's something that's very important for you to be a well-rounded driver.
Yeah, no, it was an awesome experience last year, getting to do the Indy 500 and, doing everything but run the 600. But yeah, it was just great to be a part of it finally as a competitor. I'd been there, I think, one other time as a fan. So yeah, being there as a competitor and living through the experience of the 2 weeks and the crowd and the fans, and I really felt like a fan favorite with attempting to do the double and all that. So it was awesome, and the race itself too is very kind of straightforward, like a next gen race. A lot of kind of reminds me a lot of this. Just a lot of. It's difficult to pass. You're saving fuel, so you're trying to just shorten that pit stop. So it wasn't too. There wasn't much I felt like I needed to learn or was different. So I think it was good to go through that experience once, and now hopefully do it again. I'll be ready, more prepared for things, and hopefully the weather will be sunnier than it is right now, and we can get both races in.
Do you do anything different to prepare for it this year? I mean, I know last year you got to go to Phoenix and run some laps. Do you just go back to Indy the start of the month of May and just start that cycle over again?
Yeah, so last year we did a lot. I felt like to prepare for it because I didn't know what to expect. So I was very happy that we did the Phoenix thing because it felt I could feel the car better and learn kind of its limits better. And then going to Indy, it was pretty simple.
Does your neck hurt?
Crazy like Phoenix.
You got a copy, I'll be Mark.
Because it's so fast.
Yeah, small and
yeah, it does.
Quicker. But going back, I think again this year I'm only doing the rookie, or sorry, not.
CeeLo, does your neck hurt?
Some sort of rookie orientation.
Hamlin won the 500 back to
They
back.
had like a 2-day thing.
Could it get a
So I'll be
third
there for
time? We'll
that,
see.
and then, yeah, just the month of May. So nothing crazy, but and two, I think last year I really took the training and the health and stuff more serious than I've ever taken anything before, and it was good to
5:30 or 6. That's
because I felt
Eastern
fresh
time
afterwards. So I felt like you're pretty confident in what I was doing to lead up to that.
That unknown is scary, right?
Yeah, I felt totally fine, ready to go for 600 miles. I got an IV.
Go get
on
a
the flight,
popcorn.
but
Yeah, I
didn't
might
really feel
do
like
that.
I needed one, so I felt like I was pretty prepared.
Eastern time. Okay.
Anywhere, even the rental car I've seen. No, I'm kidding. Good luck. We're going to be going here. I think it's showing clearing after 5:30, 6 o'clock Eastern time. So we look forward to seeing Kyle Larson in the Hendricks Chevrolet. And earlier today, Jamie McMurray, we showed you Kyle's teammate, William Byron, who won the race last year. Jamie hung out with him in the car.
All right, let's do some trivia. If you guys want to do some trivia, of course, these are pretty easy to answer. Who was known as the king of NASCAR? Who was known as the king of NASCAR? Let me see your answers in the chat. King of NASCAR. Let me see. Do 500 laps at Bristol, then you'll know the destination of neck hurting. Petty? Everybody says Richard Petty. Ta-da! Richard Petty, the king of NASCAR. Okay, there we go. Richard Petty. All right, congratulations, everybody, with that Richard Petty guess. Congrats. All right, too easy. Okay, that's all right. Well, we'll start off easy. There's 50 of them, so that's the question. Okay, so which track is known as the paperclip? Which one? The trucker dude, you're welcome, sir. Thank you so much, buddy. You're welcome. Which one is known as the paperclip? Trucker dude says Bristol. Cole says Martinsville. Little people are some behind here. Martinsville. Everybody says Martinsville. Martinsville. Everybody say Martinsville. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong side. Here it is. Martinsville Speedway. Congratulations. Everybody keep track of your scores. 2 for 2. Easy. Mike said Darlington. So are they in the rain delay I just tweeted? Yes, they're rain delay, and there's the rain above us here. All right. How many championships did Dale Earnhardt win? How many? Thank you, Whiskey and Austin. Thank you for that. How many championships did Dale Earnhardt win? 7. Everybody's saying 7. You're welcome, Trenton. 7. 7 championships. Okay. All right. Everybody got their answers in? Bassett says 10. All right. The answer is 7. So 7 NASCAR championships for Dale Earnhardt Sr. All right. Here's another easy one. Which state is the Daytona 500 held? Which one is the Daytona 500 held? Let's see if they're going to say something here. Florida?
Daytona International Speedway. We've got Toyota Tundra track dryers out there. There's 13 of those.
Florida?
16 jet dryers helping as well. At the moment, the rain has lightened up, and again, it's supposed to clear as you see the 4. You're watching Fox Sports.
All right, so they're just doing their thing. Florida, everybody says Florida? The answer is Florida. Congratulations. Radar says Florida. You're right. You're right. All right. Here's another one. Who became the first female driver to win a NASCAR Cup Series pole? Who was the first female driver to win a NASCAR Series pole? Danica? Danica Patrick? Okay. Danica Patrick is the answer. Congratulations, y'all. Keep track of your scores. Danica Patrick. She is the first female NASCAR driver. All right. Your next question is, which team did Jeff Gordon race for throughout his career? Which race team did Jeff Gordon race for throughout his career? Hendrick, thank you, Ken, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Hendrick Motorsports. Everybody get their guess in. Hendrick Motorsports. Chevy DuPont, Richard says. Hendrick Motorsports. And your answer is Hendrick Motorsports. All right, these are easy. Maybe it'll get harder. All right, what's the maximum number of cars in a standard NASCAR Cup Series race? This one might be a little harder. They might have changed. 631 likes. Trying to get to 700, y'all. Help us with that like, y'all, if you're here hanging out with us. Help us out with the likes. We would love for you to hang out with us. The coverage for Fox has kind of gone away right now, so 40, 43, 41, 42, 50 for Butterfly, 51, 42, 43, 43, 40, 40. All right. See here, give you a minute or so. Now with provisionals, 41. These numbers are crazy. Yeah, I know they are. Let's see what we got. 43. All right, let's see. What is the answer? I'm going to say 41. Oh, I'm sorry. We just gave him the wrong answer. 40. 40. 40 is the maximum number of cars in a standard NASCAR Cup Series race. 40. Okay, well, you kind of saw the answer, but we'll do it anyway. Which track is the longest in NASCAR's schedule? Which track is the longest in NASCAR's schedule? Talladega, Talladega, Lee Petty, Bristol. No, not Bristol. Used to be 43. Dega, Road America, if you are counting truck and Xfinity. Oh, true, Rick. Yep. Pocono, Talladega, Dega. Okay. Talladega. Coda. Billy Voda says Coda. Regine. I see you, Regine. See here. There's Ryan Priest. All right. Let's see what it is. Talladega Super Speedway. Congratulations. All right. Who won the first official NASCAR race? This one's going to be a little harder. Who won the first official NASCAR race? Charles says Red Byron. Buddy Baker for Clayton. Fireball Roberts. Richard Petty. It's definitely Coda. Lee Petty. Red Byron. I don't know this answer. Some dude. Jack Daniels. Lee Petty. I'm going to go with Lee Petty as well. Ricky Bobby. Lee Petty. Okay. All right. Let's see. Give it a little bit more bonus here. A lot of people said Lee Petty. A lot of them said Red Byron. All right, Jeff Gordon. All right, here we go. Who is it? Who won the first NASCAR race? Jim Roper. We were all wrong. I didn't see anybody say Roper. Jim Roper? Who's that? Let's look it up. Let's look up Jim Roper. Jim Roper. I don't know. It doesn't. Says he. You said Jim Roper? You did, Butterfly. Are you sure? Rachel says Mr. Roper. Come on, knock on my door. Lee and Lee Petty in 1959 in a convertible. All right. All right. So which year was NASCAR founded? Let me see your guesses on this. Which year was NASCAR founded? 1948. 1948. Who was the landlord on Three's Company? 1948. Everybody say 1948. 1948. Everybody say 1948 here. Okay. I'm going to go with y'all. Lloyd says 1949. Let's see. Which year was NASCAR founded? 1948. Congratulations, everybody. Make sure you're doing your thing here. 1948. How many miles is the Coca-Cola NASCAR race? How many miles is the NASCAR Coca-Cola what? What is it? 600. Everybody says 600. 600 miles. 600 miles. 600 miles. That'll be a marathon day for us, guys. We'll be doing the Daytona 500, the Indy 500 again on here this year, and the Coca-Cola 600. 600 miles. Let's see. Congratulations. 600 miles for you guys. Awesome. Which sponsor is known for the rainbow car? A lot of people have already started saying it. Which sponsor is the rainbow car? Too easy of a question. Well, maybe they'll get harder. Which sponsor is known for the rainbow car? Rainbow car. DuPont? DuPont? Everybody says DuPont. Trick question, Mark says. DuPont? Come on, 24, behave yourself. Willie B. Here we go. Oh, sorry. DuPont. DuPont. Congratulations. All right. Where is the NASCAR Hall of Fame located, and have you ever been there? That's the question. And answer that as well. Where is the NASCAR Hall of Fame, and have you ever been there? Yes or no? Charlotte, North Carolina, and no, I have been there. It's a pretty cool place. You even give me the address. You've been there, Rick says. Charlotte. I have not been there. Moorestown, Charlotte. I have been there. It's a pretty cool place, y'all. Definitely recommend if you're a NASCAR fan to go there. Charlotte, James says no. Richard says yes. Gonna shoot that gap. Byron, Charlotte. No, it's not in Tennessee. Charlotte. All right, Charlotte. Been there 2 times, Cole Trickle says. Wow, very nice. I've only been there once. All right. And the answer is Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina. All right, who's the youngest driver in a Cup Series race? Who is the youngest driver? It's Noah Gragson, filter. Who is the youngest driver in a NASCAR race? Who is it? Let's see. It might be this one's a little harder. Trucking gets you around a lot. Yeah, but it does. Trevor Bayne, Joey Logano, Trevor Bayne, Joey, Dick Trickle, Kyle Busch, Joey, Ty Gibbs. Now, this might, I don't know how old this is. We know some younger kids out there now that are driving. So this one's a tough one. I don't know. Gordon, Bart Simpson, Carson Hocevar. Like I said, questions probably kind of old, but could be possibly. All right. I'm going to go one of them took it from the other, Rick says. Okay. Joey Logano, Kyle Busch. This one's going to be interesting. It has to be, who's the youngest driver to win a Cup Series race? Cup Series race, not Caruth, because he's in the trucks. All right, let's see what it is. I'll go Jeff Gordon as well. Ooh, Joey Logano. Everybody that said Joey Logano, congratulations. Joey Logano. There's Joey Logano. All right, what year did NASCAR introduce the Car of Tomorrow? Ooh, you remember this? Car of Tomorrow. Remember the Car of Tomorrow? It had that spoiler on the back of the car. It's pausing. I don't know. Just refresh. I don't know. Refresh if the stream pauses. 2008, 2007, 2008, 2007. It was early 2000s. 2005, 2006, 2007. Okay, we'll see. You had a flux capacitor. All right, the answer is 2007. 2007 is when the NASCAR introduced the Car of Tomorrow. Congratulations. Is anybody perfect a 15 for 15 yet? Anybody a 15 for 15? Be honest. We're not on to the next question yet. Anybody 15 for 15? Anybody? No CeeLo. It's literally pausing on me. It's CeeLo stream pausing for anyone else. I don't know. I'm showing it pretty good right now, so let me go to my stream here. Let's see. No, we're good. I'm good. I'll have it up just in case. You missed one. Okay, 13 for 15 for Trenton, 13 for 15 for Dante. 2007. All right, no chance even copying the ones I don't know. Okay, here's another one. Which track is known as the Monster Mile? This one should be pretty easy for you guys. Which track is known for the Monster Mile? Which one? Which one? Put in the question at the bottom. Less time to Google. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, yeah, good deal. Let me move the rain delay. Hold on. You guys already seen most of them, so. All right, here we go. Let's put this over here. Okay. Which track is the Monster Mile? Dover. Lots of people saying Dover. Charles says Bristol. Dover. Dover slept in the parking lot trucking. Cool. That's awesome. Let's see. Anybody else? Dover? All right, the answer is Dover International Speedway. All right. All right. Who sets the record for most consecutive championships in a Cup Series? Most consecutive championships in a Cup Series. Jimmy Johnson. 7-time. Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson. Are they newbie questions? We're just going through whatever's in front of us. It doesn't matter. Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson. Everybody's saying Jimmy Johnson. But only in modern era. Gordon. 7-time. Jimmy Johnson. He says JJ, Kyle Anderson, Jimmy Johnson. Richard Petty for Kevin. Jimmy Johnson. All right, here we go. And the winner is Jimmy Johnson. Congratulations, everybody. All right, next question. What is the nickname of the Darlington Raceway T-Biscuit? Thanks for the rookie membership, T-Biscuit. Thank you so much for that. Hit that like for us. Try to get to 700 likes, y'all. If you like what we're doing here for you guys, keeping you entertained while the streams are, the rain is falling, help us out with that. Help us with a subscribe as well. Would love to help you out. Help us out here on our channel, showing the hard work that we're putting in here for you guys today. It's going to be a long night. Long night. But hopefully we'll get it all in. Lady in Black. Lady in Black. Everybody's saying Lady in Black. Lady in Black. Everybody's saying Lady in Black. 7-time champ Johnson. Lady in Black. Everybody says Lady in Black. Get a couple more seconds here to get your answer in. Lady in Black. The answer for the nickname of the Darlington Raceway is the Lady in Black. Lady in Black. All right, next question. Who won the NASCAR Cup Series championship in 2020? Who won the NASCAR Cup championship in 2020? My man Chase Elliott, Holly says. Chase Elliott. Those 9s. Let me see those 9. Kyle Anderson dropping those 9s. Lloyd says Gordon. Chase Elliott 2020. The NASCAR Cup Series champion Chase. Does everybody say Chase? Chase Elliott. I see you, Chase. That's right. I think we've all come to a consensus that it's Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott. There it is. Congratulations. All right, we're at question 20. Which decade did NASCAR introduce restrictor plates? Which decade did the NASCAR introduce restrictor plates? You were being funny. Okay. Which decade? My birthday week underway Tuesday. Nice. Happy birthday, Reed. 80s. The 80s. 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 Hang on. I need a pit stop myself. All right. The 80s, 1980s, 90s, 70s. Rick says 70s. 90s. Remember the nasty accident with Bobby Allison? Bobby Too Fast. 90s. 1980. 1988. 1970s. 1988. Butterfly says could be 70s. All right. All right. The answer is 1980s. You guys who picked 1980, congratulations. So there's that one. All right, next question of 50. We have 50 of these. How many tracks are current NASCAR Cup Series schedule? How many tracks are in the current NASCAR Cup Series schedule? Now, this is old. I think it's old. So it's going to probably be not right because of what's this year. So 36, Laying in the bed. Awesome, Nathan. 21 for Holly. 36 for James. 89. We'll be here all season. 20, 23, 24, 18, 30. There was a split in use early 70s, then took them away. The restrictor plates. Okay. 36, 24, 28, 45, 24. Mexico City. I add those new races for this year. So 23. Remember, people, some tracks ran twice, right? How many tracks? Right. So you're not, that's right. So he's got a point there. Remember, you can't count Daytona twice because it's only one time. So you got to remember that. It's not the full race schedule. So you got to remember that. Okay. 23. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. So like he was saying, you can't count Daytona twice. You can't count Bristol twice. You can't count Darlington, I think, is twice. So, okay. 18, 15. Right, trying to change in their answer a little bit. Richard says, what? Atlanta is twice now. Yep. So you can't count Atlanta. Rick's going to say 29. Phoenix is twice. Yep. Big money, big money. All right. What's up, man? Good to see Jezzy. Going on. All right, here we go. The answer is 31. Now, I'm not sure how old this quiz is. I wish it would tell you the answer. Like, tell you what all the answers are. Who was the first driver to break 200 miles an hour in a NASCAR race? Who was the first driver to break 200 miles an hour in a NASCAR race? You guessed 31. Good. Buddy Baker. I'm going to say Bill Elliott. Buddy Baker, 5 p.m. Eastern time zone, so 4 Central, so we got another hour. Okay. Buddy Baker. Crap, you said 34. Bill Elliott. I'm going to go Bill Elliott as well. Buddy Baker. Lightning McQueen. Bill Elliott. Sammy Hagar. Was Buddy Baker, Rick says. Buddy Baker, Richard Petty. I'm saying Bill Elliott. All right, here we go. How many tracks are in the current Cup Series schedule? We got that one. All right, here we go. The answer is Bill Elliott. The first driver to break 200 miles an hour in a NASCAR race. Okay. All right, here's another one. Which driver holds the record for most wins at Daytona? Who wins has the most records for most wins at Daytona? What you got? Big E? It can't be Dale Sr. Oh, okay. I take that back. Yeah, I'm sure he does have a lot more wins at Daytona. Dale Earnhardt, Petty or Earnhardt? Eminem says Richard Petty, Big E, Dale Earnhardt. Do you think we're gonna get the racing? Yes, I think we are. Antoine. Petty for the Bright Wolf. Mike Baker, don't say the 500. Doesn't say the 500. You're right. It doesn't say the 500. It says Daytona. Amateur hour and a half to give and take the track to dry. Yep, we'll see what happens, man. The quiz is wrong. Was Baker in 1970 at Dega and 1969 Charger? Okay, Rick. Cale Yarborough, Dale Earnhardt Sr., Sterling Marlin, Dale Sr., Big E has 34 total victories at Daytona, Charles says. All right, let's see who gets it here. Who has the record for most wins at Daytona? The answer is Richard Petty. Richard Petty has the most wins. All right. How many turns does Pocono have? How many turns does Pocono have? 3 for Bronny, 3 for Ernest Scott, 3 for Mike Baker, 3 for Pastel, 3 for Jermaine. Everybody's saying 3. I say 3 as well. 3 all the way. Get your answers in. Get your answers in. Get your answers in. See if they've updated this rain thing. All right, 3. The tricky triangle. Yeah, that's right, Lloyd. And the answer is 3. 3 turns for Pocono. All right. Question number 25. Which NASCAR Cup Series team is owned by Roger Penske? Oh, this one's Team Penske. 3. Penske. This one's easy, right? Penske. Team Penske. Are you able to actually stream the race? No, I'm not, Marcia. Penske. Penske Racing. Penske Racing. Gonna guess Penske? The answer is Team Penske. All right, that was a cheap one. All right, let's go. Who drove, oh my gosh, who drove the famous number 43 car for most of his career? Do we even have to answer this one? Which one is it? Petty. All right, that one's dumb. Richard Petty. All right. Hey, which driver won the 1998 NASCAR Cup Series championship? The 1998 NASCAR Cup Series, okay. Cup Series championship. What do you got? Earnhardt Sr. Earnhardt Sr. Earnhardt Gordon. Dale Sr. Now, remember, Dale Sr. won the Daytona 500. Did he win the championship, though? That's a good question, V. I'll have to check it out. Send me the link so I don't have to look for it. I think that was Gordon. Jeff Gordon. Everybody's saying Jeff Gordon. Bobby Labonte. Jarrett was 1999, I think. Gordon did. All right, everybody's saying Gordon, Jeff Gordon won the 1998 NASCAR Cup Series championship, and the answer is Jeff Gordon. Congratulations, everybody. All right, next question. How many times did Dale Earnhardt win the Daytona 500? How many times is he won the Daytona 500? One time. One time. 4. No, not 4, Jamie. 4. 1. 1. One missed the Penske car. 1. 4 for Herb. 1. Everybody's saying 1. Richard said he missed it. How many times has Dale Earnhardt won the Daytona 500? Only once. All right, let's see. The answer is 1. All right, question number 29. Which state is the Bristol Motor Speedway located? Bristol Motor Speedway. Which one? Bristol, baby. That's right. Holly B. Tennessee. Tennessee. Ooh, the lights are on. Oh, Tennessee. I'm a Tennessee fan. I am a Tennessee fan. Up the road from Rocky Top. It's on the Tennessee Virginia side or the Tennessee line. It's on the Tennessee line. You're right. It is on the Tennessee line. I have been on that line going home from the race. Tennessee. That's right. Go Vols, y'all. Go Vols. Let's see. Which state is the Bristol Motor Speedway located in? It's in the great state of Tennessee. There we go. All right. Which driver is known as Rowdy? Let me see those 8s. Let me see those 8s. Kyle Busch, baby. Rowdy. Rowdy. CeeLo, stop there talking about the race. Kyle Busch. Ty Dillon, Kyle Busch. Where's our rowdy friends? That's right. I'll just do this right here. And the answer is... hold on, I gotta time it perfectly. The answer is... come on, Streamlabs. There he is, Rowdy Busch. Kyle Busch, ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Busch. All right. Rowdy. Missed that Skittles outfit. All right. Which manufacturer returned to NASCAR in 2013 after a long absence? Which manufacturer returned to NASCAR in 2013 for a long absence? Thank you, Fred, for subbing. We appreciate you. Dodge. Keep hitting that sub, y'all. Trying to get there, and we're trying to get to 700 likes. We're at 671. Dodge. Thank you, Fred. Also known as Crybaby. Dodge, Volkswagen. Nope, it's Dodge, my bad. Dodge, Pontiac for Chezzy. All right, let's see. Which manufacturer returned to NASCAR after 2013 after a long absence? The answer is Toyota. Toyota is the answer. Which manufacturer returned to NASCAR in 2013 after a long absence? Ooh, I didn't see anybody say Toyota. Did anybody say Toyota in the chat? I don't think anybody did. Everybody said Dodge. Toyota? I don't think... someone said Yugo. Oh, Greg Barger, he said Toyota. Greg said Toyota. Coop Cooper said Toyota. Anybody else? Yeah, that's it. Coop Cooper and Greg, they both said Toyota. Yep. All right, congratulations there. When was Toyota there before? I don't remember. All right, next question. Question number 32. What does the X stand for in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race? What does the X stand for in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race? Toyota joined in 2008. Came in 2008. Xfinity, X-Men. Xfinity. Lloyd says no idea. Not even gonna. Xfinity. Extreme. What a question. What a question. Exactly. It's a trick question. Maybe it's a trick question. Whoever created this was smoking something. They were. Toyota was doing the NASCAR 1980s version of the Dash Series. What long absence they weren't allowed in the Cup level until 2013? I don't know. These questions. Anyway, it is Xfinity. Xfinity is your answer. All right, which track is known as the Tricky Triangle? Well, we already answered this question. They're coming up with some questions here. Which question? Tricky Triangle. Tricky Triangle. Pocono. Pocono. They were definitely smoking something. Yes, Pocono. All right, the answer is Pocono. All right, if they start repeating questions, we'll go to something else. Here's another one. Who won the NASCAR Cup Series championship in 2015? 2015. Who won the NASCAR Cup championship in 2015? Who won it? Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch. Rowdy. Mr. Rowdy, Lloyd says. Kyle Anderson. Oh, I can't remember JJ or Stewart. Kyle Busch. All right, everybody get your answers in. We see those eights. All right. The answer is Kyle Busch. Congratulations, y'all. All right. Which track is NASCAR's shortest track? This is a trick question. Quick trick question here. At them likes, y'all. Trying to get to 700 likes. When he missed most of the season. Bristol, Martinsville. This one's going to be a trick one. Martinsville, Bristol, Martinsville. Lots of them saying Bowman Gray, right? Bowman Gray. The Coliseum, yep. Martinsville. Hit that like, y'all. Hit that sub. Martinsville, Bristol, Talladega, Martinsville, Bristol. All right, we have a combined answer here. And the answer is Martinsville. Martinsville is the shortest track on the NASCAR series here. All right. Who was the 2019 NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year? 2019 Rookie of the Year. Cole says, no, it ain't. Who is the NASCAR 2019 Rookie of the Year? Daniel Hemrick, Pastel says. We're getting tough here. Noah, can't remember. Logano, Bowman, Hemrick, Larson, Haley, Hemrick. A lot of people saying Hemrick. Hendricks, Logano, Carl Edwards, Chase. Oh, he wasn't there. Thank you, Eli Productions. Thank you, Atlantis, for subbing, and Life on the Bike. Thanks so much for subbing as well. We appreciate you. Want to see Bush back in the chat. Gregson. Is it Hemrick? That year sucked. Logano was 2010. Barry, Hemrick, before Haley. All right. She wants to see Bush back in the chat. Here we go. The answer is Daniel Hemrick. Thank you for those subs, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Which state hosts the Quaker State 400? I hadn't seen that in a while. Which state hosts the Quaker State 400? Pennsylvania, Kentucky. We're still on a rain delay. Yes. Yep. Kentucky, Georgia, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Atlanta. No clue. Pennsylvania. Dude said Hendricks. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Kentucky, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Georgia. A lot of people saying Pennsylvania. And the answer is Kentucky. I missed the Kentucky Speedway. It was a nightmare to get into. All right. Who was the 1989 NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year? They're getting a little harder, y'all. They're getting a little harder. William Byron. But it was an awesome track. You're right. Byron, Davey Allison. This one's tough, Bronny says. I wish they had Kentucky racing. Jimmy Johnson. Nobody goes, I don't know. Jeff Burton, Bill Elliott, Trickle, Byron. Who was the 1989 NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year? Davey, Allison, Trickle, Rusty, Bobby Labonte, Kenny Wallace, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Trickle. Too hard of a question. They get a little harder. Wallace, it wasn't me. Dick Trickle, Rusty Wallace, I don't know. Some Rusty Wallace, some Kenny Wallace, Bobby Labonte, Alan Kowicki. Could be Rusty. All right. Who was the 1989 Rookie of the Year? The answer is Dick Trickle. Thank you guys for who picked that one. Dick Trickle. Nice one. All right. Question number 39 In which year did Chevrolet introduce the Camaro to NASCAR Cup Series? Which year did Chevrolet introduce the Camaro to the NASCAR Cup Series? You know who. Cooper. Wasn't Rusty. 2018, 2018, 2018. Lots of saying 2018. The Camaro was introduced to the NASCAR Cup Series in what year? 2018, 2018, 2018, 2013, 2015, 2001, 2015, 2018. The Monte Carlos were cool in NASCAR. Yeah, they were. Yeah, that's about right. 2016 champ was who? 2025, 2009, 2016, 2013, 1999. Butterfly says 2018. It's tricky. All right, the answer is 2018. Congratulations, guys, on that. 2018. All right, who was the first non-American driver to win a NASCAR Cup Series race? Non-American driver to win a NASCAR Cup Series race. Keep hitting that like, y'all. We're 11 away from 700 likes. Juan Pablo Montoya. Montoya. Good Googling, guys. Yep. Juan Pablo. AJ Foyt. Montoya. The jet dryer himself. The jet dryer wrecker himself. Montoya. Mario Andretti. Ocho. Mario Andretti, thanks. Clint Boyer is an announcer. Yeah, he is. Marcos Ambrose. Oh, I like that one. I think that's it, Desert Fox. I think it's Ambrose. All right, here we go. The answer is Earl Ross. Who's that? Earl Ross. All right, let's look. We got to look this one up. Earl Ross. NASCAR. Earl Ross was a Canadian race car driver. Oh, this is a trick question. Was completed in NASCAR's Winston Cup Series from 1973 to 1976, driving the Carling Red Cap, the number 52. Yep. Trick question there. There he is. Everyone guessed it wrong. Yep. That dude sounds American, Curtis says. Yep. All right, so there's that one. Everybody guessed that one wrong. That was a trick question. All right, which track is located in wine country of California? Which track is located in the wine country of California? Sonoma. Everybody's getting this one. Sonoma. Sears Point. Sonoma. Sears Point. It might be Sears. Is Sears Point and Sonoma the same thing? I don't think so. Sonoma. Everybody say Sonoma. This is painfully boring crap. I'm sorry, Clips. I'm sorry, but we're just trying to pass some time away. You know what? There's a whole thing of YouTube out there. You can watch anything you want. Nice game to play while in a delay. Never seen this channel, but nice. Hope the race gets in this evening. Yeah, Crow, we're just trying to pass the time away. We've done our rain delays here before. So thank you, buddy. Thank you, Crow. All right, so everybody says Sonoma. Let's see what it is. Sonoma Raceway. You guys answered it right. Do we have a timeline yet? The track looks getting dry, and I don't think it's raining anymore, so that's a good thing. They're talking to Austin Cindric right now. We can listen in for a little bit. We can take a break.
No idea.
You really get to understand the scale of this race when you win it. I mean, we're still kind of at the tail end of of social distancing and stuff there. Like I did all of my media stuff with Zooms for like 2 straight days. So
that's so unfortunate. That's so much fun to get
all the more
do
reason
all
why I
that.
want to go win it again.
Yeah.
But no, it's amazing how large this race is. I think anyone that knows sports knows what the Daytona 500 is, and that's what makes this place so exciting. That's what makes this race so special for everyone, including the fans.
Well, thanks for coming by. Good luck once we get racing. If you need tires, he's got you taken care of with Discount Tires.
Good call, man. Good man. I like it.
And one of his teammates, let's get more on one of his teammates where we talked about him. Josh Sims has this.
All right, let's go back to well, the way you came about it, man. You're saying that it was boring. I'm sorry, but hey, this is all we got. Like, I thought it would be fun. This is the first quiz I took, so it is what it is. All right, here's our next question. Which race marks the start of the NASCAR playoffs? Now, this one's a trick question because it's changed. Now, we'll see if this has been updated because, it changed. It says it's going to rain even more pretty soon. Well, if it starts raining again, I don't know what to say, but you learn something new every day. Which race marks the start of the NASCAR playoffs? Now, this is a trick question here because it changed last year and now it's changed again this year. So I'm not sure how up to date this trivia thing is here, but we're about to see. Hey, 700 likes. Awesome. Thank you guys. Bronny says Atlanta, Darlington. I'm enjoying the awesome. Good deal. Martinsville, Michigan, Atlanta, Daytona. Let's see. Used to be Chicago, Mike says. Darlington for Roger. Daytona for Lloyd. It's always been Daytona, right? A couple more hours too. I hope not. This is fun. Atlanta, Bristol. That'd be cool if Bristol was the final race for the playoffs. It's raining in Daytona. I live close, so it's not raining at the track, which is a good thing. Darlington Raceway, Vegas, Daytona. What's up, Jamie? Good to see you. All right, so let's see what it is. Which race marks the start of the NASCAR playoffs? The answer is Darlington. Now, Darlington normally is the cutoff, but then they moved it to Daytona. Daytona, now Darlington. It was last year Darlington, now it's Daytona. Daytona is the first and last race of the regular season. All right, here we go. Who is the oldest driver to win a Cup Series race? Now, this one's going to be an interesting one. You're going to have to go way back for this one, I think. You're going to have to go way back for this one. What do you got? Way back on this one. Harry Gant. I was thinking that too. Harry Gant. Harry Gant. Joe Nemechek. Gant. I got to watch Harry Gant win in his 5-race streak at Martinsville. Michael Waltrip. Firebell Roberts. Yeah, you got make sure you're going way back here. You got to remember this. Chase is in a hoodie, so they ain't going racing anytime soon. Harry Gant, New Hampshire. Mark Martin, Bobby Allison, Gant, I think Rick says. How did I get to see Gant win? I did get to see Gant win too. Yeah, Holly B, that's awesome. I got to see him win at Martinsville. It was fun. Mr. September, Harry Gant. Mark Martin got close, but Logano bumped him out of the way. Mark Martin, Norm Benning. Oh, its race might be postponed. Oh, no, don't say that. Who knows? Allison was 50. Me too. We're there at the same time. They haven't said anything yet, so fingers crossed here. But if not, it's been a good day for us anyway. It doesn't matter. Gant, Richard Petty, Sterling Marlin. All right, let's see who the answer is. The answer is, ooh, look at this. Trick question. Morgan Shepherd. Ooh. Was he? And Morgan Shepherd drove for the Wood Brothers, right? He was on that. He was in the 21, right? I told you it's raining here. I don't see it raining in Daytona yet, so I think Gant. Morgan Shepherd. Morgan Shepherd is the answer. Morgan did not win, did he? I know I like how Fox keeps NASCAR on instead of going to local programming. Is Sunday and his Daytona 500, baby. That's right, Jose. So Morgan Shepherd. Yeah, I remember Morgan Shepherd. All right, next question. We're almost done with our 50 questions here. In what year did Toyota enter the NASCAR Cup Series? Now this is kind of like a back towards the last question we had. Bob Pocker said there probably won't start till after 9, so rain would have to end by 6:30. Ugh. 2008, 2013. And Daytona has lights, so this race is delayed. Yes, it is delayed right now. Rain delay. Rain delay. I was trying to remember his name. Just remember them purple glasses and Jesus Racing. 2008. So we kind of talked about this earlier. 2008. 2007. It says 2007. So John, you picked it. 2007. Doesn't that contradict what they did last 2013 was when they came back? All right. As we did that one. All right. Who won the 2018 NASCAR Cup Series Owners Championship? Who won the 2018 NASCAR Cup Series Owners Championship? I do too, because I can't do it tomorrow. Skull Bandit, Toyota, Chevrolet, Hendrick, Toyota, Hendricks, Toyota, Stuart Haas. It's not during a rain delay. Richard Childress, Gibbs, maybe Hendricks, Briscoe. It's team. Yeah, team, not the car. Who won the 2008 NASCAR Cup Series Owners Championship? Penske, I wouldn't have a clue. Hendricks, not owner, not manufacturer, right? So not Chevrolet, not Ford. Owner, JGR. Okay, let's see. Team Penske. Team Penske won the 2018 NASCAR Cup Series Owners Championship. All right. What is the traditional drink given to the winner of the Brickyard 400? What is the traditional drink given to the winner of the Brickyard 400? Welcome back, Ricky. Still rain delay. Monster Energy. So Fox is paying extra for time. Oh, they had this time. They're not paying for the extra. They have this time, so they're just gonna run B film. C Brown says milk. They stole it from the Indy 500. Milk. A monster. The answer is milk. All right, milk is the answer. All right. Who drove the number 3 car before Austin Dillon? Yeah. Let me see those threes. Who drove the number 3 car before Austin Dillon? If you didn't live under a rock. Ooh. Rick's got but he drove the 29. He didn't overdrove the 3, right? He never drove the 3. Show those senior emojis. Oh, wait. No, sir. It was the 29. That's right. It was 29. He never drove the 3. Harvick never drove the 3. Dale Earnhardt. The Intimidator Senior. There you go. All right, we don't have to sit around and wait for that one. We all know Dale Earnhardt. All right, we got 3 questions to go in our quiz. 3 questions to go in our quiz. Ooh, this one's a tough one. What year did NASCAR introduce the stage racing format? Which year did NASCAR introduce the stage racing format? And we're at 700 likes. Let's go to 800 likes, y'all. Help us get there. 2016, 2017, 2016, 1977, or 2017, 2004, 2012, 2015. It's not milk. That's the Indy. Oh, they do the same thing for the Brickyard, I guess, Billy. 17, I think, should have been never. Never, Rachel. Exactly. Should have been never. MJC says 1936, 2004 for Ricky. The year that Carl Edwards said, "I'm done." All right. The answer is 2017. Congratulations, everybody that said that. That's funny. Should have been never. Okay. 2 questions left. I mean, do we really have to answer this one? Who is known as the Intimidator? I'm just going to answer it for everybody. I'm just going to answer it for everybody. Here it is. Let's go. Raise hell, praise Dale. That's funny. Do we even have to guess? Dale Earnhardt. All right, last question here. Last question of the race. Which driver was nicknamed Awesome Bill from Dawsonville? It's as it's fitting as we got Chase on the, what was that sound? We got Chase here on our screen here. Bill Elliott. Elliott. What time is the race be back on? I'm not sure. Holly. Bill Elliott. Always love Bill Elliott. Bill Elliott. Bubba. All right, we all know that one. And there he is. So there it is. 50 questions. Congratulations, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed that. That was kind of silly, but always fun. Oh man, that was fun times. So let's take a look at the look at the scanner here. Refresh this. All right, let me let you listen in here for a little bit.
At Richmond when they announced that I was going to Cup, and people make fun of me, Chase, about that. But I'm going to tell you something.
Surely not.
I like that.
You
I,
do?
I do. And if my wife would let me have it now, I'd probably bring it back.
Well,
but I would be single.
What was the weekly budget on that back then?
The trick is just the hair paste, I think.
Gotcha.
Is the trick. Yeah,
Trucker dude, thank you again. $1.99.
I'm a big, hey, that's how it goes back and forth. I'm a big hair guy. In fact, these mess up my hair. I'd rather have the Fox mic. But thank you for look at that. Oh, jeez.
Oh, let's put it up there again. That's good.
It's nice. It's like a bad Happy Days rerun or something. All right.
We are bored, aren't we?
Yeah,
we are bored. Yes.
Don't worry. We got the next year, last year's Daytona 500 coming up before we get to the next one here. But thank you for stopping
Absolutely.
by. So chill, so cash. Good luck when we get racing. Hopefully,
it's y'all enjoy. Thank you
very shortly. Chase, one of many who helped us through the rain delay, and we wanted to stay live because we weren't exactly sure. So during this stretch, remember we started on time, we moved the race up early. And then, of course, the rains came 11 laps in. So total drivers we talked to 26, including our team of pit reporters. Jamie, you see the breakdown there. And then the studio visits, 9. In fact, 2 for Chase, so he wins that award. And the Rizzler came up, not the Riddler. I was hoping for a little Batman reference.
But we appreciate. You're too old for the Rizzler, I think, Chris.
We appreciate all of those who did help us out. We are live. Stay with us. We plan to go racing, but in the meantime, and we'll update you, leave it here on Fox. Enjoy last year's running of the Great American Race. You're watching Daytona 500 coverage on Fox.
I don't know, y'all. This right here might do us in right here. This spot right here. This might do us in right here. This gets to us and it rains. That might be it. That might be it right here. Oh, boy. I don't know. What do you think? Has NASCAR ever been able to Barber Motorsports Park? I don't see how this continues into the evening. I don't either. I mean, that right there, if it hits Daytona, that's going to put us back another 2 hours. So, anyone else think William Byron should go to Billy Byron? It looked like him sound so much better. Willie B. Billy Byron. Need a roof. Yep, till 10. Think it's going to rain till 10. What's the latest they could start, you think? I've seen them like go to like I think 7 p.m. is going away. Knowing NASCAR's luck with the weather, it'll be Monday. Just run it tomorrow. Thought it would be rain for the race. Let's see if do they have like a futures thing? Oh, futures. Here we go. Let's look at the futures here. All right, so that's 420 Central. Still raining at 420. 544, 6. So 630. 630 is, this is 630. So 2 hours, that makes it 8. If they ended at 6, if it stopped raining at 6:30, 2 hours, probably. Do you think they could get it in at 8 and run till 10 or 12? I mean, it's a 4-hour race. They haven't even started it. They got what, 3 laps in? What's the fitting on that lap? Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. This is lap 3 from. How many laps did they get in? I don't even know. How many laps did they get in? They could run till 2 a.m. Yeah, maybe they'll run it tonight. It sure won't be on Rabbit Ear TV. 10 laps. Okay, so they have 190 laps to go, and that normally does 4 hours, right? So they're going to keep these fans here till 12. I mean, you think most of these fans are here early because they told everybody to get there early. We won't show the race here. But we will definitely have it here with you guys. I'm going to watch it into the entire night. I will too. I hope so. Remember one year they did race till like 3 in the morning. You're right. They did. So this is the future right here. It's the future. All right, so that is 5:44 Central. That's 2 more hours, y'all. Ugh. I don't know if I can sit here. 5:44, 6 o'clock. That's 6 right there. That's 6 Central. Yeah, long time. Lots of people may be off tomorrow for the holiday. You're right about that too. It's only 8:30 a.m. here. Drag races run all night long. The first war in the woods is epic last year. They're usually playing last year's race. I'd rather watch them dry the track. 3 a.m. they did. This rain crap happens every 3 to 5 years. Austin Cindric was in the lead when the rain started. Yeah, I have to work. Me too. They're showing Harrison Burton and Corey LaJoie go running through the rain. So that is that right there. I don't know, y'all. Let me see some other people are doing here. This is last year's race.
Burton gets tagged and sent.
Well, this is exactly what you don't want to see happen. Something early in this race where everybody's trying to race hard, and we just talked about those guys going to that third lane, and it puts those guys in the middle lane in a bad spot with the handling of their cars that they hadn't really been in. Let's see what happened, Clint.
Watch the 21, Harrison Burton.
Okay, you see Harrison Burton in the middle of that 3-wide conversation we're talking about, and we are also talking about John Hunter Nemechek kind of being iffy on his move.
Now the 42, John Hunter Nemechek on the outside of Burton, the green and white car, and Brad Keselowski and he make contact.
Keselowski got to his rear bumper, just took a little bit of a love tap, turned him sideways, kind of looked to me like he was on the left corner of that bumper, turned him right down into Harrison Burton.
Well, and it's just what we were talking about, Clint, with everybody trying to feel out exactly what their cars were doing, and those guys in the middle didn't have anything to do with the handling. So, you know, you see Brad into the back. Oh, you're exactly right, Clint. The 42 car of John Hunter Nemechek just got up a little higher. Brad was probably trying to stay square and being pushed by the guy behind him, and they just got a little bit offset right there.
Austin Dillon, Jimmy Johnson among those with
I'm gonna get something to eat and drink. I'm out of drink up here. Bob Parker's reported that the track drying efforts are underway. Okay, so I mean, the problem though is this part right here. If this part, I mean, this is the issue right here. If they can get between this right here, or I'm sorry, here we go. You can see it. Now I can see it. If you can get through this right here, we should be all right. Pizza, good pizza. We have a rain delay of the Daytona 500, y'all. Get the thing here so y'all can see it. Rain delay. 740 likes. See if we can get to 800 likes. They need to get 100 laps in to make it a race official under a rain delay. Yep. And I don't think they want to do that to the fans to make them. I mean, you think they told a lot of fans to get there early because of the whole president thing and the security. So some of these fans have been there since what, 9 a.m. So it's a long. I mean, some can walk back to their, you know, hauler, their motorhomes and stuff like that. But I think we're gonna stay right here. Any updates on start time? I've been shoveling. Nothing yet, KFB. Nothing yet. I'm gonna try to pour a nap for a bit. Thank you for everyone in the chat. CeeLo, we'll look for you to later. Yes. Really hoping Allgaier wins. I would make it a cool story for Junior. So that is the radar. And the question will be when this gets to us. This gets to Daytona. If this right here. Wow, you can't see my. You see it now? No, you can't see it. That's weird. Anyways, my cursor is over this going through Gainesville right there. That'll be the question. If any of that falls heavy, not heavy, we should be okay. So I'm gonna leave this on. I mean, I don't see it going anywhere anytime soon. I'm gonna leave it on here for rain delay. Y'all can hang out in the chat. I'm gonna go get something to eat and drink, and then hopefully we'll be back here. And while I'm doing that, I'll be able to see if I can get a video game going. Maybe we can play a game or something. But the 500 has been delayed. Just nap, keep your device running. CeeLo weather reports. That's right. 1,000 of us here. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. Remember who's going to stick with you the whole entire time, y'all. Remember the ones that did not hang out, and the ones that are hanging with you here. So you're enjoying a crisp, starry soda. There you go. Pole position, yeah. Brain delay, exactly. So we'll see how this goes. Be right back. I'm gonna go get something to eat and drink. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Thank you, mods. If you want to hang out here and just watch the chat, I appreciate you. But I'll be watching as well on my phone. I'll be right back. thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll be right back. You know what? I need to find my one thing here. Hold on a second. Oh, there's my. I'm looking for the little thing that goes over my camera. I saw it here the other day. Okay. Hang in there, CeeLo. We were. Thank you, Trucker Dude. Thank you for all those super chats too, Brody. I would come back in a few hours and check. All right, some Eric. Thank you. CeeLo got 190 proof Pine Top Brewing Company somewhere in South Georgia. Mark, you ever going to find out where exactly it is in South Georgia? I would love some Traveler whiskey. There you go. Is this a video or just radio? This is a live stream. A live stream. Sounds good, Bronny. All right, 1 second here. Let me get it to my webcam.
back to their cars in less than half an hour from now, and will be racing again before 6 p.m. However, possibility of showers on the horizon, but we are hopeful and we will race tonight.
Now this is kind of weird, seeing.
All right, you heard that. Car drivers to their cars, but now they're also saying that you see this on here, this rain here, that they might be able to. I have to refresh it again, but that is the possibility that they're going to try to race. But if it rains again, they'll have another rain delay. But this is that little spot that I've been talking about is that all depends if that hits a lot. So they're drying it now, and the drivers have been told to be back to their cars in 30 minutes. So we'll see what happens, but we might get this thing in tonight, guys. Yeah, I know. I'll be up there in a second. Oop. Twitter covers coming off at 5:15 Eastern, so 4:15. So welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you. I'm almost done eating, but I saw them saying something, so I wanted to pop in here and tell you that we're close. We're close. We're very close. So hang with us. Don't go anywhere. Share the stream out. Tell a friend. Thank you guys for getting us to 800 likes. I do appreciate it. Let's see if we can get to 1K tonight. That's our goal. 1,000 likes tonight. Right now, it's a great stream. So thank you guys for being here with us. We appreciate you. All praise Dale 3. That's right, John. But thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight as we're waiting for this rain delay. Not going anywhere. We're going to bring you the best content tonight, no matter what. So thank you again. back. What's up, everybody? Thanks for hanging out. Can't believe we still have 1,000 people here. So, NASCAR has been announced that all drivers are going to go to their race cars at 5:25 Eastern, which is 4:25 Central. And we'll have the drivers back to their cars, and hopefully we'll start by 5 or 6 p.m. And hopefully this, not here, not that one, but the one on the other side, be like a weatherman here with a green screen behind him. See how it's deteriorating? So hopefully, as it's faring south, it's dissipating and we can get to go here. And if it does rain a little bit, we can, sit here and let it go through. But this one right here is the one concerning me here. You can't see my right north, that north of Daytona there, but it is breaking up as it's going south. So I think we're going to be good. I think we're going to be all right, y'all. It's going to pay off hanging out here. So, but thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We are about to go live again. We're about to have some fun here. Junebug tweeted, "It's soon." Awesome. So, anybody kind of changed their opinions on who they're going for tonight? Anyone changed their pick already? Considering what you've seen so far of a whole 10 laps. How long has the rain been on for? It's been, I don't know how long we've been streaming. We've been streaming now for 4 hours and 27 minutes. Bro, can you actually cut to track, look, and not the weather? I can't show the stream, buddy. I think can't do that. But I'm actually going to go back to the normal thing here, and we'll put this back on the in-car. But we're just waiting here, and this will go away when the race comes back on. We'll go see here. That scoreboard. That in-car camera for the weather. All right. I'm having a drink right now as I make some food, some soda. Nice. All right, so there we are. There's no audio right now. No audio right now. No audio. You show whatever you choose, Philip says. That's right. That's right, we do. That's what we don't. We've never, ever, in the history of this channel, have shown an actual broadcast on our race days. We've never showed an actual broadcast. If you've been here before and you've seen cams on our channel, it's because we were taking them off of NASCAR.com. NASCAR.com was free. It was free to use, public use, and we used them all year, never had an issue. But we will never, ever show the real broadcast. So that's just how it's going to be. But do apologize for anybody that was expecting that. But screaming at the Xfinity and NASCAR races in Sydney, Australia at 5 a.m. on Sunday and Mondays like Randy the plumber has to be upset a neighbor or two last year. So the delay is better for me. How many races did we do last year? We did a whole bunch. Butterfly, you can have footage, but you have no audio in the footage. You are fine. That's not true. That's not true. That is not true. I see someone get a strike just the other day. You just can't have audio. I don't think that's true, Mother. I don't think that's true at all. It's still the other. I mean, it's still footage. Race to resume between 5:30 and 6, so 4:30 and 5 for me. So 38 races. We've done every race last year. Thank you, Jim, for subscribing. We appreciate you. Thanks so much, guys, for the ones just coming in. If anything, the audio is more fine to use than the footage itself. Correct, Jamie. You are correct on that. We used audio all last year. The year before, never had any issues. Does anyone else remember Martin Truex Jr. driving the 56 Napa car for Michael Waltrip Racing? I don't remember that. How many races? Let me look that up, though. I'm going to look it up, Billy Voles. I'm going to see the picture of it. Let's look here. 56 Martin Truex Michael Waltrip images. Oh, here it is. '56 Martin Truex Jr. Napa Chevrolet. No, he was a Toyota Camry. Toyota Camry. That was that. You don't remember Spingate? I don't remember. I watch it on my TV too and try to support CeeLo channel at the same time. Yeah, because this chat is awesome. A lot of people like to watch the race on their channel, their TV, and then hang out with us. So, because we have an awesome chat and we talk about stuff and have a good time. So, hopefully we can get this in. Hopefully we can get this in. It's going to be a long day for me, but that's okay. As long as it's under 12 hours, we should be all right. Briscoe says he's been busy driving. Also, Truex won his second career race in that 56 car, won it at Sonoma. Billy Volt says, Toyota Camrys is all Michael Waltrip ever had. There you go, Billy. 865 likes. You guys have been blown out of the water. That's awesome, guys. Thank you so much. We're trying to get to 900 likes then. 900 likes, then we'll go to 1,000. I do have I had Fubu for Braves and Predators, but I've now gone to YouTube TV, but I'll be going back to the Fubo for Braves. Now they're saying delayed indefinitely. I haven't heard that yet, unless it's raining there now. Been pretty good, Roma. We've had a great day so far. A great day. Great day so far. At least tomorrow's a holiday. That's right. On nighttime day, $5 super chat, Lewis. Do you happen to know what happened to the aerial coverage on NASCAR website on the app? Yes, I'll tell you exactly what happened. So at the end of the year, NASCAR.com decided to get rid of their NASCAR Drive. So if you go to NASCAR Drive, it's still there, but the HBO Max Cam commercial comes up. So the HBO cams, the aerial cam and the battle cam only came when NBC came to us. Remember, last year when we showed the cams, they were only in-car cameras for the first half of the season. And then we were doing one day the NBC race and the first NBC race, and we saw this aerial cam. And I said, what is this? And I saw the battle cam. And I said, what is this? And we looked at it and we're like, oh my gosh, this is a game changer for all of us. So we were really spoiled by that, and it really helped us. I will admit, it blew our channel up, and it gained a lot of fans. It gained a lot of fans, a lot of it on Sundays. And then NASCAR.com decided to make a deal with HBO Max where they show all the in-car cameras. Now, the in-car cameras for HBO Max are a totally different thing. They are not the same cameras that you watched on NASCAR.com. Like yesterday when we kind of did on CW on the Xfinity series, the CW is free. The CW app shows 4 Xfinity cars on their website for free. Anybody can watch them. That's why I was trying to tell you guys yesterday. Go check them out. Take a look at it. Make sure you go look at it. A lot of people had issues with the CW app, and they still do. But so now HBO Max has all the in-car cameras. They're their own in-car camera. It's only inside the car. It's not on the outside. It's not the bumper cam. It's not the Tyler Reddick on the spoiler cam. None of that. It's just inside. But it also includes the scanner and the noise of the car. A little bit when we did Crank It Up, that was from HBO Max. But it was just a one shot inside the camera. And I tested it because I went to Tyler Reddick's car and it was the only inside the camera. But I know on Tyler Reddick's Daytona 500 stream here, or on TV, they were showing it on the bumper. So it's a totally different cam system. So what we were watching is what the TVs actually used. And what they took was, I thought you had to pay for the in-car camera, whatever driver you like. That's right, Prince. HBO Max, you have to pay for it. So that's why I'm not showing it, because I don't think HBO Max would appreciate me showing those cams to y'all for free when they want people to pay to watch that. So it's a subscription, and I'm not going to mess with that. I would like to contact them and tell them what we do, and tell them that we have fans all over the world that watch us and have a big time on Sundays, that maybe I could promote their cams that way if we put like a commercial or something, but I don't think that's going to happen. These guys are big time. They don't want to care about a little me, but HBO would be knocking on the door. I would love to promote it for them and show it on our channel. But I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't know. I haven't decided what I want to do yet. But if you have HBO Max, go to HBO Max streaming service, click on the BR Sports in the top corner. The cams will come up. It's every driver. You get to listen to the scanner, the radio, the spotter, the car sound, everything. Now, the problem with that is to listen to the car sound, the spotter and the scanner, you have to listen to the car sound the whole entire time. I don't want to hear that. Now, NASCAR.com still has those scanners available on NASCAR.com for $5 a month, and you can listen to MRN, you can listen to the cars and all that stuff. But the HBO Max does not allow that. So that's the answer with the cars. So we'll see what happens. It's supposed to be like rain again in 30 minutes. Right. So this little part right here, that's this. Well, here it is. This little area right here. This is the spot that we're watching. If you can see my mouse, this spot right here is what's going to determine. And if this spot right here misses them too. Look at this dark green right here. This is a little more lighter green, but this right here, all depends on this right here if it goes here. But I think we can get this through. If this keeps on going south, we should be all right. I want Ty Gibbs to flip. We'll see. Do you think they'll postpone the race tomorrow? I don't know. All depends on if they soak the track or not. Is MRN back on the radio? Let's see.
The foundations of college racing for some time now. Back to the Xfinity Series, now back to the Cup Series. Why now? Why back to the Cup car in 2025?
Well, I mean, I think I've said this enough. I didn't really want to go back to the Xfinity Series, but what I'm very happy about is the fact that Matt Collick and Chris Rice and really all the men and women at College Racing believe in me to keep trying to help make the program better, whether that's Xfinity or Cup. So we got some great young guys in the Xfinity Series now with Christian Eckes and Daniel Dye and Josh Williams. And hopefully myself and Ty Dillon, we get this Cup program where it needs to be. I love the effort and what we put into this program in the offseason. We're the most prepared we've been. We'll find out in about 8 to 10 races how that looks, but hopefully it looks really good here in about 4 hours when we're standing in victory lane.
Finally, I was going to ask you about Ty, too. I mean, that qualifying lap was impressive. It seems like he's come hungry. What does he bring to college racing here on the Cup side?
Well, I mean, he's just been around, right? Like, it's hopefully it's his best opportunity in Cup. But he's got a wealth of experience. And, part of that, with Ty being here is to get that RCR college racing relationship even better. And, I think when put it this way, when Kyle Busch doesn't win a race, we know that we as college racing need to be a part of that to help that. And RCR needs to be a part of college racing to help make us better. So hopefully we can make it kind of a quasi 4-car team and have 4 really fast Chevys. But Ty brings a lot to this team, and so far it's been showing.
All right, good luck tonight.
Thanks, man.
AJ Allmendinger getting ready to climb back in.
AJ has finished 6th in the last 2 Daytona 500s. You're not going to want to miss tonight's county fair. I'm going to be...
Are you our window?
All right. At least we have MRN to listen to. Weather Channel app shows rain clearing out at 6 or 7. We'll see what happens. But we've made it this far. We're not going anywhere else. Some other changes that are coming to the NASCAR Cup Series and streaming wise. This next week, starting next week, the the streaming for the qualifying and the practice will be on Amazon Prime from now on for the rest of the season. So it used to be on Fox Sports app on Saturdays. Sometimes they wouldn't air it. It'd be on Fox Sports app. We'd cover that for you. Now it's going to be on Amazon Prime. So there's another thing you'll have to watch some racing. So Amazon Prime, over 3 likes away from 900. Help us get to 900 likes. They moved it to Prime. Yes, they moved the qualifying and practice to Prime. So you'll be able to watch that if you have Amazon for that too. So there's another issue. And then, of course, in the middle of the season, starting in Atlanta, the Amazon Prime with Junior and all them and TNT. Until TNT, then will be practice. Okay, thank you, Jake. So until TNT takes over, which is after Charlotte, I think. I have a heart on my screen. Yeah, hit that heart. That helps us as well. Hit the like button. There's a thumbs up, and then hit the heart. The heart helps as well. It helps the algorithm as well. So it should be interesting to see what happens, bro. I want to watch. I know, man. I wish I could show everybody what we could do, but that's just not possible. Seeing on my screen that stuff to the west is starting to break up. So cross fingers. That's going to be the key. This stuff right here. If you can see my mouse, this stuff right here. And this heavy cell right here goes south of Daytona, we should be okay. But as you see, it's starting to break up. So I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to get it in. Hearting away at you. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, guys. I see it. Thank you guys so much. That helps. I don't know how it does, but it does. It's like TikTok, I guess. Awesome. 933 likes. We're trying to get to 1K, y'all. 1K. They're showing live in-car cameras on Max now. Yes, Crow. HBO Max. It's a paid service. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, guys. 936 on the likes. This is going to be a huge, huge stream for us. No in-car camera options on the NASCAR website. Used to be free. Not good. I know. But at least on the Xfinity series, they're going to have some in-car cameras on the CW app, which is free. So, but yeah, I mean, the only thing you guys can do is write to NASCAR and tell them you're unpleased with it. But not that that's going to help. But Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon. Let me ask you a question. Ty Dillon, and it comes down to Ty Dillon and his brother. Does Austin Dillon spin his brother, or does he push him to victory lane? What's going to happen? That's what I want. Eric, thanks for that sub. Appreciate it. We're at 600 subs to go to 30,000, y'all. Unbelievable. Lewis, $2 super chat. Who's going to be the best front row driver today? Well, Michael McDowell right now is. Todd Gilliland. No, not Michael McDowell. Duh. He's not. Todd Dillon is. Todd Gilliland is in his old car. The next one is Zane Smith. And then Gregson is back here, my dark horse. Where's Gregson at? He's back in 35th. So there's your thank you for that $2 super chat. We appreciate you. Thanks so much. All right, let's go back to MRN.
We're headed to turn one. They are completely dry. Obviously, the 18 degrees of banking here at the start-finish line area, that too completely dry. The skid pads on the runoff there off the turn 4 and headed into turn number 1, yeah, they're a little damp. And there's a couple of dryers down there, but they're not going to make sure that's totally 100% dry. They just want to make sure they get the standing water taken care of.
And it looks like that they have made strides in that department, so shouldn't be too much longer before the drivers are loaded up in their race cars. We see that the drivers are back out on the pit lane. The car covers have come off the cars, and we see the drivers putting their earbuds in and putting their head and neck restraints on, and it shouldn't be too much longer before these drivers load up and get ready to go. Again, we have completed a total of 11 laps with 189 laps to go tonight.
And the drivers are getting aboard their race cars, so that's the best news of all.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you again. I muted it while we were talking there. Yes, I understand, Shiznit. It's tough sometimes. It is tough. Look, there was even a rain last year at the Daytona 500. Oh boy, a huge flip coming soon. Hold on your socks. Thank God NASCAR has a YouTube channel. Yeah, and they used to do in-car cameras, and then they didn't do it today. I'm not surprised. They did Cletus, but they didn't do the other one. So we just need that little bit to just dissipate. It looks like it is.
Pace cars in the short straightaway exiting of pit lane. That's where they are going to capture the field in order when the caution flag came out and the subsequent red flag. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
All right. Like how it says to be announced. Track is being dried. 972 likes. Is this last year's or is this year's? I can't tell.
Difference in addition to the track having been washed clean of rubber and everything else is the change in the ambient temperature, Kevin.
Yeah, and the reason that matters is because it should give these cars more grip, and when they get more grip, we're going to find out quickly who's got the fastest cars. But it also, when it has more grip, the guys get a little more pushy than they did before.
For me, it takes us back to practice, right? We watched a guy like William Byron, maybe with the Hendrick camp. His car was a little bit loose when he was in his duels, right? So he probably put a little more downforce in his car, whereas his teammate, Kyle Larson, said his car had plenty of downforce, plenty of grip. They wanted a little bit more speed. So I think you're right, Kevin. I agree with the temperature.
He's one of the greatest race cars in the world,
The guys that had him trimmed out a little bit more for speed might play in their favor. We'll see.
More than a 20-degree drop in temperature since race time. Still a little bit of drying going on for a couple of weepers there in the back straightaway and elsewhere. 13 jet dryers and a whole platoon of air tundras to get this track dry as the fans hear the sound of the cars and begin to filter back into the grandstand for the restart of this race. William Byron is your leader. Austin Cindric is in the second spot. Ty Dillon posted in third place, and pole sitter Chase Briscoe in fourth.
This says Willie B is there. But
so before we get restarted here in Daytona, time for the Toyota Rev Up to Green.
Toyota kicks off a new era this season, competing under the global Toyota Gazoo Racing banner. GR uses motorsports as a rigorous proving ground, pushing
how much longer is the delay?
To build ever better vehicles.
Yeah, I'm staying on through the race.
Toyota's chairman and master driver
came this long.
Toyota. Gazoo Racing uses lessons learned in racing to directly influence the development of GR production vehicles. Wherever we race, Toyota Gazoo Racing competes as one, with every lap, every stint, and every race focused on building better vehicles.
Toyota, baby.
Ready to restart in Daytona. 45 minutes to sunset. And not to
on the
worry,
track.
This track is
Ronnie,
lit at night.
Is my
all around the 2.5-mile Tri-Oval Speedway
leaderboard wrong?
Well, let's get down to pit road and catch up on things, beginning with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, it's definitely cooled off down here, about 20 degrees cooler than when we started the 500 earlier today. Got a jacket on, but the teams are ready. I just talked to crew chief Paul Wolf for Joey Logano and said, what's your game plan here? And he said, what we're looking at basically when we go back to green, we should have about 50 laps. Albert. He said, so once they open pit road here, they're going to come down, they're going to fill it up. And then if their driver does his job, if Joey can get it done, that should be enough to make it to the end of this stage. Of course, those caution flags will help. Josh?
Well, Jamie, when I caught up with Ryan Blaney earlier, he told me the theme for this season for him is Revenge of the 12, a nice play on his love of Star Wars. But that's because he came up just short of back-to-back championships, and he's a two-time runner-up here in the Daytona 500. His crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, told me they had a rough year on super speedways last year. They went to work in the offseason, working on making sure they find better ways to make it to the end of this race. So let's see how that plays out for them today with all the work they did in the offseason, Regan.
Josh William Byron, the 2024 Daytona 500 champion, picking up right where he left off, leading this race right now. No real comments or concerns about the car, but I just checked with Rudy Fugo on what the plan is going forward in this stage and if they were going to pit or what their thoughts were going to be. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders, just like normal. These crew chiefs are playing tight to the vest right now.
Not surprisingly. 65 laps will be the end of stage number 1. We've completed 12 laps, the last couple of them under caution. Let's take a look at today's track facts, sponsored by Ford Performance. The Daytona 500 first run in 1959. This is the 67th running. Turns 1, 2, 3, and 4, 31-degree banking. That's probably steeper than the roof of your house. 17 degrees in the tri-oval. Ford has won 5 of the last 8 Daytona races and led over half the laps in the last 6 races. Well, pit stops are going to be the order of discussion here. Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, I want to follow up on Jamie Little's report, and I've been crunching a lot of numbers over the last 3 hours, even reached out to some of my crew chief buddies. Remember, the fuel window is about 42 to 46 laps. This caution and red flag came out with about 54 laps. They're banking, as Jamie pointed out, several caution laps. You have to be full here to make it to the end. They need about 2.5 seconds of fuel to be full. I think here's what you're going to see. You're going to see drivers pit when pit road opens, but I think you'll see a number of teams come back to pit road and top it off, make sure it's full when you get that one to go.
Thanks, Larry. Well, let's have a look at some of our onboards. This is our race leader, William Byron, with the Chevrolet onboard camera and the spoiler cam view from the right rear corner of his car, looking forward at those. Ignore those ominous clouds, please. Ross Chastain has the Busch Light camera for us today, and in addition to that view of Ross, there is the front bumper cam. Bug's eye view ahead. Joey Logano, the NASCAR Cup champion, with the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam. Views all around.
This is the best place to be, Matty.
And here's Bubba Wallace carrying the Toyota Cam. And a look up at Bubba, roof cam and bumper cam. Eric Jones will carry the Advent Health camera today with a 360-degree view. And A.J. Allmendinger, the number 16, with the Celsius camera, and he'll have a 360-degree view as well.
Thank you, Mr. Tomatoes.
Kyle Busch with the Rebel Bourbon onboard camera and that all-around view. And Christopher Bell's Toyota Camry will include a spoiler cam looking forward.
You're welcome, Michael. Thank you, Ricky.
Blaney. And the Ford Performance camera, there is the front bumper cam. On board last season's runner-up for the Cup title. And Elio Castroneves, the Wendy's cam, with a 360-degree view. Now, Ryan Preece has the BuildSubmarines.com cam, and Thursday night we enjoyed watching the foot cam for Ryan, the former modified champ. Good to get to that one before it gets dark. Still a bit of drying going on pit road where the cars were parked. And other than that, I believe all the track drying equipment has been put to bed.
All right, y'all hit that like. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes. We're almost there.
Briscoe,
14 to go.
Sitter.
Are they back racing? Yeah, they're about to go. Max Coverage, what's up, man? Good to see you, buddy.
I'm scratching my head just a little bit. We've got some drivers like Shane Van Gisbergen.
Blue, Ryan Reed. My favorite color is blue. You're welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with me. Stay with me right here.
What that could be just sitting on pit road like that.
Well, sometimes when you come onto pit road and you sit there on those
CeeLo to 30K subs. Hit that subscribe as well up there.
That is created on the tire. Or we've seen this happen with the brake rotors as well.
I wouldn't think
1,000 likes.
My first initial reaction was brake rotors, but I wouldn't think that they would even use that much brake, this far with only, 8 laps under our belt.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tomatoes.
Once it started raining, they ran several caution laps. with the rain coming down. So getting excess brake heat in one spot, that doesn't seem very likely.
No, I would say it's probably more the hot tires sitting in one spot for a while and getting that kind of a flatter spot or something on pit road.
They
when they sit there. I'll spit this out eventually, Clint. But when they sit there like that hot and don't move, they get a vibration when they go around.
Well, this is what I want to say. This puts us in the fuel window, as Larry said, and if there's a silver lining in anything that happened with the rain delay, it's the fact that when these boys go back out here, it's going to be for the gusto, for the stage points, and they're going to be putting on a show right off the bat. No more fuel mileage as soon as we go green.
Yeah, and you probably heard a lot of these cars not running while they were going around under caution, and that is for sure. They're trying to save as much gas as they can under caution.
So I hope you folks at home got the driveway shoveled of snow, or maybe the lawn done during the rain delay. We were hard at work.
Oh, man.
That's real nice, Kev.
Cliff Boyer's sleeping.
Real nice.
You know, there's just not too many opportunities that we get to be on the other side of the fence of giving somebody grief, but I hope you feel better from your nap.
Here's the fun thing about that. Old payback. You know, it always
That's okay.
Full circle.
That's fine.
Payback.
Took me a little siesta. Felt good.
Yeah.
Felt good. Actually, I'm ready.
Was it warm? Was it warm right there behind all those
I'd say my
machines?
back hurts and my neck.
Needed a better pillow.
All right, Larry Mack, pit road is going to be open.
Yes, I'm shoveling in Michigan. Oh, Mark.
I expect a lot of drivers to come to pit road.
You're right,
make sure
Kerry.
that thing's full of fuel, as I mentioned, somewhere around 2.5 to 3 seconds of fuel to be full. But I still believe you'll see, especially drivers at the back of the pack, come back and top off when we get the one to go.
Free
just have
buys
that
for
little bit of
30K.
insurance.
A little bit of extra drying going on those pit stalls.
Well, and that's what you worry about right there. You have an intercom system that the teams can talk to each other. Then you have the radio system in the car.
Jacksonville.
We always hear about some sort of problem. If a little drip of water went in the wrong spot of the radios or something along those lines, it's always a possibility. So these teams try to take as much precaution as possible to keep those radios dry.
I was just trying to get the pit stops, pit road dry, so they can have some pit stops here.
Electrical having problems. Track looks good.
And I would say if those guys do have a vibration, they're going to come in here and change the tires just to be safe.
7 sets of tires of Goodyear Racing Eagles plus 1 scuff set from qualifying are lined up in each pit.
Several sets on the ground in each pit.
1 Racing Eagles plus 1 scuff set from qualifying are lined up in each pit.
Several sets on the ground in each pit too.
No, this is this year's race, Eric. They're back at it here.
William Byron has led 8 laps. Chase Briscoe 4, Ty Dillon 3 as they come to pit road.
Here we go. Thank you so much for subbing there.
Like William Byron hits his pit stall right
Caroline's
now.
painted
the
pieces.
Pressure is going to be on Fueler. Landon Walker to do a perfect job and get him out as quick as possible. Josh?
For the 10 of Ty Dillon, happy with what they got that car to after the damage it suffered on Thursday night. Fuel for him. He's led 3 laps today, Jamie.
Austin Cindric, he started on the front row, will restart on the front row. Just enough fuel, barely gets around Chase Briscoe. Briscoe in his box to top off as well, Mike.
All right, we saw Todd Gilliland, among others, change tires.
Saw Josh Berry pull in the wrong box.
Logano plus 5.
This is always the hardest thing to do on pit road when you have all these cars together and you haven't been in and out of your box with anybody this week. You've been spaced out one box apart. Now you have to go in and around cars, and everybody pitting at the same time is always a possibility of tearing the car up.
Yeah, I was looking at Josh Berry. He pulled in that red banner of Custer, I believe it was, on the wall. Looks like his Wood Brothers stuff, right? And he pulled into that red
Got my beer. Let's go racing, boys.
Well, most of the teams now have illuminated number signs above the pit stalls to aid the drivers getting in. And some of them have illuminated signboards. And even for the timed pit stop, some of the crew members will hold an iPad in front of the car that turns green to tell the driver when to go.
Hey, don't forget, we haven't really covered this all day long. Over half the field out here is working in some sort of new environment. And Josh Berry's one
This
of
is a
them.
good channel, Chris.
Yeah, and you know, if you
whether that be in but
the other ones are unreliable.
New organization, a new spotter, something over half the field has something new today. Elio will find his pit stall easily.
Yeah,
now
when you
there's
see
that iPad.
Yeah, you see that iPad right there.
That's
That's
pretty
to tell
cool.
the driver to go when it gets green. That way the crew chief can watch what's going on, and the driver
And an
can
iPad
go
that tells the driver when to
turns
hit the
green.
gas. That's pretty cool.
I say Elio will find his pit stall because his pit sign is the Brazilian flag.
And that is something that I always did. I always had the smiley
Hit
face.
that like
a lot of
for
guys
us,
get talked
subscribe
into
up
just
here,
being
y'all.
lazy and not having some sort of emblem that is consistent with
NASCAR
their
go.
career. I always
Thanks,
suggest
buddy.
that to our young guys. Have the consistent emblem so that when you're going down pit road, whether you're on the same team or not, you can pick out your pit stall.
A few cars top off as we get a look at the Chevrolet Blazer EVSS that leads the field here at Daytona. Now, Chevy's had various models carrying
can't show you
the
the race,
SS
guys.
or Super Sport logo.
We've never
since
showed the race.
1961, but this is the fastest SS Chevrolet has ever
I had
produced.
13 low
0
of
to
4 in
60
Cleveland. Ugh.
3.4 seconds, that is.
Sorry,
All right,
Sean.
the jet dryers are clear of the back straightaway. And it looks like just a couple
I'm glad
of them
you're here,
coming
Ryan.
around turn number 4 and heading for home. We are minutes away from restarting the Daytona 500, which right now has 17 laps complete. Looking at the weather, it looks like most of that is going to stay to the south of us. There is
Nice
always
beer,
a
some wings,
chance
and a
of
beautiful
just
blunt.
the corner of that system catching the speedway, but
Aaron.
it looks like if that happened, it would be a very brief shower.
We're going to put these cars at speed on this racetrack. We're going to implement Darrell Waltrip's vortex theory. That's what's going to
Vortex,
happen, this
baby.
2.5 mile beast.
Well, we've gotten pretty lucky with the whole thing, honestly. A lot of it has gone away as it's gotten closer to us. So hopefully that's the case as we
Fox.
continue through the night.
And we're going to go to MRN for the
All right,
restart.
The fleet of jet dryers exit the track just after the pit road exit. And that will leave us just the pace car and 41 race cars on track and ready to go.
Looks like they're going to roll one more. Some people are going to come down and top off.
A couple of raindrops on the
Got
windshield of the
hate
pace car.
in your heart.
Is why
Let
we're
it
gonna
out.
take an extra
Ford
lap or
Power
two here.
Feats and Pauls and Riley. Thanks for subbing.
And here is Chase
Y'all, we've
Elliott's
been
radio.
doing this now for 5 hours. We've been live for 5 hours. We've gone through a nice little rain delay. We've hung out together. Stick with us right here, y'all.
Up here, that
We're
would
going to have a
be
good time the
cool
rest
up
of the
on
way.
roof
Be
of the main
nice to each other.
grandstand
Have
where all the
fun.
spotters
Cheer on
are.
your driver. And let's see who's going to win
I
the
like that
Daytona
car in
500.
practice, Clint. In the
I got
duels the other
chills
night,
just talking about
Chase
that,
Elliott
y'all.
car just
And,
had the great ability to push.
What an amazing
anybody,
stream
anytime,
so far.
and
So
even in
thank you guys
practice
so
with
much.
Fewer cars, when you can push like he was able to do
I don't
in
know, Brody.
practice,
I have no
that
clue.
just has a lot of riz to it when you look at the field wanting to be pushed by a car that can push.
What did it have?
Riz.
Riz.
Yeah.
Oh.
The ability to track the other cars.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, I tell you, it was.
Hanging out with the Rizzler.
Oh, we did have the Rizzler down there earlier. That's right.
Thank you, hardcore for all.
I don't know what's happening right now, but that car did look like a total package. It handled good.
Thanks for my nap. It was a great idea.
Now, NASCAR, as is tradition since this track was built in 1959, has observers stationed all the way around the race car to check for either
Thank you, cool man.
falling or debris. And Brad Moran, series director, told me this morning
Fox? I'm not
they
sure.
also have weather observers in different locations a couple of miles out from the speedway, especially to the west, to warn of impending rain. So.
Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith, Michael McDowell, Riley Herbst, Jimmy Johnson.
So while we're waiting to restart this race, we're going to take a quick break and go Fox side by side.
All right, let's bring it to MRN.
Chase Briscoe is 10th.
Ross Chastain is 11th. Ty Dillon is 12th. Bubba Wallace 13th. Kyle Busch 14th.
Aliens,
John
you're the
Hunter
goat.
Nemechek
Thank
is
you, buddy.
15th.
$2.
16th is
Tell
Chase
aliens,
Elliott.
everybody tell
17th
thank
is Corey
you.
LaJoy. 18th is Tyler Reddick. AJ Allmendinger is 19th. Denny Hamlin right now posted in 20th.
21st is Chris Buescher. 22nd, Austin Dillon. 23rd is Eric Jones. 24th is Noah Gragson. 25th, Ty Gibbs. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is on the pit lane. He'll fall down the leaderboard. That'll move Shane Van Gisbergen to 26th. 27th, Josh Berry. 28th now, Christopher Bell. 29th, Todd Gilliland. And 30th, Martin Truex Jr.
Elio Castro Neves is 31st. Daniel Suarez is 32nd. Cole Custer is 33rd. Cody Ware 34th. Justin Haley is 35th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will fall in the 36th position with Ryan Preece in 37th. Carson Hocevar in 38th. Brad Keselowski in 39th. And Michael McDowell now goes all the way back to the 40th position with Alex Bowman in 41st.
Let's try this again. I see
As
you,
they
Holly.
continue to work around the racetrack behind that Chevrolet Blazer EVSS pace vehicle. Lights are on that thing, and that's not what we wanted to see. But, you know, they're not bringing them off the racetrack. Maybe it's just a light enough sprinkle where the NASCAR observers around this racetrack are that are getting that, and we'll be able to keep the cars on the track.
Well, let's check in with the MRN observers around the racetrack. Out to turn 2, staff meteorologist Dave Moody. Dave, what do you got out there?
Yeah, that little sprinkle that Rusty Wallace accurately reported was over toward DeLand. Well, it's not quite so close to DeLand anymore. It's kind of here. It's not a hard rain by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a pretty steady sprinkle, and I'm pretty sure, Kyle, Ricky, that they're not going to turn them loose when it's like this.
Yeah, that same sprinkle is down here off of the end of the back straightaway going into turn number 3. The racing surface still looks good, but what was 1 or 2 or 3 drops every couple of seconds about 5 minutes ago has turned into a fairly steady light sprinkle. Don't want to call it a rain quite yet, but there is definitely moisture falling from the sky once again. Tim Catalfamo?
Yeah, it's starting to pick up over here, unfortunately, in turn number 4. Looks like the cars are going to come down pit road. It was just a few drops a few moments ago, but now it's really started to come down.
And the pace vehicle has got the field behind it, headed back to the pit lane. All the fans here on the front side, right behind the start-finish line, just below us, are beginning to vacate their seats one more time as we're looking at another red flag.
Motorsports isn't complicated. It's made up of racing.
Auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Ally.
Oh my gosh, man.
Your ally.
Thank you, Gerald.
9 laps completed under caution, and again the pace car brings the field down pit road. This time, instead of stopping in their stalls, they're kept to the outside edge of pit road. See a few sprinkles there
back out
on
for
the
nothing.
splitter cam, and going to hold them a bit because
small cell.
Not making this up. This is expected to be just the edge of this cell system. And the hope is here that they will not, quote, lose the track, unquote, which is when the track gets so wet that it's too wet to compete.
I'm staying optimistic on this one. I'm looking at the ground. I don't think we're going to lose the whole track.
Bust those rain tires out.
Joey Logano's team.
There's like a little cell above us here, probably for the next 5 miles or so. And other than that, I don't see nothing. Maybe like some scattered stuff, but very small. Seems like the drops right here are just hard enough to not want to go green here, wouldn't you think? Yep. Not quite yet.
They agree with me, Mike.
Good.
That's what that is.
Well, we remain hopeful. So the first
You're going
4
there now?
cars did not come down pit road at lap 16 when most everyone else pitted. They were on pit road, of course, at the red flag. But then did not stop to top off when everybody else from there on back stopped to top off fuel, and some took on tires. So
well, that's the crazy part about today's world is there's always some outliers in the strategy piece of it. You never really know exactly where the strategies of that particular team, and we're looking at
We
Riley
put a
Herbst
dome
and
over us,
Monster
yeah.
Energy Toyota here, but for instance, we don't know exactly what their plan was before the race as far to where to run in the pack based upon how they qualified and go forward, stay where you are, stay in the back, let's play it this way to the first stage. And so a lot of that plays out on the fly. A lot of it is pre-planned, and you know, these guys they'll surprise you sometimes in some of the crazy strategy that they come up with. It all seems so straightforward until the race starts.
Until somebody's willing to gamble.
That's right.
That's what I like.
So 20 laps officially have been completed, 11 before the red flag, and now 9 laps under caution. 1 pit crew member allowed out to the cart. And they are going to cover up. Here's some of them.
Another nap for JJ.
And again, our hope is that this is just the corner of this cell and it passes through here within about the next 12 to 15 minutes.
Something about this place, Kevin, this is all, it's just so reminiscent. It brings back old memories of the just highs and lows, the emotional roller coaster of this day. We've both been in this situation. These guys are, you know, you finally get over the hype and the energy, all that stuff, get in your car, rain's 8 laps in, you go to the bus, you hang out, you eat snacks until everybody's tired of you, you get done doing interviews, you get back in the car, you don't even go back green.
So, were you able to take a nap like that when you were in a situation while you were driving?
Well, just leaving all the drivers in there.
I could never make myself just calm down, relax, and rest. I was always thinking about, I always worried about when we were going to go. Am I going to
No, they're not going to soak the track. It's not soaking the track.
And that was always a
Which I
worry
almost
of mine.
did a couple times.
You did?
Took off running, yeah.
We once had a rain delay at, I believe it was Michigan. I was working radio with Barney Hall.
Oh, boy, we're going way back.
Oh, we are. And they called drivers to the cars. They got the track drive, got ready to go, and everybody's car had a driver in it except the Wood brothers. And Barney, who was best friends with a lot of drivers and just a great, wonderful talent on the radio, says, David Pearson, if you're within the sound of our voice, they have fired these cars. You better get over here and get in yours. And we look way across the infield. Here comes this car bouncing over the berms, through the infield, right up to the edge of the garage. David jumps out, runs to his car, runs the race.
He was in the infield?
He was off partying in the infield, I guess, visiting with some fans.
My man.
Things have changed, Mike.
Yes, they have.
Things
have buses.
Things
That
have
borrowed somebody else's.
definitely changed.
That's a fantastic story, Mike.
Oh, wrong way.
Jamie Little.
Well, I'm with Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for Chase Elliott, and the guys in the booth are talking about the emotions of this place. Like, it rains and it stops, and it's the Daytona 500. What are the emotions for the crew chief?
Yeah, I mean, it's Florida, right? I mean, it's, peninsula out in the middle of two oceans. So, yeah, I mean, it's we just want to get going here. We've got a great Napa Chevy and had a really good week so far. I feel like our car
We were
runs
talking
really
about
good.
that one spot that went
got a lot of
south.
optimistic
We were
hopes,
hoping it would.
so we just want to get going racing and, see what's going to happen and get the fuel strategy going and make it to the end and see how our car is and see what shakes out.
So Jeff Gordon came up to me right at the start of this race, and he said, watch out for Chase. He's like on another level. He is so focused. Have you seen the same thing in him this week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he's really at the end of last year. I think we got into a really good place and we're competing at a really, really high level, and it's carried over so far this year. You know, it's been good, obviously, at the Clash, and this week we haven't got the finishes that we'd like to get.
I'm sure
but
he
the
has.
performance has been there. So, a long way to go in the race yet, but I think he's operating at a super, super high level, and I think the team is also.
I know this is his 10th start in the Great American Race. He's never gotten this one. He's got the championship with you. How is it so far? How's the car handling? And will we see him make some progress? I know that was the plan.
Thank
to
you,
get
Don,
forward
for
as soon as you
subbing.
could.
Yeah, I think we just want to get running. It's hard to tell. It's been so early, and the conditions are changing. And that was one reason we decided just not to practice yesterday, because we kind of thought we were going to be back into this, cool and overcast. So
rains more in
we'll see.
Daytona than
everybody's
Seattle.
Still feeling it out. I think there's a long way to go, and business will pick up. But for right now, all's good.
Thanks, Alan. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Regan.
Well, Chris Gale, new crew chief for Denny Hamlin this season, of course, with Ty Gibbs last year. And what a race to jump into here with the start, the stop, everything going on today. And now, of course, a pit stop that kind of falls right on a window. So how do you equate all that out on top of the pit box for the remainder of the stage when we get going?
Yeah, it's going to be, it's close on fuel, but yeah, the caution came out right at the spot where the whole red flag, you're sitting there debating, okay, are we going to open pit road with 3 laps, with 4 laps? How many caution laps are we going to run before they open it? Because it could dictate whether we can make it to the end of the stage or not, need to pit again. So it got really close. Honestly, with this little bit of rain, it just probably made
stupid
it clear
roofer,
on us that
buddy?
we'll
Good to
all
see
be able
ya.
to make it if we go run a few more caution laps. So I think that kind of the second rain helped.
All right, so the rain helped. I got to ask you, your driver, Denny Hamlin, he's won 3 of these Daytona 500s, and 2 of those 3 came after a crew chief change. So big shoes to live up to. Are we going to pull that off again today and go 3 for 4?
That's big pressure on that one. I will take that. Like, if we can make that stat go, it'll be a great weekend for us, right? That's a lot of pressure, though. I don't know. We'll see, right? New car, everything. If we can just be competitive at the end,
but
I'll
nothing
be happy.
against him. I understand.
Good luck the rest of the way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Regan, the good news is it is no longer
who I got,
raining
Stupid
in turns
River?
3 and 4 or on the roof of the main grandstand. Might be still just a touch of a sprinkle over in turn 2, and a big weather system that is moving off to the south here. So we are about done with rain. They're going to make a quick pass with the jet dryers, fire them up, and we're going to go. Josh?
Well, down here with Jonathan Hassler, crew chief of the 12 car for Team Penske. How does all this hurry up and go, stop, go affect you guys?
Yeah, you definitely got to, you got some time to wait, but you got to continue to kind of stay focused and.
Rowdy Nation, what's up, Larry? Thank you for subbing, Larry.
As the night and the stage conditions kind of evolve.
We talked earlier about your guys' approach to super speedway racing, and obviously you've won before, but you felt like 2024 wasn't the year for you. How have you approached and reevaluated your program going into this season?
Yeah, I think last year we just, we had a lot of speed, but we struggled to kind of finish races. So, yeah, we focused on just trying to have good handling in our cars, maybe give up a little bit of speed, and then just focus on trying to be there at the end.
Thanks, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Josh.
Mike?
Thanks, Josh. The rain has stopped. A quick pass with the jet dryers, Chris Myers. We should be back
what's
racing
up, Mikey?
shortly.
Just trash.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. I was just sitting down here with Jamie McMurray.
Bill Frazier,
staging
the chaplain of stock car racing.
Are waiting out the rain.
Yes, sir.
Hey, thanks to all the drivers who stopped by before they had to hop in the cars. I know the fans, it's frustrating.
Real quick, Danny was asking, how do you gamble in the chat? It's exclamation point points to find out how many points you guys have been here for 5 hours. You should have earned some points just by talking in the chat. Exclamation point, redeem or gamble those points, or gamble all to get more points as you go through. And then you can bring up the redeems that you've been seeing popping up on our screen. The stream bot will tell you about those as well. So hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We've been at it now for 5 hours and 18 minutes. We're over 1,000 likes, almost going on 1,100 likes. And it's been a fun time. So I'm looking forward to the rest of this night. We might be here streaming for almost 10, 11 hours before this is over. And at 12 hours, I need to have it stopped by 12 hours.
So
Yeah, same.
pretty optimistic.
When you won the Daytona 500, and we talked with William Byron, there's a chance to the drivers. There's obviously Kyle Larson, so I think sometimes they need a break here since we're stopping and starting in between things, and we have another rain delay here. What's it like defending the title when you come back to Daytona? Because the last one to do it was Denny Hamlin, and that was what, about 4 years ago.
Yeah, I loved it when we talked to William Byron, who won this race last year. Talked about driving through the tunnel and the kind of the emotions that he felt, getting to see his car back from the Daytona USA and look inside of it. You know, after winning it just becomes so special. And then every time that you pull in here, you get those same feelings of, can I do it again? And and it's I don't want to say it's emotional, but you become attached to this place. This is like Lambeau Field in racing. It's incredible grounds. I loved hearing Dale Jr.'s passion for the fact that we should feel honored that we get to race at a facility like this. And for all these guys getting in their cars right now, you see William Byron. It's such a special place.
Yeah, and obviously it's unique in that we open the season with the most important race of the season. Denny Hamlin, a 3-time winner, the only one in this race who has won the Daytona 500
awesome,
that many
Mark.
times, still searching for that elusive Cup championship. We had a chance to sit down and talk to him leading into this race.
All right, we'll go to MRN now.
The drivers, a couple of them had to jump out and run to the little race car driver's room and come right back. Otherwise, everybody else has stayed aboard their race cars. Billy Scott, he's the crew chief for Tyler Reddick. Reddick, well, just a few laps under the green flag. Let's find out how their race car was earlier today when the green flag came out. He's with Alan Cavana.
Yeah, looks like good news. Looks like we're going to go racing soon again. Do you want your driver out there going as fast as possible?
Yes, for sure. And
what about fuel?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. With this last yellow here and the little extra rain and the drying of that, everybody should be in good shape to make it one way or another. It'll take some saving, on their behalf, but we should be able to get to the end of the stage.
We've done 9 green flag laps. What'd you learn? What do you learn about your car in that much time?
Oh, not much. I mean, we've had the duels here the other day, and we knew what we had from that, and haven't made any changes. So just looking forward to getting string of green flag laps put together and see where it shakes out.
Yeah, we all want to go back racing. The Toyotas guys have been strong so far this week.
Indeed, they have. 2311 Racing the other night, winning one of the dual races. Bubba Wallace taking the McDonald's Golden Arches to victory lane, having a good run so far here today as we're early in the Daytona 500.
Welcome to the Chevy Lightning Round. Guess the clues.
Muted again. Thank you, Zach. We're under commercial for both of them, so we're going to talk to you for a little bit. We're going to bring it back to you in just a second. During the delay, you could have watched college basketball. Yeah, we could have. It's okay. We had a good time with trivia, and I got to take a little break and get something to eat. We talked to NASCAR and all that good stuff, so we had a good time during the break. If you missed it, we had a fun time. We answered 50 trivia questions. The interacting was great, back and forth, you guys. That was awesome. Thought about I'm gonna practice on hooking up the PlayStation next time so we can just start playing games or something during the rain delay, because racing and rain, they go together like peas and carrots. So they started twice. No one controls the rain, right? They've tried. Jose says, I was thinking that too. NASCAR should have postponed the race to 7 p.m. and not have everyone show up at 12. Probably could have been a good idea and told them it was going to be a night race. But then, of course, they told it be a night race, but now it is going to be a night race. But, these guys practice for part of the day, so it kind of throws everything off. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with TV rights and all that stuff. I have no clue, but you're welcome, guys, for the stream. Guess I'll eat supper and toke some weed. Maybe it'll start. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But my boy Denny Hamlin in that national debt relief Toyota, no more FedEx. So I hope he wins the 500 and he can shove it in FedEx's face.
He seems to handle that well. I want to just focus on
get some Minecraft up in here.
Though. And last year he got off to a great start and then missed the championship 4.
He did, but even at the end of the year, even though he didn't win a race, he was still had, I think 2 of the last 3 races he was in the top 5.
I hope it likes peas and carrots.
Really well. And when I watch that piece, I laugh when you're like, how much longer are you going to do this? And, he doesn't just want to be another driver. And I think the most important thing for Denny is that he has a path after driving, Chris. When you think about a lot of guys, when they stop driving, they don't know what they're going to do. For me, Clint, Kevin, right? We're doing TV, so you still get to be a part of the sport. By him starting that team, it's given him a path of something to keep him busy, something that he's really interested in, something he's passionate about.
I'd like to see him maybe race for 23.
I think that I agree with you 100%. I think it'd be really fun. And maybe he doesn't do it full time. Maybe he comes in and he just runs 8 or 10 races of his choice. But I think that'd be pretty special for him to get to drive for his own team.
It was great. I got to tour the 2311 race shop at Airspeed, right? Which is they combine Denny, the Jordan, the 2311, the shoes, the combination of the
RFK
two.
Racing.
I mean, they really have a good thing going, and they both are very involved. I mean,
Roush,
Michael Jordan,
Fenway,
big fan
Keselowski
of
Racing.
Up and involvement in the team, and they seem like they're on the same page, working towards. What about the drivers of the 2311 team? Their chances, not just in this race, but this year.
Well, look at Reddick last year. Makes it to the championship 4. I mean, Reddick's as talented as anybody in the series, and I think he's pushing Bubba Wallace. Bubba, obviously, maybe the weakness would be road courses, but really good at places like Daytona. Won a duel on Thursday night here. Both of those guys, as you look at their performance, and I've spent a little bit of time at that race shop in the offseason, and when you look at their performance since they started 2311, both of those teams have gotten better every single year, and that's what you look for in a race team is we need just to keep building on what we have, and that's what they've been able to do, not just with Tyler, but also with Bubba. And then they've added, right here, you see Riley Herbst to the mix, added another car. Is that going to take away from the team? I don't think so. I love the model that they have where they have this engineering alliance with
exclamation
Joe Gibbs Racing.
points.
We know how good Joe Gibbs
exclamation
Racing
point
is
points.
every single year.
Define how many points
in the
you
Cup
have.
Series. So I like that alliance that they have, and obviously they have been able to come in and starting out, they've been as good as anybody.
Yeah, the only Toyotas to win at the Daytona 500, Joe Gibbs and Denny Hamlin. I like that he said Father Time is undefeated. Apparently, Mother Nature at Daytona
She's winning right now.
Also puts up a pretty good battle in a rain delay. So what are we, 20 laps in? We got 11, then we had to stop and start, and that's where we are now. But it looks like the weather is clearing, and we'll have prime time racing in the 67th running of the Great American Race. So when you can relate to him in terms of winning
being old?
No, I'll do the jokes. Winning the Daytona
$20 super chat for David Parker. Thank you for streaming. David, thank you so much. David, thank you so much. Everybody tell David thank you.
Obviously, but leaving the sport without having that, did that bother you as much as he seems to be at peace with it?
Yeah, and I think, he's in a little different position when you look at the amount of the wins that he has and also how close he's come to a championship. There were a couple of years that Denny came within, laps of being able to win the championship. And I think that's what has made it so frustrating on his part. But I agree with him. The Daytona 500 is our biggest race. The championship is a huge deal. But it's just, man, when you see all three of those Harley J. Earl trophies lined up at Denny's house,
yeah, very impressive. And did you see how quickly he answered when I said, "Would you?"
He didn't even let you get the sentence.
Yeah, I couldn't even. Yeah. And I like his goal of 60 career wins. He's not
Thank
that
you,
far
David,
away.
again.
Six more and a chance, maybe in a couple of years, to do that. That puts him in that top 10. I certainly can understand that. Talked about them adding a team at 2311. Trackhouse also has added a team, and Michael Waltrip got to hang out with some of the guys.
All right, so now they're just kind of replaying stuff. They're running out of things to talk about. So let's go back to MRN.
But if we're judging by the dual race the other night, we like our speed, and hopefully it'll be good here tonight, just like the duels.
AJ's record proves it. If he's there at the end, he's going to get you a top 10.
What about Ryan Preece? He is back in 2025 now with Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. Let's get the thoughts of his crew chief. Back to pit road.
Derek Finley is his crew chief, and Derek's been around for a number of years and has spent the last couple of years in the competition department. So, Derek, you're back on the pit box, calling strategy, calling races here. First off, how's the first part of the season been back on the pit box as crew chief for Ryan Preece?
Oh, man, it's been awesome. Ryan's really good to work with. He's a great guy. Gives great feedback. Here at the Speedway, I know it's more, at least, car for qualifying, but then when you get in the draft, you need someone like Ryan who can go up through the draft and, get hooked up with people and just move up through the field.
What have you learned about your car, whether in practice session or in the first 8 laps or 10 laps, whatever we raced here? You're shaking your head. Obviously not a lot, right?
No, those first 10 laps or so were pretty... just everybody playing chess, Some people are saving, some people are trying to get track position. It's just a chess game right now. It's hard to tell anything.
Hard to tell anything. It is always good to see Derek Finley. Enjoy him. He was the crew chief on the part-time effort when Roush Fenway Keselowski would bring out a car. So I always loved talking with him last year, and looking forward to seeing him week in and week out, crew chief for Ryan Preece.
$2, Billy Bowles.
Been around for a long, long time. Who's
Billy
been
Bowles,
away
$2
for a long,
super
long
chat.
time.
Everybody
It
tell
seems
Billy
like it's
thank you.
Cole Pern, but he is back here for this one-off in the Daytona 500.
You missed some bad trivia.
Martin Truex Jr. He's with Chris Wilner.
Yeah, and I just asked Cole Pern, and we'll ask him again. So did you miss this, Cole? You brought you back out of retirement just to sit in the rain.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a full experience without a rain delay, I guess. So I was hoping for a nice, straightforward race in sunny Daytona, but we're not getting that.
What has this experience this week been like? Being back with Martin, be back at Daytona, kind of get back to the way things used to be.
It's been good. I think every day you feel a little bit more normal with it and get a bit more comfortable. I had a lot more fun the first few days. It's definitely drug on, but trying to enjoy it. Know that I don't have to go next week to keep that mindset.
These cars have changed so much since you've been a part of the Cup Series. What's been the toughest thing to figure out?
Yeah, you definitely get to know the cars more, but, the fuel mileage now is such a big part of these races, and now with all these cautions, it's ever changing, so still learning as we go here.
You got these jet dryers that are trying to absolutely put death in our ears, but I got to ask you, how has your time away from NASCAR been? What have you been up to, actually?
Things been great. Yeah, it's, could have said I was here last season in some sense, but,
all right, sounds good, C-Brown. I'm going to work on a lot more redeems as well.
Time flies when you're having fun, I guess.
Finally, I know your driver wants one of these really bad. How's the car? You think he can get one done?
Possibly, for sure. He was pretty happy with the car there in the early going, but super speedway
I've been
racing,
answering
so
questions left and right. I'm not going to answer questions like,
are you
going to show the race?
Call the shots once more for Martin Truex Jr. as he's
who's winning?
His way through the field.
It is
Cole
Ryan
Pern
Blaney.
and Martin Truex Jr.
It's on
worked
the screen
together
here
for
as well.
5 years.
There's
This
nobody
is their
racing right now. It's under caution.
Start.
But
They
Growth,
got 24
appreciate you being
wins
here, buddy.
over their tenure. 70 top 5s, 110 top 10s.
The last time they were together was the season finale at Homestead Miami Speedway, where they finished second after leading 103 laps.
The engines have refired on the pit lane here at the Daytona International Speedway while they wait to get those cars back out on the racetrack. Let's hear from another crew chief who's with a driver in a part-time role.
Yeah, the crew chief for 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson. Chad Johnson. You started shotgun on the field. What do you know about your car after 9 green flag laps?
Not a lot. You know, we haven't been. Nobody's pushed hard. It's just saving fuel. Normal Daytona 500 here of late years. So don't know a lot about it. We're gonna pit here when it opens and cycle back to the back and save fuel and try to put ourselves in a good position when that third stage ends to get track position.
The rain break offers time to learn something. What's possible for you as a crew chief to learn about this race, your car, mileage, what have you?
Yeah, I think getting to talk to the driver and kind of debrief of what the balance is through the corner and what the ride quality and things like that are, and then rethink your strategy based off of the rain and the rain that just came. So our strategy really hasn't changed. We're just trying to position ourselves to be there at the end.
This year?
This game is always changing. Where do you rate Jimmy Johnson's prowess at this moment?
I mean, he's a 7-time champion. It kind of speaks for itself.
All right, Jimmy
Not sure. That's going to be a tough one.
Spent some time during that break as owner Jimmy Johnson, meeting with sponsors and everything. There's always something to do when you're the owner of the team for Jimmy.
As that interview was being wrapped up, the red flag has been pulled back, replaced by the yellow flag.
And Nashville.
Cars are headed back out onto the racetrack. So after another red flag of about 20 minutes, we're going to see the entire field work their way back up onto the high banks of Daytona International Speedway. And as Chad Johnson just said, probably take the opportunity, Alex, to come down and top off one more time.
I think he will not be alone. I think there's going to be a ton of cars coming to pit lane to do just that. The good news is, folks, that the radar is completely clear now, all the way across the peninsula of Florida over to the Gulf of America. It is all clear over there, so we're going to be good to go now to run the rest of the Daytona 500. Unless there's some sort of freak anomaly, and let's just hope that just doesn't happen. I know it's been frustrating. I know it's been difficult. It's been a long day, but this is the Great American Race, and there is a trophy to be had at the end of it.
Just looking up over the Daytona International Speedway, the Goodyear blimp flying over. 100 years this year of the Goodyear blimp. And Alex, I remember growing up, and I remember seeing sporting events on TV. You knew the event was big when the Goodyear blimp flew over top.
Oh, no question about that. It is iconic, and a piece of Americana is the Goodyear blimp. Been privileged to be able to ride in it a handful of times. All of us here in the MRN crew have been able to go up different areas around. Rusty, the Goodyear blimp. I know you've had your pilot's license. You've flown all kinds of different aircraft. What do you think about the blimp? You've been up in it, and is that something you'd like to grab controls of?
It's an incredible piece of machinery, no doubt about that. My wife, Patty, and I got to go up in it about 4 or 5 years ago. Stu Grant from Goodyear gave us the opportunity to do that. It was a lot of fun. It's super slow, and you can see a lot of cool things in it. There's no doubt about that. You feel like you're barely moving when you're in that baby.
Yeah, you're right about that. And what's unique about it is the area where the people sit, the passengers, it'll hold, 8 or 9 people plus 2 crew members. It chugs along at a cruising speed of about 35 miles per hour. You can actually open up the window like you're driving down the highway and just stick your elbow out and look out the window. It's incredible.
Wow. It is housed in Pompano Beach, Florida, where it is a quick jaunt down the coastline. I say quick jaunt, probably a few hours at that high speed of that 35-mile-an-hour mark that you just gave. But look, there's just something special about the Goodyear blimp flying around and living down in South Florida. I mean, that baby's in and out of that hangar a lot and flying around and going to all kinds of places. And we salute Goodyear for 100 years of the Goodyear blimp.
It's amazing. It really is. And we can't thank them enough for bringing another great tire to the World Center of Racing here to get the 2025 Daytona 500 going. The field works down the back straightaway. Next time by, we'll get the 1-to-go signal. The fans have waited it out here at Daytona International Speedway. They've been back and forth inside the concourses of this grand stadium. They have filed back out to their seats. All the folks in the infield completely sold out. In about a lap and a half, Mike, we'll finally be able to resume the Daytona 500.
Seeing the race fans come back in when we had gotten our most recent rain shower, everybody was evacuating out of the grandstands. I thought they were headed to an Alex Hayden autograph session.
Well, that wouldn't have taken long. I'll tell you that. So let's
try
see
this one more
as
time,
the field
guys.
comes around. Now, this was a regular caution before, so pit road had already opened up. And the pits are going to stay closed as they come to the line to get the one to go. Even though we had a red flag, during this, it's the same caution period, the pits had already opened
TV
up.
coverage lasted through the rain delay, and then now it's just
you're
shut
going
off.
to have to do it with a penalty, and that will be starting at the tail end of the longest line, meaning you cannot choose what lane to restart in.
And Ryan Blaney is going to come down. So will Zane Smith. Also Riley Herbst and a couple of others. Let's cover the Riley Herbst stop here at lap 21.
And Riley Herbst coming down again. One of these strategy calls in terms of just getting as much fuel in as possible for these cars. Noah Gregson also on my end of pit lane. They were already down. Christopher Bell on pit road as well. They're just trying to pack it as much as they can right now with the opportunity to do it, Steve Post.
Same situation for Zane Smith. Just topping it off with fuel. Here's Justin Allgaier going to top it off with Sunoco Racing fuel as well. Cars in front of you, Chris Wilner.
Ryan Blaney's already down on the way. 3 seconds of fuel. Jonathan Hassler called out the numbers. So 2 down here was Cody
Many
Ware.
places in a drought,
Justin Haley all
NASCAR just has to go.
So as those drivers pull back out on the racetrack, they're going to have to start single file at the back of the longest line. As
See those
the cars that stayed on the racetrack had the privilege of choosing what lane to restart in. They begin to jumble up and go side by side. For those that did that, they're making their way halfway down the backstretch. Rusty Wallace, we're half a lap away.
Yeah, half a lap away and 42 laps to go when they cross the line, when they get the green flag here in a little bit to make it to the end of stage one. All the crew chiefs think they can do that. I feel like they can do that also. So they're going to be able to run hard, too. No saving fuel, I've heard. So they can really be on the throttle hard as they want all the way to the end of this stage. So I expect some great racing.
The last time that we had cars on the racetrack under green flag conditions was over 4 hours ago. And now when they come back to the line, they'll be putting lap 23 on the board. That'll leave 42 to go in this stage. And we will be back at it in the Daytona 500. Again, the fans are getting settled into their seats. We are so glad that you are back with us. We have got a lot of racing coming your way. Lap 23 of 200 will be on the board, and we've got a good chunk of racing left in the Great American Race. Here comes the Pace Chevy Blazer now pulling onto the pit lane, and we go back under the green flag and with the call. Goldsboro, North Carolina's Alex Hayden.
Field hits the restart zone. The green flag goes back in the air, and the Daytona 500 is underway again. Lap number 22 goes on the board. It's William Byron on the inside lane. Joey Logano topside.
Logano gets a little bit of a jump on the drop of the green flag, and he's also got a trunk full of Austin Cindric. That's going to push Logano to the lead for now. William Byron side by side with Cindric.
Team Penske already teaming up in the outside lane, propelling Joey Logano to the front of the field. Austin Cindric in the second spot. Topside, William Byron on the bottom has drafting help from Ty Dillon.
William Byron going backwards on the inside lane as the top side has the momentum for the moment. Just as I say that, though, here comes the inside lane moving forward with William Byron at the helm. They're going for the lead.
William Byron inching forward on the bottom of the racetrack. Joey Logano still out in front by himself. He'll lead the outside lane. Logano's got help from his teammate in Austin Cindric. But again, it lines up 2 by 2 for about 6 rows, and they're looking 3 wide mid-pack on back.
Didn't take long for that to break out. 3 wide line, although that's not getting a lot of takers here in the early going. Denny Hamlin is upstairs. Kyle Larson's going to join him in the high groove.
Todd Gilliland goes topside as well in the third lane. 5, 6, 7 cars beginning to migrate all the way up against the outside safer wall. 2 wide toward the front of the field with Joey Logano towing away.
Joey Logano still the leader, side by side for second. William Byron in his bright orange Chevy to the inside. Austin Cindric in his white Ford.
That third line to driver's right is the safer Bear barrier. That's about for the
SVG
15th
trying to
or
get
so
a third
position.
line going.
Shane Van Gisbergen has jumped up there. Now Chase Elliott, he'll move to the top side. The outside lane begins to form yet again.
When Denny Hamlin goes, people go with him. He was the first to tackle that outside line. Now Chase Briscoe's going to slide up into the safer barrier lane. He is side by side for position number 4.
Along with Ross Chastain, who is trying to break into the top 5 in that third lane, just behind Chase Briscoe. They're all chasing down race leader Joey Logano, who continues to lead over William Byron.
Chase Briscoe, the first car on the outside of the racetrack up against the safer barrier. He is 3 wide with Ross Chastain and Kyle Busch. That is a 3-way fight for the 4th spot.
One thing everybody's probably noticing, they're running 3 wide right now, and that's because the track is so cool. The cars are handling really good. We just talked to Paul Wolf, the crew chief of the number 22 car, Joey Logano. He said, hey, these guys are going to run bumper to bumper now because the track is cool. Everybody is hooked up. And
eventually, those are all those cars are going to come back together in that bottom lane, and Joey Logano will have to go back to work on blocking whatever lane gets there first.
Look who we heard from right before the went green here. It was Kyle Busch right on the bottom. The 3 wide, that's him on the bottom, catching those guys. Made up a lot of ground.
Fastest lap of the race is now Ryan Preece. He restarted last, but got a PR lap by lagging at the start, catching up to the pack, 194.7 miles per hour. There's Preece.
And that's not just PR anymore, like you said, Mike. That point,
money lap,
it could be valuable at any point during the season. So that's a new twist to every race this year.
See these 3 cars break away as that 3 wide pack kind of stalls one another out. As long as they stay in line, especially running wide open the way they are. No more fuel savings.
Nice shot there from our drone coverage over the ball field between the front straightaway and pit road.
Well, here we go again, Clint. That middle line starting to fall back again. That top line finally broke free of being side by side with Ross Chastain, and now they're starting to make some momentum back to the front.
Back to that outside line. You know it's going to have speed. That was our fastest car down here in Daytona, Chase Briscoe.
Well, that might be the fastest car, but one of the best pushers is Chase Elliott right behind him. So you lock that up with the best pusher and what we believe is one of the fastest cars. That's a definite reason why they're making up ground.
Good combination. There it is. Great push again from Chase.
That's the 19 and the 9 on the outside lane, and now that is Chastain trying to lead the 3rd lane up to them with Van Gisbergen and Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson.
P26 for Ryan Blaney. P26. First stage is 65 laps.
Those 2 cars in the outside lane, we're going to make up ground with that 3rd lane. They drop down to the middle, and we see those 4 or 5 cars out front still able to maintain that gap on any other line beside them.
You're good where you are. Just stay there.
Starting to see that 3rd lane really stall out now. We'll see if this 2 wide scenario can start to prevail on the inside. I'm surprised the bottom lane is doing as well as it is. Obviously, it's the biggest lane. That's probably the reason. But the middle and the outside lanes in the duels were
kind of log some laps here, boys.
Well, a lot of times the speed of the lane is dictated by the 2nd place car, and you see William Byron
forward
really
in first,
and that third car in line. Now this is going to change it. You see Kyle Busch move up into that 2nd lane, so that's going to change the momentum of each lane.
The last lap for each of the top 26 drivers was their fastest lap of the race.
I hope Denny wins.
I think a lot of that is because of the fact that they got that 3 wide out of that 3rd or 4th row there, and now the lines are going faster.
Rowdy in 3. Where's my rowdy friends?
30 laps, 75 miles complete.
Logano went to that outside line, elected to get up in front of Busch, block him. Now Byron on the bottom, door to door.
Well, you see Chase Elliott.
Where's my rowdy friends at?
So now they're right behind Joey Logano.
Oh, he went to make a move now. Elliott to the outside.
Wow, that was right across the front bumper of Kyle Busch there with the back end of Joey Logano's car.
Tiptoeing around there, feeling things out, but that's how it starts. That's how it happens.
So William Byron on point with Ty Dillon and Corey LaJoie in a part-time ride in that 01.01, 1 cent car, let's call it. Leading the middle lane.
I'm on YouTube TV. That's all I got, bro.
Let's have another look at that.
Well, you see Joey Logano go down to block Kyle Busch, and then he goes back up to think about blocking. And anytime you have to make a move and stop,
and then
that breaks the momentum, or it causes a crash.
Yeah, when he had to react and get back in front of
LaJoy
Kyle Busch
third.
so quick, that's
oh, the
problematic.
penny's going to the front.
Here comes LaJoy. How about that? Full-time driver in the Cup Series last year.
And he's in the chat.
This year, he's teamed up with Rick Ware Racing for a very short schedule, starting with this Daytona 500.
Corey LaJoy.
The Concord, North Carolina driver is in the lead after 32 laps of the Daytona 500 on.
All right. Let's crank it up for you guys. We're going to listen to Willie B's in-car camera and scanner and spotter. Here we go. Listen in.
Half to 3/4 off Houston 10. They're even in the row behind you, all three. They're even off. One in front of the 22 to the 01. Still all clear. Top's got a little bit of surge. 01's coming to you. 1/4 off. You're still clear. 8 trying to make the middle work. Right corner. Right side. Even 8. 9's not quite even with him. 19 still pushing the 8. Even 3 wide here. Even 3 wide. Half in front of the 22.
Well, I take that back. They actually show other cameras.
A little bit ahead, then it's half to 3/4 to the 10. 10 trying to come back to you here. Barely off. Barely off of you. Still bottom 3 tight. Bottom 3 tight, half off you.
Making a move.
Lone Ranger by himself.
Right now, led by Chase Elliott. He has them all in tow, and they'll take him to the top of the racetrack in 1.
Elliott going to the whip, drafting help from Austin Cindric, from Bubba Wallace, from Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Chase Elliott making the 3-wide run.
Has not been afraid to go up to the top of the racetrack and lead that third lane the last couple of laps for Chase Elliott. Now he is blocked halfway up the backstretch by Joey Logano.
But you can lose.
Corey LaJoy. Here comes Kyle Busch for the lead.
Kyle Busch in the middle of the racetrack with a great run into turn number 3, but now he stalls out. LaJoy goes from the top back to the bottom and picks up William Byron.
Off turn number 4, it's Corey LaJoy looking like a pace car. And 3 wide from second all the way through the field. Now Joey Logano on the outside lane will squeeze around the outside. And Joey Logano on lap 35 reassumes the race lead.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver.
All right, back to...
Back to 2x2. Just you and the 8. 9's getting a big shove from the 2, but it's 2 rows back now. Probably going to be big on the exit. Still door 8. His helps 3/4 off him. Your helps half off you coming to you. You 8 even. 9's 2 back very top. 1/4 off you. 1/4 off. 1/4 front. 1/4 front. 1/4 front. Go to a door.
And out in the modifieds, just wrote an autobiography. You can find that at coastal181.com. And his dad, Randy, 2-time Busch Series champ. And there is Corey LaJoy, part-time ride. Looked ahead to this season without a car to drive, dipped into his kids' college fund to secure the ride.
Logano, LaJoy. Who would have thought LaJoy would be in second place, y'all? And there's Rowdy.
Number has led since Regan Smith in 2008.
Well, we've seen some pretty consistent players up front with Joey Logano.
You want me to scroll, guys? I can scroll.
We've seen Corey LaJoy stay up in the front. William Byron has been right there. Kyle Busch has made himself one of those consistent players in the 9. It seems like they've changed the lanes a couple times, but those are the guys that are consistent. Now, if you're in the middle of the pack, like we heard Christopher Bell's in-car camera a few minutes ago, you know, he's still letting off because there's nowhere to go. He's not saving fuel. There's just nowhere to go when they get 3 wide. And it's very, very hard to make up ground if you're in the middle of this pack.
So here's Logano.
You're welcome, Hay.
Winner. LaJoy in second, finished 4th in this race. last year, and then led a bunch of laps at Atlanta, the mile-and-a-half super speedway, where NASCAR on Fox heads to next Sunday.
Yeah, we were watching LaJoie there. He was actually leading.
Comes Chase with Cindric.
Top to the middle of the bottom, blocking those guys. I like where he's at right now. Car looks like it's getting.
Boards are dialed in, yes sir.
He's having trouble keeping it on the bottom.
Yeah, and we see Austin
Austin
Cindric on the top lane right there. Shoved that 9 car of Chase Elliott forward, but he wasn't able to clear the front of Kyle Busch's car to keep that momentum going.
He's slowing everyone down.
He gets in the corner in the wake of that car. He's having to breathe a little bit. Looks like it's getting up the racetrack. If they get underneath of him,
we'll see a big one, maybe.
And what will happen with these cars, you'll have the wheel in the car up off the corners, but that turn 4 this weekend, Clinton, has caused a lot of trouble in a lot of races. We've heard a lot of drivers talk about turn 4, and if you come off a turn 4 with wheel in that car, and you hit
that sub, y'all, right up here,
and get that right front fender above,
and hit that like.
Catches that right front fender, it'll turn you around.
Over 1,100 likes. Thank you guys.
Got all that wheel in it. The track goes at the banking comes out from.
Thank you, Arthur.
Catches and away it comes around on you. A lot of drivers are talking about that. Sorry, Mike.
That's right. Joey Logano's Ford, Chase Elliott Chevy, and right behind them, the 2 winners in Thursday night's dual races, Austin Cindric in the number 2, Bubba Wallace in the 23.
There he goes, Chase Elliott. He wants the lead. Going for it.
Let me see my Chase. I see you, Chase.
That'll line those 2 Penske cars back. Well, maybe.
I like that move, though, Clint, because that pulled Joey Logano down to try to side draft. And, you know, I think that is interesting to see how that played out. But Chase Elliott is a player with speed.
He grew up racing on the short tracks and told Jamie Little earlier, he says,
who's winning? Chase Elliott.
Be at night. Well, tonight this one is. We started at 2 p.m., couple of rain delays, and here we are with 100 miles of 500 complete.
Thank you, Jose.
We had him on the pre-race show. It's just, man, it's just something about his swagger, his confidence. It's different this year. That big Clash win, again, just like we talked about. I saw him down at the Super Bowl, just spent some time with him. This guy's confident.
Well, he looks
showing. He ought to be confident. That hot rod's fast.
Yeah, on board with A.J. Allmendinger here. A little further back, 5 or 6 rows back in the middle of the pack with Austin Dillon there on his side. But when you go back to talk about Chase Elliott there up at the front with Joey Logano behind him, I mean, he just
that sucks, Bronny. Thank you, Z. Thank you, Z.
Go out and win at the Clash. I know that it's a non-points race, but when you get your season off to a good start and your cars are fast, that momentum just starts to snowball.
Rowdy to the outside there.
41 cars within 3.5 seconds of the lead at 190 miles an hour. Fastest lap so far, Cody Ware, 195.8 miles an hour. Then Daniel Suarez and Carson Hocevar, who got his fuel pressure problem fixed and remains on the lead lap.
Yeah, Joey Logano, he didn't think that was going to happen with Kyle Busch going 3 wide, but it worked out for both of them.
Ain't nobody going to help him.
Was in big trouble if Joey Logano.
Come on, Rowdy.
He was going to be the only guy in that bottom lane.
42 laps of 65 in stage 1.
Joey Logano at the beginning of this race. I mean, you are seeing the strength of this car, but you're also seeing the experience of the driver.
Rowdy goes to the outside.
42 laps complete in Daytona. 1 car off pace, A.J. Allmendinger, as we go side by side.
All right, the dinger. Let's go back in MRN.
Elliott in the outside of the racetrack. Top 4 single file on the bottom. Joey Logano the leader. William Byron in second. Chase Briscoe and Tyler Reddick.
That's how they run in the top 4. Kyle Busch is 5th. He's right up against the outside safer barrier. Now Busch jumps ships and goes down to the middle. He'll have Austin Dillon behind him as they work all 4.
One driver with a problem is A.J. Allmendinger. As he came down to the tri-oval last time by, he dropped below the double yellow line. Alan Cavana, what's the problem?
The report from the driver is that it's blowing up. The spotter says there's smoke coming out the tailpipe. They're just trying to diagnose what they can do. They're going to drive it to the pit stall, see if there's anything that's fixable. The driver says it's blowing up.
A.J. Allmendinger off the pace at lap 43. He is headed to the pit lane while the leaders head to the backstretch.
Stacked up double wide from third on back. William Byron in the line just behind Joey Logano, the race leader. Here comes the outside lane led by Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott and Austin Cindric trying to move forward on the outside lane. They are now even with Joey Logano and William Byron downstairs.
Finally Kyle Busch and Austin Cindric finally got bumper to bumper back there, trying to work their way to the front of the pack here. He's finally got somebody to work with.
He does as they go back to turn number 1. Good hard racing. Rusty, are you liking what you're seeing, or is it a little bit too sketchy?
It's a little sketchy for me, Alex. It really is. I'm trying to predict something right here, but it's hard to predict because they're going from the bottom to the top to the middle. I've been looking for teammates trying to get hooked up with each other. Primarily looking at Kyle Busch. I'm looking at Austin Dillon. Actually, I'm even looking at the back to see how our old buddy Elio Castroneves is doing. Elio's hanging in there pretty good right now. You can tell that he kind of got up there, got maybe a little freaked out with the draft that tight, and he backed up a little bit, but he's hanging in there.
Elio Castroneves competing in his first Daytona 500. So is Shane Van Gisbergen. Here comes SVG to the inside. He now takes the lead on the inside lane. The question is, can he take the lead of the 500? He'll be 3 wide to the inside of Byron. Byron is now to the inside of Logano.
Shane Van Gisbergen charges into the 31-degree banking of turn 1, but he's still got some work to do. He's no better than 7th right now. Byron in the middle lane. Logano topside for the lead.
Continues to lead the inside lane does Shane Van Gisbergen, who was among the top 3 last time they raced into turn number 3. That inside line fading just a bit with Logano leading the way in the outside lane.
Logano leads the pack into turn number 3. William Byron in the middle draws alongside of Logano. He's going to race Joey Logano for the lead and take it
for Kyle. Side by side at the front of the field as they exit turn 4. They dash down the short straightaway back to the tri-oval. Joey Logano with Chase Elliott on his bumper. Dave, that has been a formidable pair, although they're in a Ford and a Chevrolet.
They have been throwing knuckles at each other almost from the start. It's been Logano and Elliott and Logano. William Byron, for the most part, has been content to sit in the catbird seat and watch it happen.
Right now,
he's
it is
moved
Joey
back a
Logano
little bit
at the front of the field.
What
Chase
happened to
Elliott
him? He got pushed
continues
back
to
out.
lead the outside lane, but in a side-by-side race for about the 4th position, up alongside Kyle Busch for that spot.
Watching Denny Hamlin, he has quietly moved his way into the 3rd spot. He is right behind William Byron, who is right behind the leader, Joey Logano, on the bottom of the racetrack.
Logano continues to show the way. Matter of fact, when he comes to the start-finish line,
Chase Elliott
he will
wins.
have led his 20th of the 46 laps we've run tonight. The front 4 single out in Logano, Byron, Hamlin, that's Denny, and Kyle Busch. They're stacked up behind them back to the corner.
Denny Hamlin very quietly has maneuvered his way into the number 3 position. He's on the front bumper of the Kyle Busch machine and right behind Austin Dillon.
Things getting a little bit tame at the front of the field right now among the top 5 or 6 cars, all singling out bottom of the racetrack as they hit turn 3.
Welcome, AC.
Out front.
William Byron giving some bump drafting to Joey Logano as he pushes him into turn number 3. Logano still holds the lead. It's Byron, Hamlin, Busch, and Austin Dillon right behind them.
17 laps to go here in stage number 1. Steve Post, are they getting a better idea on their fuel mileage?
That was Ross Chastain. Oh, Cindric just put himself in there.
Happy with what they're seeing. Alan Gustafson just radioed Chase, and he said you're getting 2.1 laps per gallon. We need to go 2.2 laps per gallon to get to the end of this stage. That's how close it is. I wouldn't be surprised if Chase Elliott doesn't tuck in
Chastain's
line
in
and not race
P9.
as much at the front of the field.
Chastain
They are
P9.
very, very close on fuel to make it to the end of stage number 1.
And that is exactly what Chase is doing right now. He is in the outside lane that has just fallen outside of the top 20. We've been 2 and 3 wide for the majority of this race ever since we've gone back under the green flag. And
Welcome.
now, Alex, it seems like everybody perhaps has gotten the same or similar message. Save us some
At that
fuel.
sub, trying to get to
because we might run out before the end of this
29,500.
stage at 16 laps.
You're right about that, but they're still running lap times in the 46.6 bracket range. We haven't seen that all week long in any of the practice or even in the dual 150-mile-an-hour race or 150-mile races. So, Rusty Wallace, you're out there, you're battling for the lead. Now you're being told to save some fuel. How difficult is that as a driver?
That's kind of difficult because I just looked out as as they came by. They almost crashed coming past the start-finish line right here. It was Austin Cindric. My gosh, he was sandwiched right behind the one car and just really barely made it through there. People are getting out of the throttle and slowing up, and it's almost causing a traffic jam out there, so to speak. They're getting very compacted, and that's really causes some real evil handling race cars then.
5-car breakaway up front. Logano,
Y'all like Rusty Wallace
Hamlin,
on MRN?
Bubba Wallace.
You think Rusty Wallace does a good job?
Matter of fact, he's up to 6. A relatively rare moment of calm here in this running of the Daytona 500. Keselowski picking them off one at a time. He's got the number 5 position.
Ryan Blaney lined up just behind him in the first side-by-side battle for position with Corey LaJoie. Then they stack up 2 and 3 wide behind them as well, including Bubba Wallace, who's trying to make his way to the front of the field.
Bubba Wallace, the dual winner from the other night, alongside of Ryan Blaney. That is the battle for about the 7th position, happening behind the top 6 cars that are single file.
They're going to hug the bottom side of the Daytona International Speedway as they come back down to the Tri-Oval. 14 laps to go here in stage number 1. Joey Logano has the lead. The first driver to step out of line is back for the number 6 position. That's where Ryan Blaney goes topside.
Blaney trying to make some hay in that outside lane. He's going to pick up some drafting help from Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Christopher Bell. Down low, they'll go nose-to-nose with Corey LaJoie.
And now Brad Keselowski goes from the inside lane to the outside lane and will pull in front of Ryan Blaney as they hit the Daytona Super Stretch. And that outside lane has momentum. Here comes Keselowski toward the front.
They are flying up the outside. Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney. They are even with the second-place car of William Byron. Keselowski leading the outside lane.
Fords have come to life now. Obviously, Joey Logano's driving a Ford. He's led a lot of laps, but how about Brad Keselowski? How about Ryan Blaney? They have come to life as well. Ryan Blaney's on the move.
There's my Brad, bad Brad fans.
Trying to make a move.
Where's James Moore
but gets back in line.
Ryan Blaney has fought his way up to the number 3 position, but he does not seem satisfied with it. He looks to the outside, but gets blocked. That opens the bottom for William Byron.
While Brad Keselowski gets back in the line,
thank you so
Ryan
much for
Blaney
subbing,
looks for
Daniel
the race lead off of turn number 2, settles in the line behind Joey Logano as William Byron continues to lead on the bottom.
Top 3 cars are Ford Mustangs. You've got Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, and Ryan Blaney. Then the Chevrolet of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and the Toyota of Christopher Bell.
I tell you, Joey Logano, you can just tell that he's looking for his teammates out there. He saw that 12 car getting close, shot up to the top lane to try to help that Ford and the other Ford out to make it draft better. But he's been hunting for teammates and he just can't find them. He was working with Austin Cindric earlier. Cindric just could not keep up with him, but Joey's just working with anybody he can find right now, but he's preferably looking for his teammates. Roush Yates power plants go 1, 2, 3 in the Ford Mustang dark horses. Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, and Ryan Blaney. A couple of Chevrolets stack up 4th and 5th here with 12 laps to go in the stage. 4th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 5th is William Byron. And when you look at that, you've got 3 Daytona 500 champions inside the top 5.
Running back further through the rundown there, 6th is Christopher Bell, 7th is Denny Hamlin, 8th Todd Gilliland, 9th is Kyle Busch, 10th is Kyle Larson. You got Corey LaJoie running right now in the 11th position. 12th is Alex Bowman. Bubba Wallace is 13th. Now they're going to get swapped around a little bit. Bubba just got punted out of the draft, so 13th now is Daniel Suarez. Elio Castroneves up to 14th. Bubba just got kicked back to 15th.
Shane Van Gisbergen, Elio Castroneves, you're talking about them. They've done a nice job. And Rusty, a lot of people were wondering, what would 4-time Indianapolis 500 champion Elio Castroneves do? He's raced at Daytona in a stock car 3 times, albeit in an IROC series machine. But for the first time, he's running in a stock car in the Daytona 500. What is your grade here early on of Elio?
Never count out Danny. That's right, one man.
I mean, he's running great. He started last in his field.
Can't show the race, Rebecca.
He's worked his way all the way up to the 14th position right now. Elio's looking good. He's got himself on the top lane primarily throughout this race. A little bit working on the bottom, but he's up at the top. And I think it was really good that he had a little practice that ARCA car the other day to really understand what his car
listening to MRN right now.
But right now, he's
we'll swap
he's
back
doing
over here in just a little
bit.
He has held his own. There is no doubt about that.
Trying to give you the best of both worlds, y'all.
Back and forth, 14th, 16th, whatever. A lot of dancing around in the draft going on that is currently being led by Joey Logano. Brad Keselowski has come come to life. He right there is in the mix as well. But Alex, when we look at the field coming out of turn number 4, the stacking up of traffic begins from third on back. They were 2 and 3 wide earlier. They took a breath, but now they're back
Alex
at it
Bowman,
again.
William B., Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson.
9 more laps. That's when the stage will end. Logano has the lead topside. He's got drafting help from Brad Keselowski and Ryan Blaney.
3 laps to go.
Joey Logano has fairly well dominated this first stage, although he's had
take out the 22
at the front of the pack. He continues to have company in the person of Keselowski and Blaney.
Ryan Blaney there in position number 3. They are single file at the front of the field. The double wide racing begins for the 4th spot. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the outside lane with Todd Gilliland on inside.
You can also throw Christopher Bell into that mix along with Kyle Larson. They are mixing it up from 4th on back. Matter of fact, here comes Todd Gilliland pushing his way up to 2nd.
They come out of turn number 4 and twist back to the tri-oval. You know, Rusty, we're starting to see a lot of these cars dance around right now. What's getting up more, the fuel load or the tires?
Really, it's the tires getting up more. I mean, generally around 20 to 25 laps is when I start to see these cars move around a little bit with tire wear. So we're well in that range right now. They're supposed to be moving around a little bit. I didn't really think they could run 3 wide this long, Mike.
Thank you so
but
much for the
they've been doing
sub.
that lap after
Cajun.
lap. What separates those guys is when their tire starts wearing more yet. And when that happens, then we'll finally get back to 2 wide. But, yeah, I'll tell you what, they look pretty squirrely out there for a while.
Man, they're teetering on being out of control. We're in our longest green flag run, 36 laps. When they come to the line, it'll be 37 laps in that run and 7 laps to go in this stage. Everybody will want to take a dive onto pit road, get tires, get fuel, and basically get a chassis adjustment or 2. As right now, the race lead is in the hands of Joey Logano, and Dave, he's got a trunk full of Brad Keselowski.
Boy, he really does. Keselowski's
Brad
got
wants
a
that
trunk
stage,
full of Ryan
baby.
Blaney, and Ryan Blaney's got a trunk full. The top 10 are all nose to tail, single file.
Just a couple of laps ago, Todd Gilliland was up there battling for the race lead. He got shuffled out of the draft and will fall just inside of the top 10, back with William Byron. Top 9 cars all nose to tail.
Everyone nose to tail through turns 3 and 4. Logano still leads. Then it's Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse Jr., Christopher Bell, the top 5.
And just a reminder, these guys get paid points. The top 10 positions get points towards the year-end championship. So that's the main reason they're running so hard.
Yeah, it's exciting. I can't even see the race.
Laps and try to take that lead to get all the points they can. Because right now, it's not because you just want to win the first stage. You want them doggone points.
Down to just 6 laps to go here in the opening stage of the 67th running of the Daytona 500. Joey Logano pulls the field up off of turn number 2.
No change right now at the front of the field, off of the corner. The top 5 or 6 cars, single file, make it the top 10. First car out of line, Kyle Larson in 11.
Yeah, Kyle Larson outside of the top 10 right now. He's down on the bottom of the racetrack with Ty Gibbs, Ross Chastain. Also make that Todd Gilliland, who now pulls out of line.
Good run for Todd Gilliland in the early going here in the 500. Of course, he replaces Michael McDowell in that Love Sport Mustang. He and Kyle Larson are teamed up down low. Matter of fact, Todd Gilliland, Kyle Larson, and a handful of others are the only cars that are in the inside lane.
They got a lot of work to do if they want to get up and challenge for the lead here in this opening stage. They're back around 12th, maybe 13th place.
Kyle Larson, Riley Herbst also to the inside. Ross Chastain, about a half a dozen cars on that inside lane. Everybody else has gone topside behind Joey Logano.
Logano still leads with Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse Jr., and Christopher Bell, the top 5.
4 laps
then you've got
to go.
Alex Bowman 6th, Daniel Suarez is 7th, Eric Jones, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, that's the top 10.
Second place driver Brad Keselowski continues to apply the pressure. That's a backup car for Brad Keselowski after it was damaged severely Thursday night in the duel race. It's not a big problem, though. Remember last year, William Byron won the Daytona 500 in a backup car. The field goes to turn 1.
Not a chance in the world that Brad Keselowski's going to run all the way to the green and white checkered flag without busting a move on Joey Logano. The question is when and how.
They're getting to run out of time to make that move. Chase Elliott dropping out of line further back, goes from the outside lane to the inside lane, as does Bubba Wallace. But again, they're racing just into the top 10.
Engine problem,
Keselowski gives another bump draft to Joey Logano. Keselowski's white and blue Ford Mustang now running in the middle, following the tire track to the leader.
Brad Keselowski is wearing Joey Logano out. Ryan Blaney, Joey's teammate, looking on. You got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. there looking on, along with Christopher Bell. And Alex Bowman, he has busted his way into the top 10. Matter of fact, he is up to position number 6, trying to get some of those valuable points Rusty mentioned a moment ago.
Hustling the low line, trying to make something happen. Oh, we got one car down on the apron and sideways. Spinning now is Zane Smith. He goes up to the outside. He gets collected by Josh Berry. Denny Hamlin was the first to get down on the apron. He saved it and gets away relatively, if not completely clean. Not the case for Josh Berry and Zane Smith.
Caution on the speedway for the second time, and this effectively will end the stage as we run them, but they do have to maintain pace car speed for 2.5 more laps. The problem started when Denny Hamlin clipped the apron in the middle of turns 1 and 2 in front of Dave Moody.
Yeah, he turned that car well sideways, Alex, and I'm surprised that he didn't spin it all the way around. A great piece of driving by Denny to effectively just drift his way through.
I hope it didn't damage the car, though.
Unfortunately, contact was made as everybody dodged and darted to try and avoid him. Turned into the outside wall was Zane Smith. That left nowhere to go for Josh Berry and the Wood Brothers Ford.
Denny Hamlin does have damage on his race car. Chris Gale, his new crew chief, is going to have to tend to that. But, Alex, we were watching it through the binoculars. He got turned onto the apron, thought he was going to have it saved, and then he began to skate up the racetrack. That actually started when the low lane checked up in front of him, and then it was on after that. On the apron, looks like Denny got some left front damage, maybe some right front damage.
Is just at the end of that stack up and checks up and gets hit from behind. Yep. From the 38.
Almost had it saved.
And you saw Zane Smith hit the door of the 2 car right there and spin out. That happens a lot. You hit that right front into the
38-21 and Denny's in it too. We'll see how bad it is though.
Still out there. On you tied out back.
Just accordion on him.
It's like Chastain checked up.
Boy, Hamlin did a nice job of keeping that car going forward as it slammed down from the banking onto the flat.
Yeah, he actually went down on the flat, and then the back of the car started to come around, and it actually hooked the banking with that right rear tire and straightened it out. Did a great job right there saving the car.
Then he screwed up. Well, he saved it. He didn't screw up. He saved it.
He's probably got the most damage out of all of them. The right rear toe link is broke on Zane Smith, but they'll be able to fix that, I would think.
We're told Austin Cindric also has some damage from that incident. That puts us under yellow at lap 63. With the stage end at lap 65, they'll continue under caution, and Joey Logano will pick up his first ever stage win in the Daytona 500. Under caution for this.
I knew it.
Denny Hamlin talking right here. Nick, what's going on, Nick?
Copy that. I should have been more vocal about it. Once they got tandem up there, that's the reason I didn't try and get you up, because we'd have just got wrecked. But I should have backed you up before that. Copy.
Watching from Japan also. His inner excellence on tape, Andrew. All right, so we are under a caution.
Out and winning his dual race on Thursday night. We know Austin Cindric has an absolute rocket ship underneath him.
Well, the Fords, all the Fords do, including his
Denny's a rider
teammate, Team Penske teammate in Joey Logano. You have had Brad Keselowski up there. Ryan Blaney's been up there. But there are a couple of Fords that were at the wrong place at the wrong time. We're getting a look at this on NASCAR TV. And indeed, Zane Smith did door slam the left side of Austin Cindric's car. But, Alex, it looked more than a kiss when they had that problem over in turn number 2. I don't think that's going to affect Austin all that much.
If you're going to get hit and have a car smack you on the racetrack at Daytona, you want it on a door, not necessarily around the wheels. Austin, Rusty, may have gotten away with one.
Yeah, I think he did okay in that one because he got hit just right slap in the middle of the door, just like you guys said, and that was a tough one. But anyway, he survived.
Shout out from Daytona, right off Ridgewood.
Looked like he was in his lane looking good, and all of a sudden,
to see you.
I'm not for sure if he saw Cindric up there. He started coming up the racetrack and his run right beside him.
Thank you for subscribing I've been there.
Best part of racing at Daytona in the draft as the field behind the pace vehicle makes its way up off of turn number 4.
Hamlin saved it. He did.
Dalton on top of the flag. Stan has the yellow flag in the left hand, the green and white checkered flag in his right hand. He will put both in the air and begin waving them over the field when they get to the start-finish line. That will end stage number 1 here in the Daytona 500. Here's a look at the top 10 and who will score points, presented by the Powerball. The NASCAR Powerball playoff is back. Start your entries for the chance to win $1 million at NASCAR Championship Weekend. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. Joey Logano will win stage number 1.
Do it, Marlon.
Brad Keselowski will be 2nd. Ryan Blaney will be 3rd, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will be 4th. Christopher Bell 5th. Daniel Suarez will be 6th. 7th is Alex Bowman. 8th, Tyler Reddick. 9th, Eric Jones. And 10th, William Byron.
All right, Chase Elliott 11th, SVG 12th, Bubba Wallace 13th, Justin Allgaier 14th, Todd Gilliland 15th, Kyle Larson 16th, Chris Buescher 17th, Ryan Preece 18th, 19th, Ty Gibbs, 20th is Kyle Busch. He was running up front for a little bit. Chastain 21st, 22nd, Martin Truex Jr., 23rd, Castro Neves, 24th, Austin Cindric, 25th, Michael McDowell, Denny Hamlin 26th after that wreck, Riley Herbst 28th, Corey LaJoie 29th, Noah Gragson, Austin Dillon 30th, Cole Custer 31st, Chase Briscoe 32nd, Cody Ware 33rd, John Hunter Nemechek 34th, Jimmy Johnson 35th, Ty Dillon 36th, Justin Haley 37th, Carson Hocevar 38th, 39th, Josh Berry, and Zane Smith after having that wreck there, and Allmendinger 23 laps down after having some engine trouble. And there is your full list on the channel.
Zane Smith has taken his car to the garage, joining A.J. Allmendinger. Now they are eligible this year to make repairs and return.
All right, I guess we're going to do pit stops now.
Well, Mike, we always talk about...
Shout out to the wife and kids at home. Michael Hicks, rear tire changer, and I love a big bowl of cereal at night. Jay Combs, tire carrier, back-to-back pit crew challenge.
Christopher Bell's team.
Darrell Edwards, Jack Matt. My first ever Cup win was the Daytona 500. Peyton Moore, Fueler, former all-conference.
Thank you, JB.
ASU.
To go into that because everything is so precise.
The last wreck.
What do you do to prepare? And that is the fastest pit crew from 2024. We like to keep an eye on those, Mike, as you know, you talk about it every race, how important
run out of Budweiser.
How fit they are. They are true athletes.
Christopher Bell's pit crew won the All-Star Pit Crew Challenge the last 2 years, led by Adam Stevens. Stevie Reeves up on the roof is the spotter, along with the over-the-wall crew that you just met.
Well, we saw that get a little spread out at the end of that stage, which tells me there is some handling happening with the cars. We talk about a lot of people being tight, most likely, and we heard some of the cars in the duels talk about being loose. So we've seen both handling conditions, and as we go to this pit stop, it'll be interesting to see exactly how this all works out from 2 tires, 4 tires, things like that. So we know they all need to fill up with fuel. But the thing
500 subs away from 30,000, y'all. 500 subs.
Stalls can be dangerous, just like we talked about the first time. So you just got to keep an eye on banging your car up here on pit road.
38 of the 41 starters on the lead lap. Josh Berry 1 lap down.
From Home Marketer, I can't wait to see how Dale Jr. and Kelly and Amy are going to hold up. We'll see. Allgaier in 14th right now.
Larry Mack, what's the biggest challenge on this pit stop?
Well, this is kind of a reset, the end of stage 1 for the 65 laps of stage 2, and what the crew chiefs are telling them for the most part.
Thank you, Magnolia, the Hitman, Duncan, Glenn, and Tammy.
Quicker than you can fill it with fuel. We're waiting on fuel. We have to leave full of fuel.
You want 4 tires? A little after season starts, I think.
Out of turn 4 under caution. And as it's a whole new year, we'll remind you to have a look where your volume
You're gonna support Chase Briscoe?
Because it's time for a NASCAR Fox Rank It Up on pit stops.
4 tires going on me. Go to switch 2 for me, pump 2. Thank you. Go. 1 out, all clear.
Lots of 4-tire changes. They're full of fuel and ready for stage 2 in the Daytona 500. Stage 1 winner, Joey Logano.
All right, so we're in stage 2. Ul says, hey, CeeLo, just getting back from a Busch Light run, going to my corner of the couch. Looks like the man cave she shed is full again. Hey, everyone. What's up, Ul? What's going on, man? Good to see you. Thank you, Timothy, for subscribing as well. We are going on hour 6 hours and 19 minutes of streaming for you guys today. We started about 45 minutes before the race even started today, and we are going through a long rain delay, and we're finally here in stage 2. Make sure you're sharing the stream out. Help us out. Hit that like for us. Tell everybody about us, as we're going to have a good time the rest of the race and see who's going to win this Daytona 500. We're at 1,100 likes. We're trying to get to 1,200 likes, so make sure you're hitting that like. Hit that subscribe. We're trying to get to 30,000. We're only less than 500 away from 30,000 subscribers. Thank you, everybody, for your love today. Thanks for everybody that's in a super chat. We're over $50 in super chats today. I want to thank everybody that's given in today. We appreciate you. Over $50 in super chats. Members as well. Thank you guys for being members. The emojis are available for you guys the rest of this race. Have a good time. Have the 4 live cameras from Max going on TV and your stream playing on my phone. Awesome, man. That HBO Max, someone was asking me about why did NASCAR get rid of the cams. I mean, they're just trying to make money too, right? So they went to HBO Max for the cameras. I cannot show those because it's not free. HBO Max asked people to pay for those, and I'm sure they would not appreciate me showing them for free when they can get money from other people. So thank you guys for hanging with us. We appreciate you. We're trying to give you the best show possible on YouTube, and it shows with 1,700 people hanging out here watching this race, listening to this race with us and talking about it and reacting in the chat. So thank you. Welcome to the watch party. We appreciate you. We have a good time. Every week we do this on NASCAR. We did it all last year. We bring you all the content, and we're always here for you guys. Remember that. Thank you guys so much. Let's get back to it with MRN. And MRN's in a commercial. So let's listen to Bad Brad. Maybe Bad Brad's talking. Is Bad Brad talking? What's up, Ragu? Joshua, it's on right now.
29th in line with 2 cars pitting in front of you. The 40 and the 8. 29th with them gone.
Don't let the hat fool you. CeeLo's a great guy. Thank you, Matt Billy.
That's 27 now. 27 cars. 5 bottom, numbers 14, 6 bottom, 7 bottom, numbers 14, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 3 stayed up with you. 51 went bottom.
All right. MRN, because we're in MRN for the restarts.
Come down for a top-off of Sunoco fuel, and here's how they're running as we get set for the restart.
Joey Logano, your race leader. Ryan Blaney second. Daniel Suarez is up to position number 3. Alex Bowman is 4th.
NASCAR since Cale Yarborough. Wow.
Bubba Wallace is 6th. Tyler Reddick is 7th. Chase Elliott
awesome,
is 8th.
Kevin.
William Byron
Thank
is
you,
9th.
Art and Mary.
Christopher Bell round out the top 10.
Kyle Larson 11th. Justin Allgaier was 12th, but he'll fall to the back now after making that pit stop. Eric Jones 13th. Todd Gilliland 14th, and Chris Buescher is 15th. Ty Gibbs 16th. Austin Cindric 17th. Shane Van Gisbergen is 18th. Kyle Busch also came to pit lane. lane. He was being scored 19th.
Thank you, SCB. If you're not, show your name pops up on the screen. Let me know you subbed. I'll say thank you to you guys.
Neves is 23rd. Corey LaJoy is 24th, and Chase Briscoe is 25th. Martin Truex Jr. is 26th. Ross Chastain is 27th. John Hunter Nemechek, 28th. Cole Custer, 29th, and Brad Keselowski is 30th.
Austin Dillon will be 31st. 32nd, Ty Dillon. 33rd, Cody Ware. 34th, Justin Haley. 35th, Riley Herbst. Jimmy Johnson, 36th. 37th, Carson Hocevar. 38th is Denny Hamlin. All those cars are on the lead lap. Josh Berry chugging along after getting a piece of the crash. He's 2 laps down back in 39th. Off the racetrack in 40th, Zane Smith, and out of the race after engine failure, finishing 41st, will be A.J. Allmendinger.
When everybody comes back to the start-finish line, we will get the restart. We'll have 60 laps to go in Stage 2. We saw a lot of Ford dominance there in Stage number 1, and right now everybody is poised and in position. They've got fresh Goodyear rubber and a tank full of Sunoco fuel. So, Alex, it's roll up your sleeves and go at it again here at the World Center of Racing.
There'll be 60 laps to go in Stage number 2, 130 to go in the Daytona 500 as the green flag goes back in the air. Inside lane is Alex Bowman. He's got tracking help there from Bubba Wallace. Topside, a couple of Team Penske Fords. Joey Logano with Blaney on his bumper.
Logano with a small advantage as they race into the banking at turn 1,
go,
but
boys.
that's not going to last. Bubba Wallace with a tremendous shove in the back pocket. Oh, they're piling up back in turn number 2.
Oh, my gosh.
Scattering down to the apron, a number of cars spinning. Looks like Chase Briscoe may have gotten a piece of that. The pole sitter down into the infield grass. Jimmy Johnson's got a piece of the action as well. Looks like Ty Gibbs got a piece. Denny Hamlin comes limping by on the apron. It looks like he's dodged a bullet for the second time. Riley Herbst has got some damage on the right front corner.
If Denny ends up winning this thing and missing these wrecks.
Third one of the Daytona 500, Kyle Busch with damage as well. Everybody coming up through the gearbox, Dave, and it looked like all heck broke loose from mid-pack on back.
Yeah, it really did. Kyle Busch now pulling away. He looks to have gotten away relatively unscathed. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Helio Castroneves. Right rear corner of that car badly damaged. It is crab
bad speed
down
weeks for Castroneves.
Chase Briscoe just drives by. He's got some damage on that pole-sitting Bass Pro Shops machine.
Ross Chastain with that significant damage on his race car. Now, Jimmy Johnson's able to continue on. Rusty Wallace is taking a look now at the NASCAR TV replay. They just got the green flag.
3 times you're out of crash.
Straightaway headed off into turn number 1. Rusty, what did you see?
It all started when Daniel Suarez up there behind Ryan Blaney had to check up. He just got a good run on Ryan. He checked up.
Of course, it was Suarez.
It was an accordion all the way behind him, all the way to back. Everybody started checking up, and that's what caused all this wrecking.
And a lot of cars spinning to the bottom of the racetrack. Looks like Martin Truex Jr. may have gotten a piece of that as well.
Oh, my gosh.
We also talk about Kyle Busch getting a piece of that. And
they're product of that penalty. Mistakes bite people, bite these teams each and every week.
And that's the exact scenario that they got into last year, as we see another angle here.
Watch that green and white car as things stack up.
Suarez checked up
and comes down. Didn't drive in.
And then Custer looked like he got Chastain.
Accordion's back, the harder those hits get, and eventually somebody gets spit out and sent up the racetrack.
Riley Herbst involved, Justin Allgaier, and more.
Chastain nailed Castroneves.
Let's ride with Castroneves.
John Hunter Nemechek looked like he escaped. Is this ARCA? Exactly.
And Kyle Busch, who restarted at the back under penalty.
It wasn't Hamlin. T-Man, it wasn't Hamlin.
Other than that little bit of right front damage, I don't think he's as bad as
Rowdy looks like you said, a little right front and a bunch of grass all over his car.
Let's go back to Ross Chastain.
Right, it's been 0 laps since a wreck. Everybody tell Spain hi. Hi, Spain.
Castroneves.
Master Evans.
Boy, he has taken some shots this week.
He has, and you know, I look at those shots. Chastain, Castroneves, you see their heads snapping around. Those are big hits.
All right, so we got another commercial. MRN. MRN's being quiet.
Of NASCAR.
Never heard of this driver. Castroneves is done. Yeah. So we are now in stage 2, 7 laps complete of 65, 72 laps of 200. We're not even halfway, y'all, but we're going to get this thing all the way in tonight. Not sure how long it's going to take, but I got about 5 hours and 30 minutes before we can't let it hit 12 hours. So we'll see how. I'm sure we'll get it in before 5 hours, though. But thank you guys so much for hanging out today. We're over 1,200 likes. We're at over 29,500. We're at less than 500 subs from 30K. If you want to become a member, it's 99 cents to access the emojis, $2.99 or $1.99 for Pro, and $2.99 for MVP. And also, we have a Discord. If you guys would like to join our Discord, we have a NASCAR channel in there. We talk NASCAR during the week. All the news. Brawny's keeping us up with news, and Lloyd's always in there talking too as well. But thank you guys for hanging out with us today. I can't say it enough. I consider it really moved today. Really moved. What lap is it? It is lap 73 of 200, stage 2, lap 8 of 65. HBO Max is $9.99 a month, exactly, and Amazon Prime is $14.99 a month. So going forward, if you want to watch qualifying and practice, HBO Max for the cameras are on Sundays, and $14.99 a month for Amazon Prime for qualifying and practice up to when NASCAR starts going on TNT. But I know it's a lot of extra money. We don't have the free cams anymore on NASCAR.com, but you still can listen to the radio things on scanners on NASCAR.com too as well. If someone could put the link for the Discord, Steve Brown would love to join. Excuse my little knowledge of NASCAR. I'm from New Zealand. Oh, it's okay, Andy. I'm glad to be here. Where is the 5 and the 24 and the 9? Okay, so we got the 9 is in 4th place. The 5 is in 16th place. And the 24 is in 13th. And if you want to add the additional Hendrick driver, 48, Bowman is in, where are you at? Bowman, the showman. Where are you at? Have I just missed him? Bowman, the showman. Where are you at? I don't know. I can't find him. Oh, he's in first place. Duh. He's in first place. I'm watching Max split screen right now. It's sweet. Awesome, man. Good deal. Andy B. All right. We got some pit stops coming up here. What time is it where you're at? It is 6:16 p.m. And there is the Discord.
By Echo Park Automotive. We saw Helio Castroneves go up on the hook and be towed to the garage. Martin Truex drove into the garage, and pit road is now open. There are the cars involved in the crash with a wide variety of damage. A lot of gas and go. A few like Justin Haley taking on tires. Also Cody Ware, who had some damage in that one.
Yeah, you see it's about 10 laps from the last.
So SVG, Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott, Reddick, Bowman, Eric Jones, Bell, short, so Byron Gillen, and Larson all pit.
Yeah, what he was complaining about after that restart and the caution came back out, His car was idling at 6,000 RPM. It would not go down. So what they're doing right here, they're changing out
115.
on the top right side
Happy
of the dash,
Monday.
what we call the ECU, the electrical control unit. It controls everything about that race car. Electrical, it tells the signal about the fuel injectors. They're changing that out. They're a lap down. The good thing is, right now, we only have one other driver a lap down, and that's Shane Van Gisbergen, Mike.
Thanks, Larry.
Do you do any betting on DFS? I don't do any sports betting, Devin.
On this caution, which means he's
no
able
sports
to pass
betting.
the pace car, come around, and restart.
But we'll support you guys if you are doing it. Keep you up to date.
Van Gisbergen. Chase Briscoe also involved. Kyle Busch with a bit of damage.
Not bad enough.
Riley Herbst,
and Spain is a Denny hater, by the way.
Cody Ware, all part of that one.
I know one thing, Clint, right there.
John says it's 2:17 Hawaiian time.
Yeah, we need to go back to DraftKings.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Thank
I don't
you,
know. That guy looked pretty
Linnell.
optimistic
Thank
the way
you.
He was jumping out the side of that thing. Look, let's see if it's fired up. I think it's running. Look at that, putting it in gear, taking off. Doesn't sound like it's 6,000 RPM idling. You might be back in the game, bud.
Don't need to come back no more, right, Paul?
I run it right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard it missing right there. Did you hear it missing?
Yeah. I heard Joe
It'll
say
always
it's
be
still not right either. Doc on it.
1 to go.
That's your pick, bud. Guess the fun thing about DraftKings, you can go back to the well and get you some more.
That's exactly right.
Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Best seat in the house since 1925. Happy 100th anniversary to the Goodyear blimp.
Place looks awesome lit up at night.
This place looks... I pulled in here, what was it, Tuesday night, and drove by the track. The front of this place, the presence that this track has is by far and above.
All right, we're going to go to MRN again. Here we go for the restart, as we always do.
See the grandstands.
Matter of fact, Joey Logano and Josh Berry are 1 lap in arrears. They're back in 34th and 35th. Shane Van Gisbergen, after a great run early on, he is 2 laps down in 36th. And right now, we've got a handful of drivers that are out
SPG
and in the
was
garage.
up there leading for a little
we'll
bit.
update also what's going on back at the Advent Health Care Center in just a moment. We've got the 1 to go signal. We are doubled up for the restart. Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, 1 and 2. Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Austin Cindric, the top 5 as we get set to go with lap 76 about to appear on the scoreboard.
That means 54 will be left to go here in stage number 2. And Rusty, we just saw a bunch of good cars wiped out here early in this race.
Thank you.
Yeah, big mistakes. Big crashes, big everything. Just everybody got too rambunctious. Those restarts were crazy, no doubt about that. Back to Joey Logano right now. I mean, he should be able to recover from being 1 lap down. If they did fix that ECU issue, if that is repaired, I think he can get back in this race.
One thing that he's got working in his favor is he's got a very fast race car. And in watching him in practice, that car drafts very good as well. So he's going to restart all the way at the back of the pack. Perhaps maybe can get himself in a position to get
remind me to reset my YouTube TV after the next caution.
Green flag flies again in the Daytona 500. Lap 76 on the board. A couple of Fords are side by side. A couple of teammates door to door as they race their way back to turn 1.
Into the 31-degree banking of turn 1, Ryan Blaney gets the advantage over his teammate Austin Cindric. Blaney in the outside lane as those 2 Hendrick cars go nose to nose. Behind them, 2 RFK Fords.
Ryan Preece to lead those 2 Fords on the inside lane as they make their way up the back straightaway. Preece second in line behind Austin Cindric.
Looks like
to
you
his
lose
outside,
400.
His teammate in Chris Buescher.
Ryan
Got
Preece
400 on Logano. I think he's all right.
on the bottom lane. In fact, Cindric will pull ahead of Ryan Blaney by about a half a car length. Further back, the top side has now come into view. That is Chase Elliott leading the way.
One driver not in this lead draft is Joey Logano. The car did not come up to speed on the restart. Steve Post, what's the latest?
We don't know what the issue is. I think the team knows. They're not saying it's Doug Yates and his crew have just ran back to the hauler to grab something, but whatever they tried to recycle has not worked. Joey has reported that under full throttle, the engine is very, very flat, and he's not able to hang on to the back of the pack. So it seemed to me like the body language was Doug Yates and his crew maybe knew what it was, but they're going to have to go get some extra parts and pieces and see if they can survive until they can make those repairs.
While they tend to those matters, the field heads to turn 4.
And that third lane that I was just mentioning a moment ago now has got more traffic in it. You've got Ryan Preece, who's jumped up to the high lane.
Preece now trying to bring Roush Fenway Keselowski and that brand new third team to the front of the field here in Daytona. He's got a couple of good cars he's going to have to pass. Down at the bottom, it's Austin Cindric, who's got drafting help there from Noah Gragson.
Noah Gragson has fought his way solidly into the top 5 now. They are 3 wide for the third spot. Noah on the bottom of the racetrack is going to hang on to it for now. Here comes Ryan Preece for the lead.
Ryan Preece looking to take the top spot away in the outside lane, pulls up along in front of his teammate and Chris Buescher. They are 1 and 2 in the 3. Here comes Austin Cindric on the bottom.
Austin Cindric fighting back on the inside of the racetrack. He'll now pull even with Ryan Preece. Preece up against the safer barrier. Austin Cindric against the double yellow line.
Ryan Preece trying to lead a lap in the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric trying to deny him of that, but it's Preece across the line. He'll go to the top of the leaderboard. Behind him, they're side by side. Behind them, they're 3 wide on back.
Ryan Preece has got dark horse possession of the lead. He can change lanes to throw some blocks if he wants to, but he's going to have to throw a lot of them because they are 3 wide behind him. The battle for second, Christopher Bell, or catch that, Noah Gragson on the inside.
Now they're 3 wide for the race lead as the middle lane pulled up alongside Ryan Preece. That's led by Austin Cindric. Noah Gragson leads on the bottom for the top 5.
Still 3 wide for the race lead into turn 3. Noah Gragson on the bottom of the racetrack. Austin Cindric in the middle. Ryan Preece still fighting hard up against the safer barrier out of turn 4.
3 wide, 4 rows deep. Then they're double wide for 2 rows, and they go 3 wide for the rest of the field. They flash back by the start-finish line. 50 laps to go in stage number 2. They continue this way to turn 1.
Spectacular racing at the front of the pack here in Daytona. Nobody giving an inch. It's Noah Gragson by a bumper in the inside lane. Cindric's got the middle. Preece top side up next to the safer barrier.
Second time by up the Daytona super stretch. They are 3 wide for the lead and through the field.
Gragson
Here comes
and
Noah
Ryan
Gragson
Preece
to the inside of Cindric with Preece having the momentum topside.
Preece able to jump out to a slight advantage in the lead. He's got it by about a half a car length as here comes Austin Cindric and the machine of Noah Gragson fighting back to the inside.
Hold your breath time at Daytona International Speedway. They are 3 wide for the lead and about 6 more rows behind them. Everybody in lockstep formation. Nobody can afford to make a mistake. Up front, it's Cindric, Gragson, Preece, 3 wide for the lead.
Nobody batting an eye. Nobody bailing
I just can't
out.
Look at it.
3 wide.
If you're watching it, this is amazing.
Virtually all of that lead pack. It's Noah Gragson down low by inches.
Tyler Reddick, second car in line on the bottom. In the middle, Michael McDowell trying to race his way into the top 5. To his outside, Chris Buescher, who's locked onto the back bumper of Ryan Preece.
That's the top 6 cars as they file back into the corner. Now it's Noah Gragson with a slight advantage on the inside of the racetrack. Here's Austin Cindric fighting back to Gregson's right shoulder.
They continue unbelievable, breathtaking racing here
Gragson.
in the mid stages of the Daytona 500. At the line, virtual dead heat, 3 wide again, 3 wide, 7 rows deep. We've got a caution flag flying here at the start-finish line. There is debris on the racetrack that has come off of one of the damaged race cars, and that's going to slow things down here in the Daytona 500, and this could be a huge break for Joey Logano.
Right now, Joey Logano on the racetrack has lost touch big time, about a half a lap behind. Matter of fact, Joey is working through turns 3 and 4 right now.
I did say
while the
Logano,
leaders are
if he ends up
slowing
winning
halfway
this,
down the
remember
back
that.
straightaway. If you're just joining us, Joey Logano having some sort of an electrical problem, maybe an engine problem on his car on that last
Truex
restart, did not come up to speed after they took attempts to...
disappointing when you don't finish, no matter what the situation.
There's Truex.
Yeah, especially in a race like this when, it's probably our only shot this year. So thanks to Bass Pro and Tricon and everybody that helped us put this together. And it was fun while it lasted, but unfortunately we were just wrong place, wrong time there.
All right, thanks, Martin.
Martin Truex, the 2017 Cup champion, veteran of this series, ended his full-time driving career at the end of last year.
Oh, thank you.
Going to run the Daytona 500.
All right, I'm going to go back to MRN so I can reset it.
You heard me talking about, I think,
Martin Truex Jr. checked and out of the care center. It was an incident after a restart. What happened out there in the back of the field?
I'm not sure. Just a big stack up, and by the time it got to me, it was really aggressive, I guess you'd call it. So just no time to react, and just knocked the nose off the thing. So unfortunate for all our guys, and we had a fun week down here, you know, making the race, and thanks to Bass Pro and Tricon Garage, Toyota, TRD, everybody that helped us put this together, and we're hoping to have a lot more fun than that. We were just kind of biding our time and just in a bad place on the restart there.
I know it was a fun week. Are we going to see you again?
Yeah, I just don't know when or where or what, so we'll see.
All right, retirement, not that crazy for Martin Truex Jr., but he's out of the Daytona 500.
Good news for Martin Truex Jr. fans. He's not done, and we'll see him.
Traffic jam.
All right.
All the way to that caution flag ahead of Buescher, McDowell, and Reddick. Elliott, Blaney, Gilliland, and Bowman, the top 10 at the time of caution here. There is your rundown.
Thank you guys for being here. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Dumb caution. I don't want a big wreck due to a metal on the track. Is right.
Yeah, and when you come to pit road just for fuel only like we expect them to, that's when it all happens a little bit.
And it probably saved a big wreck as well because they were stacked up.
Out of your pit stall, so the chaos will continue. And as the pit stops are shorter right here, it just happens faster than it would on a tire stop.
Track truck goes out to turn number 1 to pick up debris that put us under this caution flag. The 4th one of the night. Pit road is open.
Any takers?
If you don't like fuel mileage saving and strategy, this is exactly what you wanted to see at home. That means, and when I say they're in their window, that means when they go back
Denny
out
Hamlin
there,
to win. Me too, Chris.
They're going to go for that stage in.
Here goes Joey. He gets his lap back.
18 of the 65 laps of stage 2 have been completed as Logano pulls around the safety car and gets the free pass.
So he's back on the lead lap.
Pit road is about to be a very busy place. And Bubba Wallace and a couple more stay out, Regan.
Mike Noah Gragson doing a nice job getting himself to the front. Earlier in the race was Darty and snappy with that car. No complaints since he got up front, and a close call getting out of the pits there. Jamie?
See the forward Noah Gragson making his way into his pit box. A few more. Ryan Preece, one of the many drivers in the field that switched teams, just staying
technical issues on HBO
fuel.
Max.
Same with the 2, about 1.5 seconds for Austin Cindric.
Yeah, we saw
Cindric, Gragson plus 6.
There with his back
Elliott,
stall, so
Preece, Blaney, McDowell, Suarez,
Kyle
Reddick.
Busch's rough night continues. He had to back up to his pit stall to get fueled there. We're under caution in Daytona.
All right. Another commercial as well at MRN too.
They're going to give up some more track position here on this exchange. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
All right, so both of them at there. Barry was free pass last caution. Okay, so Logano back on the track on the pit here. He's got the hood up. So still having some issues with Joey Logano. But after dominating the first stage, CMDR says liked and subscribed as last season. Thank you for a great content, CeeLo. You're welcome, guys. Appreciate all the love here today. We thank you. We're listening to Chris Buescher, who's in back in 25th.
5 to go, bottom 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bottom.
All right, let's go to, let's see here. Which ones do I want to watch? Driver cams. Let's listen in. Oh, Bubba Wallace. So let's listen to his scanner. See what he's got to say. I thought CeeLo was a large, dark gentleman that's sings.
All right, we can go hard here.
I had it first, John.
We can go hard. All right, go ahead and roll. Don't let him outside you there. Got the 11 and 35 got to go by you.
Exactly, Leon. It's Darrell Wallace, everybody.
Are you good there?
I don't know why it shows him in first place. But he is in first place,
Whenever
yes.
you have it fired up, just check your voltage for me. I'll make sure that agrees.
Bubba in first place.
Still reading 12.9.
Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher make up the top 10 with Todd Gilliland, Christopher Bell, Cody Ware, Austin Dillon, Jimmy Johnson just came to pit lane. You got William Byron, Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Kyle Larson make up the top 20.
So while the field is halfway down the back straightaway, Joey Logano just came back down the pit lane. Postman, we saw the hood up. What's the update on that Shell Pennzoil Ford?
They took the box on the top of it where the carburetor would be. They took all of that off and they replaced something down in the engine, and they got back up on the speedway. Joey just about went a lap down. That gave him the opportunity to gas it up on the back straightaway, and he said, boys, we're at 100%. So whatever they fixed on the car, we're trying to figure out what that is. They have got Joey Logano back up to speed, and I believe he's on the lead lap as well because he was the free pass on that caution.
I tell you what, that's good news. Good news when the driver hits the throttle. He said it's 100% back. That's got to make you feel good. And he's got that lap back. He's good to go. He's in the back of the pack. He's just going to draft himself to the front right now.
Field will make its way off turn number 4. The pace truck will turn into the pit lane. Here we come back down to the start-finish line. Got to get to the restart zone. The green flag will go back in the air, and we're racing again at Daytona. 44 laps to go here in stage number 2. Austin Cindric on the inside lane. Chase Elliott, he'll go topside, and they both have plenty of drafting help.
Both Austin Cindric and Chase Elliott have had their taste of the lead already here this evening at Daytona. For the moment, Cindric is going to take another bite out of it. Drafting help down low from Noah Gragson will push him to the lead.
Chase Elliott leads the outside lane off of turn number 2. Austin Cindric continues to hold the top spot, but here comes Elliott. Momentum and drafting help from Ryan Blaney to his outside.
Still double wide for the race lead into turn number 3. Cindric on the bottom, Elliott in the middle. That third top lane is now being formed up. They've got Michael McDowell leading that charge.
While they're side by side for the lead, we go to the Advent Healthcare Center in Allen.
Ross Chastain is checked and doing well, but an early end to your Daytona 500. You nearly got past it. What happened out there? Yeah, I got to back up for our Busch Light Chevy Allen.
1 second.
Halfway through stage 1, and just made some moves that worked us to the back by trying to get to the middle and the top, and slowly worked our way from 3rd to felt like 33rd. So just put us back there. When the accordion came our way, we just got hooked. Nobody's real fault there, I don't think. Just came from way up front, and I put us back there from 30 laps ago and paid the penalty. Tough end to your day. You made sure to give a little hug to your teammate, Helio Castroneves. What was that about?
In the middle and top lane and working his way to the back. So it will be interesting to see the cycle of how these lanes start to
only not even halfway, y'all. 88 of 200 complete.
Watching Blaney go to the back bumper at Chase Elliott and just push him at will. I think I found a favorite. These guys are going to have to go around these Fords if they're going to win the Daytona 500. Obviously, a lot has to happen. Got to miss the big one. We all know what's coming at the end of this race, but these guys and their ability to push and have the grip to do so is pretty impressive. And it really doesn't matter which one.
There was weather.
We've seen
we had a nice rain delay.
We've seen the
Megadeth, what's up?
3 of them do it.
Well, we just watched Todd Gilliland push Michael McDowell all the way up to the front on the outside lane. It's not a coincidence that you're seeing all these Fords push these cars towards the front of the pack.
And behind Gilliland,
where's my 3 wide racing?
He's been absent from the Cup Series. He's back with a full-time ride for Colleague Racing. He's in that number 10, and he is in the mix here, up in the top 10. Third car back on the outside lane.
And has been
SVG.
Has been all week we've been at Daytona. Ty Dillon, very good point, Mike.
Let's get an update on Joey Logano from Jamie.
Well, the team diagnosed it, Mike. They found out the culprit. Some piece of debris, like a little rag or a paper bag, went through the grill and into the throttle body, causing that issue. So they think it's all good to go. They've been listening to him. The mechanics just gave me a thumbs up.
You just don't see that very often, Kevin.
And because of the free pass, Logano is now back on the lead lap.
Not out.
Logano got lucky.
Not by any means.
You want your pick back?
I mean, I was pretty much there.
Stuck with it anyway.
Nobody's asked me to pick a new one, so that was
oh no,
my
John.
last pick.
That is amazing.
Larry,
glad you're here.
Larry, can you talk about how that rag got in there?
Well, again, you run no tape on the grill opening, and part of that air that goes
Martin,
through there
SVG was up there for the lead for a little bit.
But part of it feeds air to the throttle body, and what Jamie just described, it sounded like some debris went through that block-off plate in that throttle body. I want to give a kudos to that group. They changed it in 80 seconds.
Wow.
It kept him on the lead lap. Noah Gregson on the bottom, trying to bring Ryan.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Into play.
Thank you so much. New Rab says.
Last year's Daytona 500 runner-up Alex Bowman, third in line on the bottom.
There again, you
stop
see
lying for NASCAR.
Being able to keep that really close spacing on the back bumper of Austin Cindric.
What's up, your mom?
Shoves him out there to the lead.
McDowell
Where's the
coming
6,
on the
the 8,
side.
and the 11?
Help from Gilliland and Ty Dillon, and then John Hunter Nemechek in the 42. Bottom lane with the energy. Here comes Gregson being propelled to the front.
Kyle Busch is in 24th. Denny Hamlin's in 25th. Keselowski in 26th.
There you see that Rush Truck Center Ford Mustang down on the bottom of Noah Gregson. Ryan Preece right behind him. As you guys talk, Preece's car has been really fast.
You can scroll through the running a little more often, all right?
Get that spacing right on that inside lane like we've seen.
Where your driver is running, okay.
And Chase Elliott in the middle.
26 T-Van.
Right now they all look like they have about the same spacing.
I think that's... And all this at 185 plus miles per hour.
There you go. You see Preece locked to the back bumper of that 4 car. I'd like to see
Thank you,
him
Martin, for becoming a rookie member.
Getting into the corner right there, but that's something that as you get used to it and you're up there doing that all race, we've talked about this leading into these races before. When you can come off the corner right like that and be attached really quick off the corner and keep that spacing a little bit closer than that all the way down the straightaway, reattach out of the tri-oval, that's when you start to make time.
And to your point, that's exactly what's happened on that outside. They had to detach as they went through the tri-oval, but as they get better at that and the laps progress towards the end of this stage, you'll see them pushing harder and harder.
Which is why we want to race up front. We want to be able to be a well-oiled machine at the end of this race so that you know whether to drag the race,
Thank you, Jay Crash.
dump the throttle, whatever that method is to keep that spacing correct.
93 laps complete of 200 at Daytona. Austin Cindric, Michael McDowell, Noah Gregson.
All right. Let's crank it up a little bit.
Bottom. He moved up to lane 3. That's positioned you in 7th now. 7th.
This is Logano back in 23rd.
Briscoe, see you. 35 to go in the stage. 3-5. Half by 3/4 in front. Bottom of 3. Both sides covered. Covered behind. Gaps half by 1 in front. P7 in the lane. 3/4 by 1 in front. 3/4 by 1 in front. Quarter by 1 in front. 2 wide.
Hi, No Rap. Thanks for the sub.
3 wide. 2 outside.
Trying to block the advance of McDowell. When he does that, that leaves the inside line wide open for Austin Cindric and others that are trying to punch a hole to the inside.
A rare opportunity for a leader to throw a block. All up until now, they've all been 3 wide. Noah Gregson has got some daylight. Let's see if he can hold on to it.
He's in the outside lane off of turn number 2 and all by himself at the front of the field.
Gregson,
Michael McDowell in the second
baby.
spot, locked behind him and side by side with Austin Cindric.
Those cars now head into turn number 3. Gregson again the leader. Austin Cindric in the middle. And here comes the inside lane fighting back courtesy of
He's
Ryan
a driver
Preece.
genius, Matt Jones says.
Alex Bowman.
And they are fast on the bottom of the racetrack. Preece now yanks the car back down to the double yellow line. 3 wide at the line for the lead by a bumper.
Here we go with the
Austin
3 wide
Cindric in the
stuff
middle
again.
lane. He'll will lead this lap going back to turn 1.
Just plain spectacular racing. Round and round and round they go. Everybody 3 wide from front to back. Here they come. Off turn number 2. Ryan Preece on the bottom will lead by a nose.
By a nose and only by a nose. Off of the corner here is Austin Cindric to his outside
60s.
in a second lane. The third lane being led by Noah Gregson. Top 2 breakaway at the point with Cindric out front.
Just spectacular racing here on the high banks of Daytona. 3 wide, 10 rows deep. All these cars just inches apart as they exit for Preece, the leader.
Rooting and gouging, pushing and shoving right now as Ryan Preece will muscle his way from the bottom of the racetrack all the way to the top and go back to the lead of the Daytona 500. They were side by side for second a moment ago. Dave, that changes. There's a new contender on the bottom.
Now it's 3 wide for the second spot. Up on the outside lane is Noah Gregson. In the middle is Cindric, and now Alex Bowman grabs the low lane.
There comes Alex Bowman to the bottom of the speedway, challenging for the second spot. All of this 3 wide racing behind race leader Ryan Preece, who's trying to keep them all behind him.
And here comes the aforementioned Alex Bowman in his dark purple Ally Chevrolet. He pulls right up to the left side of the machine of Ryan Preece. They're wheel to wheel for the lead.
Bowman has drafting help from Ryan Preece's teammate Chris Buescher.
1,300 likes. Let's go to 1,400.
That's where the leader is, and Preece, he's going to get away by 2 car lengths. Looks like Cindric behind him is going to drag the brake and get a big run headed to turn number 1.
Trying to make the move in the outside lane, but Preece moves up a bit to try and put the block on. Now Bowman wants a piece of the action. He shoves the nose in on the inside. Alex Bowman now looking for the lead.
Alex Bowman to the inside. Ryan Preece in the outside lane. They are nose to nose. Everybody else 3 wide behind him. Here comes Chase Elliott up through the middle with drafting help from Ryan Blaney.
All those cars mixing it up 2 and 3 wide. Blaney in the middle along with Chase Elliott. At the front of the pack, it's still Ryan Preece, the leader. He has got drafting help with Austin Cindric.
Ryan Preece looks in his rearview mirror, and it is full with a mass of race cars. He looks back and sees 3 wide action. Bowman to the inside of Cindric. Noah Gregson falls back just a tad, but here's Alex Bowman creeping forward, trying to put a quarter panel up alongside Ryan Preece.
So far, Preece has been able to fend off the advances. They are closing rapidly now on the soon-to-be lap car of Shane Van Gisbergen. I have no idea how they'll get by him.
Shane Van Gisbergen's going to pull that car to the bottom of the racetrack below the double yellow line. The entire field will storm by to the outside, chasing Ryan Preece. Here's Gregson looking to the top spot.
Now here's Noah Gregson against the outside lane, trying to get by Ryan Preece. However, Alex Bowman has got a better idea. He'll take his Chevrolet side by side with Preece.
Guys, I get so many people asking me all the time, what's it like to run the Daytona 500? I tell you what, these guys right now, 3 wide, 2 inches apart, running 200 miles per hour. You know, if one guy makes one little mistake,
how many drivers is Alex going to wreck this year?
No doubt about that. Now look, let's go back to Joey Logano. We've been talking about him a little bit. He's worked himself up to the 18th position right now, basically working the bottom of the racetrack, taking it nice and easy, trying to get up. Gained 17 positions so far from his restart.
Solid drive for Logano after being a full lap down. 100 down,
right,
100.
Toyota cutaway car, and let's show you exactly what went on with that 22 car as far as the throttle body. So you see the airflow going through the grill opening. Now pay attention to the blue arrows. The green arrows, that air goes out the hood louvers, but it goes through that duct right there, through the block-off plate and that throttle body. All the block-off plates that I saw in the garage area had big holes in it. This is exactly
now they're fired up. Badger, they're fired up.
Debris went through there and got a hold of that throttle body and had damage. Now it's changed. It's good to go, Mike.
What about calculations? That's funny.
Back up to 17th place right now.
I'm so happy that we have those tools because that is such a simple explanation for you guys.
What about calculations? Thank you for subbing to Rose. Thank you so much.
We can analyze a problem and show it to you that easy. That's great work.
We're halfway, y'all.
Started out back. One of the cars that had to go to the rear prior to the start for either backup car, unapproved adjustments, or engine change.
Yeah, I was a little bit intrigued by Preece's move to go up to the outside, Kevin. The Fords had that front row sealed off 3 wide. Whoa,
take a nap, Larry.
Cindric got down right on
Predators, baby. TH.
Side drafting off of him. But you know what I mean?
We
they
suck.
had that front row locked off and was controlling the race.
Well, I know Ryan has a lot of experience, but it's a whole different ball.
Yeah, we go back and forth.
Understanding, you know, the handling of your car, whatever the case may be.
That's a great point. That may have been the case. He may have been tight on that bottom, wanted to get up on the outside.
We're not a good hockey team, hey.
On the exit of corners.
Alex Bowman in the 48 trying to take the lead. Josh.
And Mike, you talked about Alex Bowman having to go to that backup car after damage to the primary in the duel. Talked to them this week with Blake Harris, their crew chief, and he said on Thursday and Friday they weren't completely happy with that backup, but they got it to a place where it needed to be. And for this
right, hey, I'm a Braves fan, brother. Go Braves.
Daytona 500s, so they know if they can get it to the front, they have a driver that
Seattle
knows how to
Kraken.
handle these situations. Runner-up last year, looking to finish one spot better this time around.
Bowman dueling with Austin Cindric, who has won the Daytona 500. Chevy
Go Braves,
Ford
Ian.
battle at the front. 104 laps complete, 38 of 65 laps complete in stage number 2. Alex Bowman.
All right, commercial there.
26 laps to go in stage number 2. 104 laps go up on the board. Only double wide for the race lead right now. Dave Mooney, and it's Alex Bowman and Austin Cindric.
It'll never last. Somebody will have to jump up there and plug the outside lane. Ryan Preece trying to do exactly that. Alex Bowman
Gary.
on the inside. In the middle, it's Austin Cindric for the lead.
And they are
Hello
3
from
wide
Seattle.
for
What's
the
up,
third
Fritz?
spot with Ryan Preece leading that outside lane, and he has faded just a bit, but the outside gathering momentum up the Daytona Super Stretch, and once again challenging for the lead.
3 wide again for the lead. Preece again on the top lane, Cindric in the middle, and Alex Bowman downstairs. And that second row of 3 wide are Buscher, Elliott, and Noah Gragson.
Still double wide for the lead, 3 wide from third on back. They are racing in such tight proximity. Dave Mooney, if somebody sneezes in this field, the whole pack is going to fly apart. That's how close they are together.
Like, it's unbelievable. They have nearly succeeded
now
at
he's
this
out of the
point
game.
in making the spectacular look downright ordinary. Just round and round they go, 2 and usually 3 wide.
Alex Bowman continuing to pace the field with Austin Cindric now just double wide at the front, and it's Cindric that's going to jump out front in the middle lane. Has some drafting help in the middle by Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott trying to push Austin Cindric forward. Here comes Alex Bowman, though, downstairs. Bowman pulls even with Austin Cindric, side by side for the lead. Cindric fighting back on the outside.
Guys, I never thought I'd see a race like this. I'm looking at the speed of the last place car, 32nd. That's Justin Haley. That last place speed and the first place are exactly the same speed. Every single car in this field is running this exact same speed right now. Don't know if I've ever seen that in my life.
First to 32nd in this big draft, Mike, only separated by 1.5 seconds from first to 32nd.
Breathtaking racing here in front of a sellout crowd at Daytona International Speedway. Austin Cindric right now, the gentleman that leads, and he's got an interesting drafting partner, Tim Catalfamo, in the form of Chase Elliott right behind him.
Yeah, Ford and a Chevrolet working together here at Daytona. Cindric and Elliott continue to remain content in the middle part of the racetrack, and they are leading right now.
Ironically, the first car on the inside line leading that charge is another Hendrick Chevrolet. Team car to Chase Elliott. Speaking of Alex Bowman, that purple and black Ally Chevrolet has not given up the ghost. He is stout on the bottom of him.
He is right there in that second spot, well, side by side for the second position with his teammate Chase Elliott. Well, that's over. He's going to go for the lead now to the inside of Austin Cindric.
Here comes Alex Bowman to the bottom off of turn number 2. Cindric continuing to lead the field in the inside or the bottom of the racetrack. The extreme outside lane led by Ryan Preece, just trying to hang on to the top 10 right
Fox
now.
needs to do
Ryan
it.
Preece
Crank it
trying to
up.
slide backwards a little bit. Chase Elliott, though, continuing to push Austin Cindric further ahead. He just gave him a huge bump trap going down the backstretch.
Things begin to settle down up front now as the front 2, front 3 break out in single file formation. However, one of the storylines coming into the Daytona 500 from crew chiefs was saving fuel and maybe backing.
We still have 34 cars on the lead lap. Joey Logano won stage number 1. but had to pit twice.
All right, here we go.
He's back in 19th position.
Stage 2, 22 to go.
34 cars
in Stage 2, 22 to go.
Let me show you something I just saw. This little thing right here on my screen says biggest movers. You know who's on top of that? Number 22, Joey Logano.
Logano's coming, y'all.
Fixed it.
Yep.
Fix the car and he's good to go.
He's fortunate that he's got one of those cars that is fast enough to make some moves. He's obviously experienced enough.
Amazing
enough of these races
what a
to know
plastic
how to pick
bag
them
will
off
do
one
to
by
you.
one, not get impatient, because when you're back in the pack right here, there's really no good answer as to how to get to the front. So you got to take it one at a time, and it's going to take a while to get one position.
Yeah,
at
no
a time
more
to
rain,
get all the
Devin.
way back to
It's
the
all
front. But
gone.
He'll be back at the front before the race is over.
He's already halfway there.
But it takes a while. It just takes time when the pack works like it does with these cars.
I cannot believe I call it luck, whatever. No, it's not luck because they did a good job dissecting it. If it's not that, it has to be this. But when that thing came by, it sounded to me like it was on 7 cylinders and blowing up, just like Joey said. But they fixed it. They're not out of this thing. It's amazing.
4th place, Daniel Suarez.
There's Larson.
Single file there on the outside behind Ryan Blaney.
Larson in 12th. Denny back up to 13th now.
In the garage. Shane Van Gisbergen now 3 laps down with crash damage. And Elio Castroneves is out of the race. But Suarez, last year's Atlanta winner, up here in the top 5.
Heck yeah, check that out. Good performance out of Daniel. Keep digging.
Uh-oh, Suarez again.
Back 1 apart.
Yeah, and he's just been quiet, solid. Keep yourself in position. Take care of your car. Make good decisions as you get towards the front of the pack so that these guys trust you as you get towards the end of the race.
And be patient. What I see there is a slow, methodical progression to the front by being patient, making no mistakes like you preach all the time. And look here, top 5.
Christopher Bell, where's my Bell fans?
Now, right
Is Big Wade still in the chat? Christopher Bell, 8th place.
Those 2 Toyotas working their way toward the front.
And Reddick has been really quiet all night as he's kind of been in the mix, that 5th to 7th, 8th place all night, but just trying to keep himself in position. And that's, as we click these laps off, you just put yourself in a position more and more as the laps
Denny's going to sneak it. We'll see.
To be in position at the end of the race or as you make these pit stops.
Bowman the showman's eating.
Bit of accordioning there between Bowman, Buscher, and Bell.
Penske has a strong car. Cars.
And now Bowman squirts
They're all
ahead,
there.
even with Austin Cindric on point.
And we see that Ryan Preece is not up in the front anymore. We heard him on the radio, them tell him that he was a lap short on fuel, and I think he got up in that outside lane, started saving, and
Big Wade's still here. Bell wins the race. We'll see.
Gosh, where, Mike?
Hey, our Big Wade. Good to see you, buddy.
But that's how fast that you can get behind on the strategy, and you have to put yourself in a position to where if it does go all the way to the end, you can make it.
Stage break coming in 18 more laps. Cindric did not win his first Daytona 500. Trevor Bayne did, and of course Lee Petty, who won the first.
I was
Daytona
there for
500.
Cindric's Daytona 500 win.
A rookie when he went to victory lane, but it was his second Daytona 500 start. He had quite a background in road racing, and prior to that, raced at Charlotte Motor Speedway on the quarter mile in legend cars. And before that, the Little Bandoleros, where he got his first win in front of Roger Penske on a Monday night, who came to see Tim Cindric's son drive.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you being here, man.
'87 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Cindric, Elliott, Blaney out front.
All right. Listen in to Blaney for just a little bit.
Still 2 rows back. Half apart in front when you get there. Two rows back, 3 wide. Still 2 wide for you. Bottom covered tight. 1 row back, 3 wide. 3 wide behind you, whole field. 1 back to 34 on the top. 99 still with you. Pushing. 3x3 top, not the front of him. Out the front of the 9. Inside wide, 3 wide top, nothing from the 9. 34 come to you here.
Listening to Blaney and his spotter.
Nothing in front. Nothing in front. Nothing in front. Nothing in front.
Still side by side. Watching that third lane up against the wall, it's gaining momentum. Todd Gilliland, that front row motorsports Ford, just continues to get continual drafting help from Ty Gibbs. Riley Herbst is there. Dave, that 3 wide line top side is coming to life.
And now Chase Elliott's going to jump up. Ryan Blaney's going to jump up. They want to lead the class at the top of the field. Here comes now Chase Elliott on the outside.
And here comes Daniel Suarez. Really had to thread the needle off of turn number 2, went to the middle of the racetrack, and now is on the back bumper of race leader Austin Cindric as Alex Bowman continues to battle low.
Cindric has a challenge to his left elbow. That's Alex Bowman. Bowman getting some help with Chris Buescher and Christopher Bell behind him as they work off 4.
And just like that, we're back to 3 wide racing at the majority of this lead pack. At the front of the field, however, it's still 2 by 2. Then it's 3 wide from third on back, but Bowman this time by will be the race leader.
It's only 2 by 2 at the front, certainly not from any lack of effort. Cindric goes up to block Chase Elliott. That leads the middle lane open. Daniel Suarez will step into the void.
Looking to challenge for the top spot right now in the middle of a 3 wide battle for second behind Alex Bowman, who was the leader off of turn number 2. Here comes the outside lane. Cindric, a big shove from Chase Elliott.
That outside lane just gets such a run going down the backstretch, and there they are again in the lead. Being led by Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott second. Here's Ryan Blaney out of line going top to bottom.
Ryan Blaney goes all the way from the bottom to the top to the bottom. Now back to the top. He'll clear Chase Elliott. Now it's Ryan Blaney on the back bumper of Austin Cindric. The Team Penske teammates 1 and 2 as we've got 13 laps to go in this stage.
They come storming into turn number 1, glued to the outside safer barrier. Cindric peeks downstairs just a little bit, then right back up to the top of the track.
3 wide from about 5th on back, 2 wide for 3rd, and the race leader, Austin Cindric, by himself at the front of the field, has Ryan Blaney right there in 2nd, Chase Elliott in 3rd.
4th right now on the outside lane. That is the machine of Todd Gilliland. Then they are 3 wide for 5th. Daniel Suarez in the middle. Ty Gibbs top side. Alex Bowman down low.
Guys, it is so hard to keep running 3 wide like this and keep the car handling. I'm surprised the handling hasn't started going away on some of these cars yet, but I'll tell you, these Goodyear tires are just performing beautiful tonight. They're just really got a lot of grip. They're hanging in there. The Goodyear boys got to be real proud of themselves right now.
They do, and the lead drafter is going to have to make some decisions with a lapped car.
Zane Smith back out of the garage after being torn up early. He'll give way to the bottom.
Much like Shane Van Gisbergen, he'll go way down below the double yellow line. The pack will go by to his outside. That pack, once again, being led by Austin Cindric.
Ryan Blaney, Alex Bowman on the inside of the racetrack, starting to fade a little bit. He has fallen off of that battle for the top 5. It's still Austin Cindric, though, the leader.
If you're a fan of Josh Berry, he was collected in a crash back at lap 62. He's 39 laps down. He has just brought that car from the garage. He is headed back onto the racetrack. 11 laps to go in this stage. Austin Cindric continues to be the Pied Piper back to the corner.
He's got a rear view mirror full of Ryan Blaney.
Jimmy J in 29th, 7-time in 29th spot.
To the safer barrier with Chase Elliott 3rd.
Things settling down right now at the front of the field. Everybody getting up against the outside safer wall, nose to tail. Riley Herbst has battled his way up into the top 5. Eric Jones just behind him.
And to your point, Kyle, everyone continues to migrate to the top. The only drivers still trying to fight hard on the bottom are Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher, and Joey Logano.
A collective sigh and a deep breath for these drivers for the moment. Looks like the top 7 are going to go single file topside. Justin Allgaier now is in that line. Justin Allgaier, Dave, is a driver we haven't talked a whole lot about, but here he is.
He's done a very
Logano back on pit road.
Working his way up into the top
Must have
10,
stopped up
top
again.
12 right now.
Oh no, they're showing a replay. Sorry.
Is just the lull before the storm.
Right now, Joey Logano, 3rd car in line on the inside and just outside of the top 10. However, that inside lane beginning to go backwards just a bit as all the momentum goes topside.
And the top side of the racetrack is the fast place to be right now. Cindric, Blaney, Elliott, Gilliland, and the machine of Riley Herbst to the top 5.
Make a move on Cindric to get him revenge.
Justin Allgaier. top 7
as
cars
many times as Cindric has screwed over Blaney in the 500.
As we reach the start-finish line, 9 laps to go.
Scared me, sorry,
in
Martin.
stage 2. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
Will Blaney make a move on Cindric here? Yes or no? I think Amaran is way behind. Well, it is
122
match with me,
of 200 laps are complete in the Daytona 500. We welcome you back to Daytona Beach, Florida, Motor Racing Network's live coverage of the Great American Race. Mike Bagley alongside Alex Hayden and NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace. We've got Dave Moody, Kyle Rickey, and Tim Catalfamo in the corners. Steve Post, Chris Wilner, Alan Cavana in the pits and garage area. By now, the Great American Race should have been over. However, we have been halted twice today for rain, a total of 3.5 hours under the red flag. But the track has been tried. We got back to racing at 6:21 p.m. Eastern Time after completing only 9 laps because of rain when it rolled through early on this afternoon. Joey Logano has led 43 laps, the most of anybody. His teammate in Austin Cindric has led 27. It has been a dramatic Daytona 500 with double wide racing, 3 wide racing, and very intense action out on the racetrack, Alex.
We're getting down to the end of stage number 2. There'll be 7 laps to go in the stage next time by. Rusty Wallace, it's been highly entertaining to this point.
We're going to be better this year. Really, really good. I mean, again, I'm just amazed these guys have been able to hold on to these cars as close as they've been running.
Bowman the Showman. Let me see about 48 fans out there. If you're a 48 fan, let me see those 48s in the chat.
And they want those points for the year-end championship. Very, very important how they finished tonight.
Joey Logano has had challenges early on. At one point, he had lost a lap, but he has worked his way towards the front of the field. Matter of fact, he has cracked his way into the top 5 on the backstretch.
Running in the pit spot as he makes his way up the back straightaway. 3rd car in line on the bottom behind race leaders Alex Bowman and Austin Cindric.
A few laps ago, the inside lane had all but dissolved, but now they are formed up and being led by Alex Bowman in a side-by-side fight for the lead with Austin Cindric.
What a race we've got here now, wheel to wheel. That's lead draft, inside lane, then a middle lane, which is right beside them. Cindric will surge ahead. He's got his Team Penske teammate and Ryan Blaney attached to the back bumper, headed to turn 1.
Here comes Blaney taking a little peek to the outside, but Cindric is going to slide up the banking to block that. That opens the door down low for Alex Bowman as they close in again on the lap car of Shane Van Gisbergen, who's off the pace on the back straightaway.
They'll take a hard left and go below the double yellow lines and get out of the way of this lead pack that is tightly bunched into turn 3. Cindric and Blaney topside, Bowman and Stenhouse hold topside. That's Buscher.
That's 6 how to the go. Top 4 run in the 3rd row. You've got Chase Elliott and Joey Logano
from
side
Orman
by
and you
side.
can hear it. Nice, Lou.
In the 4th row.
If you're a fan of Hendrick Motorsports, Alex Bowman and William Byron have done well today. Chase Elliott right now is 3rd on the outside of the racetrack. Front Row Motorsports has done well as they have cars inside of the top 10. Still, wheel to wheel for the lead. 5 laps to go in this stage.
5 laps to go.
On the inside, Austin Cindric on the outside, wheel to wheel, inches apart off turn 2.
Chris Buscher and Ryan Blaney side by side in row number 2 at speed, inside and out. And it's Joey Logano who has fought his way through the field, trying to work back into the top 5.
Big momentum now to the outside of the racetrack. That's where Ryan Blaney has continued to push his teammate Austin Cindric, giving him great pushes down the back. It's Cindric now by 1.
Show the race, Kiefer.
Here they come back down to the line. Somebody at the back of the draft is going to peel off the racetrack and make their way into the pit
Alex.
area.
It's been
That's
a great day.
Jimmy Johnson, who's going to come to pit lane here by himself with 4 laps to go. He's going to try to flip this stage as the leaders go to 1.
A very similar strategy to the one that he played back in the dual race, coming to pit road all by himself.
Yeah, it's all I can do, man.
Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman.
No change at the front of the field. Cindric all by himself at the point, going inside, going outside, trying to block the advances of Alex Bowman, who leads on the bottom with Chris Buscher right on his back bumper.
Chris Buscher trying to push Alex Bowman forward, but they don't seem to have enough momentum right now to challenge the top 2 of Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney. Those Ford Mustangs working very well together.
When they come to the line, it's going to be 3 laps to go in this stage. stage. Nobody peeking out of line or taking a trip to the pit lane. It's Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney. They have surged out of the pack to go 1 and 2.
Penske's been strong
side-by-side
all week.
action behind them.
See if anybody else can muster up one more charge. Bowman looking for drafting help from Chris Buescher. He's got Joey Logano in tow as well. Here he comes on the bottom.
Thank you, Ricky.
Ford so strong right now in the outside lane, led by Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney. They go side by side for third. Here comes Alex Bowman, another charge from the bottom for the top spot.
Bowman charges his way into turn number 3. He's got Chris Buescher right behind him. They are side by side, 10 rows deep. Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman still wheel to wheel.
Pit lane will close this time by. There'll be 2 laps to go in the stage. Everybody in the lead draft stays on the racetrack.
What's going to happen here?
He'll surge ahead by a full car length. Alex Bowman will give up that and now try to get it right back.
2 laps away from the second payday of the evening, and it's Austin Cindric out on top right now. Side by side for second. Alex Bowman to the low line on Blaney as they race off 2.
Has a good run on the inside, does Alex Bowman. That inside lane not as organized as those in the outside, and that's why Austin Cindric has the momentum up the back straightaway with a shove from Ryan Blaney.
Watching Joey Logano, he's the third car on the inside of the racetrack. He's been giving Chris Buescher some big shoves going down the backstretch, but he's got nowhere to go. He is landlocked right now in the middle.
Team Penske trying to score stage sweeps here at Daytona. Joey Logano won the first. You've got 2. Team Penske Fords up front.
Isn't it?
1 lap to go in this stage. Austin Cindric leads Ryan Blaney, but Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman are waiting in the wings.
Blaney has been the consummate teammate so far. Will he make a move on Austin Cindric? Can't do it right now. He's boxed in by Bowman.
Alex Bowman trying to make a move on Austin Cindric for the lead as he goes back to the bottom, but the outside lane again advances halfway up the back straightaway. It's Cindric over Blaney.
Another excellent
it's so far behind y'all, but it is what it is.
To the back bumper of Austin Cindric. Cindric now
Blaney,
shoots out in front. Blaney has to deal with Alex Bowman in the race for second.
Cindric will dive to the bottom of the racetrack off turn number 4. Green and white checkered flag is in the air. Here they come down to the line. Stage number 2 is going to
Blaney
end,
to the line.
and Ryan Blaney surges ahead, courtesy of Chase Elliott. The green and white checkered flag in the air. The stage is over. Now the caution flag flies for the conclusion of the stage. And here's a look at the top 10 and who will score points, presented by the Powerball. The NASCAR Powerball playoff is back. Start your entries for the chance to win $1 million at NASCAR Championship Weekend. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. Ryan Blaney wins stage number 2. Austin Cindric will be second. Chase Elliott third and Alex Bowman fourth. Todd Gilliland will finish 5th. Chris Buescher 6th. 7th was Eric Jones. 8th, Joey Logano. 9th, Bubba Wallace. And 10th, Kyle Busch.
America was founded on an idea.
Let's listen in to Ryan Blaney really quick. See if he has anything to say. Being awful quiet. All right, we're in stage 3, y'all. We have 65 laps to go. 70 laps to go in the Daytona 500. We're in stage 3. Appreciate all the hanging out with us tonight. It's been an amazing stream. And I hope you guys have been entertained. Are you not entertained? What happened? Did he go off? You know, he's just live. Come on, less than 400 or 406 subs to go. 406 subs to go for 30,000 subscribers. All right, so Blaney, Logano's in 8th place. With Blaney, Cindric, Elliott, Bowman, Gilliland, Chris Buescher, Eric Jones, Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, there's Rowdy, and then Bubba, old Daryl, is in top 10. All right, so this is stage 3. This is where we decide, are you sticking on who you want to win this thing? It was the end of the stage, John. Do you want to do that? Or do you want to Keep your guy who you picked. So let me know who you got. I'm going with Denny. I'll keep him. I'm going to be proud of him. I think he can pull this off. I'm going to go Denny, even though it's going to be tough to beat the Penske cars. But are you changing your driver from who you picked about 7 hours ago? Are you changing your driver? And the cautions. How many cautions do we have? We only have 5 cautions. I said 8 cautions. Everybody's sticking. Joey, baby. Number 9, baby, for Ian. Underdog wins this race, Jermaine says. Cindric, almost Cindric. Chase all the way for Brandon. Richard says Elliott. Everybody's going, changing, no change. 9, number 12. 9 in the 40 for Roger again. 8 for Richard. Cindric. Lots of Cindric picks. Elliott and Hamlin. Ashley's got the 9. Michael's got the 12. Badger's going with the 5 for Larson. Man, that's going to be a shocker if he can pull it off. Your man is out. My 2 guys are still in it. Denny Hamlin, and Hamlin wins 4 tonight. And then we got, what else do we have? Car Enthusiast 5 will be battle for the 8 for the win. Ryan Reed says 8. Sticking with Logano for John. Ryan Reed with 8. 9 for Mickey Mouse YouTube. Love that name. Yes, I am. I've been drinking. So, all right. So there it is. Stage 3 is when you get to change your pick or stay with your pick. And Blaney is in P1. The Penske cars have been strong all speed weeks.
Yet open, but Joey Logano has pitted to make repairs or replace the airbox. Jamie?
Thank you, Joey, and thank you, Richard.
The team is hard at work.
Hit that subscribe. We're under 400 now.
Replaced the airbox in the front. They got it out. It took them about
Mickey Mouse YouTube. I like it.
They're getting the new one put back in. They know they have a fast race car, so let's make it right. Let's get it perfect so we're good at the end.
Now, because he pitted early, he'll have to restart at the tail end when we begin stage number 3. Here are the stage points earned today. Blaney and Logano won the stages. Stage 2 with Cindric second, Elliott third, Bowman and Gilliland the top 5. There's also 1 point for the fastest lap in the race, and right now that's Brad Keselowski at 198.9. Pit road is open this time. Pace car is alone at the front of the field as here come the lead lap cars. Regan.
Chris Buescher's going to hit the very first pit stall in as you see him stopping back there. Right now, just a little bit too tight with the number 17 car. Small adjustment for that. Josh?
For the 12, Brian Blaney, he said that car gets a little too tight when he gets close
to someone's
bumper. He said, free me up just a tick. Jamie?
Crew chiefs telling their drivers this will probably be the last time they will take tires. The 2-car Austin Cindric said, I'm fine, car is good, no adjustments. The 9 of Chase Elliott, air pressure adjustment just to help a little bit on track in traffic.
Liking how that Jones boy is starting out the season, yeah. Chris Cincy, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Savina as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, for the subs.
Now, I believe 6 cars did not stop on that lap, so Carson Hocevar, at least for now.
All right, commercial break. And Kyle Busch, let's see where he's at. Kyle Busch is in P9 if it doesn't move anything. Still riding along. Shared your link with my brother, Awesome CMDR. Appreciate it.
I'm sure you saw Joey's pretty much back at 100%. They figured out what they had going on.
This could come down to all 3 Penske cars. And yes, you may ask a question. Anybody's allowed to ask a question. I'll try to answer it. Joey's in the back. What place is Suarez in? Suarez. That number 99 Trackhouse Chevrolet is in P30. P30. Lloyd, you still here? I haven't even seen Lloyd in a while, and maybe I have. Can I? Yeah, ask a question, man. Go ahead. Thank you, JB and Drummer. Thank you so much. Should be fun to watch Joey come from the front to the front, but I don't think he'll win. Oh, these Penske cars are strong. 6 a.m. this morning, kids woke me up. I was dreaming Elliott winning. How's the Hendrick team doing? Well, Bowman the Showman was up front. Chase Elliott's been up there too. He's in 7th. Larson's in 10th. Byron's in 13th. And Bowman's now in 15th. All right, we're going to go to MRN as we always do for the restarts. Britt, thank you so much for being a rookie member. Britt, I love your emoji. 7 Dwarfs. I love it. I'm a Disney fan.
You crave power. You bleed speed.
I'm a huge Disney fan too as well. We got some Disney fans out there. Love to go to Disney in the parks and all that stuff. Watch Disney live streams too as well. What can I watch the actual race on? We don't show the race here. We've never have, never will. It's on Fox though. If you want to watch it on Fox, it's there for the taking. Hamlin's always crying. Yeah, I know. They will race with 20 to go. Lots of sandbagging right now, Brian says. But we've had a great day. We're at 1,300 likes. We're trying to get to 1,400. Help us hit that like for us. Help us with that, y'all. Shady Lane Homes, member for 10 months, man. Thank you so much for being a member. Thanks to all the members that give their hard-earned money back to the channel. We hope you enjoy your membership with your emojis and early access to vlogs. And I promise, guys, we'll get some video games going for some special MVP live streams. Just life is busy right now. I have enough time as it is what I do. You like the Hurricanes? No, I'm not a big Hurricane fan. No friends on the last lap on the backstraps. That's right. Britt says, thank you, and thanks, Richard, planning on being here all season while I'm working. Awesome, Britt. All right, back to live MRN.
Service and Steve Post, Joey Logano is taking another opportunity to come back down the pit lane.
We described there what the problem was, where the trash got up underneath the in the throttle body or the throttle box of the car, and when the technicians put it all back together, they just weren't happy that there was not some damage in there. Paul Wolf made the call here during this caution period at the end of the stage. Let's change out the entire throttle box on this car. So everything underneath the air cleaner, they have changed out. They've got that done. They just put 4 tires on. They're going to come down and give it one more final look to make sure they've got it good. Top it off with Sunoco Racing Fuel and go out there. They really believe that, and I think we've seen Joey Logano has been just absolutely on point, and they want to make sure they take every opportunity to give him as much speed as possible to win the Daytona 500, and that's why they made all those adjustments and changes even after fixing the car. They saw something they didn't like, for a while. And made the decision to change that out while we had this extended caution at the end of the stage.
One of the interesting things that we have noticed is we always talk about how Joey gets the job done on the racetrack. Well, what we're seeing right now is his Team Penske teammates getting the job done on the pit lane. And that's orchestrated by Paul Wolf. Alex, you've worked pit road many a time. You know Paul Wolf, and you know how he works. Even in moments where mere mortals would just run around with their hair on fire, it is a methodical, measured approach, and no one is getting crossways down there. They know what they need to do.
Be clear and succinct with your words and your instructions. While Joey's on the track, Paul can talk on a different channel to his team members and lay the plan out. Here's exactly what I want, how we're going to do that. With that being said, the team then will execute. They'll get the necessary tools in hand to make that happen. They've got Coleman Presley, as Steve pointed out, on top of the spotter stand, giving them the location of the field to make sure they stay on the lead lap. They have executed flawlessly. No, they didn't want any kind of adversity here in the Daytona 500, but they've been dealt those cards, and they have dealt with it outstanding.
The last time this happened, they restarted the last stage all the way at the back, and they worked themselves all the way up into the top 5 at the end of the most recent stage. So we'll keep tabs on Joey Logano.
And
while we have
Smith,
a moment and the field gets the one to go signal, let's revisit some of the keys to winning the race. Presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and at progressive.com. Rusty, bring us up to speed on the keys to winning this 500 tonight.
All right, Michael, I gave you 3 before the race started. Let's see how these guys are doing. The number 1 was find somebody to draft with throughout the day, whether it's your teammates or your buddies, but build trust in them so they'll work with you. So late in the race, you might be able to win this thing. I got to tell you, they've been working really, really good together. These teammates, the 12-car Ryan Blaney and Cindric, have just been fantastic. And the buddy of back there, Elliott, he has been really, really good with Blaney also. Number 2, so when it comes to green flag pit stops, make sure you pit with everybody. If you try to pit with just a couple guys, you might lose the draft and get lapped. Well, that almost happened to a couple of them, but they're okay right now. And at the very, very end, I said, don't make any mistakes. We saw a lot of mistakes in the 150. We already saw some mistakes today and that everybody's not doing that great with. Kyle Busch in the number 8 car and the number 40 car, Justin Allgaier. Their teams jumped over the wall too quick, got them in the back of the pack, got them in a wreck. Because of that, they got to clean all that stuff up. With that said, guys, we've got 64 laps to go, and we're basically getting ready to run another one of these stage races.
Blaney is the best driver, Ferb says.
You are, Rustin. You're going to have to make another pit stop in this. The idea now, with potentially one more scheduled stop, spend as little time on the pit lane as possible, which means we expect, Mike, these drivers to start saving fuel wholeheartedly.
Pace Blazer is on the pit lane. Green flag back in the air. We've got 63 to go in the Daytona 500. Ryan Blaney brings them back to the line as the leader. But Dave Moody, he's got a new challenger to his left elbow that comes in the person of Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch is down to the bottom of the racetrack looking to get some drafting help from Kyle Larson. So the Kyle and Kyle show at the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney and Bubba topside.
Bubba Wallace, second car in line in the outside lane behind good friend Ryan Blaney, trying to propel him back into the lead here in the Daytona 500. Kyle Larson nearly gets turned by Kyle Busch nearly gets turned by Kyle Larson for second.
Busch, though, able to shoot forward, and now he is side by side with Bubba Wallace for second. Ryan Blaney, though, the leader. He'll lead the pack back to the front straightaway.
One car I've been looking at throughout the day to see if he's really going to get it on and get up in the front race these guys is Jimmy Johnson. He's been hanging in the back of the pack the entire day. Now he's all the way up to 9th position. Let's see if Jimmy feels comfortable and wants to stay up there.
It's Ryan Blaney at the front of the field.
Only by a fender as Bubba Wallace has gone to the top, and now they're going 3 wide. Kyle Busch dives low to the bottom. He'll hang Blaney in the middle, side by side for the lead.
Kyle Busch going for the top spot off of turn 2. Here comes Bubba Wallace in the outside, 3 wide behind them. Ryan Blaney leading that inside lane back to the corner.
Blaney trying to fight back to the lead. He is stuck in the middle right now with Chase Elliott to his right. To his left is Kyle Busch. Bubba Wallace, meanwhile, leads the pack off 4.
Bubba Wallace started in the middle. He'll swing wide up against the outside wall, pick up a toe from Chase Elliott. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney comes right at the gut. He'll challenge Bubba Wallace for the lead. Kyle Busch loses momentum on the inside lane on the end of the front straightaway.
Busch is going to plummet back to 5th or 6th position in a 3-wide battle. Ryan Blaney surges forward, and guess who's got on the back bumper? Austin Cindric has found his teammate again.
And just behind Austin Cindric, Jimmy Johnson up into the top 10. Second car, make that third car in line in the middle. Outside lane advances, led by Bubba Wallace.
Bubba Wallace leads the pack back to the corner. He's got drafting help with Chase Elliott. Then you've got Ryan Blaney in the middle. Blaney has drafting help with Austin Cindric. Kyle Busch downstairs with Kyle Larson.
Kyle Busch loses momentum on exit of the corners here, but immediately gains that lost real estate by the time they get back to the straightaway. Double wide for the lead. The middle lane led by Blaney. Top side is Bubba Wallace. Trying to chug back on the bottom is Kyle Busch.
Wallace made a little bit of noise in the early going and then feeded.
Bubba Wallace on point looking for some friends. Jimmy Johnson would be the next Toyota back in 7th place. Chase
going
Briscoe,
back and forth, y'all.
In 9th. And then 5 cars all right in a bunch with Briscoe.
And here we
Jones,
go,
Herbst,
3 wide again.
Briscoe's, I think he's clawing back. He had some damage on that accident that we had with Chastain and them down in 1 and 2. That car seems to be
60 or 70% throttle, Lloyd says.
Part of that group in that middle lane, made up mostly of Toyotas.
Ken, it's been an impressive run for Jimmy Johnson. You know, I think we talked about him coming back to run a few races and saw his struggles in this particular car, but he has definitely been more consistently up towards the front with this Daytona
Thank you, the
500
Vast.
and everything that
Appreciate
he's
it,
done this
Vast.
Way more competitive than we've seen.
Bubba Wallace, Thursday night winner, back out to the front and leading that group out.
Anytime you need to see where your drivers are, let me know.
Toyota driver Eric Jones running 13th. It's made an enormous impact beyond the track with his charitable work. Here's how the Eric Jones Foundation is making a difference.
I lost my dad in 2016, and we decided to start our own foundation that supported melanoma and melanoma research.
Out here at Phoenix Raceway with the Eric Jones Foundation and the Sunboss.
Man, Gregson's down to 30th.
Skin screenings for melanoma.
3 pillars that we have: cancer early detection and prevention, children's literacy, igniting children's passion for reading, and animal welfare. You get to read everybody's stories, and you get to choose these groups that you're going to support. You're saving lives, you're changing lives. There's nothing more rewarding than when you can give to organizations that are really deserving.
Eric Jones, one driver who is making a difference.
Well, he's one of many in this field. There's not a sport
JJ,
that
watch
gives back better
JJ.
than
He's
what our
coming.
sport does. Support our military. We've seen a lot of planes.
JJ in 8th place.
Jets flying around this place this weekend, Clint.
Hit those subs.
A lot of great things with Advent Health, all the things that they do.
Josh?
And Eric Jones was so close to winning that duel on Thursday night. Thought he had it won. Turned out it was Austin Cindric. So the team put up pictures of that close loss around the hauler and on the pit.
He came from the back.
Reminder, I talked to his crew chief before the race just about that, and Richard Boswell told me it's just a reminder of how every little detail matters. You never know what's going to be the difference in the race, so that motivating factor is riding with them in this race today.
57 laps to go in the 67th Daytona 500. Bubba Wallace.
They'll have to make another stop. They're going 60-plus laps. All right. Let's listen into Blaney again.
Middle 3.
He's in P3.
Still in and out. Tight, right rear. Off by half 8. Even now. Top covered, bottom covered. You don't have a lot of help here down the back. You're clear there.
Blaney and Bush. Kyle Larson, next car in line on the bottom, but the inside lane fading just a bit.
You know, the inside lane has now faded back into a 3-wide fight for about the 6th position. Up front, Ryan Blaney, a little bit of breathing room. He's in the middle of turn 4.
He's trying to break free of all this 3-wide action, but he can't do it. About the time he gets a fender out in front, here comes Bubba Wallace back to his right elbow. Bubba will lead that lap. Double wide, 2 rows deep as Kyle Busch tries to re-rally the troops down on the inside.
Most nights you wouldn't think there's a chance that they could go all the way to the finish like this, but we've seen it virtually from the beginning of the night. 3 wide again for the top spot.
Here they come off of turn number 2. Kyle Busch to the inside. Ryan Blaney and Bubba Wallace. Kyle Larson, second car in line on the bottom. Also in a 3-wide bid for position with Jimmy Johnson and Chase Elliott.
Jimmy Johnson in the middle,
500's
along
first
with
win.
the machine
Come
of
on,
William
Rowdy.
Byron.
Where's
Those
my Rowdy
are
friend?
the cars that are following Austin Cindric. They're all chasing Ryan Blaney.
Blaney gets away right in the middle of the racetrack by a car length or 2 on Austin Cindric. Perhaps Cindric trying to drag the brake, get a little air to the grill of his Ford Mustang Dark Horse. That's going to enable Kyle Busch in the inside lane to surge.
Kyle Busch coming forward. Bubba Wallace in the outside lane is side by side with Blaney. Busch needs about a car length to make it 3 wide. He'll get that car length at the exit of turn number 2.
1,400 likes. Let's get to 15.
Back to the bottom of the racetrack goes Kyle Busch, and back toward the front of the field, challenging for the top spot. Blaney and Wallace to his outside. Blaney going to inch out front this time with help from Austin Cindric.
Ryan Blaney steps to the left and goes to the inside of Bubba Wallace. They're wheel to wheel for the lead. Inside lane now starting to move forward. Here comes
76,
Kyle Busch.
awesome, Andy.
Once again, he'll open up the inside lane. Coming out of turn number 4, Busch is there. Still 3 wide. Right in the middle of this is a 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. Jimmy Johnson earlier spent time in the back of the pack. Right now, all 7 times coming to life. But Dave, he is the eye in the storm.
He is right now, and I think he's he's happy where he is because they are just wailing at it up front. Once again, it's 3 deep for the number 1 position.
3 deep for number 1, 3 deep for number 4, and on through the top 10, including Jimmy Johnson, stuck in the middle of a 3-wide battle with Kyle Larson to the inside and Austin Dillon topside.
Ricky mentioned Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy is the 3rd car in the middle lane of the racetrack. However, he's got clearance to his left shoulder as Kyle Busch on the bottom of the racetrack starts to fade.
Guys, I've been paying a lot of attention to Bubba Wallace's car. The last time by, that car got awful loose, and it did that the lap before. Alex, that car looks awful nervous to me.
The back end's been very twitchy.
How difficult is it leading the field at Daytona in this type of racing? Let's ask those who have done it.
Allgaier at 19. Why do they do that?
The hard part about controlling the field is if you race really hard, you'll run out of gas. If you stay in the back and try to be up front at the end, sometimes you can't get all the way up there.
The size of the runs that
thank you so much, Charles. Appreciate it, Charles.
Super hard to block, and you know they're coming at such a higher rate of speed.
Man, sometimes you just can't throw a block. I think just accepting defeat sometimes, not in the sense of giving the race away, but just, hey, I can't block this lane right now. Let me just choose the best lane, I think.
Pressure just ticks up more and more lap by lap.
JJ and, with that many Daytona wins is crazy.
Cindric and Blaney on the 3 drafting tracks, Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta. Last year, they spent more time running 1-2 than any other combination last season.
Thank you, Timon. Appreciate it,
Timon.
Timon.
That's that experience that we talk about. When you spin it towards the front, you are going to wind up with the opportunities to win more of these races. So they do a great job, and Team Penske
only
does a great
5
job.
cautions today, yo.
We saw them talking outside the car after the duel the other night, Joey Logano and Austin Cindric, talking about what they could have done better immediately, and that's how you
learn.
They
do have
this
stages,
is a
John.
Evolution and of how you learn, and the things that you do are always changing, and you can always get better at the details of how to do it.
Chevrolet on the inside lane. Last year's 500 winner, William
I'm a Titans
Byron
fan.
24. Kyle Busch
not a big
in the
NFL fan anymore, though.
Kyle Larson in the 5. Been quite a week for Larson. His daughter Audrey fell off a swing in the motor coach lot, broke her wrist, and Kyle joked this morning, speaking to a group, that he hopes that's the last trip to the care center for a Larson this weekend. Regan?
Well, Mike, a gas and go stop, very real potential right now as we get to the late stages of the Daytona 500. Fueler, Landon Walker for William Byron. Your driver's worked his way to the front. How do you manage the pressure of knowing it could come down to a gas and go stop on your shoulders at the end of it?
When you're put in this position with William, there's always a chance. You know, he's such a good speedway driver. We always feel like we're in these positions over time. At 13 years of doing this,
I can tell you all the stories about D.
Especially working with such a speedway guy like William. So, been put in these positions quite a bit over that time. Like I said, you just get used to it, and the guys around me make me better, you know. So when you're on this team, you really don't have an option but to put it on your back when it's time to go here for that fuel-only stop down the stretch.
Mike Landon's been in a lot of high-pressure situations. Used to play football at Clemson University also.
Yeah, he was an offensive tackle, and a good one. A lot of these teams now recruiting from colleges, athletes that may not be going on to a pro career in a different sport, can find a home here in NASCAR as part of the over-the-wall crew. We're inside of 50 laps to go. Wallace, Blaney, Elliott, Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet out front.
50 laps to go. Let's listen in to Rowdy. This is Rowdy right here.
Those first 2 lanes, middle top, are separated by 1 apiece. Half of the 5, 17's pushing 5 back to you. Good, push just a little bit here. They're getting back to you in the middle top. Half of the 5. Nothing in front of 24. You can bump right there. Bump. Nice job right there. Keep our rows up there. It's going to put us in good shape for when we pit. Half mirror. Nothing in front still.
To watch Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, and William Byron still racing 3 wide for the lead in the 500 with 47 laps to go.
Don't miss your chance.
There's a commercial break. Let's go back to Rowdy.
Three-quarter behind him.
Rowdy riding in P6.
Sounds like some of the other group is like, not our group, some of the other groups around 164, 165.
3 wide the entire race. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too.
Cindric just nailed him. Cindric nailing Blaney.
Just scream at me on two, this time.
I'm sorry, I'm online. That's why. I'm on YouTube TV and MRN on NASCAR.com is behind. It's about a lap behind, but that's okay. Better than nothing.
Down up front to side-by-side for the lead, William Byron and Ryan Blaney. Bubba Wallace falling back for a moment, but here he comes again, leading the outside line. 3 wide in the 500. Bubba Wallace back to the lead, that time by, and it is unbelievable racing here in Daytona. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
To design the Lex.
Yeah, and also, yeah, YouTube's a 30-second delay as well.
Half off 5. The bottom of 3, 3/4 off 5.
Race. Bubba Wallace on the outside has led 10. And William Byron.
Bathroom break, be right back.
Led 8. Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet, 3 across. They are the leaders with 26 of 70 laps in stage 3 complete. For today's 67th running of the Daytona 500, there was a fresh face in the field. Josh Sims and Jamie Little visited Wendy's with global racing legend Helio Castroneves in the infield. He might be getting his first laps in NASCAR this weekend, but Helio knows just where to go for the freshest hamburgers, Wendy's. Free Frosties in the infield.
I'm so disappointed that you didn't bring me one.
Guys, let me tell you something. Freshest burger in town. This infield is on fire. That Wendy's activation is the best. For all these thousands of campers in the infield, there wasn't one of them that didn't swing by that place at least once, including yours truly.
Oh, so you went?
Heck yeah, I went twice.
And what'd you bring us?
You didn't go?
Nothing. I didn't go.
You wanted a Frosty all weekend.
The line. I mean, there were people.
The line?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like people
everywhere
all of
over
a
there.
sudden? Well, I guess I'm a man of the people. I like being over there. That is a cool activation.
Team Penske. Their 3 drivers are on the top of the lap leaderboard. 100 laps led by the Team Penske Fords out of 157 today. Already we've had more lead changes in this race than in the entire Daytona 500 last year. Kyle Larson, 3rd on the inside. Trying to finish in the top 5 in the Daytona 500. That has been a tall order for Larson and company. Here's his radio.
What is like Williams and Kyle's throttle?
You have been better than the 8, and this lap you're on was a lot better than the 24. I had been monitoring the 12. You've been the best of that little group you're in right there. William typically is around 80. Every now and then dips to 60.
Fuel savings mode, Kevin. Why are we doing this?
Well, you want to put yourself in the window to make your last pit stop as short as possible. So you've got a lot of the guys in the back of the pack that have a different option. And you know, when you look at
Willie B,
Joey Logano and some of those cars in the towards the back of the field,
trying to get to 1,500 likes on this stream. Hit that like for us.
The guys up front. But that's the balance between track position and riding at the back. And what'll happen is if you have to put less fuel in, you're going to.
And Denny's been so quiet.
With a quicker pit stop when it's time to go.
Where is Denny?
Larry Mack. When do you want to make that final stop if we stay green?
Yeah, Mike, we pitted with 67 laps to go. We
Benny
go
in
back racing with
31st.
64 to go.
Yeah.
The fuel window is somewhere around 42 to 46 laps. The window is open now, but I think what they'll do, they'll run it as long as they can. So I'm going to say somewhere around lap 178, just under 20 laps from now, which would be 22 to go in the race, lap 178, that's when you'll start seeing them hit pit road. I think in the next 10 laps, you'll start to see them try to get organized with each other as far as Fords with Fords, Chevys with Chevys, Toyotas with Toyotas.
And migrating to that bottom.
Thanks, Larry. 40 laps to go. The fuel window is open to make it to the finish. One more pit stop in the offing before the end of this.
All right.
Smith. 37th is Josh Berry. He'll be out of the race. The rest of the cars as well out. Martin Truex Jr. will finish 38th. Elio Castro Neves will be 39th. Ross Chastain will be 40th. And A.J. Allmendinger 41st.
Still 3 wide as they come to the line. Bubba Wallace again leading the lap. Matter of fact, he has just led his 13th lap in the Daytona 500 day, but not by much.
He's been so good here at Daytona time and time again over the years. Just hasn't been able to grab the brass ring and ring the bell. But he's up there fighting for it tonight, and he doesn't look like he's going to give it a lose.
Caution is on the speedway here at Daytona. There's a piece of debris that has come off of one of the race cars as Zane Smith will limp his car down the pit lane and make the hard left-hand turn. Zane Smith will go to the garage area, but there is debris down on the racetrack, and this will change a lot of things and potentially open up the strategy right now for everyone to come to pit lane.
And exhale, because everybody now will finally get a chance, Rusty Wallace, to collect their breath. We have seen some of the most intense racing ever in this Daytona 500. They've been stacked up 3 wide for well over the last hour, and now everybody, for at least a few moments, gets a chance to catch their breath.
You got that right. I guess the big decision now is everybody's going to top it off, that's for sure. And then are you going to put 2 tires on or 4 tires to make it to the end? Only 38 laps to go. These cars will run 46 laps on fuel, so they're going to have plenty of fuel when they go back.
So pit road will stay closed here for at least another lap and a half or so. The AMR safety team will head out onto the 2.5-mile Daytona International Speedway and retrieve that debris that came off of that race car. Mike, it's been spectacular here in the 67th renewal of the Great American Race.
It is one that obviously had its slow start with Mother Nature popping up. First caution flag came out at lap 9 for rain. Then we brought the cars down on the pit road
take 2
and
tires and fuel some Sunoco.
We stayed under the red flag for 3 hours, 9 minutes, and 59 seconds. Started track drying at 3:43. We went back onto the racetrack, and then at 5:52 p.m. Eastern Time, had more rain come down through. We had to go back for another 30-minute red flag. We finally got the green that we've been racing from at 6:21 p.m. Eastern Time, and we have been treated to a magnificent Daytona 500.
3 hours? It didn't seem
like it.
Right
now, the lead is in the hands of Bubba Wallace with 38 to go. And by the way, tomorrow is Michael Jordan's 63rd birthday. He brought him a trophy the other night by winning Duel 1. He would love to take Michael a Harley J. Earl trophy as a birthday present tomorrow as MJ puts old 6-3 up on the board.
Yeah, that would be just a monumental birthday gift. Pit lane is open this time by, and we have the field behind the pace car right now, just off of turn number 4. What a day it's been. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, has been here today, spent time and talked to the drivers and took pace laps in the Beast leading the field. It's been an outstanding day.
NASCAR turning on the rainmakers for
Bubba. You're up.
William Byron hits from P3. The late call for 2 right side tires as they try to get as much fuel as they need just to make it to the end. William Byron on and off. To my left, Denny Hamlin, no tire stop. He's only going to get fuel, P-Post.
Kyle Busch, fuel only. Austin Cindric, fuel only. Chase Elliott, fuel only. Cindric's team wins it off from pit road. Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, and Chase Elliott in front 5 off from pit road. Chris Wilder.
Fuel only calls for Bubba Wallace. They said we were going to have to be creative before that yellow. This plays into their hands. Fuel only for him. Fuel only for Ryan Blaney. Said keep me up on Austin Cindric on this next run. Also Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, Ty Dillon all in. Fuel only here in the stretch run.
So big mover there. Austin Cindric comes out with the lead. As Steve Post said, he gained 9 positions on the pit stop. The other driver breaking into the top 10, gaining 11 spots, was John Hunter Nemechek.
All right. Let's see. Let's go to Austin Cindric, listen to him, see if he's got anything to say.
23, 12, 24, 9, 8 behind.
It says Austin Cindric.
Just don't run it over. 2's on you.
What's up, Charlie? Good to see you, buddy.
You'll have the 12, the 8, and the 3. 23 is going to have 24, 9, 42.
Hello, flag for so everyone can pit. I don't know.
All right, buddy. We put you right on the number right there. So
thank you so much for subbing.
Stage 2, where you're
Eric S.
Code 0, code 1. So do what you did in stage 2, and let's get the win. Look at that, going hard.
Happenings from regional touring series and local tracks on NASCAR.
All right, I want to Bike Week, fried eggs hanging on the nail. Thank you, Eric S, for subbing as well. Thank you guys. Keep on subbing up there. That number wants to grow to 30,000. Help us out and hit that like as well. Yes. No, it's Sealord16 as my Twitter sheaf. See if I can put that up really quick. Jacob, thank you for Jacob Manning. There's my socials, guys, right there. Check it out. I need to get in the habit of putting it up more often.
Larson, you're tuned in to the excitement of the NASCAR Cup Series on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Now back to the race.
There's all of the socials, y'all.
Half a lap away from going back under the green flag. 35 laps will be left to run in the Great American Race. It's Austin Cindric on the inside of the front row. Bubba Wallace, he'll restart on the outside after the drivers had the opportunity to choose what lane to restart in. Row number 2, that will show the inside Ryan Blaney. So that'll give Team Penske teammates nose to tail on the inside of row number 1.
Rusty, 35 laps to go. You've just come down the pit lane for the final time. What kind of pep talk are you giving yourself inside the race car right now?
I don't think you want to pep these guys up any at all. You want to calm them down a little bit, I think, because you're going to have to stay calm to finish this race because, they're going to be jacked up beyond whatever, just try to win this thing. I mean, they're down right now with 36 laps to go. It's all on the line right now. They got the tank, they got their fuel, they got their tires, they got everything they need. It's just up to the driver now to do the right thing.
Here they come off turn number 4 at 70 miles per hour.
Jason,
the pace car will head for the pit lane.
The other guy
they
at
have
the
to
wedding,
wait till they get to the restart zone. The race leader is Austin Cindric on the inside lane. He's the control car, can get on the throttle anytime in the restart zone. He waits till late in the zone, but Bubba Wallace matches Cindric stride for stride.
Awesome, bro.
On the outside of row number 2, pushing Bubba Wallace. William Byron is there, but neither lane has the advantage.
Leaders hot-footed into the banking of turn number 1. It's going to be Cindric by a nose on the inside with Ryan Blaney just buried in his fuel cell, but Bubba Wallace has got some big help from Byron.
William Byron, second car in line, topside behind Bubba Wallace, and will push him to the race lead by the time they get to the back straightaway. Cindric and Blaney still hooked up on the bottom for the top spot.
Field still 2 by 2 entering turn number 3. Bubba Wallace the leader. He'll go from the top side of the racetrack back down to the bottom. Now swing his Toyota back up to the high lane to pick up William Byron.
Major block from Bubba Wallace. He started on the outside. He dipped down to block Austin Cindric. Then he swung his Toyota Camry right across the nose of William Byron. Bubba able to keep the lead, but here comes Austin Cindric to the inside.
Cindric looking low into the banking of turn number 1. He's got a big run downstairs. Nearly has Wallace cleared. Not quite as they make their way off the banking of 2.
Wallace still leading in the outside lane. Cindric inching out front to the exit of turn number 2. Outside wound up a bit tighter. Wallace to the top spot by a fender. Here comes Cindric with a shove from Blaney.
Cindric and Bubba Wallace fighting for the top spot. Now the third lane has formed up. That third lane is being led by Chase Elliott. William Byron goes up to block Elliott off 4.
The pushing has become far more pronounced now. Down to 33 laps to go. Inside lane with a full head of steam. 3 cars will clear and go 1, 2, 3. That's Cindric. You've got Blaney and Kyle Busch downstairs.
Bubba Wallace all of a sudden has been drop-kicked into a 3-wide battle for 4th place, and all of a sudden the momentum just is not there. He's going to drop all the way back to 7th.
And Kyle Busch, not even a part of the equation a lap ago, has found himself in position number 3. Third car in line on the bottom to the top of the racetrack. Here comes John Hunter Nemechek.
John Hunter Nemechek coming out of the pack into the outside lane, right in front of Bubba Wallace. Nemechek now fights side by side for 5th with Christopher Bell.
Late in the going in the Daytona 500 Legacy Motor Club, and John Hunter Nemechek come to life. John Hunter is up to a side-by-side battle for 5th. He will race wheel to wheel with Christopher Bell for a moment, but Dave, the inside lane kicks in.
Inside lane has got some momentum, and they've got some numbers right now. First man on the outside is John Hunter. He's got Bubba Wallace in the rear view. He'll slide down to the middle lane.
Backsliding just a bit in that middle lane is John Hunter Nemechek as the inside lane continues to form up behind Austin Cindric. Ryan Blaney in second, Kyle Busch in third, and then Austin Dillon.
Austin Dillon rides 4th, right behind the aforementioned Kyle Busch. Christopher Bell behind Dillon in 5th. Riley Herbst has had a quiet day so far. He's 6th.
Off turn number 4, they are running fast laps in the mid-46-second range. Back to the line, inside lane now. 6 cars clear, nose to tail, continuing to be led by Austin Cindric at 31 laps to go.
Ryan Blaney continues to be his bestest buddy in the drafting department, just pushing him into turn number 1, letting him go by about a foot or 2, and then queuing up to do the same as they exit turn 2.
Top 7 cars, single file to the exit of turn number 2 behind Cindric, Blaney, Busch, Dillon, and Christopher Bell. That's the top 5. Here comes Riley Herbst in the 6th spot up alongside Nemechek.
And those 6 cars that Kyle just mentioned are single file on the bottom lane. In the middle, that lane is being led by John Hunter Nemechek. Nemechek has got Tyler Reddick and Cole Custer behind him.
Somebody's going to have to shake up just 3 wide stuff if somebody's going to be able to pass somebody. It's like a roadblock out there right now after about position 4 on back. I mean, I keep looking at Joey Logano back there. He's trapped. There's a bunch of them trapped in the back. I just got to get something to happen so they can get going.
Right now on the racetrack, Kyle Busch running in 3rd. Austin Dillon now, his teammate, is in 4th. RCR coming to life off turn number 2.
Richard Childress Racing Chevrolets right now currently 3rd and 4th on the speedway and in line behind Team Penske teammates Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney, 2nd in line, took a peek to the outside of Austin Cindric going down the back straightaway, but tucks in line, following his team Penske teammate through turn 3 and 4.
Now when we went back under the green flag, Bubba Wallace was on the front row on the restart. Bubba is on the outside, 3rd lane, way back in the middle. Bubba has backslid now. Wallace has to the number 10 spot. I don't think you need to panic too much. They still have plenty of speed.
Not exactly what he wanted, though, because he said before the race, said all week long, really, that he wanted to be up front at stretch drive time. He wanted to be able to control the pace.
He's doing just that as they come off of turn number 2 and race up the back straightaway again, side by side from 6th or 7th on back. Denny Hamlin leading that outside lane over Bubba Wallace.
As a matter of fact, they are 3 wide back there behind Ricky Stenhouse Jr. This is for about the 8th position. Nemechek in the middle. Hamlin up top. Downstairs.
I'll tell you guys, the Penske cars have been strong this last time by. Joey Logano has led 43 laps a day. Austin Cindric has led 43 laps also. 2 strong Fords out of Penske camp today.
Wouldn't rule them out to win the Daytona 500. Right now, 2 Penske cars, 1 and 2, headed to turn 2.
Haven't heard a peep out of Denny Hamlin since he was swept up in that early crash. Minimal damage, but he is on the comeback trail.
Leading the outside lane right now as they race 2 and 3 wide behind the top 7 cars, which are all nose to tail back to the corner.
Yeah, those 7 cars have broken away from this big pack that is 2 and 3 wide. Alex Bowman, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Denny Hamlin, Eric Jones, just some of the cars in this mix.
And everybody continues to be very gentlemanly, at least at this point in the race. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. changes lanes, went from the middle to the top. He's going to dive back down to the middle. He's the lead car in the middle lane.
Stenhouse, always a guy to find himself in contention at the end of races here at Daytona and Talladega. We'll keep an eye on him as he bucks his way into the top 10. At the front, it's still Austin Cindric.
That middle lane, that outside lane, unable to advance toward the front of the field. Top 7 still single file, bottom of the racetrack. Up the back straightaway, led by Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney.
Third in line in the bottom lane, that's Kyle Busch. Then you have Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell, the machine of Riley Herbst, Noah Gragson, and now Alex Bowman.
9 cars, single file at the front of the field, all 9 cars running the bottom of the racetrack. It's not till you get outside of the top 10 where you start seeing double wide and 3 wide action. That double wide action begins with Eric Jones and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. stacking things up.
Eric Jones right on Stenhouse's back bumper, trying to push him a little deeper into the top 10. They run the middle lane.
Eric Jones right now the 9th car in line on the bottom of the racetrack as he looks to close in on the 9 cars in front of him. Jones on the bottom to his outside, Ricky Stenhouse.
Eric Jones battling with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for that spot. Now Jones will clear Stenhouse, so will Corey LaJoie. A little bit of a stack up on the bottom of the racetrack. LaJoie had to change lanes in the middle of the corner.
There's 25 laps to go in the Great American Race this time by. It's still Austin Cindric up front. Now Corey LaJoie moves to the outside. LaJoie will lead that middle lane as he jumped right up in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Corey's got some work to do. He's back there around the 8th, 9th, 10th position. Still trying to lead that middle lane with drafting help from Stenhouse.
Stenhouse right on his back bumper to the exit of turn 2 as the lead pack closes in once again on one of the slower cars. That's Van Gisbergen to the inside of the speedway. Everybody around safely, all behind Cindric.
Top 8 still single file. First side-by-side battle. That's between Alex Bowman and Corey LaJoie. Then you've got Eric Jones and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. side-by-side behind them.
Earlier in the race, Joey Logano led 43 laps. We documented the electrical challenges and the mechanical problems on his Ford Mustang. Right now, with 23 laps to go, Joey finds himself in the middle of the racetrack. He is about to break his way into the top 10.
Joey Logano just working the magic that we've seen him work so many times. He doesn't have a ton of drafting help right now, but it doesn't seem to matter. He's coming forward.
3 or 4 cars behind Joey Logano, including Cole Custer, as they try to power forward in the inside lane. A lot of blocks being thrown from those cars in the outside lane. 3 wide from 6th on that.
The bump drafting also was starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is all over the back bumper of Corey LaJoie. They're in the middle part of the racetrack.
There'll be 23 laps to go now. The intensity picks up just a little bit more lap after lap. Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell. That's your top 5 headed to turn 1.
They are all lined up in the bottom lane of the racetrack, nose to tail. You get the feeling that they're just kind of cracking their knuckles, limbering up, and getting ready to start throwing body shots.
Corey LaJoie continuing to lead that outside lane, but not making a whole lot of forward progress, although some as they bust their way into the top 10. LaJoie, Stenhouse, and Tyler
get that outside lane going.
Tyler Reddick trying to get that lane going with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Corey LaJoie. They just don't have the numbers or the momentum right now with these drivers on the bottom lane.
Massive block thrown mid-pack. Joey Logano is now shifted to the outside. Tyler Reddick took his Toyota all the way on the racetrack and through that block. Logano and Reddick, they are 4th and 3rd in the outside lane respectively, Dave, but they've got a lot of work to do to catch up.
Long way to go, but not much time to get there. Corey LaJoie continues to try and storm the outside with help from Stenhouse. Stenhouse gets pushed way up the track in front of Logano.
Corey LaJoie currently in position number 9. Joey Logano trying to advance as well in that outside lane behind Stenhouse
Austin LaJoy.
That top lane now starting to get more formed up. Corey LaJoy, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Joey Logano trying to push it forward. Meanwhile, you've got Tyler Reddick, Cole Custer, and others stuck in the middle.
There's a gaggle of impatient drivers from about the 9th place on back. That's where they're stacked up 2 and 3
Stenhouse
wide.
is gonna call
Corey
the big
LaJoy
one.
holds that
Ricky.
lane right now with everybody breathing down his neck, headed to 1.
The moves are becoming more dramatic. The blocks are coming from further away, and the outside lane is beginning to percolate. LaJoy, Stenhouse, Joey Logano, and more up the outside.
Good cars in that outside lane, but they've stalled out just a bit, right around that 8th or 9th spot. Top side led by LaJoy. Inside
The outside
lane
wants to go, but
while all that shuffling continues to happen, mid-pack, no change in the top 5. It's still Cindric the leader. Blaney runs second. Then it's Busch, Austin Dillon, and Christopher Bell.
All of this
Maybe
racing
Logano
going
can
on
push him.
mid-pack behind race leader Austin Cindric. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification
All right,
on
we're
the
at
Motor
21
Racing
laps
Network.
to go, y'all. I hope you're having a good time. Let's see what happens. 20 to go here in the Daytona 500. Share the stream out. Tell the fans to come hang out.
20 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Motor Racing Network welcomes you back to the World Center of Racing and our live coverage of the Great American Race. Mike Bagley alongside Alex Hayden and NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace. We've got turn coverage tonight from Dave Moody, Kyle Rickey, and Tim Catalfemo.
I cannot do that,
garage
Bam.
coverage from Steve Post, Chris Wilner, and Alan Cabana. It's getting down to crunch time here at the World Center of Racing. Team Penske right now leads the way, but Alex, they've got a pack of snarling race cars behind them.
And 19 laps to get the job done. Cindric leads Blaney, then it's Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, and Christopher Bell. Still the middle and third lane well back.
Hit that like trying to go to 1,600 likes.
Not been able to make their way to the front. Now here comes Stenhouse looking 3 wide to the outside. He's getting all the help he can stand from Joey Logano.
Trying to squeeze Eric Jones into the middle lane off of turn number 2 is Corey LaJoy. Goes to the top of the racetrack along with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Eric Jones, little help in the middle and fading.
And it's Stenhouse's car that has been bobbling around a lot the last few laps. His car was dead sideways the last time through turn number 4. He's still getting a shove from Joey Logano.
You just got to believe that top lane with Logano, and it can get a good run on their top side and get moving. The center lane, they're kind of bobbing back and forth. The cars are real loose out there. They're jumping all over the place, but that top lane is open. If they can just get it rolling, I think they can make it to the front.
Leaders are headed to turn 2.
With every passing lap, Austin Cindric likes the fact that he can't find anybody in the rearview mirror other than right behind him.
Still a lot of 3 wide racing mid-pack. Corey LaJoy finding some momentum, this time off of turn number 2 in the 8th spot a lap ago. Here comes LaJoy back into the top 5.
LaJoy now 4th in line. He is side by side with Austin Dillon with drafting help with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. LaJoy and Stenhouse now marching forward.
They are indeed. Now on the pit stop, Steve Post, you said Austin Cindric and his crew chief Brian Wilson put enough fuel in to make it to the end of the race and no more than that. But he said the rest is up to him. They're running fastest laps of the entire race right now. What's the fuel scenario for the race leader?
If they're worried, they haven't mentioned one word about it. Now, one of the things Brian Wilson wanted to do is put him out in front. So enough fuel to make it to the final lap. Maybe that was factored in that he's going to be leading this thing to the final lap. They have not said one word on the radio about Austin Cindric and fuel. Of course, he has his teammate Ryan Blaney right there on the back bumper all the way around the racetrack.
Austin Cindric leads. Ryan Blaney is second. Kyle Busch sitting right there in the draft in 3rd. 4th is Austin Dillon. 5th is Christopher Bell. The rest of the top 10 include Corey LaJoy, Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Joey Logano, and Alex Bowman.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. continues to just shove Corey LaJoy forward.
Last time off turn number 2, Stenhouse loosened Corey LaJoy's fillings. He hit him so hard, but it's working. Corey's up to a battle for 3rd, now for 2nd.
Ryan Blaney to his inside. Corey LaJoy to the outside lane. LaJoy looking for the race lead, heading to turn number 3. Austin Cindric maintains the top spot, but only by a cone.
Here Here comes Corey LaJoie with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right behind him. They are shoving for all it's worth, trying to get to the leader, Austin Cindric.
Here comes Joey Logano in the outside lane of the racetrack. Corey LaJoie and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will throw the block. They can't block them all. It is a wall of race cars
here with
behind
these two guys.
a side-by-side battle that's 2 rows deep. 15 to go in the 500.
Side by side for the lead. Austin Cindric on the inside. Corey LaJoie on the outside. Stenhouse nearly gets turned and somehow he saves it.
Here comes Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Saves it and now gets turned. Ryan Blaney goes around in the field. Comes apart on the back straightaway. Kyle Busch goes spinning to the infield. 7, 8 cars involved on the back straightaway. Kyle Larson goes around. And also Chase Elliott. Noah Gragson got a piece of it. And Joey Logano slows with damage against the outside wall. About 8 cars coming together. What started in turn 2, halfway down the back straightaway.
They were pushing and shoving, and it was getting far more physical than what we've seen the entire Daytona 500 to this point. It looked like Ricky Stenhouse Jr. absolutely shoved the Joey Logano car. They started to lose control of their cars, and Kyle Ricky, it exploded midway down the backstretch.
It did. Ryan Blaney, the first car to get sideways, and there were several other cars with nowhere to go, including Joey Logano and Kyle Busch. Noah Gragson involved. 1 car remains on the scene of the incident. That's Kyle Busch. Inside wall with a lot of damage. Safety teams heading to that car now, but somehow, some way, he's the only car left.
Ricky the wreck house.
So far, the roster includes Joey Logano, Noah Gragson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano is doing everything he can to bring his car to the garage, but he cannot steer the car. Now he's halfway down the short straightaway coming to pit road, and the car just veers right with the right front flopping in the wind. Sheet metal damage, tire damage. He's trying to turn the car to pit road, Alex. He just
trying
has
to
no
go
control
right,
over
but
it.
No, the steering is broken, the steering rods are broken again, and again it noses into the outside wall, and Logano still lighting up the back tires, doing a burnout, trying to get the car to the pit lane, and having zero success. The right rear of the car is broken and bent all over as well.
Yeah, front and back, a lot of damage when trouble breaks loose on the back straightaway. It all started with Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was nestled up behind the car of Corey LaJoie. Of course, you're double wide, you're 3 wide. Logano started to run to the middle. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. threw the block, and it's almost like the cars became attached together. Everybody in such tight formation was trying to bail out, but one contact led to another, and then all of a sudden, a handful of cars began to spin and careen out of control with 14 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
I don't think he hit anybody, though.
America was founded on an idea.
All right, we go listen to Fox here.
Stenhouse, obviously, but a little bit of patience. I think as fast as his car was, he was going to have another shot at that.
Ricky blocks. Logano gets loose. And Logano actually took out Ricky. But Ricky, he blocked Logano in the turn.
Blaney, he was in the position to win this race. Was doing nothing wrong. Literally in the catbird seat and got wiped out.
Ryan Blaney, there to the inside in blue and yellow, a 2-time runner-up.
My dark horse, yeah.
Taken out.
All right.
As mayhem ensued.
Another caution. That's caution number 7. I said 8. Anybody close to your cautions? I said 8 cautions. I've been pretty right about it. Oh, my gosh.
As well. 13 to go in the 500. Corey LaJoie is the race leader from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
All right, so we are coming down to a Toyota. 4 Toyotas in a row now. Top 6, including Hamlin and Bell. The Toyotas are making a run here. But Corey LaJoie in the lead with Austin Cindric P2. My goodness. John Hunter Nemechek, Denny Hamlin, Riley Herbst. He's got his teammate there, 2311, Christopher Bell, then Austin Dillon, Todd Gillen, and Eric Jones, Daniel Suarez. The Toyotas now have taken over the 500. This is going to be an interesting finish. Hope you guys are having fun. Hope you're being entertained. 2,200 in the chat. We thank you guys so much for being here tonight. It has been probably the biggest stream that CeeLo almost has ever had tonight. Or 1,500 likes. So thank you guys so much. He might, bro, I don't know. He looks good today. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Wrecky. And people still blame Logano. Oh, well. Williams. LaJoy could win the 500 before Busch. We'll see what happens. I'm upset. Ricky guilty too. Yeah, I mean, Ricky came down and blocked Logano in the turn. Like, he should have just let him go by. Logano went down to the middle to pass him, and Ricky came down and got him there. Nah, he left already, Jason. Why is Ricky Stenhouse still in a car? Top 5 is another wreck ready to happen, T-Van says. Non-driving guys. Overrated one guy. Y'all are having fun in the chat. Glad you're having a great time. Thanks for the sub as well. Derek King, trying to get to 29,700 if you haven't hit that subscribe yet. We're so close to 30K. You're welcome, Rodney. I hope you guys have enjoyed it tonight. When do we get the pie? Oh, yeah, we got to do that pie. You know what? I think Spain forgot the whipped cream. We might have to do a big celebration for 30. I know. That actually looked intentional by Recchi after Logano saved it once. So this is interesting. This is going to be something here, y'all. Cindric to the win. Recchi. Thanks so much, Junior Fan 427 and Emma for subscribing as well. Thank you guys so much. As we're going to go back to MRN.
Drivers who got their first ever Cup win in the Daytona 500. In the top 8 as we run, Corey LaJoy leads.
Rowdy's
John
done.
Hunter Nemechek is 3rd. Riley Herbst is 5th. Todd Gilliland is 8th. So 4 of the top 8 have never won a NASCAR Cup Series race.
And it would not surprise me if that stat you gave is not expanded here tonight. Pit road is open. No takers. Everyone staying on the racetrack. We're coming across the start-finish line right now. No one to go. We're still under the caution flag with 11 laps remaining tonight. Rusty, what do you think about all this?
I think it's just absolutely crazy. I never expected this would happen, this style of wreck, this late in the race. Now, look, we know the big one happens a lot, but these guys are doing such a good job, just staying cool, everything going great. And, man, what a bad deal. What a bad deal. I'm just trying to think how I can mentally take this. This is a tough deal. We had so much momentum,
right,
but
Billy.
I guarantee you, I don't know if it's over or not yet, guys.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Rusty. Next time by, there will be 10 laps to go. Here's how they are being scored here on lap number 189.
Corey LaJoy, your leader. Austin Cindric 2nd. John Hunter Nemechek is 3rd. Denny Hamlin is 4th. Austin Dillon is 5th. Christopher Bell is up to 6th. You've got Eric Jones in 7th. Riley Herbst in 8th. Cole Custer in 9th, and Daniel Suarez running right now in 10th.
Alex Bowman is 11th. Bubba Wallace is 12th. Brad Keselowski 13th. Chase Briscoe goes 14th, and William Byron 15th. 16th is Ty Gibbs. 17th is Justin Allgaier. 18th is Ryan Preece. 19th, Kyle Larson. And 20th is Tyler Reddick.
Cody Ware is 21st. 22nd is Chase Elliott after he was involved with a spin in this most recent crash. 23rd right now is Carson Hocevar. Justin Haley is 24th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 25th. Michael McDowell runs right now in 26th. Chris Buescher is 27th. Jimmy Johnson 28th. Ryan Blaney is 29th, and Todd Gilliland is 30th.
Gilliland is still on the lead lap. He is the last car on the lead lap. 31st, 2 laps down, is Ty Dillon. 32nd is Noah Gragson. He is the last car still considered in the race. From 33rd on
Jim,
back,
for
at the moment,
Jim,
they're either
you.
Off the track or out of the
Chicken
race.
licking.
33rd is Kyle
Bird
Busch.
nugget. Thank you,
34th,
guys.
Joey Logano. 35th, Shane Van Gisbergen. 36th, Zane Smith. 37th, Josh Berry. 38th, 38th, Martin Truex Jr. 39th, Elio Castro Neves. 40th, Ross Chastain, and 41st, A.J. Allmendinger.
We continue under the caution flag as cleanup should be just about wrapped up. Kyle Rickey, what's the status over there on the backstretch?
It is wrapped up. Kyle Busch's car, the only car that needed to be towed away, heading back to the NASCAR Cup Series garage. All the debris blown to the infield or cleaned up, and all the safety trucks heading back behind the wall just to my left here in turn 3.
With all of the rolling wounded race cars out there with 10 to go, now is the fear of a debris caution with something flying off on one of these race cars. Rusty, we're down to just 10 to go.
Yeah, we are. And you know what? At the top 5 cars, I'm looking at the top 5 out there. 3 of them are past Daytona 500 winners. I mean, they got some good talent up in front of this thing. Austin Dillon, that's a strong Chevrolet. What about Denny Hamlin? We haven't seen Hamlin much up front throughout the day, but he's got himself up in the 4th position right now. Cindric, he won the 500 a couple years ago. He can get it done. And then
that 43
look at him back here.
Right through. Wow. Reminds me of what Richard Petty often said here. I'd rather be lucky than good any day.
Well, now the door's open.
Be another I'm sure there will be another caution.
Austin Dillon, Bell, Jones.
I don't think that 9 car's hurt near as bad as I thought it was originally.
Splitter looks like it's up a little bit, perhaps, in the front. Well, here
10
is
to go, y'all.
Ricky Stenhouse's reaction to what happened.
Hold on there. Guess the 22 decided just to wreck you.
We just all kind of squeezed down.
Yeah, I don't think the spotter's assessment is spot on. Joey was trying for the spot. Stenhouse wasn't about to give it up.
Brad Hopp.
Yeah, I mean, it was just tight quarters right there. And like we said, you know, Stenhouse pulled the late block. Logano lifted. They were live to fight another day. And, you know, that hole might have been open, but there was just
they kept
4 cars 4 wide, and they were both fighting for the same spot, and they just met in the middle.
I'm crushed for Kyle Busch. All these guys. I mean, this is a good car. This is why this race is so hard to accomplish.
Maybe 2, right? Cautions breed cautions, right, T-Van?
Something still sparking and fluttering somewhere. Here's his teammate, Austin Dillon.
Oh, the fastest car.
The 2 is the fastest car of the day, and the 11 is the best speedway racer. So, Austin, honestly, you need to be thinking about that, and you need to make the decision you think is best to try and win this race, and who you feel like you need to go with.
Yep.
All day long, there's one manufacturer that we really haven't talked about. Look how many Toyotas
what did you say,
are up
Danny?
here now. That's how quickly the game can change.
I didn't see what Danny said. Let me scroll up.
Long. Chevrolet's up
Sad
there.
to say, but I
now
might have.
5 Toyotas
It might be. Let's see what Danny said. I'm looking for what Danny said.
Who was right behind Kyle Busch. Watch the 3 get through here. Wow. That's threading the needle. Christopher Bell as well.
True.
Just like
Danny,
that.
ask your question again. I can't see it. I can't find it.
9 laps to go, Larry. Too late for trends?
So you think we might
exclamation point points to find how many points you have.
I looked at those 6
and then exclamation
Daytona
point
races with the
gamble
Gen 7 car
all.
over the last 3 years. The average of the last caution somewhere around 4 to 5 laps.
All right, lights are off on the pace car. We're going back to MRN.
4.
What an opportunity for Corey LaJoie. What an opportunity for Austin Cindric.
We're going to stay right
become
here
a
for
two-time
it.
winner of the Daytona 500. What about John Hunter Nemechek, Legacy Motor Club? That would be a huge win for that organization. And then Denny Hamlin sitting right there. He is trying to become a 4-time winner of the Great American Race.
Fact of the matter is, we're going to have 8 laps to race, and a lot of things can happen here. In the last 8 laps, you may be running 18th right now and still win this Daytona 500. Here they come up off of turn number 4. Mike, we get set for the restart with 8 laps to go.
Pace vehicle hits the pit lane. Everybody pull those belts tight. Everybody gets settled in. This is going to be a wild one. Green back in the air. Everybody through the restart zone. John Hunter Nemechek's already trying to find a way by Corey LaJoie. Austin Cindric now racing to LaJoie's outside. Side by side. For the lead, they race to the corner.
LaJoie by a nose into turn number 1. Now he'll pull away. Half a car length. 3/4. Full car length. He drifts up in front of Austin Cindric as John Hunter Nemechek fails to keep pace.
He'll lead the bottom lane, does Nemechek. A bit slower on the inside. Outside lane
Cindric
comes up to speed.
him.
Here's LaJoie crossing back over, but Nemechek's not close enough. Outside lane advantage.
Oh, he
Cindric to the front.
Cindric about
Austin
wrecked.
Cindric with a great move to the outside of Corey LaJoy. He'll grab the lead. Denny Hamlin continues to shove Austin Cindric in second. Christopher Bell to third.
Denny Hamlin in second does indeed have a friendly on the back bumper. His teammate, Christopher Bell. Then another Toyota lines up there. Riley Herbst is in the number 4 spot. The front 4 break away, go nose to tail to 1.
Perhaps for the first time in history here at Daytona, the numbers favor Toyota at the front of the pack. Here they come. Cindric with the lead. Hamlin is second. Bell is third. 3 car lengths to Riley Herbst.
Riley Herbst in position number 4. That's where the nose-to-nose and side-by-side racing begins. Herbst to the inside. Now one car darts out of line. Looking for the race lead. Here comes Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin with drafting help from Christopher Bell goes to the lead here in the Daytona 500. Hamlin now crosses over, goes back down to the bottom of the racetrack and screams back to the front straightaway.
Denny Hamlin has brought a teammate along for the ride as well. Here's Christopher Bell. Have not heard anything out of Christopher Bell all day long, but right now he's poised in position and ready to pounce with 6 laps to go.
Into turn number 1 they go, and it's side by side. Hamlin on the inside. Bell trying to creep up and get even on the outside. Wow, he nearly lost it. Rockets up the bank and comes right back after Hamlin.
Christopher Bell goes way up the racetrack, hangs on to a challenge for the race lead, side by side with Denny Hamlin up the back straightaway. Bell inches out front in the turn.
Bell and Hamlin neck and neck for the race lead. In row 2, you've got Cole Custer and Austin Cindric. They've got nowhere to go because Bell and Hamlin have both lanes blocked.
5 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Side by side at the front of the field. Side by side all the way through the lead draft. Denny Hamlin on the inside. Christopher Bell goes topside. Joe Gibbs racing Toyotas at the front.
We barely mentioned Cole Custer tonight, but all of a sudden he is right there on the back bumper of the Christopher Bell machine, riding strong in the number 4 spot. Hamlin by a nose off turn 2.
Cole Custer, second car, topside. Austin Cindric to his inside. That's row 2 behind the Toyotas of Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell. And now Bell gets turned. Front of the field. Several cars go flying through the air. Ryan Preece is upside down into the outside wall. A huge hit for Ryan Preece as 7, 8, 9 other cars become involved.
Oh my gosh!
Chase Elliott goes for a spin. Justin Allgaier.
Oh my! What is up with Ryan Preece at Daytona?
To the inside, but a huge hit. And Ryan Preece, for the second time in 3 years, goes flying through the air here in turn 3, landing on his roof, slamming the outside wall on the banking of turn 3 while upside down here at this end of the racetrack.
And he comes back on all 4 wheels. What an intense crash at Daytona International Speedway. 4 laps to go in the Daytona 500 when the Pat came flying apart in front of Kyle Rickey.
Started right at the front of the field. The 2 Toyotas were running side by side, and it looked like a bump draft gone bad in the outside lane. Turned Christopher Bell into the outside wall just as the cars were about to arc into turn number 3, and it was on from there. Cars went spinning to the inside and outside. Somebody clipped Ryan Preece as he just hit another car, and it was just at the wrong angle that sent that car into the air. It took a while for that car to invert, but boy, once the air got underneath it, the car flew through the air upside down and into the outside wall, fortunately coming to rest on all 4 wheels at the bottom of the banking.
We can see through the binoculars Ryan Preece got out of the race car under his own power and walked to the ambulance for the mandatory trip to the infield care center. We are headed to overtime in the Daytona 500.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Watch the 60 car here. I'm going to let you look at it. 1 second.
Crossed up. Rest is history. There it goes. Now watch the 60 car. Preece. Bam.
You saw the...
Gets up on the... That's wild. I've never seen a car do that. That shows how fast they go.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
They pile up behind him. This is from Eric Jones.
Thank you so much for the subs, y'all. I know, man. I know, y'all. I'm sorry.
You think these guys aren't tough?
You can't see nothing. He won it.
A devastating crash for Ryan Preece. An incredible camera work by our Fox crew.
I'm so glad to see that window net down and him be able to get out of that thing. Whew, that's scary.
That's unbelievable.
What is the deal with Ryan Preece?
Get caught by the air like that.
Let me guess, you would think it's Stenhouse's fault.
Like that. But they just flip
I didn't see that one.
3,600 pounds.
Well, nothing weighs that much at 180.
I didn't know we had so many Stenhouse fans in the house tonight.
The right front tucked up underneath the A post there.
He went like 50 yards in the air.
Car did its
Luckily,
job,
he didn't go over the track.
He walked away.
So many safety enhancements in these race cars.
So that
just give it to Denny.
Likely send us to overtime. It happens on lap 196.
That was on the HBO Max. I wanted to just see y'all could see it, but you really couldn't see it very well.
Unbelievable.
Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh.
Saw the side of that car face the wind, and the roof flaps had not yet come up, and that creates that pressure differential between air over the car and under the car that sends it tumbling.
Well, just like we said, though, I've never seen a car wheelie like that. The roof flaps won't work.
Yep.
Ooh, I've been there. That's a bad feeling. See how quiet it got?
Oh, wow, you can see.
Oh, you see him tuck his head right there.
Looking back at Cole Custer on Christopher Bell.
Yeah, and that Bell car just, it was just not capable of being pushed. And I'd say that that's a lot of the reason that we hadn't seen him up there.
Tuck and roll.
That car
He knew when he went airborne, he went like this.
At this point in the race, you have to just put yourself in a position to throw it all out there.
We're going to turn. It's not a Toyota thing.
Well, and that's exactly what he did. That's why these guys are where they are in the sport and in their life. See, they do not give up.
Yeah, when he turned like that, that's
all that air under the nose, and you're right. It looked like it was going to just take off straight ahead, and I think he would have settled down had the car not turned and been side to the wind, and that's what sent it tumbling.
At least he hit from the back, not the front.
That car lands right there. I know we're in slow motion right now, but the impact that goes through your back and spine and neck, and especially when you can't see what direction the next hit is coming from to brace yourself. Right as the camera went out, we saw him start to
roof flaps don't work when he's going forward. Exactly.
Hold on to the steering wheel to brace yourself. That's what I would do. You see a lot of guys just
yeah, right, Dr. Dixon.
Now I always have held onto that steering wheel until it yanked it out of my hands.
I agree. There is no worse feeling in the world than that.
10 cars in all involved. Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski.
Wow.
It couldn't get off the front end of Eric Jones's car, too. And I mean, I can't help but to think that wind off of that car or something kind of kept it wheeling, so to speak, and up in the air a little bit. You can see how that Eric Jones's car had the underbody tore up underneath the driver's door.
Is the race over? No, it's not. We got 4 laps to go.
What's going backwards?
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
Legato's been involved in 32 wrecks in a super speedways, and Ricky Stenhouse has been involved in 31.
Watch his wheels starting to. He'll drive this thing in a minute.
Christopher Bell.
I like his strategy.
It did.
With your thumbs out of the spokes.
Yeah, and every time you get hit like that, it's like a full impact whiplash, and a lot of times.
Well, there's caution number 8.
So fast that you
I picked 8 cautions
on the Hans. The Hans bottoms out. You go backwards, slap your head against the back of the seat, and it happens so quick inside the car that you can't control your head. See the back of that car.
Cindric doesn't have any running mates, though. All he's got is Corey LaJoie.
With the back, at least, not be upside down.
And that's not much to trust.
Right, unbelievable shots, Mike.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, prayers to Ryan Preece. He's getting out of that car, y'all. Crazy.
What Ryan Preece has been through, you would excuse him if he would decide never to come back to Daytona. But that's not Ryan Preece.
Correct pass. Ugh.
Talladega.
Oh yeah, he took that hit. Oh, that's right. He took that hit from Kyle Larson at Talladega too. If y'all remember, I just saw that.
Sidewinder crash.
What was it?
Over and over.
100 feet from where that just happened?
They paved all that area prior to this race.
What happened to Logano? He was in a wreck.
To prevent that.
Bubba scored 12. He said on the radio he's leaking oil.
But here, when Custer and Bell get together, he goes skyward, turns to the side, up and over.
Preece, crazy man. Looks like Custer turned Christopher Bell.
10 cars get caught up here. There's Larson.
Custer was pushing him.
Car. Suarez spun to the infield. Preece up and over.
Hamlin didn't take any tires
Eric
either.
Jones with a bit of damage there.
Crazy. Working on 8 hours, 45 minutes streaming here, y'all.
So thankful to see him get out of that thing. So many things that went through my mind. Bell, boy, he took 2 big shots. Preece nailed him when they hit and sent that car flying.
This is Eric Jones. Got a little contact there.
Wow, look at that.
Flying race cars.
Yeah, I've been on since 11:45 a.m.
Jones will be one of those who's able to continue. And there are the cars involved in this.
We had fun. We did a trivia.
96.
We did this and that.
Like Joey Logano involved in the previous caution. Joey, it's the end of the Daytona 500. Things are getting tight out there. Everybody is going for it. What took place off of turn 2 from your vantage point?
Yeah, from my vantage point, I felt like I had to get to the second car in line to have a chance to win the thing, and had an opportunity to get.
Cindric was the only one with no tires. I didn't think Denny took tires.
The 47 kind of had a late block there, and then at this point, like, he's kind of indecisive, and I was trying to back out of it. At this point, I couldn't. I was getting shoved into it at that point because the checkup already happened. So, yeah, just racing there at the end. It seems like it's just, I don't know, felt like I can get my nose in there, was going to, and then he just wanted to block it, and then I couldn't get out. Once you already checked up, it brings the whole back of the pack up to you. So, unfortunate for the old Shell Pencil Mustang. Glad we got a stage win. We got a playoff point. Just something to get out of the day and take a positive out of it. Had a fast car. Just was able to get it done this year.
Thanks, Joey.
Christopher Bell checked and released from the infield care center. Bubba Wallace with damage in that one. And a lot of damage to the front of Kyle Larson's car. Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, Cole Custer, Riley Herbst, Alex Bowman, 2 Fords, 2 Toyotas, 1 Chevrolet.
Been here with it. Who's been here for 8 hours and 47 minutes? Be truthful. Who's been here for 8 hours and 47 minutes?
Mike, for the 3rd straight year, Kyle Busch in position at the end
awesome,
of the Daytona
Draco.
500 to potentially win.
Thank you, Bronny.
Unfortunately, innocent bystander.
You guys are awesome.
Turn 2 over there. How disappointing is this one?
Looks like the fastest car got in a hurry to get to the wreck. Logano was by far the fastest car today. Saw a lot of laps led, and he could about do anything.
Thank you, Vic.
The cars were very strong. And we
Thank
still
you,
got 20
Danny.
laps to go, and he's trying to go through the middle and make a hole that isn't there, and just created chaos. So hate it for all of our guys on the Zone Chevrolet. We had a fast car, and we were in position and just kind of biding our time and seeing what was going to happen next. And yeah, you got to know how wide your race car is to be able to find a hole that it'll fit in, and he obviously doesn't know that.
Thanks, Scott.
See if Bush knows how it was the 22. Just checking in, see what's up, Keela.
Crash that produced all of this damage. Big debris field there.
Oh, look at all that debris all over the place.
Damage on his car came when they stacked up. Regan?
Kevin, Ryan Priest checking the release from the infield care center. Ryan, first off, glad to see you out of that race car safe and
No, we
sound.
do not, Marie.
It seems like the Peck straightaway in Daytona, you and you are not friends here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the diffuser or what that makes these cars like a sheet of plywood when you walk out on a windy day. But, you know, when the car took off like that and it got real quiet,
it's all good,
that
guys.
was my daughter. So I'm lucky to walk away, but we're getting really close to somebody not being able to. So very grateful for, yeah, that sucks. We just had, I mean, this thing was fast. And, you know, thanks to Build Submarines, thanks to Kroger, Castrol, Mohawk, Fifth Third Bank, everybody at RFK Racing. It's frustrating when you end your day like this.
We're glad you're okay. Thanks, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Just a very unique scenario right there with those cars ramping tires like that and getting the front of the car up there like that.
Right there, when that car gets sideways.
Oh, you're welcome.
More pressure under the car than air pressure over, it's going to tumble.
If you back that up a second, if you guys can, when it hit Eric Jones's car, you saw the underbody and the header bend down and created that. There's so many things to dissect there. You could go back.
All right, we're going to MRN, y'all.
Sorry, guys. We still have a race to cover
Yeah,
here.
so,
And
it's unfortunate. We had a good show, Penzo Mustang. We had a fast car, won a stage, which was great. Just couldn't get it all done.
Glad you're okay.
Here we go.
Green flag back in the air. 2 laps to go. We are in NASCAR overtime. Denny Hamlin leads the field back to 1.
Hamlin gets the jump at the drop of the green flag. He's got the bottom of the racetrack, but he's got no drafting help. Austin Cindric, he's got drafting help.
He just
will
blocks
power
Cindric.
around the outside of Hamlin.
He doesn't
Austin
have
Cindric
anybody.
to the lead with Cole Custer.
With a big shove from Cole Custer in the outside lane, Hamlin, who was leading going into turn number 1, reaches the end of the back straightaway, running in fourth. Top 3 nose to tail, Austin Cindric, the race leader.
Hamlin trying to rally back on the inside of the racetrack, but it's Austin Cindric, the leader, into turn 4.
He didn't have anybody to
Cindric
push
goes
him.
down to the bottom and blocks Denny Hamlin.
Off turn number 4, the field thunders back to the start-finish line. White flag is in the air. Here comes Cindric. Next flag ends the Great American Race. Riley Herbst is out of shape. He slides across the track, comes back, keeps it pointed in the right direction. We go to turn 1.
Field stays under green. Cindric remains at the point. Hamlin's
Just
all
lost
over his
another
back
running guy.
bumper. Denny looks high. Denny looks low. Can't make the move off 2.
Side by side from third on back now. Denny Hamlin steps out of line up the back straightaway. Hamlin looking for the lead. They get turned at the front of the field and the front comes apart. Hamlin in the outside wall. William Byron leads into the corner.
They're still racing into the corner. William Byron out in front by 2 car lengths over Tyler Reddick as they exit 4.
Here comes William Byron. Here comes Tyler Reddick racing into the tri-oval. Checkered flag is in the air. William Byron wins the Daytona 500 and becomes a 2-time winner, a back-to-back winner of the Great American Race. Tyler Reddick comes along in second, and 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion Jimmy Johnson now unofficially in third. What a finish to this one tonight at the World Center of Racing.
Rudy Fugle and that entire team got back the car they won last year's Daytona 500 just before they climbed in and got this race going. Let's go to their pit lane.
Oh, just got to the top of the pit box. Rudy Fugle, 2 in a row. What was it like in that final lap?
I have no idea. I don't know what happened. That's crazy. That was lucky, but we'll take it. Woo!
Take it any way you can. What do you say about your driver to do this type of racing in this big of a race 2 years in a row?
Yeah, I mean, he stayed with it. You know, we're 20th with 8 to go, and
yeah, they weren't going to throw the caution. That's
it was,
good.
His whole team stayed with it. We got a great team, so happy with this team. And Exalta Chevy, can't believe him. Hendrick, wish Mr. H was still here, but man, what a win.
Back to back, that's historic. What does this mean to you?
Everything. It means everything. It's unbelievable. Start kicking off here. What a race, and what a start to 2025.
Back-to-back Daytona 500 champions for Rudy Fugle and William Byron of the 24 team.
And Hendrick Motorsports has done it again. They came into this 500 tied with Penny Enterprises for the most wins. Now, Hendrick Motorsports, the all-time winners of the Daytona 500.
You're not going to want to miss tonight's county fair. I'm going to be...
We are your window to your community.
Will he be? All right, let's listen in here.
They just all run out of room right there.
Man, they were going for it. Briscoe, this teammate, went to the back bumper at Hamlin as they came to the inside of him, the outside of him. They were going for it. You can't ask for any better.
You're welcome, Steve. Thank you, everybody that's been here all day.
Only
what a trash ending.
Tyler Reddick got by. Everyone from third on back.
And that's why all these guys tell you, leading up into this race, you got to have a little bit of luck on your side. Somehow, this guy right here just had 2 years in a row. He was in the right place, and when the right time came, though.
Not your day either, CeeLo. You're right, Raymond.
And he was in the right part of the pack, had everything fall his way going down the back straightaway, and ultimately wound up winning another Daytona 500.
Hold on to it, William.
Golly.
Byron started racing on the computer.
I don't think Byron's led any. He led maybe one lap today.
They got him a Legends car. He started winning and never looked back. Went to the K&N Series, the Truck Series, Xfinity.
He led 5 laps today.
And now he has only 2 finishes better than 21st.
You're welcome, Anthony.
8 Daytona 500 starts, and they are both wins. It's the 10th win for Rick Hendrick, car owner, breaking a tie.
Thank you, Christopher.
With Petty Motorsports.
Yeah, all of them, buddy. We do them all, man.
Fourteenth career victory for the Charlotte native, who finished 3rd in points last year with 3 victories. Jamie Little.
William Byron's entire team is out here. Your family just walked out. William, go grab that flag.
Good night, guys. Thank you, Fruity Muffin. Fruity Muffin.
William, you were 9th with 1 lap to go. How did you come through the pack and avoid the chaos to make it 2 in a row at Daytona?
That's what we do.
Obviously some good fortune, but just trusted my instinct on the last lap there. I felt like they were getting squirrely on the bottom and just tried to. I was honestly going to go 3rd lane regardless because I was probably 6th coming down the back. So just obviously fortunate that it worked out in our favor, but just really proud of this team. Worked super hard all week and had an amazing car. Just had a really hard time with the fuel savings and kind of staying towards the front. So crazy, yeah. I mean, I can't honestly believe that, but we're here, so proud of it.
William, you won this last year, and you know what a big moment it was. Can you describe what this race does for a driver, especially like yourself?
Am I going to fight Cole?
Do it a second time. What does this race mean?
Yeah, it's obviously really
special. Thank you, Greg.
It's an amazing race, and obviously a lot of crazy
You're right, Rick.
racing out there tonight, and just a lot of pushing and shoving, but just really proud of our team. You know, I can't stress that enough. I'm just super thankful for this group and everything that they do in the offseason to get prepared. And we plan on trying to win a lot of races this year, so we're not going to stop here. You know, we're going to continue to push forward and try to get to Phoenix.
Congratulations. William Byron wins the Daytona 500.
Well, Tyler Reddick comes home 2nd in the Daytona 500. Your best finish.
You're welcome,
in this race.
Octavia.
Bring me through the end and the chaos you saw and how the hole opened up for you.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, you know, with that restart we had with 15 to go, we kind of got checked up in the middle and kind of ended up further back than we wanted to be. So we kind of we didn't really want to. We ducked out of it, hoping for the caution. We got it, but we were still lined up 16th there on the green-white checkered. So when they started to spin on the dog leg, I kind of jumped out of line thinking that was going to be it. We just kept going. So yeah, I knew that me and the 24 had like a good run, and they were throwing big blocks. And when they started spinning on the inside, I had a run on the 24. I thought, man, if I could just snake through in the 11, not scrub my speed, I would have at least had an opportunity to do something. But all in all, I never really finished a race here unless it was 40 laps down. So I'll take 2nd. We wanted to get a good start to the year, and we scored a lot of points today. So I'm really happy with everyone's effort on this 45 Nasty Beast Toyota Camry.
runner-up finish for Tyler Reddick in the Daytona 500.
Byron, the winner for Chevrolet. Reddick, Johnson, Briscoe, Nemechek, the top 5, all Toyotas. Then Bowman, Chevy. And those fast forwards of Blaney and Cindric.
All right, so Byron, he leads how many laps? 10 laps today total. My gosh. All right, let's go look through the field really quick, and we'll call it a night. We've been on all day. We might make 3 pies. That's true. All right, Willie B, Tyler Reddick, Jimmy Johnson. Wow, 7-time with P3. Chase Briscoe, John Hunter Nemechek, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Justin Allgaier, Chris Buescher, Michael McDowell, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, Ty Dillon, Chase Elliott, Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse, Ty Gibbs, Justin Haley, Kyle Lawson, Cole Custard. He was in 2nd place when that wreck happened. Corey LaJoy, Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, 24th. Cody Ware, 25th. Brad Keselowski, 26th. 27th, Todd Gillen. 28th, Noah Gragson. 29th, Bubba Wallace. 30th, Carson Hocevar. 31st, Christopher Bell. 7 laps down. All these cars are laps down from Keselowski, from Cody Ware down here. All these cars were laps down. SVG finished 8 laps down. Kyle Busch, 16. Logano was strong earlier. Led 43 laps of the 500. He was 17 laps down. Josh Berry, Martin Truex, Castro Neves, Chastain, and Allmendinger was the last one out. So there it is, y'all. 9 cautions. If you said 9 cautions, congratulations. If you're a Hendrick fan, thank you, Stanley IRL, for subscribing. We appreciate you. If you been here with me all day, my hat goes out to you guys, and I appreciate you. That's a long time to hang out. We officially go over 9 hours and 1 minute and 24 seconds streaming, and 1,600 likes, and got caution picks for Saturday and Sunday. Awesome. Good deal. So big time stream time here for us on our channel. Probably the biggest stream we've ever had. And I appreciate you guys for that, considering, you know, there was a lot of places that were showing the races, and you still stayed here. Streaming record, yes. Yeah, we are now past it. So streaming record for views. I've done live streams at the parks for like 12 hours, but never anything like we've done tonight. So thank you guys. We're so close now to 30,000. At 30,000, we're going to do a big thing. So I'm going to save the pies for 30,000 or whatever we're going to do for 30,000, because I know we're going to get there. And I want to thank everybody that made this opportunity. And we'll see how this all processes after it's over with. But I cannot say anything else but thank you again to every single one of you guys. It's unbelievable. The community that we have built that looks forward to hanging together every weekend is amazing. And we're ready for more. So we'll see you guys in Atlanta. We'll see you some more fun. I'm probably going to take the week off from streaming. We don't have anything going on this week. Tennessee basketball's off, and I think we're going to take a break. So we did 7 straight days of streaming since we came back, and it's time for a break. So thank you guys. We'll see you in the streams. Make sure your notification bells are on. You never know what we're going to do. Until then, I want to thank my lovely wife, Spain, who has been cooking and cleaning and doing all the laundry and stuff, and folding my laundry as she kids. But she does all the work behind the scenes, guys, as we're hanging here together. And she is the true MVP of this channel. I want to thank my members for giving their hard-earned money back to the channel. I want to thank my mods for on it tonight for 9 hours, taking breaks, taking relief. One come in, one go out. You guys were all here the whole entire time. So thank you for all the mods for a hard-earned night today. I owe you big time. 9 hours and 4 minutes for things. So Jimmy took the Shaq machine to P3. That's right, Bronny. But It's over, and the Daytona 500 Speed Weeks are over, and Willie B leads 10 laps, and he leads the most important one, the last one. And Tyler Reddick, so close again. Oh, let's listen to Denny really quick. Let's listen to Denny.
Yeah, I thought we were in a great spot many times in the last 10 laps. Appreciate National Debt Relief coming on and giving them a great ride, but
right, Sergeant Bob.
We didn't have the caution on the first front straightaway spin, and I was like, well, that's the second lease on life to try to get the 2. So I measured up the 2, got a run on them, and stayed with them enough to where I could kind of control what side I wanted to pass them on. And then, we had pulled away from the pack slightly, so I knew a run was going to come. 41 had the run, and I chose not to block them. Like, in these races, you got to live to make it off of turn 4, and we just didn't. I thought that the 41 came down, and I'm pushing the 2 down as low as I can, giving the 41 all the space and not stopping his run. But he just, I thought he hung, not hung a left, but, steered left and was trying to crowd it. And, I understand everyone's trying to go for it, and, he's going for it, and all of us are. But, in those situations, I told him, it was like, we gotta get off 4. Then we can do this. But we just never made it, and somebody else won. I don't even know where William was running.
Appreciate your time, Denny. Jamie?
How about 7-time Jimmy Johnson?
All right, Jimmy Johnson, we'll call it a night.
His best finish in this next-gen car by a lot, Jimmy, and smiles all around. How good does this one feel for you?
This feels incredible, and I have emotions that I didn't expect to have. I've never been in this position as an owner, and it's really opened up a different set of emotions, and the pride that I have in this result, and the pride that I have in this company, and all that we're trying to achieve and the journey we're on. I'm so satisfied, so happy right now. Excited that we have 2 cars in the top 5. Hope Shaq is watching. Thank you, buddy. We got your car in the top 3, and a big thanks to Carvana and their continued support. Mobile
I have
One,
a big
Avid
bladder,
Health,
Mountain Billy.
Family Dollar, Dollar Tree. It's just been an interesting couple of years, and to have the cars come out and be this strong. This Toyota was rocket ship fast.
Thank you, Billy Bowles, again.
I'm just smiling inside now.
2 Legacy Motor Club drivers in the top 5. A great run for them, Chris.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so there it is. Thank you guys so much for everything. Appreciate everybody. We will see you next weekend for Atlanta. Next Saturday and Sunday in Atlanta. So appreciate everybody. Good night from Tennessee. 9 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds. 1,600 likes and a whole bunch of views. Good night, y'all. Peace. Love ya. And see ya.